Crap clinic, liar, quack. Open the door. Bang, bang, bang. The violent knocking sound made the wooden door shake constantly. In the clinic, Gu Changqing was awakened. He looked at this strange environment full of herbal smell with a confused face. Acupuncture capsules, scalpels, medicine cabinets that all kinds of medical supplies came into view. What's the situation? Gu Changqing looked puzzled and quickly got up from the bed. Just at this moment, a strange memory suddenly flooded into his mind, giving him a splitting headache. Daong Dynasty, Qingzhou City, Tianming Clinic. Gu Changqing took a breath and finally understood his current situation. He traveled through time. From the Earth in the 21st century, he came to a world of practice where martial arts prevailed. The identity of this body he occupied at the moment was not simple. On the surface, he was a doctor who saved the dying and the wounded, but secretly he recruited assassins and did the business of killing people for money. To put it bluntly, this clinic is an underground assassin business. However, the original owner's recent missions were too difficult, and the government crackdown led to the loss of all the assassins in the store. Although the assassin business was almost stagnant, he could still make a living with the income from the clinic. But just half a month ago, a profiteer named Zhu across the street also opened a clinic and deliberately targeted the original owner, sending people to make trouble every few days, causing his income to plummet. The key is that the original owner ran the clinic to cover up his identity and endured it as much as he could. Because of this, the opponent thought that the original owner was a softie and became more and more unscrupulous. Damn, if this continues, it will close sooner or later. Gu Changqing frowned and did not agree with the original owner's way of dealing with it. It is right to be patient and low-key, but if someone rides on your head and pees on you, what's the point of enduring it? Bang, 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 open the door. Open the door quickly. Otherwise, I will smash your shabby shop. The shouting and cursing outside has not stopped yet, and the shop door was smashed violently, making a very noisy sound. Fuck, it's so noisy. Gu Changqing suppressed his anger, strode to the door, and suddenly opened the door. A bald man with a full beard stood outside the door. This guy's name is Li Zhuang, and he came to the clinic to treat his leg injury a few days ago. It's just a little skin injury, and it should have healed long ago, but now he is leaning on a cane. Obviously, his motive is not pure. Boy, you finally dare to come out to see me. Li Zhuang narrowed his eyes and grinned. Gu Changqing said in a low voice, "What's the matter? Just tell me clearly." When Li Zhuang heard this, he shouted loudly, "You quack doctor, you broke my leg. Hurry up and pay me. Otherwise, I will go to the government to sue you for cheating people. Everyone, come and see. This Blackheart clinic abuses fake drugs, cheats people, and harms them." Li Zhuang's shouting soon attracted many people to watch. TSK, TSK. This clinic dares to use fake drugs. It's simply unscrupulous. Yeah, it's safer to go to Yuantang next door in the future. No way, I had a fractured right hand before, and it was this guy who cured it, and the fee was cheap. Listening to the mixed comments around him, Gu Changqing became even more angry. He was sure that this guy was a troublemaker sent by the other side, and he clearly wanted to ruin the reputation of his clinic. Boy, if you want to settle things peacefully, it's not impossible. Li Zhuang threatened with a fake smile. "Pay me the medical expenses for my leg injury, and this matter will be over." "Oh, then name a price." Gu Changqing's eyes were even colder. Hearing this, Li Zhuang felt even more proud. A small doctor with no strength and no background dared to compete with Boss Zhu's Yuantang for business. He was simply tired of living. Now, isn't it easy for me to control him? 3,000 taels of silver, not a penny less. Li Zhuang stared at Gu Changqing with a playful look, as if he had you in his hands. 3,000 is too little. How about giving you this number? Gu Changqing raised his right hand and opened his 5 fingers slightly. 5,000. Li Zhuang's eyes lit up. Okay, deal. Pa! Gu Changqing slapped him hard. Li Zhuang staggered immediately, and his face felt a burning pain. "You bastard, you dare to hit me." Before he finished speaking, there were 2 more slap and slap sounds. Li Zhuang was slapped several times in a row, and his head was buzzing. His whole face was instantly swollen, and the palm prints were clear. The crowd watching was shocked by this scene. This doctor, who usually accepted everything, would hit someone today. "You bastard, you are looking for death." Li Zhuang was furious and suddenly raised his crutches, and his legs became more flexible. But the next moment, Gu Changqing had already kicked out first. And in terms of speed, It was obviously faster and more fierce. This kick suddenly kicked Li Zhuang's crotch. There was a crisp sound of click, as if the sound of an egg cracking was heard. "Ah, my eggs!" Li Zhuang's face was distorted, and he curled up on the ground in pain, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. "You said I damaged your leg, so I'll just disable it and treat it again." Gu Changqing stepped on Li Zhuang's right leg and said coldly, "The original owner had the strength of the peak of the acquired realm. How could he be controlled by you, a gangster?" As soon as the voice fell, a strong qi burst out from Gu Changqing's body. Yuan Jin. He is a martial artist." The pupils of the people around him shrank suddenly, and they were shocked. The martial arts system of Songyuan continent is mainly based on absorbing yuan qi to temper the body. The realm of martial artists is divided into condensation, acquired, innate, Daofan, Yuan Dan. Generally speaking, as long as you condense qi to cultivate Yuan Jin, you have successfully entered the threshold of martial arts. Just find a business, and you will have no worries about food and drink in this life. This young man's Yuan Jin aura is so strong. He is at least a postnatal warrior. He is so handsome and promising at a young age. How could he cheat money by practicing medicine? That's right, that bald guy must want to extort money, but this time he hit a wall. Everyone looked at Gu Changqing with surprised eyes, and the public opinion instantly became one-sided. "Young master, I was wrong. I was blind and shouldn't have come to blackmail. Please don't break my legs." Li Zhuang's lips trembled, and he peed on the spot. How could this guy be a softie? He is clearly a tough guy. Boss Zhu really screwed himself over. If an apology is useful, why do we need force? Gu Changqing's tone was calm, but there was a chill in his voice. Crack! The sound of bones bursting came out, and Li Zhuang was trembling with pain and wailing constantly. Gu Changqing kicked him away with one foot, then turned and walked into the store. This kind of small fry who only takes money to do things must be taught a profound lesson. Otherwise, he might come to cause trouble again. As for Yuan Tang, as long as they haven't completely torn their faces apart, they will bear with it for now. After all, his assassin business is now just an empty shell, and the strength does not allow it. Just when Gu Changqing stepped into the store, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The system successfully got rid of the shackles of the heavenly Tao and began to bind. Chapter 2. Creating the Zerg Monster. Beep. Zerg editing system successfully bound. This system can extract the characteristics of all things to create monsters, assisting the host in achieving greatness. The sudden electronic synthesized voice rendered Gu Changqing momentarily motionless, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As a bona fide transmigrator, how could he be oblivious to the existence of a system? This was indeed his golden finger. Creak. He locked the door with swift precision, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Only then did he meticulously examine the functionalities of the system. Zerg editing system. Host. Gu Changqing strength. Peak of acquired realm energy points. 0 pets. 0. Editing formula. Zerg human blood material monster. Gu Changqing quickly perused the information displayed in his mind, grasping the basic functions with clarity. Its utility was straightforward. By gathering the 3 types of materials outlined in the formula, he could edit and create monsters. The energy required for each operation could be converted from items infused with spiritual energy or acquired through slaughter. However, what editing effect could a mere little bug possibly yield? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changqing's gaze swept across the store. When he spotted a small spider weaving a web in the corner, he immediately locked onto it. You shall do. He strode forward and seized the spider. With the Zerg material secured, the next step was to acquire the additional ingredients. He then opened a row of hidden compartments at the bottom of the medicine cabinet, filled with various deadly weapons, poison needles, daggers, and concealed darts. As a killing agency, they were never short of lethal tools. His eyes landed on a black dagger. Although it appeared diminutive, it was forged from abyssal iron, a material known for its resilience and infused with a chilling poison, making its lethality considerable. If he could extract its properties to edit the spider, it should yield significant changes. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing unhesitatingly bit his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood. System, I wish to edit a monster. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the system's prompt followed. Congratulations, host, for gathering all materials. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes. No sooner had he spoken than the dagger, human blood, and spider vanished in an instant. Immediately, a luminous panel appeared before him, displaying 3 slots surrounding a central, synthesize, button. Within the slots lay the 3 materials required for editing. Beep detected that the dagger is made of earth-grade abyssal iron, requiring 100 energy points. As this is your first operation, a complimentary editing opportunity is granted. Would you like to confirm the operation? Upon hearing complimentary, Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow. This system was rather accommodating. Without delay, he gently pressed the synthesize button, focusing intently on the changes occurring on the panel. As the light flickered, the 3 materials in the slots began to merge together. Beep, editing successful. Congratulations, host, on creating your first Zerg monster. Please name it Shadow Spider. After Gu Chaqing completed the naming process, he noticed a sudden change in the information displayed on the panel. Shadow Spider, sequence, 001 level. Beginner strength assessment. Condensing Chi realm attack skill. Lethal venomous fangs talent ability. Immunity to toxins. Form switching. Advanced enhancement requires 100 energy points. Below the panel, 2 illustrations were included. On the left was a black spider, its exoskeleton gleaming with a metallic sheen, its limbs robust and powerful, with menacing fangs bared. In contrast, the illustration on the right depicted a seductive humanoid monster. Its fingertips bore curved, blade-like hooks, and 6 slender spider legs sprouted from its back, creating an overall appearance that was both eerie and enchanting. The form-switching ability in its talents revealed the capacity to transform into a humanoid monster. Gu Chaqing surveyed the 2 monster illustrations, greatly astonished. Moreover, the prominent, curvaceous features of the shadow spider unmistakably indicated it was female. Quite impressive. Gu Chaqing's eyes sparkled, genuinely impressed. He never anticipated that a mere edit could result in such a significant transformation for a small spider. The formidable editing capability surpassed all his expectations. Friendly reminder, the quality of materials determines the monster's upper limit and initial strength. For the creation of a second monster, it is recommended to use higher-grade materials for editing. If the monster starts at a lower stage, it can still be advanced later by consuming energy points. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing nodded thoughtfully, grasping the operational rules involved. In essence, if a monster is inherently deficient, energy points could compensate. This upgrade system is indeed quite reasonable. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded, interrupting Gu Chaqing's thoughts. The sound was deep and rhythmic, resembling some sort of code. Gu Chaqing pondered for a moment, then approached the door, asking warily, "Who is it?" "Dr. Gu, it's Chun Kuei, the one who came to you for treatment last time," came a raspy male voice from outside. Upon hearing the name, Gu Chaqing swiftly searched his original owner's memories. Chun Kuei was a broker in the black market, specializing in connecting assassins with employers, profiting from the transactions. Many of the illicit jobs the original owner had taken were facilitated by this individual. Gu Chaqing opened the door to find a short, middle-aged man standing outside, grinning broadly at him. "I cannot treat your ailment," Gu Chaqing said flatly, his tone tinged with caution. "Dr. Gu, you are being modest. Only you can cure my affliction." Chun Kuei replied, his smile enigmatic as he strode directly into the clinic. Once inside, he discreetly scanned the room, ensuring no one else was present. And only then did the concern in his eyes dissipate slightly. Gu Chaqing's gaze darkened. "Stop with the suspense, speak plainly." Chun Kuei lowered his voice and said, "I recently took on a job in the black market. Are you interested?" "Not in the slightest," Gu Chaqing responded without hesitation. It was wiser to exercise caution when dealing with individuals from the black market. Who knows what schemes lie hidden beneath the surface? "Boss Gu, do not be too hasty in your refusal." Chun Kuei fixed his gaze upon Gu Chaqing, his words laden with significance. "Your assassin guild has recently encountered some challenges, and this task presents an excellent opportunity for redemption. The reward is a substantial sum of 10,000 taels of silver." At this, Gu Chaqing's expression shifted slightly. Given the pricing in the Daong dynasty, such an amount constitutes a lucrative deal. The profits from assassination are indeed exorbitant. You are aware that in our line of work as agents, the utmost importance lies in a mutually beneficial collaboration. Chun Kuei spoke gravely. Should Boss Gu overlook this opportunity, the prospect of future cooperation would hold little significance for us. Gu Chaqing remained unfazed, cautiously inquiring, "What is the strength of the opponent?" "They're at the essence gathering stage. However, they are accompanied by 8 henchmen, one of whom is at the acquired realm." Chun Kuei replied with a smile, "I apologize. But prior to accepting the task, I can only disclose this much." Gu Chaqing fell silent, realizing why the reward was so high. The presence of that acquired realm henchman alone warranted such a price. After all, the cultivation level of the assassination target is secondary. The key consideration must be the opponent's background. Just as an assassination target may be an emperor, even if their cultivation is weak. The strength of their influential connections renders their price immeasurable. What do you think? Chen Kuei inquired, his tone remaining steady while his eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. Were it not for the fact that the underground assassin guild in Qingzhou City had only the Destiny Medical Hall as its stronghold, he would hardly regard such a low-level organization with any esteem. However, Gu Chongqing did not rush to respond, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Although he currently lacked available assassins, perhaps he could make use of the Shadow Spider's abilities. After all, the materials needed for later editing the monsters would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. With the current meager income of the medical hall, sustaining such costs would be challenging. As thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Chongqing reached a decision. Very well, I shall take this job. Chen Kuei immediately put on a feigned smile. Boss Gu is indeed quite decisive. Here's the pertinent information regarding the target. Please review it. As he spoke, he produced a sheet of paper from his bosom and handed it to Gu Chongqing. You are fortunate. The target's location is conveniently nearby. Nearby? Gu Chongqing expressed mild surprise before turning his attention to the contents of the paper. Chapter 3. The Assassination Mission. This paper was evidently an assassination mission order. Upon it were detailed particulars regarding the target, foremost among which was a portrait of a middle-aged man, with a round face, large ears, squinty eyes, and a black mole on his left cheek. He bore a distinctly unpleasant demeanor. This rotund figure is none other than Boss Zhu of Yuantang. Gu Chongqing surveyed the portrait, a cold smile creeping across his face. What a twist of fate. This glutton had caused trouble at the clinic early this morning, and now he had unwittingly delivered himself right to Gu's doorstep, ripe for exploitation. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Gu Chongqing's gaze sharpened as he swiftly perused the contents of the document. Target: Zhu Dafu, age 38, strength, Qi condensation realm identity, owner of Yuantang thugs, 8. One of whom is a postnatal martial artist location, Qingzhou City, Daong Dynasty reward, 10,000 taels of silver deadline, 7 days moreover. The dossier contained unsavory details about Zhu Dafu's illicit dealings. This unscrupulous merchant not only peddled counterfeit medicine but was also involved in the abhorrent trade of children, catering to the depraved whims of wealthy clients. What a vile creature! Gu Chongqing's expression hardened. Eliminating such scum would indeed serve justice for the people. Boss Gu, since you have accepted the task, I must state the terms plainly, Chen Kuei said gravely. According to customary practice, should the mission remain incomplete past the deadline, a penalty of triple the reward will be incurred. Gu Chongqing could not help but cast a sidelong glance at his counterpart. The broker was quite shrewd. Whether or not the mission succeeded, this underhanded deal guaranteed profit. Upon completion, I shall personally come to settle the payment, Chen Kuei declared before turning and departing the clinic, harboring a hope that Gu Chongqing would falter. In that case, the tripled earnings would be even greater. Inside the clinic, silence enveloped the room. Gu Chongqing settled into a chair, contemplating his forthcoming strategy. Although the Shadow Spider possessed unique abilities, it was still merely a low-tier creature of the Qi condensation realm. Before undertaking the mission, it was imperative to ascertain the strength of Zhu Dafu's security, allowing no room for error. With that thought, Gu Chongqing abruptly summoned the Shadow Spider from the system space. Hiss! In a flash of light, the Shadow Spider descended, trailing a silk thread. Commence action. With that command, the Shadow Spider swiftly scuttled through the window, scaling the wall towards the direction of Yuantang. Ding! The Shadow Spider has exited the host's line of sight. Would you like to activate shared perception? Instinctively, Gu Chongqing replied yes. In an instant, his consciousness merged with that of the Shadow Spider. The scene before him transformed, revealing the world through the spider's perspective, with the bustling sounds of the street echoing in his ears, as if he were truly present. Not bad. Gu Chongqing closed his eyes, savoring the sensations transmitted by the Shadow Spider, silently commending its capabilities. With such an advantage, whether for reconnaissance or assassination, he would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Yuantang and Tianming Medical Hall are situated on the same street, a mere few hundred meters apart. In no time, Shadow Spider arrived at the destination. As he approached the window, he overheard a furious tirade emanating from within Yuantang. Useless fool. You were supposed to tarnish that brat's reputation. And instead, you ended up with a broken leg? You can't even handle such a trivial matter And now you dare to ask me for compensation for your injuries? Do you wish to court death? Boss Ju, you never mentioned that Gu Cha-ching is a postnatal martial artist. And what of postnatal martial artists? I have one of my own among my subordinates. Shadow Spider slipped through the narrow gap of the window, peering into the establishment. There stood Zhu Dafu, his face flushed with rage, angrily pointing at Li Zhuang. Li Zhuang wore a woeful expression, seemingly wishing for death itself. His plans lay in ruins, his legs shattered. And now he could not even claim injury compensation. Gu Cha-ching, is it? Well hidden indeed. Daring to encroach upon my territory and steal business. If I don't teach you a severe lesson, I shan't bear the Zhu surname. Zhu Dafu's gaze was venomous, his jowls quivering with fury. Luo Hu, tonight you and your men will demolish that wretched establishment for me. We will not only ensure that brat cannot conduct business, but we will also make him disappear. Zhu Dafu produced a plump cloth bag and handed it to a burly man beside him. Luo Hu caught it deftly, opening it to reveal a dozen spirit stones, all a vibrant green. Though they were mere inferior-grade spirit stones, they were indeed precious cultivation resources for a rogue martial artist like him. Thank you, boss. I know what to do. A cold smirk graced Luo Hu's lips as he tucked the bag of spirit stones into his bosom. Rest assured, I trust you to accomplish this. Zhu Dafu narrowed his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Although the expenses of maintaining these thugs were considerable, they proved invaluable in critical moments. However, their current scheme was fully revealed to Shadow Spider, who observed from the shadows. Do you wish to kill me? Let us see who meets an untimely end first. Gu Cha-ching's gaze hardened, directing Shadow Spider to conceal itself in the dim corners of the wall, continuing to monitor Yuan Tang's movements. As soon as Zhu Dafu's henchmen departed, it would undoubtedly be the prime opportunity for an assassination. Nonetheless, he anticipated some complications on his end. After all, Luo Hu appeared to be a seasoned and ruthless character, accompanied by a band of thugs. Facing them alone would not be an easy feat. Preparations were imperative. Gu Cha-ching surveyed his surroundings, assessing the structure of the medical hall. A series of rudimentary trap designs swiftly materialized in his mind. Having been a military doctor in his past life, where the military was at the forefront and medicine followed, crafting mechanisms and traps posed no challenge for him. Poison needles, sharp blades, itching powder. In a flash, he utilized every available material within the shop to his advantage. That night, the windows and doors of Tianming Medical Hall were tightly shut, shrouded in darkness. Gu Cha-ching sat cross-legged atop the roof, vigilantly monitoring the visual feed transmitted by Shadow Spider. At this moment, within the confines of Yuan Tang, Zhu Dafu had summoned all his subordinates, poised and ready for action. Boss, is it time to strike? Luo Hu, brandishing a long knife, bore a fierce countenance. Yes, it is nearly time, Zhu Dafu replied, his gaze directed toward the night outside. I have arranged matters with the Yamen. Even if someone reports it, there will be no repercussions. You may proceed without restraint. Excellent, Luo Hu sneered, his eyes glinting with a ruthless intensity. Let us go. With a sweeping gesture, he signaled to the 7 Qi Condensation Realm henchmen, who immediately followed suit. A mere brat dares to challenge me, unaware of his impending doom. Zhu Dafu scoffed, his face a mask of disdain, before retreating alone into the inner chamber. Unbeknownst to him, a black spider, akin to a phantom, silently trailed behind. As the door clicked shut, the shadowy arachnid accelerated its crawling speed, swiftly slipping through the crack beneath the door. Little spider, make it swift. Observing that the moment had arrived, Gu Cha-ching decisively issued the command. Chapter 4. The moment of the hunt. As the Shadow Spider entered the room, its gaze instantly fixated on Zhu Dafu, swiftly scuttling toward him. What on earth? Noticing a dark shadow moving beneath his feet, Zhu Dafu instinctively lowered his head. Humph. It was merely a spider. With a derisive snicker, he raised his foot to crush it, grinding it down with force. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Unlike the anticipated sensation of squashing it, it felt akin to stepping on a piece of iron, remarkably hard. Unable to resist, Zhu Dafu lifted his foot, only to be astonished to find the Shadow Spider not only unharmed but still intact on the ground. In that fleeting moment, the Shadow Spider sprang into action. Its speed was astonishing, darting up Zhu Dafu's pant leg in an instant, racing upwards. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zhu Dafu was taken aback, hastily swatting at it, yet failing to match the spider's swiftness. By the time he regained his senses, the creature had ascended to his neck, sinking its fangs into his throat. 2 venomous fangs pierced the skin, plunging deep into the flesh. The lethal toxin rapidly coursed through the blood vessels in his throat. swiftly spreading throughout his body. Damn spider! Zhu Dafeng cried out in agony, reaching for his neck, fury igniting within him. The shadow spider nimbly leapt away, dangling a silk thread as it gracefully landed, quickly retreating to the doorway to await the venom's effect to take hold. This is bad. This spider is poisonous. Zhu Dafeng felt dizzy, staggering towards the entrance. Yet, after only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Help, someone, please. In a state of panic, Zhu Dafeng weakly called out. As his consciousness began to waver, he faintly heard footsteps approaching. A surge of hope filled his heart as he hastily looked up. To his horror, his pupils dilated with fear. Before him stood a spider-like creature resembling a human. The shadow spider gazed down coldly at Zhu Dafeng, its crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty intent. Without uttering a single word, it struck with its lethal claws, piercing through his skull and instantly obliterating the brain within. As the claws withdrew, a torrent of blood mixed with brain matter splattered forth. Zhu Dafeng's expression twisted in excruciating pain as he fixated on the shadow spider, passing away with his eyes wide open. Gu Changqing, through shared perception, bore witness to the entire gruesome hunt undertaken by the shadow spider. The brutal nature of the insect race was vividly displayed in the Spider-S massacre. Ding! Your shadow spider has successfully killed a Qi condensation realm martial artist, rewarding you with 10 energy points. Snapping back to reality from his shock, Gu Changqing felt a surge of joy. This assassination mission not only promised profit but also energy points. This venture was immensely profitable. Brother Hu, this is the Destiny Medical Hall. A low voice interrupted, capturing Gu Changqing's attention. His expression turned serious as his gaze swept toward the bustling street below. In the distance, Luo Hu and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the shop, exuding a menacing aura. Passers-by, witnessing such a scene, instinctively recoiled in fear. Break down the door. Luo Hu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he aimed his long knife at the firmly shut door, radiating an overwhelming presence. Without hesitation, one of his henchmen, brimming with arrogance, stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! As the door was forcefully kicked open, it unexpectedly triggered a spring-loaded mechanism hidden behind it. In the next instant, several sharp surgical blades shot out violently. The henchman's expression shifted dramatically, but at such close range, he had no time to evade. Collapsing to the ground, gravely injured. Witnessing this scene, Luo Hu and his companions were rendered speechless, utterly astounded to discover that a trap had been set here. One down. Listening to the melodious cry of agony, Gu Changqing sat cross-legged atop the roof, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother Hu, could it be that the lad anticipated our actions tonight? The henchman, gazing at the open door that led into an abyss of darkness, felt an unsettling chill creep into their hearts. With the previous incident as a cautionary tale, none dared to recklessly charge inside. Damn it! How dare they resort to such underhanded tactics? Do they truly believe that I, Hu Yi, am easily intimidated? Luo Hu's eyes burned with intensity, veins protruding from his forehead. With a fierce grip, he seized the gravely injured henchman and unceremoniously hurled him into the medical hall. Brother Hu Yu. The nearby subordinates felt a chill run down their spines at this sight. Even if Old 8 were carried back for treatment, he would likely be rendered useless. It would be better for him to serve some purpose before meeting his end. Luo Hu scoffed dismissively, his gaze revealing sheer ruthlessness. Let me make myself clear. Anyone who dares to flee will meet their demise at my hands. He glared menacingly at the assembled crowd, his long knife gleaming with a cold light. Just as his words hung in the air, a series of crackling sounds erupted from within the medical hall. The recently thrown Old 8 had evidently triggered yet another mechanism within the shop. Realizing this, the henchmen collectively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Brother Hu's foresight had spared them from a disastrous charge. This fellow is quite ruthless, using his own men as shields. Gu Changqing, standing atop the roof, cast a sidelong glance at Luo Hu, his gaze subtly lingering on him. According to the mission information regarding Zhu Dafeng's subordinates, one among them possessed innate strength. And it was likely him. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to a Pyrrhic victory, even if they emerged triumphant. It was prudent to hold back. Gu Changqing looked down at the tether in his hand, patiently awaiting his prey to fall into the snare. Once he captured the lad, he would flay him alive. Seeing that the traps inside the shop had finally settled, Luo Hu, like a ferocious tiger, was the first to charge into the establishment. The 7 henchmen brandished their weapons, surging forward with fierce determination. As the quarry fell into the trap, Gu Changqing abruptly yanked on the tether. Snap! In an instant, 3 iron pots suspended from the eaves tilted ominously. Upon detecting a sound, Luo Hu and his companions instinctively raised their heads. However, what awaited them next was a deluge of medicinal powder pouring down from the iron pot. What in the world is this? My body burns and itches. Ah, my eyes are in agony. I can't see. Retreat quickly. In the medical hall, a chorus of anguished screams erupted. Even Luo Hu, a martial artist of the postnatal realm, could not escape. His eyes were ravaged by the powder, becoming swollen and severely impaired. Just as they were preparing to flee in the darkness, unbeknownst to them, a shadow stood at the entrance. Undoubtedly, it was the shadow spider who had just arrived from Yuan Hall. Leave no survivors. Following Gu Changqing's orders, the shadow spider sprang into action, charging into the crowd to unleash a massacre. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, her razor-sharp claws danced swiftly and lethally. Wherever she passed, blood splattered. Ding. Your shadow spider successfully killed a Qi Condensation Realm martial artist, earning 10 energy points. Your shadow spider successfully killed a Qi Condensation Realm martial artist, earning 10 energy points. The crisp electronic synthesized voice resonated repeatedly in Gu Changqing's mind. As the system's voice concluded, 7 Qi Condensation Realm thugs were entirely exterminated by the shadow spider, including the earlier slain Zhu Dafu. The energy points had amassed to 80. Just one more to go. Through the eyes of the shadow spider, Gu Changqing focused on the still-standing Luo Hu. This individual, being a martial artist of the postnatal realm, despite his impaired vision, possessed hearing that far surpassed ordinary individuals. He had taken refuge against the wall, narrowly evading the shadow spider's recent assault. Chapter 5. Advanced reinforcement. You'd best not come any closer. If it comes to worse, we'll both perish. Rohu endured the excruciating pain in his eyes, gripping his long knife firmly across his chest. Though his words were defiant, his heart was filled with trepidation. As he cautiously shifted his feet, he remained vigilant to any sounds around him, but the suffocating scent of blood in the air only heightened his fear. He had never anticipated that his attempt to silence witnesses would lead to his own downfall. However, he was certain that at this moment, he was alone in the shop, with only his adversary remaining. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, he was prepared to take them both down with him. Xiao Zhu, do not engage in prolonged combat. Feign giving him an opportunity to escape. Gu Changqing pondered briefly before devising a strategy. A cornered dog can jump over a wall. A mutually destructive outcome would be unwise. Indeed, cunning was the key. The shadow spider obediently nodded, feigning advancement and making a deliberate noise. Swish! Upon hearing the sound, Rohu immediately swung his long knife with ferocity. The blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing the shadow spider, who had anticipated this and swiftly evaded. A chance. Rohu's heart surged with elation as he turned and dashed out of the medical hall. Yet, the moment he crossed the threshold, a chilling intent to kill descended upon him from behind. Thinking of fleeing? I fear it may be too late. Gu Changqing's voice resonated coldly. In the next instant, a sharp scalpel plunged into Rohu's back and twisted violently, shattering his heart. Ah! Rohu let out a harrowing scream, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground, on the brink of death. He is killed. Quick, alert the authorities. The onlookers, though unable to see the events inside the medical hall, were now witnesses to Gu Changqing's assault from outside. Instantly, many were struck with terror, their screams piercing the air. Gu Changqing paid no heed to the commotion among the crowd, unceremoniously tossing the barely living Rohu back into the shop. The shadow spider was his trump card. He aimed to keep it concealed for as long as possible. Inside the dimly lit medical hall, the shadow spider understood the cue and swiftly delivered a fatal blow to Rohu. Ding! Your shadow spider has successfully eliminated a postnatal martial artist. Reward, 50 energy points. At last, the matter was resolved. Gu Changqing surveyed the scene strewn with corpses, devoid of any pity. In this brutal world of martial arts, where the law of the jungle prevailed, one could only rely on personal strength to secure their position. To live a life of comfort, one must eradicate all obstacles. Subsequently, Gu Changqing began to search the bodies for spoils, collecting anything of value. Among the treasures was a small pouch of spirit stones gifted to Rohu by Zhu Dafu, containing a total of 16 pieces. On the market, these were exceedingly precious resources for cultivation. A satisfactory haul. Gu Changqing nodded in contentment before converting all the spirit stones into energy points. Ding! Conversion successful, energy points 16. The spirit stones within the pouch disintegrated into powder, their spiritual essence fully absorbed. Was that all? A flicker of astonishment passed through Gu Chongqing's eyes. The exchange rate of a low-grade spirit stone for a mere point of energy value seemed rather lackluster. It was far swifter to achieve through slaughter. Master, this is something I acquired from Zhu Dafu, the shadow spider respectfully stated, extracting a silver ring from her ample bosom. Curiosity piqued. Gu Chongqing took the ring into his hand for closer inspection. Though it appeared ordinary, there was a subtle fluctuation of spatial energy emanating from it. A storage ring? He quickly discerned its nature and attempted to channel his mental energy into it. A look of surprise washed over his face as he discovered that the storage ring contained hundreds of spirit stones. Although they were all low-grade, such a quantity was undoubtedly akin to a windfall for Gu Chongqing. System, convert all into energy value, he intoned without hesitation. Beep. Conversion successful, energy value 314. The host's current energy value has accumulated to 460. You may choose to upgrade the shadow spider or gather materials to create a new monster. Gu Chongqing unhesitatingly opted for the upgrade mode. Tonight's bounty was largely due to the shadow spider's efforts, so it was only fitting that she be duly rewarded. Instantly, the system panel manifested before him, displaying not only the shadow spider's existing data, but also an advanced enhancement option at the bottom, indicating that 100 points of energy were required for an upgrade to the intermediate level. With a flicker of thought, Gu Chongqing selected the option for advancement. Upon completing the action, the panel erupted in a dazzling golden light. Shortly thereafter, a brand new monster profile materialized. Beep, upgrade successful. Congratulations. Your shadow spider has undergone an advanced enhancement, significantly boosting her combat prowess. New skill unlocked, web binding. Strength evaluation, early stage of postnatal realm. To upgrade to high level, 1,000 points of energy are required. Gu Chongqing noted that the shadow spider's already alluring form had become even more enticing. Her facial features exquisitely defined, exuding an aura of both cold beauty and seductive charm. Yet, she retained some characteristics of her insectoid lineage. With 6 sharp spider legs protruding from her back and elongated, pointed fingers, this transformation resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, where strength and beauty were harmoniously intertwined. Quite impressive, Gu Chongqing mused, admiring the changes in the shadow spider. Merely enhancing her to the intermediate form had endowed her with strength comparable to that of a postnatal realm warrior. If she continued to advance, wouldn't that be extraordinary? However, the cost for the next high-level upgrade had skyrocketed tenfold. Gu Chongqing accepted this reality with a sense of calm. Just as in his previous life when playing games, the experience required for leveling up would inevitably increase. With the remaining 290 points of energy insufficient for upgrading the shadow spider, he resolved to create a new monster instead. Perhaps I shall create a new creature, Gu Chongqing murmured, already formulating a plan. Yet, he knew he must first resolve the immediate troubles before considering his next steps. Gu Chongqing gazed upon the sprawled corpses on the ground before settling into a chair, crossing his legs with an air of indifference. Clearly, he was merely awaiting the arrival of the officials to collect the bodies. After approximately half an hour, the constables finally arrived, their faces glistening with grease, as though they had just finished a late-night feast. Hadn't someone reported a violent crime? Yet, the scene appeared eerily devoid of activity. The burly leader, sporting a thick beard, surveyed the surroundings and barked in displeasure. If I discover who falsely reported this crime, I shall not spare them. Masterly, it is at that Tianming medical hall. And you can still see a pool of blood outside. One of the gaunt onlookers respectfully ventured closer. Oh, Constable Li turned his gaze toward the Tianming medical hall, his expression transforming into one of understanding. Having heard of the clinic's malpractice and fraudulent practices, he speculated. It is likely that this was an act of retribution by a disgruntled patient. If that quack of a doctor truly met his demise, the perpetrator can only be seen as a champion of justice. Upon hearing this, the constables nearby were profoundly impressed. Master Li's words deftly shifted the blame entirely onto the victim. After all, having recently received a favor from Boss Shu, they had no intention of pursuing the matter further. A perfunctory investigation would suffice to wrap up the case. Chapter 6. I have evidence come, let us enter and collect the bodies. After establishing the necessary groundwork before the crowd of onlookers, Li Biao led a group of constables into the Tianming medical hall. As soon as they stepped inside, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted their senses. By the flickering light of the oil lamps, they beheld a gruesome scene. Bodies strewn across the floor, immersed in pools of blood. Wasn't there only supposed to be one corpse? How could there be so many? Staring at the horrific sight before them, the constables froze in place, their faces etched with shock. Damn it, the reward was far too meager. Li Biao furrowed his thick brows, feeling the sting of loss. The cost of resolving a murder case cannot possibly compare to that of handling multiple homicides. Surely it should be several times greater. Captain Li. This corpse bears a striking resemblance to Luo Hu from a Yuan Hall. One constable's incredulous remark diverted Li Biao's attention. He lifted the oil lamp closer for a better look, and immediately his expression shifted dramatically. This was no mere resemblance, it was indeed Luo Hu. What on earth was happening? His voice trembled as he spoke, his throat suddenly constricted. The situation was quite straightforward. They had attempted a robbery and were inadvertently killed in self-defense. Just as Li Biao was grappling with his disbelief, a calm voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. At the sound, the constables jolted in alarm, as if startled birds. Who is it? Li Biao whirled around, only to find a young man in white, leisurely seated with his legs crossed beside the medicine cabinet. Boss, this fellow is the proprietor of Tianming Medical Hall, named Gu Changqing. At this revelation, a chill ran down Li Biao's spine. He was alive. What he had anticipated to be a mere formality had spiraled beyond his imagination. Not only had Gu Changqing survived, but Luo Hu and the others from Yuan Hall were all dead. How should he resolve this predicament? Captain Li, grave news. Boss Zhu has been assassinated at Yuan Hall. Before Li Biao could recover from his shock, a plump constable rushed into the Tianming Medical Hall. Upon hearing such explosive news, Li Biao's pupils dilated, nearly dropping the oil lamp from his trembling hands. He gazed at the panting constable in astonishment, exclaiming, "When did Boss Zhu die?" The constable hurriedly replied, "Based on the coagulation of the blood at the scene, he likely perished about half an hour ago. The manner of his death was horrific. It appears his skull was pierced by some sharp instrument, and the assailant left no trace." At this, Li Biao inhaled sharply, disbelief flooding his mind. Although Zhu Dafu was not particularly formidable, he was at least a practitioner of the qi condensation realm. To assassinate him silently would be an impossible feat for an ordinary person. The critical issue was that the murderer had left no evidence, leaving only a scapegoat to solve the case. And at that moment, there was undoubtedly one individual who fit the bill. With this thought, Li Biao's gaze turned toward Gu Changqing, and he swiftly drew the long knife from his waist. This scoundrel dared to murder Boss Zhu. Seize him. Li Biao's eyes widened in fury as he barked the command. A group of over a dozen constables instinctively surrounded Gu Changqing, effectively sealing off all his escape routes. Meanwhile, the shadow spider dangled from a thread of silk, its cold gaze already fixed upon them, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Should Gu Changqing issue a command, it would launch an attack without hesitation. To implicate Boss Zhu in murder, evidence is paramount. Gu Changqing calmly asserted, "Half an hour ago, I was engaged in combat with this band of ruffians inside the establishment and was utterly unable to reach Yuantang. The crowd outside, witnessing the spectacle, can serve as witnesses." Li Biao scoffed angrily. "How dare you speak defiantly when death is imminent? Witnesses are of no consequence here." The corner of Gu Changqing's mouth curled into a slight smirk. "If witnesses are of no use, what of physical evidence?" As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of silver notes from Zhu Dafu's storage ring, giving them a slight shake in his hand. Each note bore a denomination of 100 taels, amounting to a total of 10. "Is this what you refer to as physical evidence?" Upon seeing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Biao's eyes. The constables, fixated on the silver notes in Gu Changqing's hand, found themselves momentarily transfixed. Even the slowest among them quickly grasped the implication. It was well known that the benefits Boss Zhu had offered today amounted to merely a few taels of silver and a late-night meal from Zui Xianglu. Yet, when compared to this stack of notes, they were utterly insignificant. "This evening's matter requires your diligent attention, gentlemen. Consider this physical evidence as confiscated," Gu Changqing declared, placing the notes upon the table. The constables hesitated, casting glances towards Li Biao. Without his nod of approval, none dared to take the money. Li Biao, his expression shifting rapidly, suddenly broke into a sinister smile. "Dr. Gu is correct. Physical evidence should indeed be confiscated. Moreover, it is our duty to punish the wicked and eradicate evil. These ruffians dared to invade a private residence and commit murder. Truly, they deserve no mercy." With that, he seized the stack of silver notes, his eyes gleaming with greed. After all, Zhu Dafu was already deceased. Why bother adhering to the trust of a corpse? As for the scapegoat, they could easily find a condemned prisoner in jail to sign off on the matter later. "Boss, how should we report Zhu's death?" One of the still dim-witted rotund constables could not help but ask. "Fool!" Li Biao glared at him, reprimanding. "Dr. Gu has been in the establishment all along. The true murderer must be someone else. Immediately head to Yuantang to secure the crime scene and gather any clues. Understood. The plump constable nodded in trepidation and hurried out of the clinic. Little did he know, his departure only brought amusement to the seasoned veterans in the room. Fewer people meant a larger share of the spoils. If you lack sense, keep your mouth shut. Truly, what a fool. What are you all standing around for? Quickly remove the body. Do not hinder Dr. Gu from conducting his business. Upon hearing Li Biao's command, the constables understood perfectly and swiftly began to transport the corpse. The sooner they wrapped up, the sooner they could divide the money. Each of them was eager to comply. Rest assured, Dr. Gu, should any ruffian dare to cause trouble in the future, feel free to invoke my name. Li the constable. Li Biao declared with righteous indignation, addressing Gu Chongqing. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I will undoubtedly assist you. His intention was crystal clear. You provide the remuneration, and I shall take care of the matter. Thank you, Constable Li, Gu Chongqing replied with a slight smile, his heart secretly reflecting on the matter. The power of currency truly knows no bounds. It not only resolved his troubles but also fostered connections. This silver note of 1,000 taels was indeed well spent. It was not until Li Biao and his companions departed that Gu Chongqing finally closed the shop's door and summoned Shadow Spider to tidy up. Despite scrubbing the floor clean, the interior still reeked of a metallic scent. Gu Chongqing decided to concoct a rudimentary perfume by mixing some medicinal herbs with honey and alcohol, spraying it around the establishment. However, it was not long before a hornet, seemingly attracted by the fragrance, flew in through the window. Upon entering, it circled around Gu Chongqing, buzzing insistently as it followed the source of the scent. This particular species of hornet, though appearing diminutive, is remarkably fierce, and its stinger harbors venom. A sting would certainly be excruciating. Gu Chongqing fixed his gaze upon it, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 7. Capturing the Hornet. The hornet, an insect, perfectly aligns with the criteria for editing monstrous creatures. Gu Chongqing's gaze sharpened slightly as he promptly commanded, Shadow Spider, capture it alive. Hiss. The Shadow Spider swiftly shot out a silk thread, ensnaring the hornet tightly and dragging it to the ground. In the next instant, a mechanical voice resonated. Ding. A hornet has been detected as captured by the host. Would you like to store it as editing material? Without hesitation, Gu Chongqing replied, yes. Storage successful. Please promptly provide human blood and materials for editing. No sooner had he uttered these words than the hornet was instantly absorbed into the editing template. Gu Chongqing reopened the still healing wound on his finger to extract blood. However, this time he had gained experience. He immediately took a small vial and filled it with ample blood for future use. After all, it was indeed painful to pierce his finger for every editing session requiring human blood. As for the materials, although the original owner possessed little of high value, Zhu Dafu's storage ring contained numerous items. The Hornet's attack primarily relied on its stinger. If he chose compatible material properties for enhancement, it would yield tremendous lethality. Furthermore, the materials must possess toxicity. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Chongqing retrieved a slender needle from the storage ring. Though small, this needle was forged from celestial-grade crimson rock iron, exceptionally resilient, and imbued with fiery venom, rendering it highly lethal. A single puncture could potentially slay even a tiger on the spot. Having selected the material, Gu Chongqing willed the poison needle to vanish into thin air. System scan detected. The needle is composed of celestial-grade crimson rock iron. The energy value required for extracting material properties for editing is 500 points. The host currently has a balance of only 290 points. Unfortunately, this operation cannot be conducted. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Chongqing pondered deeply. The treasures of the Zhongyuan continent are meticulously categorized by quality: earth grade, heaven grade, profound grade, spiritual treasures, sacred items, and divine artifacts. Previously, using earth grade soul-biting iron to edit the Shadow Spider consumed only 100 energy points. In contrast, the crimson rock iron, merely one grade higher, required 500 points. This analysis revealed that the higher the quality of the material, the greater the initial strength of the monster, and evidently, the energy cost escalated correspondingly. Understanding this rule, Gu Chongqing had no choice but to pause his endeavors. Once he completed his task rewards, combined with the silver notes he had scavenged that night, he would have the capital to purchase spiritual materials for energy. Subsequently, Gu Chongqing refreshed himself briefly before lying down on the bed and gradually succumbing to slumber. With the Shadow Spider guarding him in the shadows, he slept soundly through the night, even dreaming of creating a monstrous assassination legion through the system's editing capabilities. Sweeping across the martial arts realm, this delightful dream was only shattered by a persistent knock on the door the following morning. With a rhythmic knock echoing through the air, Gu Chaqing opened his eyes, surveying the familiar yet foreign surroundings as he emerged from his stupor. Although he had come to terms with the reality of his transmigration, a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained within him. The absence of toothpaste and a toothbrush proved to be quite inconvenient. He exhaled softly, murmuring a quiet sigh before rising to approach the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of the diminutive Chen Kuei. "Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Not only did your medicine cure the ailment, but the results were also remarkably swift," Chen Kuei complimented with a broad smile, his keen eyes assessing Gu Changqing from head to toe. As an agent of the black market, he had planted informants in various locales and was already well aware of the events of the previous night. It was unexpected that Gu Changqing had completed such a perilous task so swiftly and, moreover, emerged unscathed. This was a stark contrast to previous endeavors that had often ended in failure, causing significant losses for the Tianming assassins. "Have you come to settle the medical fees today?" Gu Changqing bypassed any unnecessary pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "Indeed," Chen Kuei replied with a nod, stepping into the room. "According to our agreement, after deducting a 20% commission, your rightful earnings amount to 8,000 taels of silver." As he spoke, Chen Kuei produced a stack of banknotes and counted them out in front of Gu Changqing. Receiving the banknotes, Gu Changqing couldn't help but silently grumble. A 20% cut seemed rather exorbitant. Though he felt some discontent, he had no choice but to accept it. In the early days of establishing the Tianming assassins, the original owner had not recruited any agents or intelligence networks aside from enlisting assassins. The business relied heavily on Chen Kuei as a broker for black market jobs, rendering its income stream rather passive. To break this deadlock, accumulating funds swiftly to enhance their scale was essential for growth and strength. "Is there a new task available?" With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing casually inquired, his tone betraying a barely concealed eagerness for profit. "I do have another black job at hand," Chen Kuei replied with a knowing smile. "However, the assassination target hails from a prestigious family, and I fear that you may find yourself outmatched." Gu Changqing remained noncommittal, asking, "What is their strength?" To him, as long as the assassination target was not an insurmountable martial expert, he believed that even bodyguards and protectors would not be inseparable from their charges. If one could capitalize on a flaw, there would always be an opportunity to exploit. "Peak of the Hotian realm," Chen Kuei stated, watching Gu Chaqing with a smile. "Are you truly considering taking on this job?" As a broker in the black market, he was not concerned about a lack of assassins willing to accept jobs. Rather, his primary consideration was whether the target could be successfully eliminated, as this would affect his standing with the employer. The Tianming assassins had long been labeled within this trade, typically relegated to lower-tier tasks. If there is money to be made, why not seize the opportunity? Gu Chaqing replied, a confident smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, emboldened by a sense of assurance. Due to the current prowess of the shadow spider, it now possesses strength comparable to that of a human cultivator at the late stage of development. At that time, transforming the hornet into a creature with the synergy of two poisonous insects executing assassination tasks should yield a considerable success rate. Very well, let us agree on this for now. Chen Kuei did not refuse. Responding solemnly, detailed information must await my subordinates to gather intelligence and verify before we can officially dispatch the task. The collection should be completed by tonight. You may wait in the shop. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing began to deliberate inwardly. The energy required to edit the Hornet was still short by 210 points. It was imperative to procure the spiritual materials swiftly before nightfall to prepare for the impending assassination operation. Since Boss Gu is inclined to accept the order, I must emphasize that, according to the rules, if the task is not completed on time, a penalty of threefold compensation will be incurred. Chen Kuei remarked with a hint of amusement. The remuneration for this clandestine job is 100,000 silver coins. Should the task fail, be prepared for potential ruin. Upon hearing the amount, Gu Changqing displayed no signs of excitement. The higher the sum, the greater the difficulty of the assassination target, indicating the presence of formidable protectors nearby. This sum, evidently, would not be easily obtained. Tonight, I shall have someone deliver the task order. Farewell. With that, Chen Kuei turned to leave. Wait a moment. Gu Changqing seemed to recall something and called out to him. Chapter 8. The Planning of the Assassin's Guild. What is the matter? Chen Kuei glanced back at Gu Chongqing and chuckled lightly. You are not considering backing out of the job we just discussed, are you? Of course. Before officially accepting the task, such behavior is indeed within the bounds of propriety. In business, cooperation and mutual benefit are paramount. I understand. This expression may seem quite diplomatic. Yet a hint of disdain was evident in his tone. Such a lowly assassin guild is indeed unreliable. Not necessarily. Gu Chongqing replied calmly. I merely wish to inquire which shop in the city sells the most authentic spiritual materials. Ah, I see. Chen Kuei smiled awkwardly. If you are looking to purchase spiritual materials, I recommend Tianbao Pavilion in the eastern district of the city. While it may not be top tier, the goods are genuine and have never been mixed with inferior products. Gu Chongqing silently noted the name of the shop and replied, Very well. I shall pay a visit shortly. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not impose further, Chen Kuei said with a broad smile. And he made no effort to linger. However, as he stepped out of the shop, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a cold sneer. Having just received 8,000 taels, this young man intends to squander it at Tianbao Pavilion? Excellent. Once he spends all his money, he will continue to serve as my pawn, earning me commissions. Gu Chongqing watched Chen Kuei's departing figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Having lived 2 lives, he was not oblivious to the other's intentions. Yet, given the current circumstances, he needed to utilize the other channels for profit. In due time, once the intelligence network of the Destiny Assassins Guild was established, he would expel this smiling tiger and save himself a portion of the commission. Subsequently, Gu Chongqing changed into plain clothes and exited the shop. Tianbao Pavilion was located in the eastern district. While he was in the west, the journey was not short. He surveyed his surroundings and approached a row of carriages waiting by the street. Get lost, you cur. If you dare take my spot again, I'll dismantle your rickety carriage. Zhang Chong was venting his frustrations on the hapless young man named Meng, who hails from the slums and often endures humiliation to avoid trouble. As Gu Chongqing approached, he could hear a commotion. A burly man with a beard was berating a young man in gray with evident disgust. In circles where profit is at stake, such bullying has become commonplace. Look, a customer has arrived. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing, several drivers brightened up and immediately rushed towards him with enthusiasm. But soon, under Zhang Chong's fierce glare, they all retreated, unwilling to solicit his patronage. Where would this esteemed guest like to go? My carriage is spacious and guarantees comfort, Zhang Chong said, flashing a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. However, Gu Chongqing paid him no mind and walked straight to the carriage of the young man in gray. Do you know the way to Tianbao Pavilion in the eastern district? Upon hearing Gu Chongqing's inquiry, Ming Jing's clear eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He quickly regained his composure and eagerly nodded. I know a shortcut in the nearby urban area that will allow us to arrive swiftly. Very well, then you shall be our guide, Gu Chongqing said, casting his gaze toward the carriage parked nearby. Although somewhat worn, it was impeccably clean. Younger brother, our custom dictates that the first to inquire is the one who is prioritized. I asked you first, Zhang Chong strode over, blocking Gu Chongqing's path. His face contorted with displeasure. Observing this, the nearby drivers exchanged knowing glances, recognizing Zhang Chong's frustration at not securing a fare. I possess the freedom to choose. Gu Chongqing replied coolly, impervious to Zhang Chong's tactics. Freedom, you say? I am keen to see how this lad will attract customers without a horse. Zhang Chong, enraged and humiliated, suddenly turned his ire towards Meng Jing, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He produced an iron rod and swung it viciously towards the head of the black horse. Gu Chongqing's expression darkened, but just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. In an instant, the black horse lifted its legs with lightning speed, and before Zhang Chong could react, he was sent flying. A resounding bang echoed as Zhang Chong crashed to the ground, curling up in agony and howling in pain. The sudden turn of events left the nearby drivers gasping in shock. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the horse typically used for pulling the carriage would exhibit such ferocity. Was that whistle a command issued by Meng Jing? Gu Chongqing's gaze fell upon Meng Jing, appraising him. This young man was tall and robust. Despite his seemingly honest demeanor, his earlier actions indicated he was no weakling. Indeed, the more unassuming and honest a person appears, the more one should avoid provoking them. Dr. Gu, you may board the carriage now, Meng Jing grinned at Gu Chongqing, disregarding the still crying Zhang Chong. Upon hearing himself addressed, Gu Chongqing did not give it much thought. After all, the Tianming Medical Clinic had been established in this neighborhood for nearly a year, and many were familiar with him. He swiftly moved and leaped onto the carriage. Go, Meng Jing commanded, pulling the reins as the black horse began to pull the carriage steadily forward. Gu Chongqing sat inside, observing the bustling crowd on the street, lost in contemplation. Although he could utilize the system's capabilities to transform monsters into assassins, the intelligence agency needed to infiltrate various circles, acting as spies to gather information. Moreover, it required a vast scale, ideally covering the entire Daong Empire to function effectively. Thus, the members of the intelligence team could only recruit humans, while the insectoid monsters would provide support from behind the scenes. He resolved to visit the black market another day to scout for suitable candidates. Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze, having formed a clear plan for the development of the assassin organization. Securing an agent of exceptional intellect would undoubtedly enhance his endeavors. After all, with his current resources and connections, establishing an intelligence organization was a daunting task indeed. A moment later, the carriage traversed a narrow alley, winding left and right, until it finally arrived at the western district of the city. Meng Jing brought the carriage to a halt and turned to say, "Boss, just ahead lies Tian Baofeng. With gratitude for his service, the fare is 5 taels of silver." Gu Chongqing handed over a silver ingot, weighing a substantial 20 taels. "Wait for me outside for a moment. I've hired your carriage for the day." Meng Jing gazed down at the heavy silver in his hands, his face alight with excitement. After months of pulling the cart, this was the first time he had received such a generous reward. When he looked up again, he saw Gu Chongqing had already entered the establishment known as Tian Baofeng. Chapter 9: The Second Monster. Upon stepping through the threshold of the shop, Gu Chongqing was immediately enveloped in a subtle aura of spiritual energy. The shelves were laden with an array of jars and bottles, predominantly filled with elixirs designed to invigorate and replenish one's vitality. On another rack, various wild spiritual materials were displayed, though they were of a lower grade. Their prices were anything but modest. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" The shop assistant approached with a beaming smile. "I shall take a look first." Gu Chongqing surveyed the surroundings, attentively sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from each material, in search of options that offered greater value. After all, the acquisition of energy was primarily dependent on the concentration of spiritual energy, rather than mere rarity. Rich in aura and reasonably priced were his preferred choices. Viewing is permitted, but touching is strictly forbidden. The shop assistant interjected as Gu Chongqing reached for a spiritual ginseng. His eyes filled with disdain as he assessed Gu Chongqing, yet another penniless warrior who merely glanced without intention to purchase. How tiresome. Remaining silent, Gu Chongqing continued to observe the spiritual materials on the shelves, comparing them one by one. The assistant trailed behind, his impatience gradually surfacing. "What exactly do you require? If you do not intend to buy, please do not waste my time." He crossed his arms, clearly disinterested in further hospitality. "Did I ever say I wouldn't buy?" Gu Chongqing's gaze shifted to the assistant, his icy demeanor causing the latter to avert his eyes, unable to meet his stare. "Very well. What do you wish to purchase?" The assistant cleared his throat, shifting his tone. "Spirit stones," Gu Chongqing replied calmly. After careful consideration, he concluded that spirit stones were indeed the most cost-effective choice. Typically, spirit stones are primarily utilized by warriors for energy cultivation, lacking the restorative properties that elixirs possess, which often inflate their prices. Thus, in terms of spiritual concentration, spirit stones undoubtedly offered the best value. "We currently have only inferior spirit stones, priced at 100 taels of silver each. How many would you like?" the assistant stated, casually retrieving 5 or 6 stones from the display. Based on Gu Chongqing's earlier scrutiny of the materials, he assumed that his financial capacity was limited to the handful he had just presented. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Chongqing raised a single finger. "One? You dare to buy just one?" The assistant scoffed, looking down at Gu Chongqing with an air of superiority. "That is not correct." Gu Chongqing shook his finger, responding coolly. 10. The assistant's brow furrowed slightly. "Continue guessing," Gu Chongqing said nonchalantly. "Since you lack patience, we shall take our time. Could it be 100? The assistant's voice was laced with incredulity, his disbelief palpable. "It seems that, given your capabilities, your perspective is quite limited." Gu Chongqing lowered his hand, coldly stating, "I desire 1,000. "What did you say?" The assistant's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at Gu Chongqing. "You wish to purchase 1,000 inferior spirit stones." To comprehend the worth of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, one must realize it equates to an astonishing value of 100,000 silver coins. This sum far exceeds the boundaries of his imagination. To suggest that he could labor for a decade and still struggle to amass such wealth is a gross understatement. Given your earlier demeanor, I find myself disinclined to purchase now. Gu Changqing offered a cold smile and turned to leave. Such a level of service is hardly worthy of my patronage. TSK, if you lack the funds, simply admit it instead of resorting to such pretentious theatrics. The shop assistant began to mock him, having seen many attempts at feigned wealth. Esteemed guest, please wait. Suddenly, a prolonged call echoed from behind. A middle-aged man, sporting a prominent mustache, hurried to the door and intercepted Gu Changqing. I sincerely apologize for the inadequate service you received earlier, he said, bowing earnestly and profusely expressing his regrets. This man was undoubtedly of considerable means. It was imperative not to let him slip away, whether his wealth was genuine or not. What harm could come from offering an apology? Shopkeeper, this fellow is merely a pretender, a pauper who only looks but does not buy. You needn't concern yourself with him. The shop assistant declared with conviction. My judgment of character is impeccable, and you, however, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed across his face. Nonsense. Our establishment has always upheld the principle of customer priority, whether one merely observes or intends to purchase. All are esteemed guests. The shopkeeper's face flushed with indignation as he rebuked the assistant. Effective immediately, you are dismissed. Get out. Stunned, the assistant momentarily faltered but quickly retorted defiantly. Dismiss me if you wish, but I shall see how this fellow pays you 100,000 silver coins. With that, he positioned himself outside the door, fixing his gaze intently on Gu Changqing, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. If this man failed to produce the money, perhaps there would still be an opportunity for him to redeem himself. Esteemed guest, are you satisfied with the resolution of this matter? The shopkeeper inquired with a beaming smile, wholly embodying the principles of his family's business ethics. This is your establishment's management, and it bears no relevance to me, Gu Changqing responded nonchalantly. The dismissal of a shop assistant was of no concern to him. What truly mattered were the spirit stones and their price. Indeed, our service today has been lacking. How about a 10% discount for you? Would that be agreeable? The shopkeeper, evidently adept at gauging sentiments, struck a chord with Gu Changqing. The price of spirit stones had long been transparent in the market, and a 10% discount represented the lowest possible rate. If acceptable, 1,000 spirit stones would only require 90,000 silver coins. The shopkeeper smiled warmly, a fair exchange, payment upon delivery. Outside, the shop assistant scoffed. You think he will actually pay? Dream on. With a casual motion, Gu Changqing revealed a substantial stack of silver notes from his storage ring, each note amounting to 1,000 taels. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with excitement, wishing he could immediately deliver another resounding slap to the shop assistant. Today, I nearly missed the opportunity to encounter the wealthy patron. What a close call. Amidst the thrill of the moment, he noticed the shopkeeper still standing at the door, now rendered speechless in astonishment. Without uttering a word, he strode forward and delivered a resounding slap. Do not let me see you again. Get as far away as you can. The shopkeeper, trembling with fear, scurried away, disappearing from sight. Who would dare offend a person capable of producing 90,000 silver coins in an instant? If not now, then when to flee? After completing the transaction, Gu Changqing found his finances exceedingly strained. The silver he had extracted from Zhu Dafu the previous night had been nearly squandered on the purchase of spirit stones. As he stored a box of spirit stones into his storage ring, he abruptly transformed them all. Ding, transformation successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired 1,000 energy points. He then opened the system panel and swiftly began to edit the hornet monster. Ding, consuming 500 energy points. The monster is now being edited. Congratulations. The host has successfully created a B-type monster. Please name it. Tiger Hornet, he casually declared, and a luminous panel promptly appeared before him. Chapter 10. The Colorful Honey Pills, Tiger Bee Master, Gu Changqing Level, Intermediate Combat Assessment, Post-Acquisition Realm Attack Skill, Venomous Sting Critical Hit Innate Ability. The tail sting possesses toxins, capable of producing colorful honey pills and transforming into a humanoid monster. To upgrade to a higher rank, 1,000 energy points are required. At the bottom of the panel, there are two illustrations. To the left is a dark red tiger-headed bee, robust limbs and powerful, with its two sharp, curved fangs resembling pincers. Particularly striking is the tail's venomous stinger, which gleams with a chilling light. The illustration on the right undoubtedly depicts the monster form of the tiger bee. Its powerful physique retains some characteristics of the insectoid race, featuring 2 pairs of wings on its back, while its tail, akin to that of a python, extends from its lower back, accompanied by a long, sharp stinger. The overall form exudes an imposing aura, instilling fear in those who behold it. Indeed, the male insectoid monster appears even more formidable and majestic. Gu Changqing's gaze flickered, and he couldn't help but admire silently. He then turned his attention to the innate ability listed on the panel, calling up the information regarding colorful honey pills. Colorful honey pills can be crafted from the pollen of spiritual plants, possessing detoxifying, healing, and beautifying properties. Gu Changqing gazed at the information on the panel, his heart brimming with excitement. This ability is truly comparable to that of an alchemist. Dear guest, do you require any other spiritual materials? Seeing Gu Changqing in silence, the shopkeeper approached enthusiastically. I need some pollen from spiritual plants, Gu Changqing replied, adding, any variety will suffice, but the price must be the lowest. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly. Generally speaking, spiritual plant pollen is primarily used in alchemy. In addition to harmonizing the effects of elixirs, it can also serve as a flavoring and coloring agent. Could this individual also be an alchemist? The shopkeeper scrutinized Gu Changqing for a few moments before saying, our shop has a type of cold spirit flower pollen, but the stock is limited, approximately half a pound. If you wish to purchase it, it will cost you 3,000 taels. Gu Changqing decisively responded, that will do. I will take it all. With that, he emptied his entire savings from his storage ring, gathering exactly 3,000 taels of silver. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy as he promptly retrieved a vial and handed it to Gu Changqing. Upon opening it, he found it filled with a light blue powder, exuding a fragrant aroma. Gu Changqing turned around, his back to the shopkeeper, and discreetly summoned the tiger bee. Tiger bee, absorb the pollen to produce colorful honey pills. Upon receiving the command, the tiger bee swiftly dove into the vial, consuming the powder with remarkable speed. Within a few breaths, the pollen in the vial was nearly exhausted. Immediately afterward, a system prompt resonated in Gu Changqing's mind. Beep, sufficient pollen has been collected by the tiger bee. Would you like to refine colorful honey pills? Each time, 5 colorful honey pills can be produced, requiring 100 energy points. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing was taken aback. He had initially assumed that providing pollen would directly yield the colorful honey pills. Unexpectedly, there were additional charges. This bore a striking resemblance to the charging model prevalent in the previous world. Even with a network connection established, the prospect of watching movies for free was utterly unattainable. One must first subscribe to VIP and replenish their wallet monthly. Truly, this system was a voracious beast. Gu Changqing could not help but silently express his disdain. He then checked his energy value, which remained at a plentiful 790 points. With this in mind, Gu Changqing did not hesitate and mentally intoned, refine. Ding. Congratulations. Your tiger bee has successfully refined 5 rainbow honey pills. Gu Changqing felt a surge of excitement and immediately took out one of the rainbow honey pills, curiously observing it between his fingers. It was perfectly round, roughly the size of a grain of rice, adorned with vibrant colors and exuding a faint floral aroma. A whiff of it was enough to uplift one's spirits. Its appearance was satisfactory, yet its size was rather diminutive. Gazing at the tiny rainbow honey pill, Gu Changqing felt a tinge of disappointment. The quantity seemed insufficient to even fill the gaps between his teeth. What could its effects be, he pondered. After a brief contemplation, he decided to taste it. The flavor was sweet, and, upon contact with his tongue, it melted into strands of energy that swiftly coursed through his entire being, purging years of accumulated impurities. Furthermore, this energy was remarkably gentle, in stark contrast to the frenzied nature of traditional elixirs or their toxic residues. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changqing appeared as though he had undergone a rejuvenating beauty treatment. His complexion became rosy, and his skin smooth and refined. Even the hidden injuries from his past cultivation were entirely healed. Such miraculous effects were truly akin to a divine remedy. As the impurities within him were eradicated, Gu Changqing noticed a marked acceleration in the flow of his vital energy, akin to a raging torrent that fervently refined his meridians. The several acupoints that had long eluded him were suddenly breached by this revitalized energy. Bang! The innate martial artist had emerged. Gu Changqing inhaled deeply, sensing a qualitative leap in his bodily functions, with his vital energy surging abundantly. A whirlwind of energy uncontrollably radiated from him, sweeping through the surroundings and causing the jars on the shelves to tremble slightly. What was happening? The sudden gust of energy startled the shopkeeper, who looked around in astonishment. Gu Changqing, with a quick mental command, reined in the tumultuous energy within him. He then glanced down at the remaining 4 rainbow honey pills in his hand, detecting a promising opportunity. Many medicinal herbs possess the ability to detoxify and heal, but none could rival the remarkable beauty-enhancing effects of these pills, which could easily eclipse any skincare product. The key was their delightful flavor, unlike the bitter and difficult-to-swallow traditional elixirs. If introduced to the market, they would likely garner immense admiration from affluent ladies. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing turned to the shopkeeper with a smile and said, "I have a few pills that can detoxify, heal wounds, and enhance beauty. Would you be interested in acquiring them?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper could not help but feel intrigued. "Show me what you have." Gu Changqing opened his palm, revealing 4 rainbow honey pills. "What? Just these tiny things?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the shopkeeper's eyes. Had it not been for Gu Changqing's recent lavish expenditure within the establishment, he would have been inclined to unleash a torrent of invective. Typically, medicinal pills are no larger than a fingertip. If the quantity is insufficient, they hold little efficacy when measured against the human form, much like the stark comparison between a spoonful and a bowl of food. Yet, at present, even the combined total of these diminutive pills scarcely amounts to half that of a standard remedy. Though small in size, their potency is undeniably formidable. Name your price." Gu Changqing replied with an air of nonchalance. "Should you find it challenging to propose a price, I am willing to leave them with you on consignment." The shopkeeper regarded Gu Changqing with a strange expression. Did this lad truly believe himself to be a valued customer, attempting to peddle such wares for acquisition by this establishment? Absurd. The shopkeeper inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil within. "I regret to inform you that your pills do not meet our purchasing criteria. Please seek another establishment." With that, he turned away to tidy the materials on the shelves, feigning busyness, clearly conveying a desire for the visitor to depart. Ah, what a delightful fragrance! At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in red paused at the entrance, unable to resist inhaling the scent deeply. Her nostrils flared as she followed the aroma into the shop. Her enchanting eyes suddenly fixed upon the colorful honey pills held by Gu Changqing. Such diminutive pills possess such a unique fragrance. Lu Riyun scrutinized them closely, whispering her admiration. The colors intertwine harmoniously, devoid of any discord. There is also a refreshing floral scent. It must have been crafted using the pollen of the cold spirit flower. Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the woman's keen sense of smell, discerning the ingredients of the colorful honey pills solely by their aroma. At last, he had encountered someone with an eye for quality. Chapter 11. Worth a fortune. Gu Changqing turned his gaze and beheld a woman in a red dress. Her skin as smooth as jade, and her beauty striking. The form-fitting crimson gown accentuated her graceful figure with exquisite precision, exuding an air of sophistication and strength, akin to that of a powerful woman. The sight was somewhat familiar. Ah, she was Manager Lu from Jihai Pavilion. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly recognized Lu Ruyun's identity, his heart filled with astonishment. He discreetly observed Lu Ruyun, noting her perfectly proportioned figure, ample where it should be and slender where it ought to be, devoid of any excess, truly a rare beauty, as rumored. "Shopkeeper, are these little pills new products in your store?" Lu Ruyun inquired, her gaze shifting to the shopkeeper, curiosity evident in her voice. "What are their effects?" The shopkeeper's spirits were instantly lifted. Anything that attracted the attention of such a distinguished figure could not be ordinary. It seemed that these colorful pills had potential. "Miss Lu, you truly possess discerning eyes," he replied, quickly donning a smile and flattering her. "These pills are indeed our store's latest offerings. Though small in size, they have the remarkable abilities of detoxification, healing, and beautifying." He promptly recounted the benefits that Gu Changqing had mentioned earlier. "Oh, they can even enhance beauty?" Lu Ruyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, aroused by the prospect. A woman's desire for beauty is often insatiable, and even at over 30. She found it hard to resist such temptation. "Young sir, is it true that these pills possess such extraordinary properties?" Lu Ruyun asked Gu Changqing, who paused momentarily. It was clear that she mistook him for a customer interested in purchasing the colorful honey pills, eager to discern their authenticity. Gu Changqing smiled casually. "Words alone cannot suffice. If you are interested, why not taste it yourself? As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with the child." Although he was unfamiliar with Lu Ruyun, to promote the colorful honey pills, he had no choice but to offer one for free. "Very well, I shall not be polite then. Upon hearing she could taste it for free, Lu Ruyun accepted graciously, smiling warmly at Gu Chaqing. She reached out, took a colorful honey pill, yet did not consume it immediately. With her slender fingers, she exuded a wisp of vital energy, swiftly inscribing an enigmatic rune in the air. The intricate lines shimmered with a blue light, enveloping the colorful honey pill in her palm, seemingly testing for any toxins within. A rune master? Gu Chaqing's expression subtly shifted upon witnessing this. In this realm, practitioners varied widely, and rune masters were among them. Those who could manipulate vital energy to inscribe runes could cast spells, often surpassing melee warriors of the same level. However, the threshold for mastering runes was exceedingly high, requiring both intellect and financial resources. After a thorough examination, Lu Ruyun evidently relaxed her guard and gently placed the colorful honey pill in her mouth. It dissolved instantly, flooding her palate with a delightful fragrance. What a sweet and refreshing flavor. Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but emit a soft sigh. It was as if she had been struck by some form of stimulation, her complexion suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. To her astonishment, the medicinal liquid melting in her mouth was akin to a myriad of flowers blooming, its flavor exquisitely profound. Soon after, the effects of the seven-colored honey pill rapidly dissipated within her body. Her already well-maintained skin became even more taut and smooth under the nourishment of the medicine, radiating a rosy glow. Remarkably, the fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were completely smoothed away. Her overall appearance seemed to have rejuvenated by more than a decade. Feeling the significant transformation within herself, Lu Ruyun hastily retrieved a copper mirror from her storage ring. Gazing at her reflection, an unmistakable surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. What on earth? This small pill is truly miraculous. The shopkeeper, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with incredulity. If it were anyone else, he might suspect that Gu Chaqing and Lu Ruyun were colluding in a scam. However, the woman before him was no ordinary person. There was no need for such petty tricks. She was not only the manager of the Jinai Pavilion auction house, but also a top-tier appraiser with a discerning eye. I must seize this opportunity, the shopkeeper thought rapidly. If I can acquire these pills and then sell them to Lu Ruyun, I could make a handsome profit. With this in mind, he quickly approached Gu Chaqing while Lu Ruyun was still admiring her beauty, whispering, "Esteemed guest, I wish to purchase all 3 of those pills you hold. In the future, whatever quantity you have, I will buy. I assure you, the price will be to your satisfaction." Gu Chaqing regarded the shopkeeper's eager demeanor without uttering much. He was indifferent to who the buyer was. His primary concern lay with the monetary aspect. "This amount," the shopkeeper said, extending 2 fingers, "for 3 pills, how about 2,000 silver?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing began calculating silently. The cost of the spiritual plant pollen was 3,000, and the expense of refining the 7-colored honey pills was 100 energy points, equating to 10,000 taels. This meant the cost price was 13,000. Although only 3 pills remained, the offered price of 2,000 was sheerly unprofitable. Gu Chaqing's expression darkened, even to the point of disregarding a response. 5,000. No, 1,000. Seeing Gu Chaqing's indifference, the shopkeeper hurriedly raised his offer again. However, at that moment, Lu Ruyun had regained her composure and discerned the situation. "These 7-colored pills, could they possibly belong to you?" she inquired curiously, gazing at Gu Chaqing. Gu Chaqing nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed, this pill is called the 7-colored honey pill." "What a poetic name for a medicine," Lu Ruyun remarked, her beautiful eyes blinking in approval. She then retrieved a silver note from her storage ring, stating, "Having consumed one of your 7-colored honey pills, here is the payment for the medicine. I wonder if this will suffice?" Gu Chaqing cast a glance and was taken aback to see a substantial note of 10,000. It was worth noting that the cost of 5 7-colored honey pills was merely 13,000. Lu Ruyun had only consumed 1, yet she offered a sum of 10,000. Removing the costs, it is indeed a lucrative deal. Enough said. Gu Chaqing graciously accepted and took the banknote. The shopkeeper standing by was left in a stupor, unable to fathom that such a diminutive pill could be worth so much. Just moments ago, he had offered 10,000 for 3 of them, a notion that now seemed utterly delusional. "I am the manager of the Golden Sea Pavilion and also an appraiser of treasures." Lu Ruyun gazed at Gu Chaqing, smiling as she remarked, "Though the colorful honey pill is small, it possesses a unique charm. If you wish to secure a fair price, I recommend bringing it to our auction house at the Golden Sea Pavilion. The profits will undoubtedly be higher." Observing the imminent loss of business, the shopkeeper felt anxious. Yet due to his apprehension regarding Lu Ruyun's background, He could only watch silently, refraining from interjecting. An auction house, you say? Gu Changqing's mind stirred. At this moment, he was in dire need of funds, and the prospect of selling the colorful honey pill at a high price was one he could hardly refuse. The Golden Sea Pavilion happens to have an auction tomorrow evening. If you are interested, you can bring these colorful honey pills for appraisal and auction, Lu Ruyun asserted confidently. With the support of our Golden Sea Pavilion, I can assure you that it will fetch a price exceeding 10,000. Gu Changqing nodded with a smile, indicating his acceptance of the invitation. If he could leverage the auction house for publicity, he would have no worries about selling the colorful honey pills at a favorable price in the future. Very well, it is settled then, Lu Ruyun replied, her face brightening with joy. She had been concerned about attracting a female clientele for the auction, and the unique colorful honey pills would perfectly fill that gap. The shopkeeper, watching the collaboration unfold, was filled with mixed emotions. Had he not dismissed those small pills earlier and acted swiftly to close a deal with Gu Changqing, he would undoubtedly have profited handsomely at the Golden Sea Pavilion auction tomorrow. Alas, it was now a lost opportunity. I was blind, I was foolish, how I lament. With this thought, the shopkeeper silently pounded his chest in frustration, filled with regret. Chapter 12. The first aristocracy. As Gu Changqing emerged from Tianbao Fang, Meng Jing, who had been waiting by the roadside, immediately approached with a horse-drawn carriage. Dr. Gu, where shall we head next? To Tianming Medical Hall. Gu Changqing replied as he took his seat in the carriage, his mind not wandering elsewhere. News regarding the assassination task he had scheduled with Chen Kuei was expected today, and he could not afford to miss it. You are indeed a physician, Lu Ruyun remarked, appearing beside the carriage, her gaze fixed on Gu Changqing with a gentle smile. Gu Changqing, with a playful tone, responded, if you ever feel unwell, do not hesitate to visit Tianming Medical Hall. We specialize in treating gynecological ailments free of charge. Lu Ruyun chuckled lightly at his words. No need for that. I just consumed a colorful honey pill, and I am now immune to all ailments. Her enchanting eyes lingered on Gu Changqing's youthful and handsome visage, finding him increasingly amusing. By the way, here is a VIP card for Jinhai Pavilion. You may enter the auction house without an appointment, she said, her lips pursed as she produced a golden card. Gu Changqing's eyes brightened. It was pure gold. We shall meet again tomorrow night, he said as they bid farewell, watching Lu Ruyun elegantly mount a luxurious carriage and depart. Dr. Gu, you are truly impressive to know Lu Zone 1 of Jinhai Pavilion, Meng Jing remarked with admiration. She is the daughter of the Lu family, the foremost aristocracy of the Daong Empire. The foremost aristocracy? Gu Changqing's expression momentarily froze, taken aback by the woman's impressive background. So, I have inadvertently aligned myself with a wealthy heiress. It was said that Lu Ruyun was dedicated to commerce and had little regard for romantic entanglements, having rejected countless suitors from noble families. Meng Jing, seemingly lost in Lu Ruyun's beauty, continued to extol her virtues. Indeed, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. It is a pity that the Lu family is now seeking to connect with the imperial family through marriage. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing cast a curious glance at Meng Jing. How does a coachman like you know so much? Meng Jing grinned. I have a brother who enjoys gathering tidbits of information. I learned this from him. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Changqing inquired, what does he do? Meng Jing paused for a moment before revealing, to be honest, my brother specializes in trading information on the black market for profit. However, he has recently faced malicious competition and lost his income, so he is staying with me for the time being. Intrigued, Gu Changqing felt a spark of interest. He was currently struggling to establish an intelligence network for his assassination endeavors. If he could recruit that brother, it would undoubtedly alleviate many of his concerns. Convey a message to your brother. I have a lucrative opportunity to introduce him to. If he is interested, he may visit me at Tianming Medical Hall, Gu Changqing said, his gaze fixed on Meng Jing with significance. As for the nature of the opportunity, I trust you have gleaned some insight from his words regarding what Tianming Medical Hall entails. A flicker of apprehension crossed Meng Jing's face as he avoided Gu Changqing's gaze. I understand. I will speak to him about it when I return. Meng Jing responded in a low voice, then fell silent, guiding the horse cart forward towards the eastern part of the city. Along the way, during a casual conversation, Gu Changqing learned that his companion's brother was named Fang Baiyu. The two had been orphans since childhood, living in the impoverished slums of the city, lacking even the most basic identification. You are still quite young. You could learn a trade, Gu Changqing suggested. At least your future would be better than merely pulling a cart. Meng Jing shook his head, a smile spreading across his face. The skills for survival are merely a necessity of life. My true aspiration lies in cultivating martial arts. As he spoke of his ideals, his eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. Gu Changqing observed Meng Jing's broad and sturdy back, recognizing that his physique was indeed well suited for martial training. However, the path of martial cultivation requires not only talent but also resources. Without the means to purchase even the basic materials for body refinement, how could one hope to train? Get out of the way. Move aside. Quickly. After traveling a short distance, a sudden commotion erupted at the street ahead. Gu Changqing lifted his gaze to see the crowd parting like a tide, as a magnificent steed, dragging an ornate carriage, galloped wildly towards them. Any pedestrian in its path was violently knocked down, leaving chaos in its wake. This is terrible. Meng Jing furrowed his brow, realizing that the rampaging horse was about to collide with them, leaving no room for escape. With a sharp gaze, he swiftly drew a long whip from his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, the whip lashed out like a serpent. With a crack, the whip sliced through the air, striking the horse squarely on the head. There was a loud thud as the horse, suddenly losing control, crashed to the ground along with the carriage. Impressive, Gu Changqing thought to himself, silently admiring his companion's skill. What is going on? An enraged voice emerged from within the carriage. Young master, someone has blocked our path and injured the horse. The coachman limped over to report, his demeanor submissive. Which lowly commoner dares to obstruct my carriage? The door swung open, revealing a brooding young man clad in luxurious garments, glaring furiously at Meng Jing. I was merely acting in self-defense. Had the horse collided with us, the consequences would have been far worse, Meng Jing replied, exasperated. I can compensate you for the damages to your carriage. Compensate? The young man scoffed. This horse is the finest breed in the capital, the blood-red steed. Do you truly think a poor cart driver like you could afford such a price? At that moment, a dozen followers appeared, riding black horses and clad in leather armor. Clearly high-ranking bodyguards from a wealthy family, all possessing formidable skills. If compensation is to be considered, know that I am not lacking in wealth, the young man said, his gaze turning sinister as he fixed his eyes on Meng Jing. Kneel before me, apologize, and then gouge out your own eyes. Only then will this matter be settled. The onlookers on the street exchanged sympathetic glances, their eyes filled with pity for Meng Jing. It is one thing to bow in submission and admit one's mistakes, but to demand the removal of one's own eyes is utterly merciless. Moreover, that wretched individual seated in the carriage, he should immediately disembark at once. Although Gu Changqing remained expressionless upon hearing the young man in brocade's harsh rebuke, he discreetly summoned the Tiger Bee to establish an information network for the Assassination Guild. It was imperative to secure the introduction of Fang Baiyu through Meng Jing. Thus, it was essential to preserve him at all costs. Buzzing. The Tiger Bee darted through the carriage window, swiftly soaring above the street, its crimson eyes fixated on the brocade-clad youth and his companions below, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 13. Spider, shall we join forces? This individual exudes an air of dominance. Who exactly is he? He does not appear to be from one of the esteemed families within the city, suggesting he is an outsider. It is utterly audacious for a foreigner to rampage through our Qingzhou city. Observe the guards accompanying him. Their lineage must be quite substantial. On the street, the onlookers whispered among themselves, casting wary glances at the elegantly dressed youth and his entourage. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing, utilizing the shared vision of the Tiger Bee, swiftly assessed the adversaries' numbers. Although the more than 10 guards were all at the acquired realm, they posed little threat. The only figure that captured his attention was the man in black, who stood beside the elegantly dressed youth. This man bore a long sword on his back and emanated an aura of icy coldness, his strength undoubtedly surpassing the innate realm. I intended to grant you an opportunity to plead for mercy, but it appears you are not worthy of such a fortune. The elegantly dressed youth glared coldly at Meng Jing, then turned to the unmoved Gu Changqing within the carriage, feeling his dignity had been insulted. What are you still dawdling for? Bring them down for me. Whatever happens, this young master will bear the consequences. Upon hearing the youth's command, the guards immediately surrounded the carriage where Gu Changqing sat. Their movements were synchronized, imbued with a chilling intent, reminiscent of well-trained soldiers. Meng Jing's expression darkened. His previously guileless demeanor now revealed a fierce glint. Gu doctor, brace yourself. Meng Jing barked, yanking the reins forcefully, and his black horse swiftly turned the carriage around with remarkable coordination. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the carriage seemed to drift along the street as it sped away. Hurry and pursue them. The elegantly dressed youth shouted in a fit of rage. The guards promptly drew their weapons and rode after them. Li Chao, you too, especially that coachman. He must die. The youth directed his gaze toward the man in black beside him. He believed that with Li Chao as pinnacle innate prowess, it would not take long for him to intercept the carriage. My duty is to ensure the young master's safety. Without leaving his side, Li Chao replied, his expression impassive and voice low. This is the family head's command. I hope for your understanding. The elegantly dressed youth frowned, but chose not to press further. On the bustling street, Meng Jing urged his black horse into a frenzied gallop, the carriage rattling violently, producing creaking sounds. The guards relentlessly pursued from behind, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Tiger B, obstruct those fellows. Gu Changqing glanced back and issued his command. The Tiger Bee, circling above the street, immediately dove down, its tail quivering slightly as a barrage of venomous stingers shot forth, striking the horses of the pursuers. The horses let out anguished cries, collapsing to the ground, their eyes rolling back. After the successful ambush, the Tiger Bee swiftly ascended to the sky, trailing closely behind the carriage. What is happening? A sudden ambush caught the guards off guard as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings, utterly astonished. A poison needle? One sharp-eyed guard noticed the venomous spike embedded in the horse's leg and promptly extracted it, examining it with curiosity. Such a minuscule dart possessed such potent toxicity. The guard furrowed his brow, speaking in a tone laced with apprehension. The adversary is undoubtedly a master of toxins. We must not pursue further. The protection of the young master is paramount. Tiger B, return. After confirming that the assailants had ceased their chase, Gu Changqing summoned Tiger Bee back into the confines of the system space. Were it not for the daylight being unsuitable for bloodshed, he would have considered allowing Tiger Bee to harvest a wave of energy points. However, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, he chose to refrain. Dr. Gu, was it you who intervened just now? Meng Jing inquired, sensing the situation behind them and unable to suppress his curiosity. Gu Changqing remained silent, neither affirming nor denying the question. Dr. Gu, you are truly remarkable. With a single strike, you dispatched so many skilled pursuers. Meng Jing's eyes flickered with admiration, and he remarked, Fang Baiyu is right. You are certainly not an ordinary physician, but rather, at this juncture, he seemed to realize something and quickly closed his mouth. But rather a cold-blooded assassin, Gu Changqing interjected, unabashedly completing the thought. Since it was likely that their adversaries were already aware of his identity, revealing it now bore little consequence. My heavens, is this truly what I am hearing? Meng Jing felt a tremor in his heart, his expression tense and uncertain as to how to respond. It is well known that assassins are typically meticulous about their own identities. Exposure could lead to lethal consequences. That scoundrel Fang Baiyu, why did he share so much gossip with me in the first place? Meng Jing's heart raced, even contemplating the notion of fleeing on horseback. Do not be alarmed. My willingness to be candid implies that I have no fear of your knowledge, Gu Changqing remarked nonchalantly. I am in urgent need of individuals to gather intelligence. Your brother possesses considerable potential. Be sure to convey my intentions to him tonight. Why yes, Meng Jing stammered, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Additionally, I require transportation. I would like to hire your carriage for the entire day at a rate of 2,000 silver coins per month. What do you say? Gu Changqing found Meng Jing to be quite straightforward and immediately extended an olive branch. If he could recruit him, Fang Baiyu, valuing their brotherly bond, would likely be more amenable. 2,000? Meng Jing's eyes lit up instantaneously. This sum exceeded his earnings from pulling carts for half a year. Doctor, are you serious? His tone reflected disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. Absolutely, Gu Changqing replied with a gentle smile. If you are unwilling, that is perfectly acceptable. No, I am willing. From now on, I shall be your dedicated coachman. Wherever you wish to go will pose no problem. Meng Jing eagerly agreed, his face brimming with excitement. With the promise of money, he could purchase spiritual materials to enhance his physique. Remaining steadfast at the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm, one harbors the hope of transcending into the postnatal stage. Rest assured, Dr. Gu today, by any means necessary, even if it requires binding him with ropes, I shall bring that scoundrel Fang Baiyu to the Destiny Medical Pavilion, Meng Jing declared with fervent conviction. Thumping his chest, a smile graced Gu Changqing's lips, his spirits lifted. The 2,000 silver coins not only secured a carriage driver, but might also facilitate the establishment of an intelligence network. Such expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Upon arriving at the Destiny Medical Pavilion, Meng Jing hastened directly to the slums. Hu Feng, keep watch at the entrance, Gu Chaqing instructed, opting not to return to the shop just yet, but rather to head towards a nearby eatery. Perhaps due to his recent breakthrough into the innate realm, his body craved replenishment, and he felt a gnawing hunger. Following his command, Hu Feng swiftly darted to the entrance of the Destiny Medical Pavilion, taking on the role of a sentry. Master, may I summon Zhu Zhu to join us? Hu Feng inquired telepathically, seemingly bored. Not a chance. I only accompany my master. The icy voice of Ying Zhu resonated in Gu Changqing's mind. Very well, the master is indeed more significant than I, Hu Feng replied with a hint of melancholy. Gu Changqing smiled softly, shaking his head at the mental exchange between his two pets. Due to the infusion of his own blood into their essence, their intelligence had awakened. Such a mode of communication, after all, was not entirely surprising. Chapter 14. Locking onto the prey upon entering the restaurant, Gu Changqing ordered an array of signature dishes, indulging in the meal with great fervor. As he ate, he intermittently monitored the situation at the Destiny Medical Hall through the perspective of the Hu Feng. He noticed a line of patients gradually forming outside, making it impossible to discern who among them might be Chun Kuei's subordinates. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, Gu Changqing prepared to settle the bill and depart. At that moment, a group of individuals stormed into the restaurant, brazenly seizing the best tables. It was them. A fleeting glance revealed that they were the same ruffians who had clashed with him earlier on the street. Fortunately, he had been concealed within the carriage, obscured by curtains, and thus had not been recognized. Those two lowly wretches had better pray they do not cross paths with me again. Otherwise, plucking their eyes and breaking their legs would be a mere trifle. The young man in ornate attire occupied the principal seat, his expression dark as he slammed his palm upon the table, causing the teacups to rattle. His visit to Qingzhou City had not yet yielded success, and he had already incurred a loss of over a dozen warhorses. This misfortune was exceedingly hard to swallow. Master, you have recently attracted the attention of individuals from the black market. While you are out, do not act too ostentatiously, advised Li Chao, a swordsman of peak innate realm, standing beside him. With you, a master swordsman of the pinnacle innate realm, at my side, what have I to fear? The young man scoffed. Are you suggesting that I am afraid? Li Chao slightly bowed. Master, your words are too heavy. After settling the bill, Gu Changqing cast a discreet glance before striding out of the restaurant. He fervently hoped that Meng Jing would not arrive at the Destiny Medical Hall too soon. Otherwise, they would find themselves as enemies on a narrow path. With more than a dozen postnatal realm martial artists, coupled with a peak innate realm swordsman, confronting them head-on would prove exceedingly challenging. Dr. Gu is here. As Gu Changqing approached the entrance of the medical hall, the patients waiting in line surged toward him. Most of these individuals hailed from the slums. Although the original owner had concealed his identity as a killer behind the guise of a medical practitioner, he had occasionally treated patients for a modest fee, albeit with mediocre medical skills. Thus, the majority of his patients were indeed the impoverished. However, for Gu Changqing, a modern military doctor from the 21st century, the situation was undeniably different. Please do not crowd. Take a number and line up, one at a time, he instructed as he opened the door, distributing small wooden tokens to the patients. Among them, one individual caught his attention. The man appeared gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his strides were steady, entirely unlike those of an ailing person. It seemed he was the one sent by Chun Kuei to convey the mission's information. As their gazes met, Gu Changqing confirmed his suspicion and handed the last patient token to the slender man. The gaunt man subtly nodded, understanding without words. After distributing the tokens, Gu Changqing donned his physician's garb and earnestly began attending to the patients in turn, prescribing remedies. In this world, abundant in spiritual energy, ailments were primarily caused by wind and cold, in stark contrast to the myriad of viruses on Earth in his previous life. For Gu Changqing, this was merely a modest trial of his abilities. In the span of merely half an hour, he had successfully attended to over 20 patients. The last of them, a gaunt man, finally approached Gu Changqing. Dr. Gu, this prescription was sent by Boss Chun. I kindly request your diagnosis. With no one around, the slender man produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he focused on the contents of the paper. Target: Martin Yu, age 25, strength, mid-stage, acquired realm identity, scion of the Ma family, background, nobility of the De Yong dynasty, capital, personal guard, 15, acquired realm warriors. 1 is a peak innate realm swordsman named Li Chao. Recent activity location: traveling to Qingzhou City. Invited to the auction at Jinhai Pavilion on the night of the 9th of this month at 8 o'clock. Reward, 100,000 silver notes. Mission deadline. 8 days below the information was a portrait of a young man with a shadowy visage. Upon seeing his appearance, Gu Changqing felt a flicker of recognition. Martin Yu. Indeed, it was he. Gu Changqing's heart paused momentarily as the image of the elegantly dressed youth surfaced in his mind. Boss Qin asked me to convey a message. The remedy must be effective, or else you will owe 3 times the medical fee. The gaunt man warned with a significant glance. Gu Changqing's expression darkened. He found the notion of this so-called commission and compensation rather irksome. Chen Kuei, that short fellow, merely provided a mediating channel, yet regardless of success or failure, he profited effortlessly, treating Gu Changqing as nothing more than a money-making tool. The reward, ostensibly 100,000 silver, would be reduced by 20% in commission, leaving only 80,000 in hand. With this thought, Gu Changqing felt a swell of frustration, further solidifying his resolve to establish an intelligence agency. With that message conveyed, I shall not intrude any longer, the gaunt man concluded. Taking an empty medicine pouch and turning to leave, Gu Changqing approached the door and hung a sign reading, "Closed for the day, no appointments accepted." His gaze then drifted to the restaurant across the street, where he observed Martin Yu and his companions still dining within. Although the prey was tantalizingly close, the presence of numerous warriors guarding him, one being a peak innate realm expert, dictated that he must bide his time. Shadow Spider, keep a close watch on the target's movements, and strive to remain undetected. Gu Changqing contemplated briefly before dispatching the Shadow Spider. While the Tiger Bee possessed flight capabilities for easier tracking, the Shadow Spider excelled in stealth. Upon receiving the command, the Shadow Spider swiftly traversed the street, scaling the restaurant wall to the window, and gradually closed the distance to covertly observe Martin Yu and his entourage. Young master, your journey from the capital to win Miss Lu's affection and attend this auction is indeed quite perilous, one of the subordinates remarked, cautiously surveying their surroundings. If I can win her heart, the risk will be worth it, Martin Yu replied. Martin Yu scoffed disdainfully, coldly declaring, if I uncover the identity of the employer, I shall make him suffer a fate worse than death. He then swiftly shifted his tone, asking, have you brought the items I requested? Rest assured, young master. I have taken the liberty of bringing 2 packets of Yihuan powder, his subordinate replied. This substance possesses an intense after-effect. Just a single whiff is sure to be more provocative than the courtesans of the Yihong courtyard. As Martin Yu accepted the packets of Yihuan powder, a lascivious grin crept across his face. Lu Ruyun, are you not putting on a facade of purity and aloofness? With this powder in hand, I am eager to witness how you will writhe beneath me. His gaze fixated on the 2 packets. His excitement grew ever more fervent. Meanwhile, Li Chao remained silent, his sharp eyes scanning the bustling patrons with a vigilance akin to that of a leopard. He harbored a deep-seated contempt for Martin Yu's arrogance, seeing him merely as a spoiled scion relying on family influence, bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. It was no wonder that he had become a target for assassins hired by unseen adversaries in the black market, especially at such a critical juncture. Chapter 15. Restlessness in the medical hall. Gu Changqing furrowed his brow. Through the shared perception of the Shadow Spider, he had learned that Martin Chao was conspiring such despicable deeds. This led him to deduce that the fellow would likely pose a threat to Lu Ruyun at tomorrow night's auction. If he fell into my hands, misfortune would surely befall him. Gu Changqing's expression turned cold, and his murderous intent intensified. The proceeds from the auction of the 7-colored honey pills required Lu Ruyun's resources to establish its reputation. Thus, it was imperative to prevent any sabotage. Moments later, Martin Yu and his associates had settled the bill and departed from the restaurant. The Shadow Spider silently followed, its chilling gaze fixated on its prey. However, without Gu Changqing's command, it refrained from making any rash moves. It trailed them all the way to the inn, stealthily entering. Strange. Why do I always feel as if someone is watching me? As Martin Yu continued on, an unsettling feeling grew within him, prompting him to glance back. Since the earlier encounter at the restaurant, he had sensed a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, but with the crowd surrounding him, he had dismissed the notion. Yet, upon entering the inn, the sensation persisted, akin to being pursued by a ghost, filling him with inexplicable unease. Young master, are we being followed? Li Chao inquired, having noticed Martin Yu's demeanor. My instincts are usually accurate. It seems so, Martin Yu replied, nervously averting his gaze. Li Chao's expression darkened as he cast a sharp glance towards the inn's entrance, surveying the throngs of people outside. Unbeknownst to him, the shadow spider was concealed in the darkness of the doorframe, nearly undetectable. Sensing no suspicious individuals, Li Chao remained vigilant and instructed his subordinates. You two stay outside the inn and report any developments to me promptly. You, go to the government office and inform them that the legitimate heir of the Li family from the capital is here. Request them to enhance the security patrols in this area. Understood. Immediately, 3 of his subordinates sprang into action. Young master, from this moment forth, it would be wise not to stray from my line of sight, Li Chao said, his expression grave and earnest. Why yes, Martin, you stammered, nodding. He realized he was likely being targeted by an assassin, and panic now clouded his features, contrasting sharply with his previous arrogance. Li Chao's vigilance was commendable. It seemed that executing the assassination tonight would be unwise. Gu Chaqing narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Yet, he did not recall the shadow spider. Instead, he commanded, Little spider, continue to monitor and wear them down slowly. Yes, master. In an instant, the shadow spider's gaze remained fixated on Martin Yu. Intuition, you say? Then let us ensure your restlessness endures. Gu Changqing severed the shared perception, intending to allow the shadow spider to torment Martin Yu throughout the night. In the event of any circumstances, the shadow spider could convey messages through telepathy, requiring no further attention. It remained uncertain whether Meng Jing would succeed in negotiations. Gu Changqing's gaze swept over the hurried pedestrians, his heart devoid of absolute confidence. After all, those adept at gathering intelligence often possessed eccentric and unpredictable personalities, making them difficult to fathom. Thus, it was not until nightfall that 2 figures finally appeared at the entrance of the medical clinic. Leading the way was Meng Jing, followed closely by a young man clad in white. This individual bore an elegant countenance, yet his eyes were as deep as a well, radiating an intelligence that transcended the ordinary. However, his complexion appeared notably pallid, hinting at some hidden ailment. Feng Baiyu? Gu Changqing's eyes flickered. And before Meng Jing could introduce him, he regarded the young man in white with a subtle smile. Dr. Gu, reputation pales in comparison to meeting in person. You truly possess remarkable skills. Feng Baiyu stood with his arms crossed, scrutinizing Gu Changqing, implying that his presence here was not entirely voluntary. Meng Jing interjected. Enough with the pretense. I haven't held a knife to your throat. Feng Baiyu shrugged. You've already secured your advantages. Why should I pretend otherwise? With that, his gaze shifted back to Gu Chaqing, his smile suddenly vibrant. Very well, I shall lay my cards on the table. For 1,000 silver coins each month, plus all expenses related to intelligence gathering, estimated to start at no less than 20,000. Gu Chaqing remained composed, responding, money is not an issue. Good heavens! Meng Jing exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I only receive 2,000 a month, and you're asking for 20,000? Feng Baiyu replied with a smirk. You toil as a laborer, while I engage my intellect. Can they be compared? Furthermore, maintaining a network of contacts requires funding for informants and errand runners, not to mention the subsequent investments for expansion. Meng Jing, perplexed, ceased his complaints. Dr. Gu, if you are willing, we can formalize our collaboration. Feng Baiyu smiled confidently. Are you suggesting this is merely a partnership? Gu Chaqing discerned the underlying implication, narrowing his eyes slightly. Indeed, we each fulfill our needs. You provide the funding, and I offer the labor, Feng Baiyu stated meaningfully. As I understand it, the black market intermediary Chen Kuei takes a 20% commission on every illicit transaction, and if a task is not completed by the deadline, a penalty of triple the amount must be paid. However, I am different. You merely need to cover the expenses for intelligence gathering, without incurring the risk of penalties. This is what we call true mutual benefit. Gu Changqing remained silent. This collaborative model was indeed more favorable than that of Chen Kuei. Yet he sought absolute control over intelligence, rather than a mere partnership. What a clever lad. So this is your scheme. Truly cunning, Meng Jing suddenly comprehended, slapping Feng Baiyu on the shoulder. Though he moderated his strength, Feng Baiyu appeared overwhelmed, staggering, and unexpectedly spitting out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his already pallid complexion turned ghostly white, akin to parchment, and even the hue of his lips took on a ghastly purplish tint, rendering him extraordinarily feeble. Baiyu, what ails you? The sudden turn of events caused Meng Jing to lose his composure, and he hastily supported Feng Baiyu, laying him flat. Gu Changqing's gaze darkened as his fingertips brushed against Feng Baiyu's wrist, where the pulse was faint and weak. Observing the pale wrist, He noticed a thin line of purplish-black gradually ascending along the veins, a clear indication of poison infiltrating the heart's pathways. Have you been poisoned? Gu Chaqing inquired, his brows furrowing as he looked at Fong Baiyu. Yes, I had a conflict with a rival from the black market recently and was injured by their poison needle. Fong Baiyu replied with a bitter smile. This poison requires dragon beard grass for treatment, but this rare and precious material has delayed my recovery until now. He had initially intended to discuss the partnership with Gu Chaqing and procure the money to buy dragon beard grass for his cure, never anticipating that the toxicity within him would manifest so swiftly. You wretched scoundrel, why did you not mention this sooner? Meng Jing exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he sprang to his feet. Even if I must resort to theft, I will procure the dragon beard grass at all costs. Chapter 16. Winning hearts, do not squander time. The poison has seeped deep into the marrow, and even the most esteemed dragon beard grass would yield little effect. Gu Chaqing immediately interjected, recognizing the rare opportunity to win hearts, a chance not to be missed. His words were not mere theatrics, given Fong Baiyu's current condition. The efficacy of dragon beard grass would only serve to alleviate symptoms rather than eradicate the poison, to truly cleanse the body of toxins. The rainbow honey pill was undoubtedly the optimal choice. What should we do now? Meng Jing, in a state of desperation, knelt down like a towering pillar, exclaiming, Gu, as long as you are willing to save my brother, my life will belong to you from this day forth. Fong Baiyu was profoundly moved, his eyes brimming with emotion. If he could survive, he vowed never to exploit his brother's finances again. You should keep your life. The treatment fee can be deducted from your wages later. Gu Chaqing replied, shaking his head with a serene smile. Winning hearts requires a natural progression. Being overly contrived may lead to failure. With a subtle gesture, he produced a rainbow honey pill. Take this, and you shall recover swiftly. Is that all? Fong Baiyu scrutinized the pill, which was as small as a sesame seed. His expression tinged with disbelief and skepticism. Enough with the hesitation, eat it at once. Meng Jing seized the pill and thrust it into Fong Baiyu's mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved, sending a warm sensation cascading down his throat, swiftly circulating through his body's meridians. As it flowed, it melted away the dark poison that had coiled in his bones like winter snow under the spring sun. Fong Baiyu's eyes sparkled as he felt his bodily functions rapidly rejuvenating, no longer resembling the frail state he had just endured. How miraculous! He exclaimed, rising to his feet, his pallor visibly transforming into a healthy hue. Meng Jing, witnessing this, rejoiced. The healing effect is astonishingly swift. Fong Baiyu, brimming with excitement, attempted a few jubilant leaps. Feeling invigorated, although some residual poison lingered, it no longer posed a significant threat to his life. I have 2 more pills here. If you take one each day, you should make a complete recovery, Gu Chaqing said, handing the last 2 rainbow honey pills to Fong Baiyu. How much are these pills worth, Gu? Meng Jing inquired with curiosity. Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly, today, Lu Ruyan purchased one for 10,000 silver. At this revelation, Meng Jing's heart jolted. 3 pills meant 30,000. My goodness. Fong Baiyu swallowed hard, his hand trembling slightly as he clutched the 2 rainbow honey pills. 30,000 silver. This sum was nearly several times his earnings from selling information on the black market. Gu, this is too precious, Fong Baiyu's voice faltered with emotion. Gu Chaqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his features. Medicines are meant to save lives, not to be appraised by their worth. Suddenly, Meng Jing dropped to one knee, striking the floor with a fist in gratitude, producing a resonant thud. Gu, thank you for your generosity. Fong Baiyu took a deep breath, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He slowly tucked the colorful honey pills into his bosom, then knelt on one knee, expressing his profound gratitude to Dr. Gu for saving his life. From this day forth, I offer my life and the entire intelligence network for your command. Gu Changqing's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Since both of you are willing to follow me, this medical establishment shall henceforth be your sanctuary. With a gentle lift of his hand, a surge of robust elemental energy emanated from his palm, effortlessly elevating the 2 men into the air. What pure elemental energy! Fong Baiyu mused, his heart momentarily stunned, and his reverence deepened. This cultivation level must have reached the innate realm at the very least. Baiyu, you are adept at gathering intelligence. You should be well aware of the current state of the Tianming Assassins Guild, correct? Gu Chaqing inquired, sitting back in his chair, probing for information. The boss was testing my intelligence capabilities. I cannot let him down, Fong Baiyu thought to himself, then replied, I do have some insights. To put it bluntly, it has now become nothing more than an empty shell. Although I am unaware of how many assassins you have recruited thus far, intelligence has always been a weak point for the Tianming Assassins Guild. Furthermore, there is another issue. Without agents, we are unable to engage with employers in the black market. This leads to a reliance on intermediaries for revenue, who not only take their commissions, but sometimes even exploit price discrepancies, effectively turning us into mere tools for their profit. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing nodded inwardly. Fong Baiyu indeed possessed a remarkable talent for intelligence gathering, articulating the guild's shortcomings with precision. As for the so-called price discrepancies, they simply meant that while the employer offered a reward of 100,000, the intermediary only provided the guild with 50,000. Consequently, the bulk of the profits from these illicit deals was siphoned off by the intermediaries. In my opinion, the Tianming Assassins Guild should swiftly recruit an agent and expand the scale of its intelligence network, establishing a comprehensive operational system. Fong Baiyu continued. This way, we would no longer be at the mercy of intermediaries and could generate greater profits. Gu Changqing pondered briefly, his gaze shifting between the two men before settling on Fong Baiyu. This role of agent must be entrusted to you. No, I am not suitable for this position. Fong Baiyu quickly shook his head. I assure you, if I were to spearhead the establishment of the intelligence agency, it would be accomplished without fail. However, the role of an agent is no trifling matter. It requires mastery of both the legitimate and underworld paths, as well as the ability to navigate among various factions with ease. Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly, recognizing the importance of the agent's capabilities. Boss, though my abilities are limited, I know of someone more suitable. Fong Baiyu grinned. However, this individual possesses a rather unique character, and she is a woman. It is up to you to decide. At this juncture, Meng Jing interjected. You're not referring to Sister Rong, are you? Ah, how rare to see you being clever for once, Fong Baiyu remarked, raising an appreciative eyebrow at Meng Jing. The two of them have now joined the Destiny Assassins, and naturally, they must bring Sister Rong into the fold to assist their boss in dominating the black market. A woman? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. Is she truly capable? Rest assured, boss, Sister Rong will undoubtedly succeed. Fong Baiyu replied confidently. She has garnered a modest reputation as an agent in the black market, adept at bridging connections among various factions. In terms of networks and acumen, she is certainly not inferior to that cunning old fox, Chen Kuei. Noticing Gu Changqing still in contemplation, he added, as for trustworthiness, there is no need for concern. The three of us have relied on each other since childhood in the slums, akin to siblings. Tomorrow, I will bring her to the clinic, and you shall see for yourself. However, Gu Changqing shook his head, stating that he had matters to attend to the following day and suggested postponing the meeting. He then retrieved a large denomination banknote from his storage ring and handed it to Fong Baiyu. Here is 10,000 silver. Take this to establish the intelligence network, and I will provide further funding later. Fong Baiyu accepted the banknote, his eyes gleaming with insight, and then, understanding the situation, he departed the clinic with Meng Jing. Given his understanding of the black market, he was already aware that the illicit job Chen Kuei was involved in was assigned by Gu Changqing, and actions were expected to unfold tomorrow. However, at this moment, Gu Changqing was not preoccupied with the assassination task. Instead, he summoned the tiger bee. Having exhausted the colorful honey pills in his recent attempt to save Fong Baiyu, he needed to refine more in preparation for the auction tomorrow. The affluent families in Qingzhou City must possess various spiritual plants and flowers within their estates. Gu Changqing murmured to himself, then commanded, Tiger bee, go gather some pollen. Buzz. The tiger bee immediately soared out, turning its attention to the various noble residences throughout the city. Chapter 17. Infiltrating the Liu family ancestral home. The hornet, as a species of bee, possesses an innate sensitivity to the scent of pollen. It hovered above the city, its antennae quivering slightly, swiftly identifying a grand estate. The crimson door bore the plaque reading Liu family. Although the architecture within appeared rather antiquated, its scale was magnificent and imposing, with pavilions and towers arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. This must be the ancestral home of the Liu family in Qizhou City, Gu Changqing mused to himself, recalling the images relayed by the hornet. Upon entering the estate, the hornet detected a fragrance imbued with spiritual energy, compelling it to dart towards the source. At the end of a corridor stood a stone chamber, from which the alluring floral scent emanated. Two maidservants stood outside the door, Are spiritual plants not meant to be cultivated in the garden? Why are they indoors? Gu Chaqing pondered, but decided to enter nonetheless. With a swift flap of its wings, the hornet squeezed through a ventilation opening. Instantly, it beheld a vast bathing pool, shrouded in mist. Colorful petals floated on the surface, and a woman, entirely unclad, was submerged among them. So this is the source of the fragrance, Gu Chaqing realized, his throat dry with suppressed desire. At that moment, the woman appeared to have finished her bath, rising from the water. Through the hornet's shared vision, he was captivated by the enchanting scene before him. It was Lu Ruyun. What a revelation! Gu Chaqing's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the woman. Upon recognizing her familiar visage, he inhaled deeply. It must be said that Lu Ruyun possessed an alluring figure, ample bosom, curvaceous hips, a slender waist, and fair skin, resembling a water lily in bloom. Truly a beauty of the mortal realm. The hornet, sensing its master's fervent gaze, circled the room with an almost tacit understanding, surveying Lu Ruyun's form from various angles. This hornet seems rather peculiar. Lu Ruyun lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing curiously at the hornet, intrigued by its every movement. Retreat. Gu Chaqing suppressed his inner turmoil and promptly instructed the hornet to exit the bathing chamber. Lu Ruyun, noticing this, thought little of it and called for the maidservants to assist her with her attire. Master, if you desire more, I could venture in once again. The hornet communicated telepathically with great consideration just as Gu Chaqing felt his longing linger. Enough of your meddling. We have urgent matters at hand, he chided with a smile, realizing that the hornet's burgeoning intelligence was leading it to become increasingly irreverent. After a thorough search, the hornet finally located a garden within the estate's rear courtyard. Several Lu family guards were stationed at the periphery to oversee the area. The hornet folded its wings and perched on a nearby pavilion, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Within the garden grew not ordinary plants, but rather an array of precious spiritual flora. A glance revealed an abundance of rare specimens, including purple monkey flowers, silver horn trees, and celestial blue flowers. The entire garden is permeated with a rich aura, exuding a delightful fragrance. For an ordinary person residing here, it undoubtedly promises longevity. However, cultivating such spirit plants is exceedingly troublesome. They require meticulous care and must be nourished with crystal-clear spring water to thrive. Without substantial financial resources, a family of modest means simply cannot afford the upkeep. In the garden, someone is present. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpens, his eyes penetrating through the compound eyes of a tiger bee, landing on the open space at the garden's center. There, a young maiden clad in white sits cross-legged with her eyes closed, a faint aura swirling around her, forming an ethereal halo, as if she is engaged in cultivation. Her skin is as white as snow, her hair cascading like a waterfall, and her delicate features bear a resemblance to Lu Ruyun, yet she is noticeably younger, perhaps around 17 or 18 years of age. The maiden's posture during meditation is elegant and otherworldly, resembling a fairy sculpted from white jade, exuding a sanctity that seems untouchable by the mundane. The young lady is indeed diligent, practicing in the garden even at this late hour. It is no wonder she has secured a designated spot at the Seven Xian Martial Academy, an opportunity that even royal offspring find hard to attain. With her exceptional talent and relentless effort, her future achievements are bound to be limitless, perhaps even surpassing those of her aunt, Steward Lu. Outside the garden, patrolling guards occasionally cast glances at the maiden in white, their hushed conversations betraying their admiration. The maiden, known as Lu Shuang'er, is the cherished jewel of the Lu family's current head. Not only is she of noble status, but she also possesses an astonishing martial talent, truly a daughter of destiny. Gu Chaqing's gaze lingers briefly on Lu Shuang'er before shifting toward the spirit flowers swaying under the moonlight. Time is of the essence. He lacks the patience to wait for the young lady to complete her cultivation. The tiger bee can be set in motion. No sooner has he spoken than a shadow flits forth. The tiger bee, like a wraith, darts into the flower bed, greedily siphoning the essence from the blossoms. As it passes, the colorful butterflies that had danced among the flowers scatter in alarm. Such subtle movement seems to have caught Lu Shuang'er's attention. She suddenly opens her eyes and surveys her surroundings. Aside from the butterflies fluttering about, nothing appears amiss. The patrolling guards outside are dutifully on task, none shirking their responsibilities. Clearly, my state of mind requires further refinement. Even the slightest disturbance can disrupt my cultivation, Lu Shuang'er muses softly, a flicker of perplexity crossing her eyes. She then gracefully unfurls her delicate hand, retrieving a talisman from her storage ring. With a swift motion, the talisman ignites, unleashing a myriad of intertwining light patterns that envelop her graceful form within a hazy luminescence. The young lady has activated the isolation array once more. It seems there is nothing more to behold. The patrolling guards, witnessing this, can only sigh in quiet disappointment. Their night patrols are already tedious, and the sight of Lu Shuang'er practicing under the moonlight had been the best morale booster. Now, they can only catch a glimpse through the ethereal light veil. An isolation talisman? Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, perfectly in accord with his intentions. The hornet, now devoid of hesitation, extended its mandibles by 3 inches, leaving a trail of wilted flower stamens in its wake. After a gust of wind swept away the remnants, the system's storage compartment brimmed with exquisite, jade-like pollen. Ding! The hornet has harvested sufficient pollen. The reserve is adequate to refine 2 batches of colorful honey pills, requiring an energy value of 200. In the next moment, a line of prompt text materialized before Gu Changqing's eyes. The current energy balance of the host is 690. Would you like to produce the colorful honey pills? 2 batches equate to 10 pills, sufficient for tomorrow's auction. Gu Changqing felt a stir within and silently commanded, "System, refine all the pollen." Instantly, the energy value was sharply deducted by 200. The pollen within the storage compartment vanished in a blink, replaced by 10 colorful honey pills. "Hornet, your work is done." Gu Chaqing called out with great satisfaction. If he could sell these colorful honey pills at a good price during tomorrow's auction, the funding for establishing his intelligence organization would be secured. "Master, the prey is isolated. Shall we proceed?" A chilling voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he abruptly shifted to the perspective of the shadow spider. Chapter 18. Indeed. A deception in a lavish guest room on the top floor of an inn, Gu Changqing had established a shared perception with the shadow spider, swiftly surveying his surroundings. The windows and doors were tightly shut, creating a dim and hushed atmosphere. Martin Yu lay supine on the bed, faint snores indicating he had fallen into a deep slumber. Outside the room, Li Chao and others were stationed in the corridor, taking turns to guard. Despite the stringent vigilance, this moment presented an optimal opportunity for action. However, Gu Changqing refrained from hastily issuing an assassination command, instead instructing Tiger Bee assist the shadow spider. Although the situation appeared ripe for exploitation, prudence was essential to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Upon receiving the command, Tiger Bee, which was en route to Tianming Medical Hall, immediately altered its course and swiftly flew towards the inn. Upon arrival, Gu Chaqing, through the Tiger Bee's perspective, scanned the bustling street below. He discerned that the pedestrians near the inn were not mere commoners, but rather the security forces of the local government. The presence of a count's heir had evidently garnered considerable attention from the local authorities, suggesting that the Ma family wielded significant power in the court. After a brief contemplation, Gu Changqing ordered, Tiger Bee, be cautious upon entering the inn, avoid detection. To minimize any noise during flight, Tiger Bee descended slowly to the inn's entrance and stealthily crept inside. It ascended along the walls to the top floor, capturing the entirety of the staircase corridor in its view. In the narrow hallway, 6 guards patrolled cautiously, their eyes scanning their surroundings. Outside Martin Yu's room, Li Chao sat cross-legged at the door, a long sword resting across his thighs, eyes closed in meditation. Such a formidable internal and external patrol would make it exceedingly challenging for even the most skilled assassin to infiltrate the inn without detection. Having previously been terrified by instinct, Martin now slept soundly. Gu Changqing's mind stirred as he switched back to the shared vision of the shadow spider, fixating on the sleeping Martin Yu. Increasingly convinced that something was amiss. "I shall see what your assurance entails," he mused coldly, intent on probing the adversary's confidence. "Little spider, commence." With the command issued, the shadow spider, which had been lying in wait in the corner, swiftly ascended to the bedside. Its form quivered, transforming into a monstrous shape, with sharp claws aimed directly at Martin Yu's heart. However, in the next instant, bang! A metallic clash reverberated as the shadow spider's claws halted mere inches from Martin Yu's chest. A layer of silver-scaled armor materialized beneath his nightclothes, nullifying the lethal strike. The shadow spider, moving with lightning speed, redirected its assault towards Martin Yu's head, only to be repelled by a shimmering silver shield that erupted from the armor. Indeed, a deception. Gu Changqing's pupils constricted, and he promptly commanded, "Little spider, hide." The shadow spider instantly reverted to its arachnid form, swiftly concealing itself in the crevice at the foot of the bed. Simultaneously, Martin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a mocking curve gracing his lips. He swiftly rose and glanced toward the bedside, only to be astonished to find not even a trace of the assassin. There is an assassin. Outside, Li Chao's thunderous shout rang out, followed closely by the sound of the door being forcefully breached. 6 guards charged into the guest room, swiftly searching the vicinity. Where is the assassin? Li Chao's gaze swept sharply around the room, his mind in a state of perplexity. Moments ago, he had been attacked. Yet his protective armor had thwarted the assault. How could the assailant have vanished so quickly? Astonishment and disbelief were etched across Martin Yu's face. The guards exchanged glances, one of them stammering, "Could it be? We've encountered a ghost?" Do not jump to conclusions. The assassin may have mastered some advanced concealment technique, Li Chao replied. His brow furrowed, grappling with incredulity. He hastened to the window and noticed that the hair he had placed as a warning remained undisturbed within the gap. This was a deliberate marker he had set. If someone had entered through the window, the hair would have been blown away, yet it was still intact. However, the room's walls were solid, with no entry except for the door and window. How could this have been accomplished? As Li Chao pondered, a chill crept down his spine. If this were indeed a top-tier assassin capable of passing through walls, the young master's future would be fraught with peril. Curse that assassin! I intended to lure him out and catch him off guard, yet he managed to escape. Martin Yu, filled with rage and indignation, kicked the bed's foot. The bedpost trembled, and dust cascaded down onto the shadow spider's back, yet it remained utterly still. The tiger wasp lay in wait within the corridor, poised for action. Should the shadow spider be discovered, it could spring into action at any moment. Young master, it is unwise to linger here, for safety's sake. We should hasten back to the capital, Li Chao advised with earnest concern, glancing at the now fuming Martin Yu. Enough of your chatter. The auction at Jinhai Pavilion is tomorrow. I will not rest until Lu Riyun is in my grasp. Martin Yu huffed in anger, coldly asserting, I possess protective armor. The assassin's attempt has failed, and he shall not succeed in the future. I refuse to believe he can do anything to me. Hearing such reckless bravado, Li Chao gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles whitening. Were it not for the distinction of master and servant, he would have been tempted to knock him unconscious and drag him back to the Ma family in the capital, sparing them this trouble. No one is to rest tonight. Keep a vigilant watch within the room. After delivering this reprimand, Martin Yu lay back on the bed, closing his eyes to sleep. Yes, young master, Li Chao replied respectfully, then sat up straight at the bedside, remaining close as his guard. The other 6 guards sighed inwardly but complied with the command, remaining steadfastly by his side. This has become quite troublesome, Gu Changqing murmured with a gentle sigh. He had not expected Martin Yu to be clad in protective armor, had he not acted decisively tonight. It would have been difficult to foresee such a situation. It seemed the intelligence provided by Chen Kuei was not as thorough as one might have hoped. Had the previous encounter involved a human assassin, he would undoubtedly have been caught red-handed, facing an inevitable demise. The pressing question now is how to turn the tide. Gu Changqing reclined with one leg crossed over the other, deep in contemplation. The 2 recent assaults by the shadow spider had failed to breach his defenses. It was evident that the protective armor was inscribed with some form of runes, capable of autonomously activating a defensive barrier upon impact. However, no matter how formidable the defense, it cannot withstand an unrelenting barrage of attacks. The crux of the matter lies in the presence of Li Chao's guards, who would immediately come to his aid at the slightest disturbance. If only he could create a distraction, the situation could be altered. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Gu Changqing. Previously, in the garden of the Lu estate, Lu Shuanger had invoked a talisman to harness a secluded barrier, allowing her to meditate in tranquility. If he could acquire such an isolation talisman, the likelihood of a successful assassination would undoubtedly increase. Gu Changqing nodded to himself, convinced that this approach was indeed viable. He promptly shifted his focus, settling down on his bed and silently channeling his internal energy, allowing it to flow through his entire being. Today, he had utilized the 7-colored honey pills to break through to the innate realm. However, this enhancement via medicinal power was precarious, necessitating a solidification of his foundation. Chapter 19. A knife above the color. The following day, at noon, Gu Changqing rose late from his slumber. Just after completing his morning routine, the voice of the shadow spider resonated in his mind. Master, the prey is preparing to depart. Continue to observe. Gu Changqing paid no heed, His immediate priority was to acquire the isolation talisman before he could take any action. In contrast, Martin Yu's side, despite the failure of last night's ambush, had experienced a night of turmoil, leaving them fatigued and lacking the heightened vigilance they once possessed. In such a state, even without the aid of talismans, a few more days of unrest would likely lead to their mental collapse. However, with only 8 days remaining until the mission's deadline, Gu Chaqing could not afford to linger any longer. Meng Jing, ever diligent, had been waiting outside the medical clinic since early morning. Upon seeing the shop door open, he promptly dismounted from the carriage and approached with haste. "Boss, do you intend to go out today?" Meng Jing inquired, grinning. "If not, I can assist you with chores in the shop." "Yes, take me to the shop that sells talismans," Gu Chaqing replied, heading straight for the carriage. It was indeed more convenient to have a driver, and it was evident that Meng Jing had refurbished the carriage after returning last night, making it appear brand new. "Talismans?" Meng Jing shook his head. "Such rare items are only found in ancient martial families. They are not available in the market." Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing's expression momentarily faltered, and his steps halted. "Can they be procured in the black market?" "Yes, but the prices are exorbitant. Even a common spirit-gathering talisman costs over 10,000 taels of silver." This revelation caused Gu Chaqing to take a deep breath. "Damn, that is prohibitively expensive. I've spent all the money I earned over the past few days, and now find myself financially constrained." "Never mind, acquiring funds is of utmost importance," Gu Chaqing decided. Then boarded the carriage and instructed Meng Jing, "Take us to Jinhai Pavilion." The only viable plan was to participate in tonight's auction by selling the 7-colored honey pills. He could quickly replenish his finances. With a crack of the whip, Meng Jing drove the carriage steadily forward. Inside the carriage, Gu Chaqing, with nothing to occupy his mind, connected with the shadow spider's sensory vision. Before him unfolded a scene of bustling streets, with the shadow spider perched atop a carriage. Within the carriage were Martin Yu and Li Chao, followed closely by a dozen guards. "Young master, are we heading to the ancestral home of the Liu family?" Li Chao's voice inquired from within the carriage. Lu Ruyun had certainly come to Qingzhou City for a stay there. Martin Yu was eager to meet her. The thought of Lu Ruyun's graceful figure ignited an insatiable desire in his eyes. He felt compelled to secure this beauty before the Liu family entwined themselves with the royal family, for such an opportunity may never present itself again. "But I have heard that the Liu family's prodigy, Liu Shuang'er, is currently in seclusion at the ancestral home." Li Chao voiced his concerns. "Is it prudent for us to visit without prior notice? What could possibly be improper?" Martin Yu flashed a charming smile, pondering that the young lady might eventually call him uncle, and over the years, she had indeed blossomed into a graceful beauty. If he could not have Lu Ruyun, then perhaps she would suffice. Moreover, such an inexperienced heiress would be the easiest to ensnare. As he entertained these thoughts, a lewd grin crept upon Martin Yu's lips, even fantasizing about the exquisite life of sharing 2 women with 1 man. Li Chao furrowed his thick brows and chose to remain silent, refraining from further admonition. The word lust was a blade hanging overhead. Such behavior was tantamount to courting death. Were it not for the power of the Ma family in the court, this fellow would have likely met his demise countless times over. Did he wish to visit the Liu family ancestral home? Gu Chaqing's heart stirred as he continued to observe discreetly. If Lu Ruyun were not at Jinhai Pavilion, he could directly approach Liu Manor and entrust the 7-colored honey pills to her. Lost in thought, his mind involuntarily conjured the alluring image of Lu Ruyun bathing the previous night. Moreover, the shared perception of the hornet bee could even store and retrieve scenes for further contemplation. Just as Gu Chaqing indulged in visual recollections, Martin Yu and his companions had arrived at the Liu family ancestral home, only to be halted by 2 burly gatekeepers. "Apologies. Our steward Liu has instructed us to refuse any visitors," one of the rugged men stated, scrutinizing Martin Yu and the others. "Please turn back." "What does a mere gatekeeper know?" Martin Yu retorted angrily. "I am the legitimate son of the Earl of the Ma family, with a connection to your steward Liu. Should you dare to obstruct me further, I shall break your legs." Upon hearing the title of Earl's legitimate son, the gatekeeper's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly replied with deference. "I shall report this to the manor immediately. Please wait a moment." Although the Liu family was a prominent merchant family, they still paled in comparison to the powers within the court. As a lowly gatekeeper, he dared not offend them and promptly turned to report. "Montan, change course to the Liu family ancestral home," Gu Chaqing commanded, retrieving an iron mask from his storage ring and donning it. "Boss, While I may not be as handsome as you, I can't possibly be too unsightly, right? Monting murmured as he took the mask. Gu Changqing smiled lightly. Stop dawdling. Wearing it will be beneficial for you. With that, Monting ceased further protest and firmly affixed the mask to his face. The cold, heavy iron mask accentuated his tall and robust figure, lending him an air of intimidation. Quite fitting, Gu Changqing remarked after a few appraising glances. Moments later, as the carriage turned a corner, the imposing entrance of the Lu Manor came into view. Outside the gates, Martin Yu and his entourage awaited. But Lu Riyun's presence was conspicuously absent. So it is them. Monting's eyes narrowed, suddenly comprehending the deeper meaning behind Gu Changqing's request for him to wear the mask. The boss was indeed astute to prepare this mask in advance. Otherwise, they would have encountered trouble. Monting let out a quiet sigh of relief and then nimbly leaped down from the carriage. His towering physique, reminiscent of an iron tower, combined with the cold gleam of his black iron mask, stood behind Gu Changqing like a guardian deity. Such an imposing presence intimidated even the burly guards stationed at the entrance, who, with a courteous demeanor, inquired, "Esteemed guests, may I ask what brings you to the Lu residence?" Gu Changqing replied with a calm demeanor. "Please inform Chief Lu that a friend of the surname Gu has come to pay a visit." Martin Yu's expression suddenly turned frigid, his gaze slithering over Gu Changqing like a venomous snake, as he questioned, "What kind of friend are you?" Gu Changqing cast him a sidelong glance, speaking with an air of indifference. "What business is it of yours?" "Impudent." One of the guards stepped forward, reprimanding him sharply. "My young master is the legitimate son of the current Marquis Ma. Do you dare to be so disrespectful?" Chapter 20. A favor to you. What nonsense. Meng Jing appeared to be emboldened by an unseen mask, unabashedly shouting, "My employer is a close associate of the current prince, and what attitude do you presume to take?" With so many princes in the realm, he doubted the other party would venture into the palace to verify each one. If one were to flaunt their status, they could easily fabricate a tale. Confronted by such a fierce demeanor, the guard felt a pang of trepidation, casting a wary glance at Gu Changqing, and dared not utter another word. Martin Yu's expression shifted subtly. Then his gaze fell upon the humble cart parked by the roadside, scoffing internally, with such a dilapidated vehicle. How could one claim to be associated with a prince? Gu Changqing couldn't help but sigh internally. Meng Jing was truly reckless with his words, his claims bordering on audacious. To exploit the name of imperial authority for deceit was a capital offense. Martin Yu narrowed his eyes, sneering, "In that case, may I inquire which prince you refer to?" "None of your business," Meng Jing retorted without hesitation. "You." After being rebuffed twice in succession, Martin Yu's complexion darkened significantly. However, without verifying Gu Changqing's connections to any prince, he refrained from losing his temper, knowing his history of bullying the weak. He suppressed his fury and cast a subtle glance at the guard beside him. It was well known that several princes had formidable connections. Today, he would witness this firsthand. The guard bellowed sharply and suddenly lunged towards Gu Changqing with a clenched fist aimed at his face. Gu Changqing stood his ground, countering with a swift palm strike, unleashing a surge of innate energy that erupted from his hand. Bang! In a mere exchange, the guard was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Useless. Martin Yu's expression tightened, yet he hurriedly retreated to stand beside Li Chao, finally feeling a semblance of security. Initial stage of innate realm. Li Chao's eyes sharpened, recognizing Gu Changqing's cultivation level. In his view, while this strength might not command the attention of the royal family, he was certainly no ordinary individual. If he were to engage, it would likely require considerable effort to defeat him. "What is happening here?" A cool voice resonated from within the estate. Lu Riyun, accompanied by a retinue of guards, appeared at the entrance, her brows slightly furrowed as she regarded Martin Yu and his entourage. However, upon noticing Gu Changqing among them, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. "Mr. Gu, it is indeed you." Lu Riyun's gaze flickered with joy as she focused on Gu Changqing. "I hope my sudden visit does not disturb you." Gu Changqing smiled and nodded. "Not at all. You are my esteemed guest, and your presence is always welcome." Lu Riyun chuckled lightly, her demeanor exuding warmth. She had initially worried that Gu Changqing would not visit the Jinhai Pavilion, yet his arrival at the Lu family ancestral home was a pleasant surprise. "Miss Lu, it has only been a few days, and you have grown even more beautiful," Martin Yu remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at Lu Riyun, genuinely praising her. "Your skin is smooth and delicate, rivaling that of a girl in her teens." Although the words sounded somewhat greasy, Gu Changqing found himself in agreement. Lu Ruyun was indeed a beautiful young woman. After consuming the colorful honey pills, her skin naturally radiated a youthful glow, smooth and tender like that of a girl. With her as the spokesperson for the colorful honey pills, it was certain to create an immense buzz. Mr. Gu, I am heading to the Jinhai Pavilion for tonight's auction. May I trouble you for a ride? Lu Ruyun's gaze remained fixed on Gu Changqing as she inquired softly. Of course, Gu Changqing readily consented, as he needed her assistance privately. Miss Lu, that dilapidated carriage of his is truly shabby. It cannot compare to the spacious comfort of my carriage. Martin Yu scoffed disdainfully, his admiration for Lu Ruyun evident in his fervent demeanor. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Ma, but I have business with Mr. Gu, so I must decline. Perhaps due to his status as the Count's heir, Lu Ruyun managed to maintain a balance in her tone, neither overly familiar nor excessively dismissive, thus sparing him any embarrassment. Mr. Gu, shall we? With that, Lu Ruyun confidently approached the carriage and gracefully took her seat within. Despite its worn state, the presence of such beauty rendered the carriage delightful. Gu Changqing cast a fleeting glance at Martin Chow before turning away with a faint smile. Did you see that? This is the strength of my boss. Ming Jing remarked with satisfaction, then mounted his horse and proceeded to ride away, leaving Martin Yu seething with jealousy. How dare that wretch make me lose face? Sooner or later, I will have you begging for mercy beneath me. Martin Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a malicious glint. At tonight's auction, you cannot escape my grasp. He retrieved a pouch of Hahuan powder from his storage ring, his expression darkening into a sinister grin. Inside the carriage, Lu Ruyun maintained an elegant posture, but perhaps due to the carriage's bumps, her alluring figure swayed enticingly. Gu Changqing sat beside her, managing to control his gaze. Yet the corners of his eyes could not help but notice her captivating form. It was no wonder that Martin Yu risked assassination in his pursuit of her. Miss Lu, are you well acquainted with that Master Ma? Gu Changqing diverted his gaze and initiated a conversation. Upon hearing the name, Lu Ruyun's expression betrayed a hint of distaste. My family's enterprises have some dealings with the Ma family. I have met him a few times. She shook her head softly, adding, this person relies heavily on his ancestors' merits in the court, often behaving arrogantly in public. Mr. Gu, if unnecessary, I advise you to avoid any interactions with him. Gu Changqing felt a stir in his heart. Lu Ruyun was not as simple as she appeared, clearly aware of the intricacies involved. Since you have taken the time to warn me, I shall owe you a favor in return, he said, crossing his legs with a nonchalant smile. A favor? Lu Ruyun's expression shifted slightly, her curiosity piqued. Please, Mr. Gu, do go on. I inadvertently overheard some news. Martin Yu has instructed someone to procure Huan sand from the black market, intending to do you harm at tonight's auction. Gu Changqing spoke with an air of calm, advising, therefore, whatever you choose to consume this evening, it would be wise to remain vigilant. Do not inquire how I came by this information, believe it or not. That is your choice. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's brow furrowed sharply, her enchanting eyes fixated intently on Gu Changqing. Though she was unaware of how Gu Changqing had acquired this intelligence, she felt compelled to exercise caution. Should Martin Yu succeed, her life would be irrevocably ruined. As Lu Ruyun's thoughts raced, she took a slow, deep breath and murmured, Thank you for the warning, Mr. Gu. If what you say holds true, I, Lu Ruyun, owe you a favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. With a raised brow, Gu Changqing replied earnestly, May I redeem that favor in advance? Lu Ruyun's expression faltered in surprise, setting aside the question of whether Martin Yu would indeed resort to drugging her. She pondered who would be so audacious as to request a favor so swiftly. Could it be he wishes for me to offer myself in return? Lu Ruyun mused, her gaze on Gu Changqing taking on a curious complexity. Chapter 21. On-site operation within the carriage, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Lu Ruyun unconsciously twisted the hem of her dress, intrigued by the nature of the favor Gu Changqing was requesting. If this man were truly a libertine, then the collaboration concerning the colorful honey pills would be off the table. I require a talisman capable of isolating external disturbances, Gu Changqing stated with a smile. I have an urgent need. Could you please expedite the process? Is it really that simple? A hint of surprise flickered in Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes. Indeed. Gu Changqing replied calmly. As for the cost, I find myself somewhat financially constrained at present. You may deduct it from the profits of the colorful honey pills later. I see, Lu Ruyun smiled, relieved. She had initially expected Gu Changqing to make some outrageous demand, but it turned out he merely sought a trivial talisman. Is the isolation talisman difficult to procure? Noticing Lu Ruyun's silence, Gu Chongqing probed gently. Of course, I cannot disclose that I witnessed Lu Shuang'er utilizing an isolation talisman for her cultivation last night while manipulating the tiger bee to infiltrate the Lu residence. I rarely engage in secluded cultivation and do not possess such talismans on hand, Lu Ruyun replied with a gentle smile. However, I have made some achievements in the study of runes. I can replicate one for you. With that, she retrieved a piece of talisman paper and a small vial of liquid materials from her storage ring. On-site operation? Gu Chongqing's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Generally, talismans require a rune master to channel true essence, utilizing materials to inscribe the runes, which are then transferred onto talisman paper. Once ignited, the talisman can be activated with great convenience. However, the intricacies of rune inscription are exceedingly high. Simply understanding the replication process and possessing the materials does not guarantee success. The lines within the runes embody complex energy transformations. Even the slightest variation in texture can alter the potency of the energy, potentially rendering it unusable. Among 100 rune masters, due to their individual insights and technical control, even identical runes can yield 100 distinct effects. Much like the artistry of calligraphy, where some produce crooked characters while others craft aesthetically pleasing forms. At that moment, Lu Ruyun commenced her on-site creation. She let a drop of pale blue liquid material fall onto her fingertip, infusing it with a thread of true essence. With her delicate hand gracefully tracing the air, the infused liquid was drawn into fine strands, swiftly forming a complex and enigmatic rune totem that glimmered in the void, radiating brilliance. The rune, approximately the size of 2 fingers, emitted a subtle yet obscure energy fluctuation. With a gentle touch of her fingertip, a soft hiss echoed as the rune was imprinted onto the talisman paper. Is this it? Gu Chongqing observed with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Such swift technique, if mastered, could undoubtedly yield substantial profits in the black market. Mr. Gu, this is the talisman you requested. Lu Ruyun chuckled softly, declaring that the bond between them had been thoroughly settled. Gu Chongqing took the talisman, meticulously studying the intricate glyphs inscribed upon the paper. To ensure absolute precision, he subtly infused it with his true essence, activating its power. As the patterns on the talisman shimmered with radiant light, they suddenly ignited with fervor, enveloping the carriage in a translucent barrier. The once clamor of the outside world was instantly silenced. What was he up to? Gu Chongqing's unexpected actions left Lu Ruyun bewildered. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated that he would choose to activate the isolation barrier here. If his intentions were truly sinister, her cries for help would go unheard. Realizing this, her expression turned grave as her delicate hand reached for her storage ring, her gaze warily fixed on Gu Chongqing. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Chongqing remained oblivious to her errant thoughts, his ears attuned to any sounds beyond the barrier. He called out tentatively, Meng Jing. Outside the carriage, Meng Jing showed no sign of having heard him, remaining completely unresponsive. Quite effective, Gu Chongqing mused, satisfied with the result. What do you mean by this? Lu Ruyun inquired, her face a mask of confusion, unable to decipher his intentions. I merely wish to test the effectiveness of the talisman for the first time, Gu Chongqing replied without hesitation. Lu Ruyun felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, a blush creeping to her earlobes as she realized her misunderstanding. It seemed she had misinterpreted the situation once again. Of course, this was not due to any undue sensitivity on her part, having navigated the business realm for years. She had encountered a myriad of characters and learned to prepare for the worst in every situation. Had it been someone like Martin Yu in an isolated barrier with her, the scenario would have been far more complicated. While she breathed a sigh of relief, an inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered within her. Had her allure truly been overshadowed by a mere talisman? Gu Chongqing offered an apologetic smile, asking, could you create another for me? Certainly. But this time you owe me a favor, Lu Ruyun teased, her shimmering eyes lightening the mood. Gu Chongqing nodded without hesitation, agreed. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ruyun poured out another drop of the material liquid, her fingers weaving energy as she swiftly formed a beautiful and enigmatic rune, deftly imprinting it onto the talisman paper. The entire process flowed seamlessly, like a graceful dance. Gu Chongqing watched intently, even summoning his tiger bee to record the scene in his mind. All set, this time he could not afford to waste it. Lu Ruyun pressed her lips together, then handed the newly crafted talisman to Gu Chongqing. Though the creation appeared effortless, a hint of fatigue shadowed her features, revealing the mental toll of inscribing the rune. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully. Gu Chaqing smiled and nodded, then turned his attention to the nearby vial of liquid, inquiring with curiosity. "Can this liquid also be used to inscribe other types of runes?" "No," Lu Ruyun replied, shaking her head. "Different types of runes require various materials to be combined, thus creating the appropriate liquid. Besides crafting talismans, runes can also be imprinted on equipment and elixirs, enhancing their capabilities. Moreover, when the art of runes is mastered to its fullest extent, they can be inscribed onto certain parts of the human body, providing a temporary boost in strength. This knowledge is the culmination of countless generations of diligent exploration by the formidable ancestors of the Zhongyuan continent over millennia." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with interest, his fascination for the wondrous abilities of runes deepening. If he were to equip the Shadow Spider and the Tiger Bee with rune-infused weaponry, their combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Chapter 22. A job well done if you, Mr. Gu, possess an interest in the art of runes. There remains half a vial of this material with isolating properties that you may use for your research, should you not find it distasteful. Lu Riyun, seemingly perceptive of Gu Changqing's intentions, graciously presented him with the vial. A bottle worth a hefty sum of 10,000 taels, to use it sparingly. So expensive. At the mention of the price from Lu Riyun, Gu Changqing's pupils constricted in astonishment. He finally grasped the true meaning behind the saying the poor are scholarly, while the wealthy are martial. It is not merely a matter of fervor. The crucial question is, do you possess the financial means? After a moment of reflection, Gu Changqing turned his gaze towards the small vial in his hand, suddenly inspired to attempt a trial. He proceeded to pour a single drop of the liquid onto his fingertip, the process of rune engraving demonstrated by Lu Ruyun earlier replaying in his mind. And he endeavored to replicate her actions with diligence. A surge of true essence flowed into the liquid, and soon his fingertip deftly began to outline the rune in the air. However, at the very moment the rune was on the verge of taking shape, a minute fluctuation in Gu Changqing's true essence caused a deficit in the sustained output. A soft hiss echoed as the newly formed rune disintegrated into ash. "Have you studied runes?" Lu Riyun inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Not at all. I merely attempted to mimic your actions to see if it would be difficult. Alas, I still failed." Gu Changqing replied with a slight smile, not overly concerned by the outcome. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Riyun was left utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. It should be noted that during her initial foray into learning runes, she had to amass a substantial amount of theoretical knowledge while continuously honing her finger dexterity. Even in her first attempt at inscribing a rune, she failed midway. Achieving a complete rune was a distant dream. Yet here was Gu Changqing, operating independently for the first time, managing to outline a complete rune in one go. Had it not been for the mishandling of his essence, success was undoubtedly within reach. This is simply prodigious. Lu Riyun inhaled deeply, her heart racing with shock. She regarded Gu Changqing with an odd expression, observing his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unaware of the extraordinary talent he possessed. In truth, Gu Changqing remained oblivious to this fact and felt no sense of pride. To him, until success was achieved, failure remained failure. Talent was merely a comforting notion to spur one on. What he clearly understood was his most pressing need and the unequivocal goal ahead, to earn money. Without financial capability, all else was but empty talk. "Boss, we have arrived at Jinhai Pavilion." At that moment, Meng Jing's voice rang from outside the carriage. As it came to a gradual stop by the roadside, "Manager Lu, I shall not accompany you further." Gu Changqing retrieved 8 colorful honey pills from his storage ring to hand to Lu Ruyun, keeping 2 for himself for unexpected needs. Lu Ruyun warmly invited him. "I have reserved a seat for you at tonight's auction. Please do make it a point to attend." "Regrettably, I must decline. Patients at the clinic await my treatment." Gu Changqing politely refused, fabricating a casual excuse. Having acquired the isolation talisman, it is undoubtedly an opportune moment to execute the assassination. To avoid any unforeseen complications, it would be prudent to refrain from meeting Martin Yu. With a compassionate heart, you perform your duties admirably. Lu Riyun glanced at Gu Changqing with appreciation and smiled, saying, "Very well, I shall reserve a place for you at the auction. A late arrival is of no consequence." Gu Changqing nodded calmly, then watched her depart. "Boss, it seems Director Lu is quite enthusiastic about you. Don't you find it intriguing?" Meng Jing remarked, grinning as he observed Lu Riyun's graceful figure fade away. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is like a treasure. Moreover, she is a capable and affluent beauty. Gu Chaqing paid him no heed and instead instructed, I have matters to attend to. You should return and have Fong Bai you procure some sound transmission talismans. We shall meet at the clinic tonight. With that, he dismounted the carriage and headed toward a nearby tavern. Noticing Gu Changqing's mysterious demeanor, Meng Jing dared not inquire further and promptly drove off to complete his task. Inside the tavern, Gu Changqing chose a private room on the third floor by the window, occasionally glancing toward the entrance of the Golden Sea Pavilion. Through the surveillance images relayed by Shadow Spider, he observed that Martin Yu and his entourage were approaching the Golden Sea Pavilion. Moments later, they reached their destination. However, due to the regulations of the Golden Sea Pavilion, the numerous guards could not all enter. Thus, only Li Chao accompanied Martin Yu inside. Little Spider, take a moment to rest. Gu Chaqing subtly glanced and then recalled Shadow Spider, sending in Hornet to continue the surveillance. Although Shadow Spider is a creature of the night, it is still a being of flesh and blood. After tracking for a day and a night, its energy had waned considerably. Before nightfall, it was just the right time for it to recuperate. As dusk fell, a multitude of luxurious carriages lined the entrance of the Golden Sea Pavilion. As the largest auction house in Qingzhou City, its patrons were either wealthy or influential, typically of notable status. Gu Chaqing's mind shifted as he instantly switched to Hornet's perspective within the auction hall. The expansive auction venue was lavishly illuminated. Rows of seats were arranged in a fan-like structure surrounding the central bidding stage. Scanning the room, nearly every seat was filled, creating a lively atmosphere. Throughout various corners of the auction hall, numerous Golden Sea Pavilion enforcers patrolled, instilling a significant sense of security. After all, regardless of the location, the most crucial aspect of hosting an auction is the strength of the organizers. Otherwise, one might encounter instances of inflated bids without the means to pay or even attempts to forcibly seize auction items. Therefore, without sufficient authority to maintain order, it is challenging to conduct a successful auction. At this moment, Martin Yu appeared to have made prior arrangements, securing a private box on the top level of the auction hall, complete with a window to observe the bidding activities below. Hornet silently infiltrated the box, lurking in the shadows, awaiting instructions. Li Chao, summon Lu Ruyun, Martin Yu stated coldly. Inform her that the fellow named Gu is in my box. As he spoke, he poured the He Huan San into one of the wine glasses, gently swirling it. Yes, young master. Li Chao understood the unspoken command and turned to exit the private room. Master, the prey is now alone in the chamber. Shall we proceed? The Hornet immediately communicated telepathically. Gu Changqing's mind raced as he instructed, hold off on any action for now. Look for an opportunity to switch the positions of the wine glasses. The 7-colored honey pills must first generate substantial profits at the auction. Should a life be lost, the event would undoubtedly be abruptly halted. Moreover, Martin Yu is clad in protective armor, making a swift assassination exceedingly difficult. Regardless of success or failure, the commotion would disrupt the auction's proceedings. Thus, until it concludes, we must exercise restraint. Upon receiving the directive, the Hornet stealthily crawled beneath the table, calmly awaiting the right moment. The Lu family has always held its reputation in high regard. Should Lu Ruyun lose her virtue to me tonight, no matter how reluctant she may be, she would ultimately have to marry me. What a brilliant scheme indeed. Martin Yu let out a sinister laugh before turning to gaze out the window at the auction below, contemplating which dramatic pose to adopt later. Unbeknownst to him, during his moment of distraction, the 2 glasses of red wine on the table had already been discreetly swapped by the Hornet. Well executed, Gu Changqing silently praised. Once this fellow drinks from the glass containing the He Huan San, the opportunity will present itself. Chapter 23. I want a woman, young master. Steward Lu has arrived. As the door swung open, Li Chao entered the private room with Lu Ruyun. Were you not saying that Physician Gu was here? Lu Ruyun surveyed the surroundings, and upon realizing that Gu Changqing was absent, her expression instantly turned cold. Physician Gu, Martin Yu raised an eyebrow with a smirk. I had assumed that fellow was of some significance. It appears he is merely a lowly physician. Should I discover that he lacks connections with the princes, I shall ensure he finds himself imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's brows furrowed slightly, clearly unaware of the previous conflict between Gu Changqing and Martin Yu. Since Physician Gu is not present, I have matters to attend to. With that, she turned to leave. Wait a moment. Martin Yu swiftly raised 2 glasses of red wine, blocking Lu Ruyun's path. On behalf of the Ma family, I would like to extend my congratulations on the success of your auction tonight. If you refuse to drink, It would be a slight against our family. He wore a smile that held a hint of mockery, presenting a glass of untainted wine toward Lu Ruyun. Could he be mistaken? Gu Changqing, observing through the eyes of a tiger bee, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. If that were the case, it would indeed be a monumental blunder. Physician Gu was correct. This fellow harbored ulterior motives. Lu Ruyun's gaze darkened, and she had already formulated a plan in her mind. Thanks to Gu Changqing's warning, she had secretly consumed the antidote to the aphrodisiac prior to arriving at the private room. Therefore, she did not hesitate at this moment. Her eyes flickered as she reached out to seize Martin Yu's glass of wine, effectively swapping it with her own. Martin Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement at her action, seemingly aligning with his intentions. I always knew you were astute, with just a slight trick. You could easily be manipulated. He scoffed inwardly, clearly having orchestrated the previous exchange. Thank you, young Master Ma. I wish you continued success. Lu Ruyun gracefully raised her glass, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile. Very well, cheers. Martin Yu watched as Lu Ruyun drank, and without hesitation, he downed his own glass, eagerly fixating on her. Lu Ruyun, observing his reaction, felt a twinge of surprise. If the wine were tainted, how could Martin Yu dare to drink it? The glass she had exchanged appeared to be free of any malice, as she felt no unusual sensations within her. However, at that moment, Martin Yu's body trembled slightly. A wave of dizziness washing over him, accompanied by a sudden heat coursing through him. Why was she unaffected? His astonished gaze fell upon Lu Ruyun, who remained composed and unperturbed. Could it be that the glass I drank from was the one laced with the drug? The thought struck him like a thunderbolt. His vision blurring before him, he was acutely aware that the aphrodisiac was a powerful and domineering concoction. Even the most virtuous of women could be swiftly consumed by desire, transforming into an uncontrollable seductress. Even a castrated eunuch, upon consuming this potion, would become a lecher. Furthermore, should one fail to unite in passion promptly after ingestion, they would suffer a gruesome demise within the span of half an hour, their flesh tearing apart and blood streaming from all orifices. Martin Yu was immediately engulfed by a sense of dread, cold sweat cascading down his body. He had not anticipated that the very wine he had meticulously concocted would ensnare him instead. Young Master Ma, what troubles you? Lu Ruyun inquired, gazing at Martin Yu with confusion, utterly baffled. Why would you drink something you knew was tainted? Miss Lu, the more I look at you, the more you stir something within me. Martin Yu was gradually losing consciousness, his gaze fixated on Lu Ruyun, and under the influence of the drug. An insatiable desire surged within him as he lunged forward. Lu Ruyun's eyes turned icy. She swiftly evaded his advance and called out, "Bring help." In the next moment, several burly men burst through the door, charging in with fierce intent, positioning themselves protectively behind Lu Ruyun. Miss Lu, should you yield to me, I assure you, I will grant you pleasures beyond imagination. Martin Yu's face was flushed, resembling a drunken man, as he began to shed his garments. This is dire. Li Chao frowned, having discerned the troubling situation. Did the young master inadvertently consume the wine laced with the Hahuan powder? Is he courting death? Realizing the gravity of the matter, Li Chao swiftly hoisted Martin Yu and rushed out of the private room. One reaps what one sows. Gu Changqing remarked with a hint of amusement. His gaze shifted to the entrance of the Golden Sea Pavilion, where he observed Li Chao and a group of guards hastily escorting the dazed Martin Yu towards a nearby brothel. If they failed to find a woman for him within half an hour, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shadow Spider, Tiger Wasp, you may proceed, Gu Changqing commanded, retracting his gaze and issuing orders for an assassination. As soon as his words fell, two shadows swiftly infiltrated the brothel. I demand a woman. Inside the brothel, Martin Yu was now in a frenzied state, incessantly shouting and attracting the attention of those around him. Look at him, dressed like a young master from a noble family, yet so desperate. You don't understand. He's under the influence of an aphrodisiac. It's no wonder he's in such a state. Typically, such potions are administered to women, and it seems he has fallen victim to his own trap. The onlookers were taken aback, while some seasoned patrons chuckled knowingly. Fortunately, in a place like the brothel, women were plentiful, and soon a courtesan was ushered into the private room. Keep a close watch. No one is to approach, Li Chao commanded, shutting the door behind him and standing guard. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of soft moans. Martin Yu, entirely consumed by lust, had discarded all his clothing, even his protective armor, which lay forgotten on the floor. Spider, this position looks quite exhilarating. Perhaps we could spar another day? Tiger Wasp's eyes burned with desire as he watched the entwined couple on the bed, suddenly communicating telepathically. Get lost. The shadow spider's chilling gaze remained fixed on Martin Yu, its crimson eyes radiating murderous intent. It retrieved the isolation talisman prepared by Gu Chongqing from the system space and ignited it without hesitation. As the talisman's light flickered, a translucent barrier suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire private room. With the activation of the isolation talisman, the tiger wasp ceased its banter, instantly entering a state of lethal focus. Swish, swish, swish. Its tail quivered slightly as several venomous stingers were launched with alarming speed. At that moment, the two individuals on the bed happened to shift positions, with the courtesan unwittingly becoming a shield, directly impaled by the stingers in her rear. The courtesan's moans abruptly transformed into screams, causing her to faint on the spot. Ecstasy. After a bout of indulgence, Martin Yu collapsed onto the bed, his body spasming as the effects of the drug began to wane. Unbeknownst to him, a silken thread had stealthily wrapped around his neck, tightening suddenly. In an instant, his throat produced a dislocating sound under the constriction of the thread. Startled, Martin Yu regained consciousness, frantically struggling as he rolled off the bed, emitting a hoarse gasp. Li Chao, save me. However, the barrier created by the isolation talisman had sealed off the entire room, rendering his cries inaudible. At that very moment, the tiger wasp lunged from the shadows, its stinger gleaming ominously as it aimed for his throat. Chapter 24. The protective scales. As the wasp attacked, Martin's pupils trembled with fear. It was too late to evade. In an instant, the venomous stinger found its mark, piercing his throat and causing the paralyzing toxin to swiftly course through his body. Ack! Martin cried out in terror, collapsing heavily to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The shadow spider, like a wraith, scuttled forward with alarming speed, sinking its poisoned fangs into Martin's throat. In that moment, under the relentless assault of both toxins, Martin's body seized as if struck by lightning. Gurgling sounds escaped his throat, yet he could not muster a coherent scream. As he teetered on the brink of death, he finally glimpsed the enigmatic assailant. His eyes bulged, reflecting the diminutive forms of the shadow spider and the wasp. How could this be? Fear engulfed Martin, and as he struggled to catch his breath, he succumbed to the poison, lifeless. Ding! Congratulations on killing a postnatal martial artist. Reward, 50 energy points. Subsequently, the shadow spider swiped its claws, severing Martin's middle finger to retrieve his storage ring. The wasp then darted towards the foot of the bed, seizing a silver soft armor. After pillaging their spoils, they hastily fled through the window. Strange. Why is it so quiet inside? Outside, one of the guards jested, "It seems our young master is quite the quick draw." Something felt amiss. Li Chao's expression darkened as he hurriedly burst through the door. Upon witnessing Martin's lifeless body, his face paled, and his sword hand trembled uncontrollably. He quickly rushed to the window, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surroundings. Beneath the night sky, aside from pedestrians on the street, there were no suspicious figures to be found. Damn it! Li Chao's temples throbbed with rage, his heart boiling with fury. Despite all precautions, he had never imagined that the assassin would exploit such a moment. Young master is dead. The guards who followed him into the room were taken aback, their faces filled with shock. They immediately began to rummage through every corner, recklessly smashing any furniture that could conceal a foe, nearly tearing down the walls in their frenzy. Stop wasting your efforts. The assassin responsible for this attack is no ordinary foe, and surely would not still be lurking here. Li Chao shook his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of ashes on the ground. He bent down to collect some, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, quickly concluding it was the residue of a burned talisman. No wonder there was suddenly silence in the room. The assassin had employed a barrier talisman. Li Chao's expression grew grave as he finally grasped the situation. He then knelt beside Martin's body for a thorough examination. To his shock, he discovered that the wound on Martin's throat was not inflicted by a sharp weapon, but resembled the bite of some creature. Furthermore, Li Chao noted the wasp's stinger still lodged in the throat. The wasp's venom. Li Chao furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with astonishment. He found it incredibly hard to believe that the assassin who sought to take the young master's life could very well be a mutated poison-based insect species. This thought prompted Li Chao to recall the last time they pursued Ming Jing's carriage, when their horses were suddenly attacked and succumbed to poison. The method of attack was precisely this venomous sting. It seemed that they had already been targeted at that time. Such a meticulously orchestrated assassination could only be executed by an elite assassin. If he were indeed the prey, he feared he would not escape death. Contemplating this, Li Chao involuntarily gasped, a chill running down his spine. As the workday concluded, within the tavern, Gu Chaqing looked at the returning tiger bee and shadow spider, rewarding each with a roasted chicken. He then retrieved 2 trophies from the system space. The silver armor felt remarkably light, its scales intricately detailed, adorned with mysterious runes. Last night, during the assassination attempt, the shadow spider's assault had failed, showcasing the formidable defense of the silver armor. Its defensive capabilities undoubtedly reached the level of a spiritual treasure. As Gu Chaqing donned the armor, the runes glimmered and swiftly converged, molding closely to his skin, akin to a custom-tailored garment. His black outer robe concealed the additional layer of protective armor completely. Not bad, Gu Chaqing nodded in satisfaction. For him, it was undoubtedly an extra safeguard for his life. Subsequently, he picked up a golden storage ring, his mental energy swiftly probing within. Upon seeing the contents stored inside, a look of astonishment washed over his face. He could not help but acknowledge that the Ma family was indeed wealthy beyond compare. The legitimate son, Martin Yu, had brought along approximately 1,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, there were over 50,000 taels and silver notes. This fortune was a timely boon for Gu Chaqing, who had depleted his assets in the creation of monsters and the establishment of an intelligence network. This harvest would certainly replenish his resources, allowing his overall strength to ascend to a new level. The auction should have commenced. It was the perfect opportunity to observe the bidding price for the colorful honey pills. Having completed the assassination task, Gu Chaqing felt a profound sense of relief, coupled with a desire to join in the excitement. If suitable insect species editing materials were available, he could purchase them as well. With a mere thought, he swiftly stored the tiger bee and shadow spider within the system space. He then proceeded directly towards the Golden Sea Pavilion, but upon reaching the entrance, he was intercepted by a staff member. Apologies, the auction has already begun. Ordinary guests are not permitted entry. If you wish to enter, please present the VIP card from our establishment. The staff member wore a polite smile. Yet a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he assessed Gu Chaqing's simple attire. Secretly mocking, this fellow likely had never even seen what a VIP card looked like. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Gu Chaqing produced a pure gold VIP card. Presenting it directly, the server, taken aback, gazed at the VIP card in his hand, momentarily blinded by its resplendent golden glow. Esteemed guest, please, come inside. In the blink of an eye, the attendant reverently cradled the VIP card and returned it to Gu Chaqing. My surname is Gu. Manager Liu has reserved a spot for me at the auction. Kindly lead the way. You are Mr. Gu Chaqing? Upon receiving a calm nod from Gu Chaqing, the server's expression flickered with surprise, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Luckily, he had not displayed any signs of neglect earlier. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Is it the esteemed physician Gu from Tianming Medical Hall? At that moment, a melodious voice softly resonated from behind. Hearing this, Gu Chaqing turned to look. There, illuminated by the moonlight, stood a young lady clad in a light-colored, simple dress, her fair complexion accentuating her breathtaking beauty. It was none other than the daughter of the Liu family, Liu Shuang. Chapter 25. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who are you? Gazing at the young lady clad in white before him, Gu Chaqing's expression subtly shifted as he immediately recognized Liu Shuang. However, their previous encounter had been shrouded in secrecy, compelling him to feign ignorance. My aunt is the steward of Jinhai Pavilion, Liu Shuang remarked, her clear eyes sparkling as she softly intoned. So you are the one who concocted the rainbow honey pills. It is a pleasure to meet you. Gu Chaqing nodded with a smile, his gaze appraising her form. She possessed an exquisite figure, and while her delicate features bore a slight resemblance to Liu Ruyun, the latter exuded a mature and alluring charm. In contrast, Liu Shuang emanated an ethereal grace that was refreshingly unique. It was evident that the women of the Liu family were all born beauties. My aunt mentioned that the rainbow honey pills would be auctioned tonight, so I made a special trip to see. Liu Shuang continued, her lips pursed in contemplation. If given the chance, I hope to acquire this treasure. Gu Chaqing replied with a gentle smile. With the financial resources of the Liu family, it should not pose a challenge. Not necessarily, Liu Shuang muttered under her breath. My personal savings are rather modest. Miss, your reserved auction box is still available. Please follow me. A server greeted warmly, his face radiating respect. Dr. Gu, if you do not mind, you are welcome to join me in the box to observe the auction, Liu Shuang invited, her beautiful eyes lifting to meet his. Upon hearing this, the server was taken aback. In his recollection, the young lady was typically frosty and rarely engaged in extensive conversation with men. Yet now, Not only was she initiating dialogue with Gu Chaqing, but she was also inviting him to share her reserved box, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Very well. Gu Chaqing acquiesced, delighted by the company of such a lovely companion. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Shuang'er's eyes, her heart secretly leaping with excitement. If she failed to win the rainbow honey pills in the auction, she could still privately request a few from Gu Chaqing. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Subsequently, the two ascended to the luxurious box on the top floor of the auction house. The interior was spacious and bright, with a wall entirely transformed into a floor-to-ceiling window, providing an unobstructed view of the entire auction venue. Various exquisite pastries and juices adorned the table, showcasing attentive and meticulous service. The entry fee for such a box must have been at least several thousand taels of silver. Gu Chaqing could not help but reflect on the privileged upbringing of these aristocratic offspring, born with a silver spoon in their mouths, indulging in the abundant resources of their families. In contrast, ordinary citizens, despite a lifetime of hard work, would likely struggle to merely reach the starting point of such affluence. Once seated, Gu Chaqing directed his gaze toward the auction stage below. The auction was nearing its conclusion, with a variety of items displayed: swords, martial arts techniques, and spiritual materials. Each item bore a number, signifying that they had already found their owners. A brief scan revealed the absence of the rainbow honey pills. All the items scheduled for tonight's auction have been successfully sold. Congratulations to all the winners. As Gu Chaqing pondered in confusion, the resounding voice of the middle-aged host suddenly echoed. Next, we shall present the final special item for auction. However, this item is not listed in tonight's auction catalog. At this, he deliberately paused, heightening the audience's anticipation. The reason for this unexpected addition is that it caught the discerning eye of our esteemed Director Lu yesterday. For the fortunate winner, it shall undoubtedly be worth far more than its price. The host's theatrical words instantly piqued the curiosity of most attendees. What could possess such remarkable value? Director Lu's insight was renowned, and as a distinguished appraiser, her selection was surely not to be taken lightly. Indeed, one could hardly wait. Amid the murmurs, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. A beam of light then descended from the intricately carved ceiling, illuminating a corner of the auction stage. An immediate hush fell over the crowd as all eyes turned to the source of the light, revealing Lu Ruyun gracefully moving towards the auction platform. She wore a fitted red dress that accentuated her alluring figure, curvaceous and undeniably captivating. Lu Ruyun. It was she who personally presided over the impromptu auction. In the brief time since their last encounter, Director Lu seemed to have grown even more youthful, her skin smooth and delicate, akin to that of a young maiden. Such a stunning beauty, one could only wonder which young master would be fortunate enough to claim her. To share a fleeting moment with her would be worth sacrificing years of life. As Lu Ruyun took her place on the auction stage, a stir rippled through the crowd, particularly among the men, whose gazes roamed over her with palpable desire. With her at the helm, the bidding for the colorful honey pills was sure to be secure. Gu Chaqing nodded inwardly, though he was curious about how Lu Ruyun would promote the items to the audience. By now, Lu Ruyun had ascended the auction platform, elegantly grasping a small gavel, which she brought down upon the golden bell with a graceful tap. The resounding ding gradually quieted the crowd. Surely, the esteemed guests were now eager to learn what the surprise item was. With a gentle smile, Lu Ruyun declared, "I shall not keep you in suspense. It is merely a few pills." No sooner had she spoken than a female server approached the auction stage, carrying a silver tray. However, the server's complexion, marred by blemishes and slightly tanned, meant that the crowd's attention was entirely drawn to the items on the tray. Upon closer inspection, they discovered 8 small, multicolored pills. Their diminutive size, akin to grains of rice, left those seated further back struggling to discern their form. What? This trivial item? So small. Can it even be classified as a pill? Not even sufficient to fill a gap between teeth. What a jest. As the attendees registered their astonishment, expressions of disbelief and derisive laughter began to surface. Were it not for Lu Ruyun's esteemed status, they might well have risen to leave. Yet, unfazed by the skepticism in the room, Lu Ruyun remained composed. Upon encountering the colorful honey pills for the first time, she harbored doubts, without personal experience. It was indeed difficult to believe. Despite their diminutive size, these pills possessed remarkable properties such as detoxification, healing, and beautification, all without a trace of side effects. Lu Ruyun smiled and remarked, particularly regarding the beautifying effects, that they would undoubtedly surpass your imagination. Upon hearing this, the gentlemen present scoffed, seemingly uninterested. However, the female guests in attendance instantly became intrigued. They scrutinized Lu Ruyun, finding her credibility exceedingly high. It was no wonder that despite her age, Manager Lu's complexion remained remarkably youthful. Words alone were insufficient. Thus, I shall demonstrate the effects live for everyone. After Lu Ruyun concluded her statement, a guard approached, cradling a transparent crystal box. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he noticed a black and white striped venomous snake coiled within. What was the purpose of this? The audience was slightly taken aback, quickly recalling Lu Ruyun's earlier mention of detoxification. Lu Ruyun turned to the pallid waitress, gently reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. Nothing will happen." The waitress, suppressing her fear, trembled as she slowly extended her hand toward the crystal box. Hiss, just as her palm entered the box. The snake suddenly lunged and bit her fiercely. Ah! The waitress cried out in pain, retracting her hand, which was now marked by 2 bleeding puncture wounds from the fangs. The surrounding skin rapidly turning a purplish hue as the toxin spread swiftly. Witnessing this scene, the crowd involuntarily gasped. No one had anticipated that Lu Ruyun would directly test the poison on a human rather than resorting to an animal substitute. Thus, it became clear. Gu Changqing remained composed, having already deduced Lu Ruyun's strategy. After all, how could testing on animals truly showcase the beautifying effects of the colorful honey pills? This tactic indeed achieved a dual purpose. Chapter 26. It was actually her. Lu Ruyun produced a colorful honey pill and placed it in the mouth of the waitress. The moment the pill touched her tongue, it transformed into a cascade of vibrant colors, swiftly permeating her entire being. Within mere moments, the waitress's complexion began to radiate a rosy hue. While the wound inflicted by the snakebite healed at an astonishing rate, the venom dissipating without a trace. Even more astonishing was the fact that the freckles that adorned her face melted away like snow in the sun, revealing skin that was rejuvenated and luminous. Her overall beauty saw a remarkable enhancement. The effect is simply miraculous. The room erupted into an uproar, particularly among the female guests, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. Detoxification? Healing? They scarcely cared. What truly drove them to madness was the extraordinary beautifying effect. A plump, freckled matron could no longer contain herself and rushed to the auction stage, leaning in closely to examine the waitress's face. This little pill. Its results surpass even those of renowned skincare products. She trembled with excitement, her eyes brimming with delight. Lu Ruyun's lips curled into a subtle smile, unperturbed by the crowd's reaction. While there were indeed healing and detoxifying elixirs available in the market, few possessed the dual benefit of enhancing beauty. This was undeniably an irresistible temptation for women. How astonishing! Inside the private room, Lu Shuang'er's eye sparkled, her heart, enamored with beauty, was instantly captivated by the colorful honey pill. The effects of this pill were evident for all to see, and there was no need for further elaboration. Seizing the moment, Lu Ruyun announced, "The bidding will now commence, with an opening price of 10,000 taels of silver for 7 pills. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. This is far too affordable. Gu Changqing, however, appeared incredulous, thinking he had misheard. This price barely covered the cost. Yet, the subsequent bids flooded in, filling his heart with elation. 15,000, 30,000, 50,000. The bidding voices surged, the price soaring past 50,000 in the blink of an eye. Even men joined the fray, eager to procure them for their own wives. However, the most fervent bidders were undoubtedly the female guests, some even disregarding their decorum. Rising to shout, "Keep going, don't stop." Gu Changqing's heart raced. The cacophony of bids resonated in his ears like a symphony. Beside him, Lu Ruyun remained composed, refraining from placing any bids, as if awaiting something. 60,000, 65,000, 68,000. As the price escalated rapidly, the momentum showed no signs of waning, the competition fierce. Yet, those with limited means soon found themselves outmatched. As the bidding approached the 100,000 mark, the atmosphere grew tense, with only scattered bids remaining. Finally, the plump matron shouted, 100,000, and the room fell silent, no one daring to bid further. As Gu Changqing observed the waning momentum, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. The price was undoubtedly profitable. The desire to enhance one's beauty would ultimately depend on who possessed greater resources. The corpulent, wealthy woman, brimming with self-satisfaction, promptly lifted her ample form from her seat, preparing to ascend the stage to claim the colorful honey pills. 150,000. Just as the crowd believed the matter was settled, a cool, clear voice unexpectedly pierced the air. The wealthy woman froze, hurriedly searching for the source of the voice. However, the glass wall of the private room was mirrored, concealing the identity of the speaker. It was indeed her. Gu Chaqing turned to glance at Lu Shuang'er beside him, unable to suppress his astonishment. The bid had suddenly escalated from 100,000 to 150,000. Previously, she had claimed her private funds were limited. Was this truly a trivial amount? Incremental bidding was cumbersome. A bold increase was far more efficient. Lu Shuang'er smiled lightly, stating, "This is my bottom line. I cannot go any higher." Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing secretly reveled in the situation, hoping for an even more aggressive bidding war. 150,000 for the first time. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Lu Ruyun paused slightly, observing the silence in the room before adhering to the rules and continuing. 150,000 for the second time. 150,000 for the third time. Sold. With the finality of the gavel, Lu Ruyun cast an odd glance toward the private room, seemingly recognizing Lu Shuang'er's voice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 08 for successfully bidding on 7 colorful honey pills. Please conduct the transaction privately with me. With those words, the auction concluded successfully for the evening. Subsequently, Lu Ruyun personally delivered the honey pills to the private room. Upon noticing Gu Chaqing's presence, she exhibited a hint of surprise. "Aunt," Lu Shuang'er exclaimed with a playful smile, winking at Lu Ruyun. "Lu girl, I suspected it was you." As she entered, Lu Ruyun shot a disapproving glance at Lu Shuang'er. "Aunt, your insight is truly unparalleled. Nothing escapes your notice." Lu Shuang'er affectionately linked her arm with Lu Ruyun's, playfully pleading, "Could you possibly extend credit?" "Enough of that," Lu Ruyun chided with a smile. "While I endeavored to stimulate bidding in the auction, you casually bid on your own item. Had I known this would occur, I could have arranged for Mr. Gu to sell it to you privately." Lu Shuang'er explained, "You know I must soon attend the 7 Xian Martial Academy, which is why I intended to procure some for my senior sisters." Though Lu Ruyun feigned annoyance, she refrained from further comment and turned her attention to Gu Chaqing. "Mr. Gu, according to our store's policy, after deducting a 20% commission, you are left with 120,000. Lu Ruyun produced a stack of gold notes. "This is your rightful earnings." "Thank you." Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly as he accepted the money. He had provided 8 colorful honey pills, with a cost of merely 200 energy points, equivalent to 20,000 silver. This transaction yielded an astonishing profit of 100,000. "Mr. Gu, should you have more colorful honey pills in the future, you are most welcome to return to Jinhai Pavilion." Lu Ruyun extended her enthusiastic invitation. As a merchant, the utmost concern is profit. In the brief span of half an incense stick, the Jinhai Pavilion has garnered a commission of 20,000, and she naturally must seize the opportunity. Moreover, given the fervent trend of tonight's auction, those wealthy women who failed to secure their bids will undoubtedly come prepared with ample funds for the next round of bidding. The crafting of the colorful honey pills is no simple task, and further contemplation shall be reserved for later. Gu Chaqing shook his head, refraining from immediate assent. After all, the required pollen consists of spiritual flora, not easily obtainable. The garden of the Lu family's ancestral residence had already been harvested by the tiger bees last night. Should they return, those precious spiritual plants would surely wither and perish. However, this concern is secondary, as Gu Chaqing harbored his own ulterior motives. The Jinhai Pavilion's auctions occur only once every 10 days to half a month. Although they generate substantial profits, the efficiency is woefully slow. Therefore, it would be wiser to sell at his own clinic, ensuring a steady stream of income. "Master Lu, young Master Ma has just been assassinated at the Yihong courtyard." At this moment, a burly man rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's expression changed dramatically. "Is the news accurate?" "Absolutely certain. The guards of the Ma family have already rushed to the government office to exert pressure, and it appears they intend to conduct a thorough investigation into the assassin organization lurking in the city." Listening to the man's account, a flicker of seriousness crossed Gu Chaqing's eyes. This was certainly not favorable news for him. Chapter 27. The Summoning of the Swarm Ant. "Could the one who was assassinated be Martin Yu?" Lu Shuang'er inquired with a hint of surprise in her tone. "Indeed, it is he," Lu Ruyun replied, her brow furrowing with concern. "His father is a court official, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution. It seems that Chizhou City will not witness tranquility in the days to come." This thought weighed heavily on Lu Ruyun's mind. After all, it was Martin Yu's misfortune that stemmed from her own actions, leading him to seek solace at the Yihong courtyard, where he ultimately fell victim to the assassination. Should Marquis Ma pursue the matter, it could ignite animosity towards the Lu family. Given that old Fox's penchant for vengeance, resolving this issue would not be a simple task. Mr. Gu, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps we can collaborate another day, Lu Riyun said, her desire to continue entertaining Gu Changqing waning, and offered a polite smile. Gu Changqing nodded nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to take his leave. Now that he was aware of impending actions from the authorities, he needed to prepare thoroughly in advance. As Lu Riyun gazed at Gu Changqing's retreating figure, she suddenly asked, Schwanger, when did you arrive with Dr. Gu? Not long ago. Just in time for the impromptu production of the 7-color honey pills, Lu Schwanger replied, a look of confusion crossing her face. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's heart sank momentarily. She recalled a brief altercation between Gu Changqing and Martin Yu outside the Lu family ancestral home earlier that day. Following that, Gu Changqing had escorted her to the Jinhai Pavilion, conveniently avoiding entry. Now, he appeared at the auction, coinciding with the news of Martin Yu's demise. The temporal overlap stirred an inexplicable sense of suspicion within her. Surely, a mere verbal dispute could not lead to such tragedy. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Lu Riyun shook her head internally, dismissing the absurd thought. It was important to remember that Martin Yu was accompanied by a dozen elite guards, not to mention Li Chao, a master at the innate level who never left his side, unless one were an extraordinary assassin who could take his life unnoticed. An esteemed healer. How could he possibly be an assassin? Aunt, you have been gazing in the direction of Dr. Gu's departure, Lu Schwanger teased softly. Could it be that you harbor feelings for him? Don't be ridiculous, Lu Riyun retorted, her beautiful eyes narrowing before she paused thoughtfully. I just feel that he is unlike others. He is difficult to perceive. Lu Schwanger expressed mild astonishment. Aunt, having navigated the business world for so many years, is there truly someone you cannot see through? There are always greater talents beyond our own, Lu Riyun replied with a gentle smile. Do you believe that someone capable of concocting such extraordinary pills as the 7-color honey pills could be an ordinary physician? I am merely curious about his methods. Lu Schwanger's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she suggested, in that case, let us visit the Tianming Medical Hall another day. Perhaps we might uncover something fascinating. Lu Riyun's expression shifted slightly, as if struck by a revelation. At that moment, Gu Changqing had already exited the Jinhai Pavilion, meandering through the quaint, antiquated streets. As Gu Changqing passed by the Yihong courtyard, he found the establishment sealed off, guarded by several officials. The deceased was rumored to be the legitimate heir of the Ma family from the capital. What a tragedy! The esteemed son of a count met his end in such a sordid place, bringing disgrace upon the Ma family. Even more astonishing was the prowess of the assassin, who managed to elude the vigilant eyes of numerous Ma family guards and execute the deed with such stealth. Indeed, not only was the perpetrator not apprehended, but even a trace of the assassin remained unseen. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their astonishment palpable whenever the enigmatic assassin was mentioned. Gu Changqing paused for a moment, but upon hearing no useful information, he decided to depart. In his view, the authorities, regardless of their intentions, would have to conduct a formal investigation to appease the Ma family. Thus, it was inevitable that they would dispatch personnel to comb the entire city. However, in Qinzhou City, the underground assassin network now had only the Heavenly Fate Medical Hall as its sole stronghold. Should any whispers leak from the black market intermediaries, they would undoubtedly trace it back. Although there were countless ways to ensure one's safety, Gu Changqing firmly believed that in this ruthless world, it was the strength of one's fist that truly mattered. Suddenly, he felt a stir within himself, converting all the spirit stones in his storage ring into energy points. Ding! Conversion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1070 energy points, totaling 1600. System, open the enhancement panel. As his thoughts settled, a luminous panel materialized before his eyes. Enhancement template has been activated for the host. Please select a pet for upgrading enhancement. Both the Shadow Spider and the Tiger Bee were at mid-tier levels, requiring 1000 energy points each to ascend to high tier. After a brief contemplation, Gu Changqing promptly selected the Tiger Bee as his target for enhancement. The skill to craft rainbow honey pills acquired during the last enhancement had yielded him considerable profits. He wondered what unexpected surprises awaited him this time. Upon completing the operation, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. Your Tiger Bee has achieved high-tier enhancement, with overall combat power significantly increased. New skill unlocked. Swarm Summon. Power Assessment. Early stage of Innate Realm. To upgrade to Extraordinary Tier, 10,000 energy points are required. The requirement had surged tenfold upon seeing the upgrade cost. Gu Chaqing felt an immense pressure. As he progressed further, the expenses would undoubtedly escalate into a substantial sum. He then shifted his gaze down the panel to the newly unlocked skill section. Swarm Summon. Instantly summon 100B warriors to assist in combat for a duration of 30 minutes. Gu Chaqing's eyes brightened with intrigue. Tiger Bee, come forth and showcase your prowess. The moment the command was issued, the Tiger Bee surged forth, soaring into the sky. Once it was a distance away from the street, it unleashed its skill. Swarm Summon. Instantly, a billowing wave of dark mist rapidly emanated from the Tiger Bee. Buzzing. A horde of bee warriors erupted from the black fog, a menacing swarm filling the air. Immediately, the data regarding the 100 soldier bees illuminated the panel. Their combat prowess was modest, merely half that of the tiger wasp. In terms of abilities, they had only inherited the tiger wasp's venomous strike critical hit. Nevertheless, this formidable assembly could undoubtedly be likened to a legion of hornets, not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Gu Chaqing was astounded to discover that he shared a sense of perception with this swarm of soldier bees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the night sky, the swarm swiftly dispersed, each bee swirling above the city. In every neighborhood, wherever the soldier bee's gaze fell, it was instantaneously projected into Gu Chaqing's mind. As the shared perception activated entirely, a deluge of light and shadow flooded his consciousness, resembling a vast surveillance room overseeing all activities within the city. How exhilarating! Gu Chaqing marveled within. The prowess of this swarm summoning skill, while yet to be fully assessed in battle, would undeniably enhance his ability to track prey in the future. Akin to adding wings to a tiger. Chapter 28 The Scapegoat. Gu Chaqing, utilizing the omniscient perspective of the swarm, detected movements at the government office. A flicker of intrigue sparked within him, prompting him to discreetly command one of the bee's soldiers to monitor the situation. Under the cloak of night, Captain Lee emerged from the gates with a throng of constables, swiftly navigating through various neighborhoods, apprehending any suspicious individuals on the spot. Captain, is it really all right to arrest people indiscriminately? A young constable could not help but inquire. They hardly seemed capable enough to be assassins. Fool. Captain Lee shot him a glare, his voice booming. It matters not whether they resemble assassins. We need to bring back some local ruffians to at least provide an explanation. Do you truly possess the skill to capture an assassin? Upon hearing this, the young constable's expression faltered, and he quickly shook his head in denial. No, I do not. Precisely, Captain Lee scoffed. To expect us to catch assassins is akin to sending us to our doom. Sometimes, one must learn to be adaptable. Besides, these ruffians have done nothing virtuous. Under severe interrogation, we can easily fabricate a scapegoat to placate the authorities. The young constable, suddenly enlightened, gave a thumbs up to Captain Lee. Indeed, experience prevails. Subsequently, Captain Lee, accompanied by his constables, marched with fervor towards the impoverished district in the northern part of the city. The inhabitants here were predominantly insignificant individuals lacking any connections, undoubtedly the ideal candidates for scapegoats. Just then, a carriage rolled through the alley awash with sewage, approaching them. The coachman, donned in a mask and of imposing stature, was unmistakably Meng Jing. Just when Captain Lee was vexed over the absence of an appropriate scapegoat, this individual appeared as the perfect fit. Captain Lee's gaze swept over Meng Jing's enigmatic attire, and a sinister smile crept upon his face. Stop him. A dozen constables understood the command and swiftly surged forward to halt the carriage. Gentlemen, please proceed, Meng Jing said, casting a puzzled glance at them before maneuvering his carriage to the side, clearing the path. We are not passing through. We are here to apprehend you. Captain Lee approached, sneering. You would do well to surrender quietly, lest you invite unnecessary suffering. Meng Jing furrowed his brow. What crime have I committed? Enough with the pleasantries. Come with us to the government office, and you will find out. Captain Lee drew his long knife with a fierce glare. If you dare resist, there will be no mercy. The constables brandished their weapons, menacingly encircling him. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Meng Jing realized something was amiss. Following Gu Chaqing's instructions, he had sent Fang Baiyu to procure a few communication talismans from the black market, intending to deliver them to the Destiny Medical Hall. He had not anticipated encountering such a predicament. Meng Jing, these ruffians clearly intend to use you as a scapegoat. At that moment, a low voice emanated from within the carriage, belonging to Fang Baiyu. If you fall into their hands, it will be disastrous. Charge through. Damn it. So that's how it is. Meng Jing's gaze hardened as he tightened the reins and let out a sharp whistle. In an instant, the ebony steed beneath him reared up, its large hooves striking fiercely, toppling the two guards who had approached too closely. It then attempted to break through the throng, dragging the carriage along, seeking death. Upon witnessing this, Captain Li's gaze sharpened, and he dashed forward with great urgency. Concurrently, fueled by Yuan Jin, the blade in his hand shimmered ominously as he unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy aimed directly at the black horse. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a hidden wasp soldier swiftly released a venomous stinger, precisely piercing Captain Li's palm. "Ah!" he cried out in shock and agony, the sword slipping from his grip as his right arm visibly swelled and darkened. "Captain, what has happened to you?" The sudden turn of events left the guards aghast. Yet, before they could fully grasp the situation, a cacophony of piercing buzzing sounds suddenly resonated from above. Instinctively, they looked up, their pupils dilating in terror. A vast swarm of hornets, dark as a storm cloud, plunged downward. As they shook their abdomens, they unleashed a simultaneous barrage of venomous stings. In an instant, countless minuscule stingers rained down like arrows. The guards, terrified, desperately swung their blades to defend themselves, yet many were struck, the searing pain overwhelming their senses. "Oh!" A chorus of wretched screams filled the air. Such ferocious wasps! Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu were both taken aback. However, to their astonishment, they realized that the hornets seemed to show no intention of attacking them. As if manipulated by a hidden hand. Could it be that assassin? Captain Li, extracting the stinger from his hand, felt a numbing sensation wash over him, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one found on Martin Yu's corpse. A chill coursed through him as he contemplated this, and he dared not pursue any scapegoat, but fled in a frantic scramble. Witnessing their leader's retreat, the guards, too, scattered in sheer panic. "Withdraw." At that moment, Gu Changqing, far in the eastern district, issued a quiet command. The wasp soldiers, circling above the carriage, swiftly retreated like a whirlwind. "Baiyu, could it be that these wasps are here to aid us?" Meng Jing gazed incredulously at the receding swarm. "Of course, given that we emerged unscathed from that assault. They must be protecting us," Fang Baiyu replied, his expression serious. "Moreover, anyone capable of commanding such a multitude of hornets must be a master beast tamer." Meng Jing chuckled. "If we ever have the chance, we ought to express our gratitude in person." "Huh, such masters are not easily encountered. We must strive to enhance our own cultivation. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us," Fang Baiyu retorted. "Our current objective, however, is to assist our boss in expanding the assassin's influence. Once we have amassed wealth, we can procure spiritual materials for our training." Meng Jingzheng nodded, harboring a fervent heart for the pursuit of martial arts. Given the recent events in the slums, it was evident that staying here was no longer feasible. With a sigh, Fang Baiyu kicked Meng Jing's rear, urging him, "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry to the Destiny Medical Hall and find the owner." "Impudent brat, do not mistake me for a mere passenger. Another kick, and I shall toss you from the cart." Meng Jing shot Fang Baiyu a glare before deftly grasping the reins and steering the carriage forward with haste. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden wasp, long lying in wait, surged forth, swiftly making its way towards the vicinity of Gu Changqing. Once he confirmed that Meng Jing and his companion were out of harm's way, Gu Changqing severed their shared vision, concealing his accomplishments and reputation. At present, the Destiny assassins were expanding and strengthening their ranks, and these two were pivotal to their success. Thus, no mishap could be permitted. Once the pressing matters were concluded, it would be prudent to enhance their cultivation levels. Gu Changqing contemplated briefly, intending to procure some martial arts resources to nurture the pair. Although their encounter was fortuitous, and he had subtly aided them in escaping peril, what of the future? Therefore, fortifying their strengths was of utmost importance. Moreover, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu already exhibited remarkable talent for martial arts, even from the depths of the slums. They had managed to reach the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm with their scant resources. If provided with ample training materials, their progress would undoubtedly be meteoric. Chapter 29. Shadow Traversal at the command of Gu Changqing. The swarm of 100 bee soldiers, spiraling in the night sky, instantly transformed into a black mist with a series of soft puffs vanishing into thin air. Soon after, the tiger bee had soared above the district where he stood, suddenly flapping its wings and diving down with incredible speed, landing firmly on Gu Changqing's shoulder in the blink of an eye. At this moment, it exhibited superior speed, strength, and defense, all enhanced to a high level. Its 6 legs resembled claws forged from steel, and its 2 pairs of wings were as tough as iron, their edges glinting with a sharp, cold light. It was easy to envision that should one be struck by these iron wings, the resulting injury would be as severe as a dagger's cut, capable of slicing through flesh in an instant. though the wings were small. If they were to slash at a person's eyes or throat, the destructive potential would undoubtedly be immense. With one more enhancement, the tiger bee would likely be able to sweep aside any human martial artist within the innate realm. Gu Changqing pondered this privately, then raised his gaze to the star-filled night sky, his eyes reflecting a hint of longing. He was acutely aware of his current position. Despite the vastness of the world outside, abundant in resources, he knew he must remain cautious until he had fully developed in this limited territory. "My master, you are biased. I too wish to strengthen," came the suddenly resentful voice of the shadow spider in his mind. "Fear not, little spider. In times of danger, I shall protect you." The tiger bee arrogantly retorted. "Who needs your protection? I want the master." The shadow spider's tone dripped with disdain. Had it not been for its inability to confront the tiger bee at present, it would have eagerly spun a web in protest. Gu Changqing chuckled silently at the banter between his two pets. With 600 energy points remaining, he thought to himself that once he accumulated 1,000, he would grant an enhancement. Smiling, he nodded and then hired a carriage at the roadside, setting off towards Tianbao Pavilion. He currently possessed approximately 170,000 in funds, sufficient to facilitate the Shadow Spider's high-level enhancement. "Esteemed guest, you have finally arrived." Upon entering Tianbao Pavilion, the shopkeeper immediately recognized Gu Changqing and warmly approached him. "Young master, do you wish to sell those 7-colored elixirs?" The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits with excitement. "Whatever quantity you sell, I shall purchase without hesitation." He still felt regret from the last missed opportunity, and upon seeing Gu Changqing's arrival, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. "This time, I am not selling elixirs. I wish to procure some low-grade spirit stones." "Approximately 500 pieces, Gu Changqing replied. Upon hearing this quantity, the shopkeeper's previously disappointed demeanor transformed into one of renewed hope. "Very well, that shall be ample." He quickly grabbed a burlap sack and filled it to the brim. "By the way, our store has just acquired pollen from the cold spirit flower today. Would you be interested?" Recalling Gu Changqing's previous purchases of such materials, he eagerly seized the opportunity to promote this offering. "This is the last batch of the late autumn harvest, weighing no less than 3 g." As he spoke, the shopkeeper retrieved an iron box from beneath the counter. As the lid was lifted, crystalline pollen immediately caught the eye, accompanied by a refreshing and fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. Gu Changqing's expression shifted subtly. This pollen was sufficient to concoct 6 batches of the colorful honey pills, totaling 30 pieces. Even if he were to temporarily lack assassination missions, this supply would sustain his financial circulation for a while. "If you wish to acquire all of it, along with the price of the spirit stones." The shopkeeper's chubby fingers deftly tapped the abacus, a broad smile adorning his face as he said, "I'll give you a discount, totaling 160,000 silver coins." Gu Changqing did not haggle and paid the full amount. However, upon completing the transaction, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. The once ample assets had, in the blink of an eye, become quite strained. System: select the Shadow Spider for enhancement. Exiting the Tianbao workshop, Gu Changqing's mind stirred as he abruptly activated the upgrade panel. Subsequently, he converted all the spirit stones he had acquired into energy points. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations. Your Shadow Spider has completed a high-level enhancement, with a comprehensive boost in combat power. Unlocked high-level skill, Shadow Traverse. Power assessment, early innate realm. To upgrade to the extraordinary tier, 10,000 energy points are required. As the information on the panel transformed, a brand new pet encyclopedia flashed into view. The Shadow Spider's insectoid form had undergone a transformation. The originally pitch-black carapace now bore silver web-like patterns. Its 8 legs glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, and the hooked claws at the tips of its limbs were sharp as needles. Shadow Traverse. Gu Changqing's attention was entirely captivated by the new skill of the Shadow Spider. Upon retrieving the information, he learned that this was a dark element spatial displacement skill, embodying the 3 characteristics of stealth, ambush, and evasion. However, it required contact with or proximity to shadowed areas to initiate traversal, and one could only leap between shadows within sight, with a maximum distance of 100 meters. Was this not akin to spatial teleportation? Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled. While it may not offer the same unrestrained freedom as teleportation, its prowess was undeniably impressive. "Master," the excited voice of the Shadow Spider resonated within his consciousness. "I have learned Shadow Traverse. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the shadow spider abruptly materialized beneath Gu Changqing's feet. It then used the shadow of Gu Changqing's body as a point of traversal and, in the next moment, appeared within the shadow of a nearby corner. Impressive. Gu Changqing silently praised, filled with envy. If only he possessed such a skill of shadow traverse, it would undoubtedly serve as an additional lifeline. Regrettably, the system's shared perception did not grant him access to the shadow spider's abilities. After a moment of reflection, Gu Changqing swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, the enhancement of the shadow spider's strength was tantamount to an augmentation of the overall combat power of his team. He then checked his balance of energy points. 100 points. This was more than sufficient for concocting 6 batches of colorful honey pills. Immediately, Gu Changqing concentrated his thoughts and began to store all the pollen into the system space for processing. With a melodic chime, the vibrant honey balls were successfully crafted, resulting in an energy value of -600. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 30 colorful honey balls. Gu Changqing retrieved a jade box from his storage ring and carefully placed the entire collection within. Although there were only 30, their resale would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. With matters settled, it was time to return. However, as Gu Changqing surveyed his surroundings, he found the carriage that had previously awaited him by the roadside was nowhere to be seen. The distance to the Destiny Medical Hall spanned several dozen kilometers, necessitating a walk back. Master, I can transport you through the shadows. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing the voice of the shadow spider, Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such an ability was indeed remarkable. Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously inquired, "Are there any side effects?" "Rest assured, Master, there should be none." With the shadow spider's reassurance, Gu Changqing promptly commanded, "Then let us commence." In an instant, a nearly transparent silk thread shot forth, swiftly enveloping his form. "Master, hold tightly to my thread." As the shadow spider's words faded, it suddenly unleashed its shadow traversing skill. Chapter 30. Comprehending the Essence Whoosh. Gu Changqing felt a fleeting darkness envelop him, only to be swiftly replaced by a sudden brightness. In the blink of an eye, he was astonished to find himself, though still standing, now cloaked in the shadows of a wall several dozen meters away. Success! Gu Changqing's heart surged with excitement. This was an extraordinary skill for stealth. "My master, how do you feel?" The concerned voice of the shadow spider echoed in his mind. Gu Changqing quickly assessed his body, discovering no abnormalities. "All is well, proceed." As he spoke, the shadow spider whisked him away, vanishing from their original location in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thus, the man and beast swiftly navigated the various shadows that lined the streets. Gu Changqing felt as if an enigmatic force of darkness was guiding him, propelling him rapidly along the threads of shadow. Every cell in his body seemed to merge with the dark, racing alongside it. In a fleeting moment, Gu Changqing sensed something elusive, yet it slipped away just as quickly, leaving him unable to grasp its intricacies. Resolving to delve deeper, he closed his eyes, savoring the extraordinary sensations experienced within the realm of darkness. Darkness was not merely void but a flowing tapestry. Immersed in this experience, as his understanding deepened, certain realizations began to dawn upon him. With each traversal, he distinctly perceived how his body was momentarily engulfed by the darkness, only to emerge upon completion of the journey. However, this was not a simple spatial leap. It resonated with the shadows, until he was entirely absorbed by the dark. A tremor coursed through Gu Changqing's heart as he vaguely touched upon a profound essence. It is essential to understand that in the realm of martial arts, this essence transcends mere raw power, representing a higher level of comprehension. Should a martial artist grasp such an essence, they could forge a unique martial discipline, unleashing combat prowess far beyond their peers. Yet, at this moment, Gu Changqing had merely grazed the threshold, without fully stepping through. Realizing this, he promptly commanded the shadow spider, "Increase our speed, do not halt." Though puzzled, the shadow spider obeyed, accelerating abruptly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a flurry of afterimages darted through the streets like lightning. Any area cast in shadow became a springboard for the shadow spider. This extreme velocity generated a gust of wind that swept through the surroundings. Strangely, why did it feel as if a chilling wind was sweeping through tonight? Indeed, and these gusts appeared utterly chaotic. Passers-by on the street wore expressions of astonishment, their gazes flitting around in disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing was wholly enveloped in darkness. Apart from the thread of spider silk entwined around him, he seemed entirely isolated from the outside world. This time, He no longer passively accepted the traversal. Instead, he actively expanded his perception, even attempting to guide the shadow spider's path. Is my master influencing my shadow traversal? The shadow spider felt a surge of surprise, realizing that Gu Changqing's will could subtly alter its direction. In response, the shadow spider did not forcibly interrupt, but rather cooperated seamlessly. As the process progressed, Gu Changqing's perception of his surroundings transformed from the previous pure darkness into a myriad of intricate veins flowing like a network of blood vessels. Was this the trajectory of shadows? Gu Changqing was astounded, attempting to touch these veins with his consciousness. Suddenly, a powerful surge engulfed him, drawing him deeper into the abyss of darkness, where an unprecedented clarity erupted in his mind. Ding! The host is grasping the essence of darkness. Current comprehension progress, 5, 10, 15. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system reverberated in his mind. However, when the comprehension reached 20, the dark space abruptly collapsed. With a sudden jolt, the shadow spider's energy was depleted, and the shadow traversal was forcibly interrupted. Gu Changqing's body trembled as he jolted back from the depths of the dark realm, his consciousness returning to reality. Though tinged with regret, he had at least crossed the threshold. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. Master, my energy has been exhausted, the shadow spider communicated apologetically, weary as it lay at Gu Changqing's feet. The intense speed of the previous traversal had evidently drained a significant amount of its energy. Not to worry, this time I shall guide you, Gu Changqing thought, actively channeling the true essence within him, attempting to replicate the shadow spider's shadow traversal and resonate with the surrounding darkness. A hum resonated through him as his body trembled slightly, and the shadows beneath his feet began to twist peculiarly. Gu Changqing sensed the pulsation of the dark essence and stepped forward, gradually merging his form into the shadows. Then, quickening his pace, his figure morphed into a series of black afterimages, swiftly navigating through the shadows of the street. Although this technique was far inferior to the shadow spider's shadow traversal, it was a unique shadow step he had created by utilizing the intricacies of the essence. The path of martial cultivation was indeed unfathomable. Gu Changqing felt little turbulence within. He understood he had merely scratched the surface, having only grasped a fragment of the essence of darkness. Mastering the dark arts would not be so easily attained. After all, the system's primary function was to create insectoid monsters, and as long as the energy reserves were sufficient, he could continuously upgrade and strengthen. His personal journey of cultivation, however, relied on his own exploration. Only through such endeavors could he extend his lifespan and perhaps even achieve the long-desired immortality. Gu Changqing did not wish to find himself a decrepit old man as the fated assassins rose to prominence. Master, if you earn more, perhaps you could upgrade me a few times, and I might just produce a pill to extend your life, the tiger bee remarked, seemingly attuned to Gu Changqing's thoughts. With an air of arrogance, do not heed its words, master. It is essential to strengthen me, so I can ensure your safety at all times, the shadow spider retorted, evidently having formed a rivalry with the tiger bee. Ah, my dear spider, your words are rather misplaced. I am more than capable of safeguarding our master, and I can also ensure your protection. Meanwhile, the hornet engages in playful banter. You have yet to witness my transformation into a formidable humanoid beast, radiating strength and vigor. Should you doubt my claims, I implore our master to permit me a demonstration. As soon as the words left its mouth, it emerged from the confines of the system space, buzzing around Gu Changqing. Had it not been for the absence of a command from its master, the hornet would have eagerly transformed to showcase its prowess. Enough with the idle chatter, your existence must remain concealed for the time being. Gu Changqing chided the hornet with a smile, before promptly retracting it back into the system space. To prevent further antics from this creature, he took the precaution of imposing restrictions within the system, temporarily suppressing the hornet. Master, when do you intend to create the third creature? The curious inquiry from the shadow spider instantly piqued Gu Changqing's interest. At present, the intelligence network of the Destiny Assassins had been entirely entrusted to Feng Baiyu for management, who would also introduce an agent named Zhao Rong. Once the organization reaches its full capacity, the most pressing need will be for assassins. Reflecting on this, Gu Changqing concluded that it was indeed essential to assemble a team of monster slayers. However, the question remained, what type of insectoid should be chosen for the creation of the third creature? Chapter 31. How to explain in Gu Changqing's perspective. Although the insect tribe is diminutive, there exists a hierarchy of strength among them. Each species possesses an innate and distinctive capability. For instance, The mantis employs its scythe-like forelimbs as its primary means of attack, exhibiting ferocity in its predation. The beetle, while its offensive capabilities may be debatable, boasts formidable defensive skills. If evolved into an insect monster, it would undoubtedly serve as the stalwart shield of the team. Selecting the right insects is straightforward. Yet sourcing the necessary materials proves to be rather challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chaqing sighed softly. The materials required for editing the insect tribe cannot be sourced haphazardly, as this would inevitably diminish the potential of the monster. Although later enhancements can be made through energy upgrades, the process is undeniably cumbersome. Thus, it is imperative to select editing materials that correspond with the unique abilities of the insect tribe, while also prioritizing high-quality materials. My master, for an assassin-type insect, I recommend a mantis, suggested the shadow spider telepathically. Before I underwent editing enhancements, I was nearly devoured by a mantis and had to seek refuge in your medical facility. The mantis's blade-like limbs are exceptionally lethal, and it has always been regarded as a premier predator among our insect kin. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing's expression shifted slightly. He found the mantis to be a commendable choice, especially since selecting the materials would not be overly difficult. A high-quality long blade would suffice. Ah, spider. Your understanding is rather limited. What does that creature amount to as a predator? During my time surviving in the wild, I once dispatched a small mantis. The hornet's tone was laced with disdain, accompanied by a touch of self-aggrandizement. Well, you do acknowledge it was a small mantis. Had you encountered an adult one? Would you still be here today? The shadow spider scoffed, its derision palpable. Gu Chaqing chose to ignore their banter and instead examined the system panel, noting the remaining 500 points of energy. With such a meager sum, even if he wished to capture a mantis to edit into a monster, he would be unable to proceed. Any future plans would have to await the arrival of his task rewards and the successful sale of the colorful honey pills. Reining in his thoughts, Gu Chaqing felt the flow of his true essence quicken, enhancing the speed of his shadow step technique. Each leap and shift allowed him to master this skill with greater ease. The night breeze whistled past his ears, and soon enough, he arrived at the western district of the city. Look, the boss has arrived. Outside the Destiny Medical Hall, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu had been waiting eagerly. Upon spotting Gu Chaqing in the distance, they instantly rose to their feet. Due to a previous encounter with Captain Li in the slums, Meng Jing had wisely removed his mask, and even the cart was parked at a nearby station, demonstrating a heightened level of caution. Boss, here is the sound transmission talisman you requested, Fang Baiyu said as he hurried forward, producing a large stack of talismans from his bosom. Lacking the convenience of a storage ring, these talismans were somewhat crumpled from being carried close to his body. This must have cost quite a bit, I presume. Gu Chaqing casually took the stack, estimating there to be around 50 or 60 sheets. They were free. Fang Baiyu grinned, explaining that these were all crafted by Sister Rong herself, requiring no expenditure. Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, inquiring if she was a rune master. Strictly speaking, not quite. Fang Baiyu shook his head. Over the years, Sister Rong had acted as an intermediary, constantly navigating between various factions in the black market, leading to a heavy consumption of sound transmission runes. However, this particular item had long been monopolized by the shops of ancient martial arts families, with prices that were exorbitantly high. In order to save money, Sister Rong dedicated a period to research and astonishingly managed to devise her own method. Upon hearing this, the surprise in Gu Chaqing's eyes transformed into profound interest. Previously, in his efforts to create a separation rune, he had covertly learned from Lu Ruyun's technique and attempted to replicate it, fully aware of the considerable difficulty in inscribing runes. He never anticipated that Zhao Rong, an outsider, could self-learn and produce so many sound transmission runes. This was truly a remarkable talent. If she could be recruited into the Destiny Assassins, not only would there be a viable candidate for the agent position, with a bit of nurturing, she might even evolve into a rune master. Rest assured, boss. Sister Rong assured me that these sound transmission runes are finished products, with absolutely clear sound quality. Noticing Gu Chaqing's silence, Fang Baiyu confidently declared, I'll demonstrate for you. As he spoke, he extracted 2 sound transmission runes, channeling his internal energy into the inscriptions, then handed one to Meng Jing. Keep your distance. Meng Jing understood, quickly running towards the depths of the alley until he halted several hundred meters away. With a whoosh, Fang Baiyu ignited the sound transmission rune in his hand and whispered a phrase, idiot. In the next instant, a flame erupted at the alley's entrance. Meng Jing's rune suddenly caught fire, and Fong Baiyu's voice instantly echoed in his ears. "You bastard! How dare you call me an idiot? You're dead meat." In the depths of the night, Meng Jing's furious roar reverberated, followed by him charging forward like a frenzied beast. "Don't be impulsive. I'm merely demonstrating the effectiveness of the sound transmission rune for the boss." Fong Baiyu quickly backpedaled, with a playful grin pleading for mercy. "For the boss's sake. I'll let you off this time." Meng Jing snorted coldly, suppressing his anger. Gu Chaqing watched the two lively characters before him and couldn't help but smile. "In the future, for urgent matters, we shall use the sound transmission runes to communicate." He took out half of the runes and distributed them among Meng Jing and the others. "Also, take this ring for your use, but remember to recode it." With a flip of his wrist, he handed the storage ring from Martin Yu to Fong Baiyu. A storage ring? Fong Baiyu's eyes lit up, and his mental energy quickly probed inside. Soon retrieving two martial arts manuals, Ma Family Fist Technique and Ma Family Sword Manual. Gazing at the titles on the covers, Fong Baiyu's pupils constricted, leaving him momentarily frozen. It is important to note that this is a legacy martial art exclusive to prestigious families, akin to a proprietary technique that is rarely disclosed to outsiders. The martial arts of the Ma family, could it be? A jolt of realization surged through him as he suddenly recalled the news of Martin Yu's assassination at the Yihong courtyard that very evening, leading to an epiphany. It turned out that the enigmatic top assassin was, in fact, his own employer. No wonder there was a need for a fresh coat of paint. It was undoubtedly a scheme to launder stolen goods. How delightful this was for me. Fong Baiyu exhaled towards the golden ring, his smile replete with ingratiation. "These two martial arts manuals, you may practice them in private." Gu Changqing cast a glance at the two, cautioning them not to flaunt their skills publicly. "Do you all understand?" Fong Baiyu and Meng Jing exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison. "Thank you, boss. By the way, what have you decided regarding Sister Rong?" Upon entering the medical clinic, Gu Changqing couldn't help but inquire. After learning about Zhao Rong's capabilities, he was unable to suppress his desire to recruit her. If her character is commendable, she would indeed be a rare talent. Without outright refusal or acceptance, Fong Baiyu shook his head and sighed. "Although Sister Rong is reluctant to speak openly, I understand her predicament." Meng Jing's expression tightened at this. "What do you know?" "Don't worry, Sister Rong is fine," Fong Baiyu said, pushing aside Meng Jing who had leaned closer, then turned to Gu Changqing with a calm demeanor. "This matter, in fact, cannot be entirely separated from you." "Boss, what do you mean by that?" A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. He had no recollection of any prior connection with Zhao Rong. Chapter 32. Interference with no intersection. How could one possibly remain uninvolved? Gu Changqing was utterly perplexed. The cause lay in one individual, Chen Kuei. Fong Baiyu remarked with profound significance that not long ago, Chen Kuei had issued a stern warning in the black market, forbidding any intermediaries from encroaching upon all the assassin organizations under his command, including the Destiny Assassin Guild. Anyone who dared to defy this decree would find themselves the target of a bounty in the black market. Upon hearing this, Gu Chaqing furrowed his brow. It appeared that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. He understood that the underlying issue was undoubtedly tied to vested interests. However, what concern was it of his if his assassin guild recruited an agent? Such behavior was evidently aimed at seizing the throat of the Destiny Assassin Guild, preventing it from expanding or growing stronger while compelling it to continue serving and earning profits for others. With this thought, an icy glimmer sparked in Gu Changqing's eyes. "If they sought to constrict the throat of my assassin guild, then I shall first break their claws." His voice turned cold as he instructed, "Baiyu, discreetly investigate where Chen Kuei's lair is and what subordinates he has." Fong Baiyu's eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked, "Boss, are you planning to take action against him?" "First, we must extend courtesy before resorting to force," Gu Changqing replied indifferently. "Preparation is key. If negotiations falter, we must strike first." Fong Baiyu's expression grew solemn as he nodded earnestly. "Understood. I will handle this matter." Furthermore, Gu Changqing continued, "Spread a word as well. Announce that the 7-colored honey pills will be sold by the Destiny Medical Hall starting tomorrow following tonight's auction at the Jinhai Pavilion." 7-colored honey pills? Fong Baiyu momentarily faltered. Incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Gu Changqing. After the auction tonight, the affluent families and various merchants in the city would be fervently seeking channels for the 7-colored honey pills, yet they were exceedingly rare, even scarcer than Foundation establishment pills. Yet now, the Destiny Medical Hall was poised to sell them tomorrow. "Boss, you can't possibly be the backer behind the 7-colored honey pills?" Feng Baiyu, suppressing his inner turmoil, could not help but inquire. Du Chaqing merely smiled faintly, offering no response, yet his silence was an implicit affirmation. My goodness! Feng Baiyu could hardly conceal his excitement, exclaiming, from what I've learned. The 7 colored honey pills at tonight's auction fetched an astonishing price of 150,000 silver coins. This means each pill starts at a minimum of 20,000. We are about to strike it rich. Beside them, Meng Jing was left utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of the news surrounding the 7 colored honey pills. In terms of intelligence, he clearly lacked the insight of Feng Baiyu. Rest assured, boss. I will take care of this. Tomorrow, prepare to receive your earnings, Feng Baiyu confidently assured, before leading Meng Jing away from the medical hall. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, a subtle smile graced Gu Changqing's lips. With these two capable assistants, he felt considerably more at ease. Relieved from the burden of handling tedious affairs personally, if Zhao Rong can be successfully recruited, the embryonic form of the Destiny Assassins Guild will indeed be established. Once the funds become ample, it seems prudent to seek a more spacious location. Gu Chaqing surveyed the surroundings, assessing the confines of the establishment, while secretly contemplating the future. After all, should the scale of the assassin organization expand, this modest clinic would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Dr. Gu, please assist us. A hoarse voice from the entrance interrupted Gu Changqing's reverie. It was Captain Li, accompanied by a dozen or so constables, who stumbled into the clinic, supporting each other. Each of them bore a pallid complexion, their lips tinted a ghastly purple, a clear indication of having been poisoned. Gu Changqing, with a mind as sharp as a blade, immediately surmised that this was the result of the previous swarm attack. Thankfully, it was not the venom of the tiger bee. Otherwise, these individuals would scarcely have had the strength to reach the clinic. Captain Li, what has transpired? Gu Chaqing approached swiftly, feigning astonishment. While pursuing an assassin, we were besieged by a frenzied swarm of venomous bees, Captain Li replied, collapsing into a chair, his voice laced with frustration. I cannot ascertain the species of those bees, but they were exceedingly ferocious. This hand of mine was stung, and it burns fiercely even now. He raised his swollen, purplish right hand, gritting his teeth in pain. However, Captain Li's injury was relatively mild compared to the dire state of the constables. Some had faces that were grotesquely swollen, their eyes squinting into mere slits, while the worst off among them had necks swollen to an alarming girth, their breaths accompanied by wheezing. Ah, it is merely bee stings. This toxin is not difficult to manage. Gu Changqing smiled calmly, springing into action. His hands moved with the speed of lightning as he deftly extracted thorns, bled the wounds, and applied medicine in a seamless motion. As the medicinal liquid permeated the wounds, Captain Li felt the searing pain recede like a receding tide. The complexion of the other constables gradually improved, their spirits visibly revived. Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly remarkable, Captain Li remarked, flexing his arm with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Although still somewhat numb and weak, the excruciating pain had diminished significantly. Might I trouble you for a diagnosis slip? As for the medical fees, he hesitated, lowering his voice. You may increase it by 30%. Gu Chaqing casually pinned a diagnosis slip amounting to 300 silver coins and smiled. Captain Li, your diligent efforts in maintaining peace and order are commendable. Please accept this slip. Your treatment will be on the house. Captain Li raised an eyebrow, accepting the slip with a look of admiration for Gu Changqing. This young man was indeed astute. Captain Li, I overheard that you were pursuing an assassin. May I inquire if something grave has occurred in the city? Gu Changqing queried, a hint of curiosity gracing his features. One could say that one should not bite the hand that feeds. This was an opportune moment to extract some intelligence. It is merely a homicide case. Captain Li, maintaining his composure, remarked, yet the deceased happens to be the legitimate heir of the Ma family, a noble house in the capital. Gu Chaqing, his face etched with surprise, probed further. So, this matter is indeed grave. Have you apprehended the assassin? What a farce. Captain Li snorted in frustration. The guards of the Ma family have not even caught a glimpse of the assassin. Where are we to find the culprit? Moreover, higher authorities have issued a stringent decree, mandating that we unearth the murderer within 3 days, and we must also expose the mastermind behind this deed. Damn it. It's easy to speak from a position of comfort. Let them try to do it themselves. At this juncture, Captain Li's agitation grew palpable, and he abruptly kicked over a wooden chair beside him. Chapter 33. Breaking the rules within the medical hall. As Constable Li initiated his complaints, the other officers soon joined in with their own grievances. The chief is right. When apprehending a suspect, we ought to have a description to guide our efforts. At present, we are akin to headless flies, stumbling about aimlessly, and we might inadvertently offend someone. Indeed, and we have merely 3 days to accomplish this task. Even if a master detective were to arrive, it would still be quite the challenge. Their faces were filled with indignation and frustration. This approach was indeed too burdensome for the officers. Gu Chaqing nodded in understanding before inquiring, "If you fail to capture the assassin within 3 days, will you not face punishment?" "Not necessarily," Constable Li scoffed. 3 days hence, we shall cleanse the black market of Qingzhou City thoroughly. Particularly, we will uproot the underground assassin organizations hidden within the city. Even if we cannot seize the murderer, it will suffice to provide a satisfactory report to our superiors. Gu Changqing's gaze darkened momentarily, then feigned surprise. "Where are the assassin organizations concealed in the city? I should take care to avoid them during my medical rounds." Upon hearing this, Constable Li irritably waved his hand. "If I knew, I would have already led my men to eradicate them. Nevertheless, it's of little consequence. When we capture a few intermediaries from the black market, we can extract clues through rigorous interrogation." Gu Changqing smiled and nodded. "That would be excellent." After their conversation concluded, he refrained from saying more and turned to tidy his medical kit. "Dr. Gu, I shall remember your kindness this evening," Constable Li remarked as he tucked the fee receipt into his pocket with a wry smile. "Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to inform me." "Thank you, Constable Li," Gu Changqing replied with a respectful clasp of his hands, watching them depart from the medical hall. Once Constable Li and his men had entirely exited, Gu Changqing's expression suddenly turned icy. "Xiao Zhu, keep a close watch. Should anyone provide information about the medical hall to the authorities, eliminate them immediately." As soon as the command was issued, Shadow Spider swiftly employed her shadow walking skill and discreetly followed. Closing the shop door, Gu Changqing remained unperturbed by the recent events. In his perspective, as long as the authorities remained unaware of the existence of the Destiny Assassins, everything was under control. He felt no concern for the intermediaries of the black market. Those individuals were astute and likely vanished long before any whispers reached them. Thus, unless someone intentionally leaked information to the authorities, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover that the Destiny Medical Hall was, in fact, a clandestine assassin organization. After a brief wash, Gu Chaqing settled onto his bed, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. As his mind calmed, he gradually entered a state of meditation. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, nor did he wish to become a stepping stone for others. To ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain, he must exert every effort to grow stronger. The following morning, Gu Chaqing was roused by a cacophony of sounds. He cast his gaze towards the dim light filtering through the window, feeling a twinge of surprise in his heart. It seems that only a brief period of cultivation has passed, yet dawn has arrived so swiftly. Truly, it embodies the saying, "Cultivation knows no passage of time." At that moment, a bright voice resonated outside the clinic's door. Before the medical establishment opened, a line of eager patrons had already formed. Here, regardless of one's status or position, adherence to the rules is paramount. Anyone daring to disrupt the order would face immediate disqualification from making a purchase. Gu Changqing's ears perked up. The voice was unmistakably that of Fang Baiyu. What scheme was this young man concocting? Filled with curiosity, Gu Changqing hastened toward the entrance. The moment he opened the grand door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A serpentine line of people stretched out in front of the clinic, extending all the way to the street corner, with no fewer than 100 individuals. A glance around revealed that most in the queue were elegantly dressed affluent individuals. The Destiny Medical Clinic was now open. Could this young lad truly be the esteemed physician Gu, known for concocting the dazzling rainbow honey pills? Such talent at such a young age was indeed suspect. Surely, there could be no deception at play? As Gu Changqing made his appearance, all eyes were instantaneously drawn to him. Although some voiced their skepticism, they remained unwilling to leave the line, fearing the loss of opportunity. "Boss, how's my promotional effort?" Fang Baiyu leaned closer to Gu Changqing, raising an eyebrow with a smile. The effect is quite commendable," Gu Changqing replied with evident satisfaction. "However, with this many people, do you have enough rainbow honey pills to sell?" Fang Baiyu inquired, lowering his voice as he looked at Gu Chaqing. "No matter," Gu Chaqing replied with a calm smile. He currently possessed only 32 rainbow honey pills. Although the demand far exceeded the supply, this scarcity was precisely the marketing strategy he sought. By ensuring that some individuals were unable to purchase the pills, The fervor surrounding the rainbow honey pills would proliferate, generating a stronger advertising effect. Do you even have the rainbow honey pills? If so, name your price. Some individuals were growing increasingly impatient, raising their voices. Among them was the rotund wealthy woman who had lost the bidding to Lu Shuang'er at the auction the previous night. Now, she squeezed into the crowd. Her voice sharp as she urged, "Young man, hurry and bring out the rainbow honey pills. I have more than enough money." Noticing the atmosphere was ripe for action, Gu Changqing signaled to Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu. "You two, fetch a rope and separate those standing beyond the 30th position in line." Fang Baiyu understood immediately and swiftly teamed up with Meng Jing. However, as soon as the rope was raised, those behind began to voice their objections. What does this mean? Are we being treated differently? Are those at the back disqualified from purchasing? No way. We arrived early to queue. Why should we be denied? Instantly, discontented murmurs erupted. These individuals, mostly from noble families, were accustomed to a life of luxury and could not easily swallow such indignity. Amidst the clamor, Gu Changqing spoke with an air of composure. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Due to the limited quantity of the 7-colored honey pills available at this establishment, we can only offer 30 pieces today, with a restriction of 1 pill per person, priced at 20,000 each. However, those who fall beyond the 30th position are not entirely bereft of purchasing opportunities." Gu Changqing paused momentarily, then continued, "You may sequentially receive reservation tickets, allowing you to have priority for purchasing the 7-colored honey pills on a later date." Upon hearing this, the discontent among the crowd began to dissipate significantly. Yet, a youth with a rough demeanor tore away the ropes and brazenly pushed his way to the front of the line. "I want it today, whether you sell it or not." He sneered at Gu Changqing, his arrogance palpable. "Isn't it all about the money? I have plenty." Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes, remaining unfazed. "Is wealth truly impressive? What if we choose not to sell to you?" Fang Baiyu, noticing Gu Changqing's indifference, stepped forward to admonish the youth. However, 2 burly enforcers swiftly intercepted him. "If you wish to engage in violence, come at me." A booming voice erupted, and Meng Jing, with a physique resembling that of an iron tower, advanced menacingly. Faced with Meng Jing's imposing stature, the 2 assailants' pupils dilated in fear, their gazes darting wildly. Fang Baiyu's expression darkened as he summoned his internal energy, a formidable aura radiating from him. Having consumed the 7-colored honey pill provided by Gu Changqing 2 days prior, not only had he neutralized the poison, but he had also purified the impurities within his meridians. His cultivation had now ascended to the acquired realm. Gu Changqing shook his head, signaling Fang Baiyu and the others to refrain from resorting to violence. He had plenty of strategies to deal with such unruly science. Chapter 34. Using the knife to kill a young man. My relationship with Captain Li is quite profound. It would be wise for you to obediently present a colorful honey pill as a tribute to me. The young man with a sallow face glared at Gu Changqing, his tone ominous. "Otherwise, I will ensure that your modest clinic will find it impossible to establish itself in Qingzhou City." Gu Changqing remained unfazed by such threats. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he calmly reiterated, "As I mentioned earlier, this establishment has only 30 colorful honey pills available. Should this individual forcibly cut in line, it would mean that one of the 30 customers ahead would lose their opportunity to purchase." A hint of amusement played at the corners of Gu Changqing's mouth as he turned his attention to the front of the queue. "I wonder if anyone among you is willing to relinquish their place." At this proclamation, the crowd's expressions tightened, and an uproar ensued. "What nonsense is this? I will not yield." One man remarked, "I recognize him. He is a scion of the Zhou family, merely a wastrel from a third-rate clan. Does he really think he can bully others with his family's influence? What utter arrogance! Is Captain Li truly as formidable as he claims? I am on intimate terms with the lady of the city lord." Another added defiantly, "Indeed, from now on, your Zhou family's rice shop will find it impossible to procure supplies from my Li family." In a heartbeat, the crowd united in their condemnation of the sallow-faced youth, their words flowing forth with fervor. Among them, a corpulent matron was particularly assertive, directly severing Zhou's business ties. The sudden turn of events left Zhou Tao pale, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He had never anticipated that his mere threat towards Gu Changqing would provoke the ire of so many influential figures. The tactic of using another's blade to strike was masterfully executed by the proprietor. Fang Baiyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You foolish son. You have brought disgrace upon the Zhou family." At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed forward, furious, and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Zhou Tao's face. You will kneel and apologize to everyone here." Following this, he forcefully compelled Zhou Tao to the ground, his voice laced with wrath. Finally regaining his composure from the shock, Zhou Tao realized this was his father's attempt to salvage his reputation. "I was wrong. I was shameless. I should not have attempted to seize a purchasing slot. I implore all of you to show mercy and not let my folly sever your business relations with the Zhou family." Zhou Tao's face was a mask of sincerity as he fervently pleaded for forgiveness from the dignitaries present. Yet, conspicuously absent from his apologies was any acknowledgement towards Gu Changqing, revealing his fear of offending the powerful. Gu Changqing, however, remained indifferent. As long as the desired outcome was achieved, that sufficed. "Leave quickly. Do not linger here as an eyesore." Fang Baiyu scoffed, unceremoniously dismissing him. Seeing that the crowd no longer pursued accountability, Zhou Tao hastily extricated himself from the throng. Yet, before departing, he cast a venomous glance back at Gu Changqing, malice evident in his eyes. Oblivious to the cold glare directed at him, Gu Changqing chose to ignore it entirely. After all, how could the esteemed mastermind behind an underground organization fear the retaliation of a mere wastrel? If this fellow finds his life too long, he would not mind sending himself on the road ahead of time. However, at present, the priority is undoubtedly to make money. Subsequently, Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing were responsible for distributing appointment slips and registering names for the team. Gu Changqing took out 30 colorful honey pills and engaged in the simple task of collecting payments and selling goods. Before long, all the colorful honey pills were completely sold out. The total revenue reached an impressive 600,000. After deducting the cost, they profited more than 500,000. "Boss, these pills are incredibly lucrative," Fang Baiyu said, his excitement barely concealed as he whispered, "If we can produce more, selling these alone could lead us to wealth. Why bother with any illicit activities?" Ming Jing stood silently beside him, nodding in agreement, although he did not grasp the intricacies of business. Witnessing such wealth amassed in less than half a day, a sum he would find difficult to earn throughout his entire life pulling a cart, was indeed remarkable. Yet, this is merely a short-term gain and not a sustainable strategy. Gu Changqing replied calmly. "Among those who purchased the colorful honey pills, there will undoubtedly be individuals who take them to alchemists for research. Once they manage to concoct similar effects, the market will soon be flooded with similar pills, and prices will plummet." Fang Baiyu furrowed his brow, contemplating. That does make sense. Whenever something new appears on the market, imitations tend to follow, leading to a price drop. Ming Jing nodded in agreement, acknowledging this reality. After dispelling their illusions, Gu Changqing chose not to elaborate further. There was, however, another point he did not express. The skill of the tiger bee in producing colorful honey pills is not an endless stream like that of a machine. The pollen material is secondary. The crucial factor lies in the skill's cooldown time. Only once a month can he produce 10 batches of colorful honey pills, totaling 50 pills. Over the past few days, he had already produced 8 batches, leaving only 2 batches remaining. Therefore, whether faced with the impact of counterfeit products flooding the market or the limitations imposed by the skill's cooldown period, the colorful honey pills could only serve as a temporary source of income, incapable of sustaining long-term benefits. "Boss, I noticed Chen Kuei spies among the onlooking crowd just now," Fang Baiyu remarked, casting a glance at the street outside, his tone somber. "They've probably already left." "Left?" Gu Changqing frowned, feeling a sense of perplexity. Generally speaking, Chen Kuei would certainly have learned of the successful assassination of Martin Yu and ought to have sent someone with the task reward. Yet, instead, he had someone covertly monitor him? "Boss, you made quite a fortune selling the colorful honey pills today, which will undoubtedly attract the envy of many factions." Fang Baiyu said seriously. "You must be cautious in the coming days, especially regarding Chen Kuei. This person is notoriously greedy. If he discovers that you are the one producing the colorful honey pills, he will likely seek ways to claim a share for himself." Gu Changqing's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "You are indeed correct. He has already arrived." Upon finishing his words, Gu Changqing's gaze became slightly focused, directing toward the entrance of the medical hall. Who could it be? Ming Jing and Fang Baiyu exchanged glances of surprise, following Gu Changqing's gaze to look outside. Chapter 35 Prepared arrival. The sign of the Destiny Medical Hall stood quietly, with the tiger bee poised in stillness. Through the eyes of the tiger bee, Gu Changqing beheld a stout middle-aged man ambling along the street. Trailing behind him were 2 martial artists clad in black, their gazes sharp as blades, their strides steady and powerful. Undoubtedly, the short man at the forefront was none other than Chen Kuei. "Dr. Gu, Your medical skills are becoming increasingly impressive. Chen Kuei remarked as he entered the establishment, his gaze landing squarely on Gu Chaqing, a smile plastered across his face. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes drifted to Ming Jing and Fang Baiyu standing nearby. Upon meeting Fang Baiyu's gaze, a flicker of barely perceptible intrigue crossed Chen Kuei's eyes. "Boss Chen, I trust you are well," Fang Baiyu initiated, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the presence of outsiders, the nonchalance he typically exhibited was conspicuously absent. "I never expected that Brother Fang would also grace the Destiny Medical Hall with his presence," Chen Kuei replied, squinting his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, is there an ailment troubling you?" Fang Baiyu non-committally responded, "Rest assured, it is certainly not the kind of incurable affliction you are accustomed to, Boss Chun. After not seeing you for some time, it seems your penchant for caustic remarks remains unchanged," Chen Kuei retorted coolly, a glint of frost gathering in his eyes. Gu Changqing was not surprised by their veiled exchanges. He was already aware that Fang Baiyu had crossed paths with Chen Kuei in the black market, having established enmity during their dealings. The last incident involving poisoning was likely orchestrated by Chen Kuei. However, Fang Baiyu was no pushover either, having discreetly undermined several of Chen Kuei's illicit operations. Yet, without concrete evidence, the two had managed to maintain a semblance of civility, albeit laced with sharp undertones. "Boss Chen, have you brought sufficient payment for today?" Gu Changqing interjected as their banter ceased. "Rest assured, Dr. Gu, the fee you are owed shall not be a single coin less." Chen Kuei replied with a nod of affirmation, swiftly shifting the conversation. "However, I must confess that liquidity has been somewhat tight of late. Might I offer spirit stones in lieu of currency? As long as the value is commensurate, that would be perfectly acceptable," Gu Changqing responded decisively. This arrangement suited him well, sparing him the inconvenience of exchanging spirit stones at Tianbao workshop. Nevertheless, Chen Kuei did not immediately dispense the payment. Instead, he cast a significant glance at Meng Jing. Gu Changqing dismissed the gesture, saying, "No worries, we are all allies here." Upon hearing this, Chen Kuei chuckled darkly. "The authorities have been tightening their scrutiny lately. We must exercise caution in all matters. Since we are allies, I shall refrain from being overly verbose." With that, he produced a large wooden chest from his storage ring. The payment this time amounted to 100,000 silver coins, equivalent to 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. As per our usual arrangement, deducting a 20% commission leaves you with 800 stones. Gu Changqing's eyes swept over the contents of the chest, only to discover that the quantity exceeded 800 significantly, at least over 1,000 stones. "Boss Chun, it appears you have overpaid for this remuneration," he remarked. A look of confusion etched across his face as he scrutinized Chen Kuei, unable to fathom his intentions. The chest contained no fewer than 2,000 spirit stones. Chen Kuei smiled and said, "Not only is Physician Gu exceptionally skilled in medicine, but his pharmaceutical prowess is also truly astonishing. I, Chun, am inclined to collaborate. The surplus spirit stones shall be regarded as my investment." Gu Changqing harbored a cold laugh within. Fang Baiyu was correct. This fellow was indeed more interested in the profits from the 7-colored honey pills than in the partnership itself. However, to think that 200 low-grade spirit stones would suffice for a joint venture in selling the 7-colored honey pills was simply preposterous. Gu Changqing chose not to respond and merely retrieved the quantity of spirit stones that was rightfully his. "What do you mean by this, Physician Gu?" Chen Kuei inquired, his smile not reaching his eyes. "If you find this price unsuitable, we can negotiate." Fang Baiyu scoffed. "In the past, when the Destiny Medical Hall was not profitable, you felt it a luxury to even visit. Now, seeing the profits from the 7-colored honey pills, you dare to approach us? Your calculations are indeed astute." Chen Kuei glared at Fang Baiyu, his tone dark. "I am discussing a business partnership with Physician Gu. What business do you have interjecting?" "Oh, that might disappoint you, for he is now my employer," Fang Baiyu retorted, his brows raised, a smug expression on his face. Chen Kuei's gaze darkened, surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Gu Changqing. He understood that Fang Baiyu, who typically dealt in information on the black market, now being under Gu Changqing's employ, undoubtedly enhanced the Destiny Assassin's ability to gather intelligence. Should they recruit another agent, the entire assassin organization could operate independently, without needing him as an intermediary. "Thinking of going solo? That would depend on your capabilities." Chen Kuei squinted slightly, a cold sneer forming within. He had previously made it clear on the black market that no intermediaries were to take over any assassin organizations under his command, including the Destiny Assassins. What truly concerned him was the operating rights to the 7-colored honey pills, which he was determined to acquire. This medical hall was merely a small venture, unwilling to engage in partnerships with others. Upon receiving 800 spirit stones, Gu Chaqing calmly declined. Today, thanks to the 7-colored honey pills, you have achieved a turnover of 600,000. Chun Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to label this as a small venture? Without hesitation, Gu Chaqing replied. It is merely fortunate to have benefited from the hype created by the Golden Sea Pavilion auction. He surmised that with Chun Kuei's numerous informants, he likely already knew the ins and outs of the 7-colored honey pills. Thus, there was no need for concealment. Since physician Gu has no intention of collaborating, I shall be direct. I wish to acquire the formula for crafting the pills. Chun Kuei raised his gaze to Gu Chaqing and stated solemnly, feel free to name your price. Hearing this, Fang Baiyu frowned, sneering, if you obtain the formula, won't it be clear that you intend to compete with us for business? Chun Kuei, do you truly believe our boss is so easily deceived? Chun Kuei cast a cold glance at Fang Baiyu and remarked, one must discern the appropriateness of speech. Some things are best left unsaid. It would be wise for you to temper your words. Should you continue to speak so recklessly, you may find yourself unaware of the peril that awaits you. Bang! Meng Jing slammed his hand on the table, his voice a fierce reprimand. Dare to lay a finger on my brother, and I shall end you. However, in the next instant, two formidable auras suddenly locked onto Meng Jing. The overwhelming force of their essence surged forth like a tangible whirlwind, hurtling towards him. Meng Jing let out a muffled grunt, staggering back several paces before barely regaining his footing. A practitioner of the innate realm, Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened, sweeping towards the two cloaked warriors behind Chun Kuei. Merely intermediaries of the black market, yet they had summoned innate realm warriors as enforcers. It was evident they had come well prepared for this encounter. Chapter 36. A fractured facade. As I engaged in business discussions with Boss Chen, Gu Chaqing raised his hand, signaling the two to remain calm. His youthful visage betrayed no sign of turmoil. Yes, boss, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing replied respectfully, their nods sincere. Yet their gazes did not waver from the two black-clad warriors, revealing no hint of trepidation. After all, it was broad daylight. And within the confines of the medical hall on the bustling street, it was unlikely that Chun Kuei would dare to act recklessly, should any unforeseen events arise. The two were prepared to defend their boss with their lives. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Chaqing regarded the black-clad warriors with utter disdain. With the presence of Hu Feng and Ing Zhua, even if two more innate martial artists were to appear, they would pose no threat. Since you wish to acquire the formula for the colorful honey pills, we can certainly negotiate, Gu Chaqing proclaimed, extending 3 fingers. This shall be the price. 300,000 silver coins? Chun Kuei's eyes brightened, and he readily agreed, no problem. Fang Baiyu's expression momentarily faltered, feeling a twinge of incredulity. Selling the formula for 300,000? Could it be that the boss was conceding? Today alone, I've sold 60 colorful honey pills. Do you believe this price to be reasonable? Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly. I never engage in unprofitable transactions. Chun Kuei furrowed his brow at the 3 fingers Gu Chaqing had displayed. Are you implying 3 million? After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and asserted, if Dr. Gu is willing to provide a formula of equal efficacy, 3 million can be arranged. Upon uttering this, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. A mere formula. And he dares to demand 3 million? How audacious. However, considering that Gu Chaqing had profited handsomely from selling 30 colorful honey pills today, he felt somewhat reassured. Once he obtained the formula, he could produce hundreds, if not thousands, of pills, ensuring a substantial profit. Yet, as Chun Kuei indulged in his thoughts, he realized Gu Chaqing remained unmoved, seemingly unsatisfied with the proposed price. What I seek is 30 million. Gu Chaqing's smile gradually faded, his tone growing more indifferent. If Boss Chun is truly sincere, you may settle the payment now. What? Chun Kuei stared at Gu Chaqing in shock, his voice rising in anger. Are you jesting? A single formula priced at 30 million? Are you planning to rob me? Witnessing this exchange, Fang Baiyu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The boss's strategy of retreating to advance was indeed masterful. You were the one who encouraged me to state my price. Now to backtrack is rather inappropriate, Gu Chaqing remarked, reclining casually with a mocking gaze directed at his opponent. The system-generated colorful honey pills required no materials or formulas. They were produced at the touch of a button. Naturally, even if a formula existed, he would never part with it. Suppressing his rising fury, Chun Kuei spoke in a low tone, Dr. Gu. Some things in this world cannot be held onto merely by desire. Sometimes, sharing generously may lead to a more stable existence. Oh? Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Is Boschan threatening me? You are an astute individual and should comprehend my meaning. Chen Kuei slowly rose to his feet, a smile concealing malice. I, Chen, have navigated the black market for many years, possessing ample connections and means. Today, I have come with sincerity, hoping that Dr. Gu will contemplate carefully, otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, two black-clad warriors stepped forward simultaneously. The atmosphere in the room suddenly becoming taut. Otherwise what? A trace of coldness appeared at the corner of Gu Changqing's mouth. Meanwhile, the tiger bee had stealthily approached the wall behind Chen Kuei. Should this smiling tiger dare to strike, he would no longer need to concern himself with revealing his trump card. Chen Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression grim. Otherwise, this prescription may very well fall into my hands through alternative means. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, his voice icy. If you possess the capability, feel free to try. Upon uttering these words, he abruptly stood up, refusing to yield in the slightest. Seeing his threat fail, Chen Kuei's expression flickered uncertainly. He had believed that by specifically bringing two innate-level experts, he would be able to intimidate Gu Changqing into submission. Yet, the outcome was that Gu Changqing remained composed throughout. As if concealing some hidden advantage, Chen Kuei found this utterly bewildering, for he believed he knew everything about Gu Chaqing. His ancestors hailed from a family of ancient martial arts, yet since the family's decline, they had languished, with the Gu family confined to the diminutive city of Qingzhou. Even though Gu Changqing had established a killer organization, it remained an inconsequential entity. Simply put, this lad was merely a small fry devoid of resources, a mere tool for profit. Contemplating this, Chen Kuei's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. Dr. Gu, do you know what this is? This is a record of all the tasks undertaken by the Tianming killer organization in recent years, including the assassination of Zhu Dafu from Yuantang and the detailed information on the heir of the Ma family from last night. As he spoke, Chen Kuei returned the scroll to his ring, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. If I were to hand this over to the authorities, what do you think would happen? Gu Changqing's brow furrowed, his expression becoming instantly frigid. He had not anticipated that this scoundrel would violate the rules of their profession and resort to such despicable tactics. Chen, you are vile and shameless. Fang Baiyu exclaimed in exasperation. We are all in the same boat. Even if you were to leak information to the authorities, you would not escape responsibility. That may not be the case. Chen Kuei shook his head, gravely stating, I dare to do so because I naturally have a means of extricating myself. As for the consequences, it ultimately depends on Dr. Gu's choice. Gu Changqing did not respond, his emotions concealed. However, the chilling intent to kill that simmered in his eyes was becoming increasingly hard to mask. I know what you are thinking. Chen Kuei glanced at Gu Changqing, confidently asserting, should anything happen to me, my trusted associates will immediately present the evidence to the authorities. Therefore, Dr. Gu should refrain from making regrettable decisions for the sake of trivial gains. Gu Changqing felt a heavy weight in his heart. This cunning old fox had indeed left himself a backup plan, demonstrating remarkable caution. By noon tomorrow, I demand to see the complete and accurate formula for the 7-colored honey pills, without the slightest error. Otherwise, do not expect me to show any mercy. Chen Kuei's words dripped with palpable menace, and after delivering his threat, he turned and walked away. The young martial artist clad in black even provocatively gestured across his throat at Gu Changqing before leaving the medical hall with a mocking expression. Unbeknownst to them, a black tiger-tail hornet had stealthily followed behind, silently monitoring their movements. This was truly intolerable. Meng Jing clenched his fists, his anger seething with nowhere to vent. Fang Baiyu's eyes glinted with cold determination. I shall hire an assassin from the black market right away and eliminate him. No need for that. We must not alert the enemy. Gu Changqing waved his hand to halt him, speaking calmly. We are already in this line of work. There is no need for such unnecessary actions. Fang Baiyu inquired softly. Boss, what is your plan? Before nightfall, gather all the information on his closest associates, as well as their whereabouts. Gu Changqing's voice suddenly turned icy. If we are to kill, let it be done thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. His gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Gu Changqing. Can the boss truly manage the assassination of so many individuals simultaneously? Chapter 37. The Eccentric Blacksmith Boss. I have figured it out. Upon receiving the directive, Fong Baiyu promptly departed from the medical hall, swiftly executing his task. Given the stakes concerning the survival of the Destiny Assassins, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, fully mobilizing the extensive intelligence network he had cultivated over many years. Within the medical hall, Gu Changqing sat in silence, his consciousness already linked to the shared perception of his two pets. From the perspective of the Shadow Spider monitoring Captain Li, no anomalies were detected. His focus was primarily on the vantage provided by the Tiger Bee. Through the Tiger Bee's eyes, every movement of Chen Kuei was meticulously observed. He moved with an air of mystery, first entering an inn, where he conspicuously changed his attire. Subsequently, he slipped into a tavern, emerging once again in a different guise, clad in a black cloak and donning a wide-brimmed hat, enveloping himself thoroughly. As for the two innate warriors, they mingled among the pedestrians on the street, maintaining a calculated distance as they trailed behind. This demonstrated Chen Kuei's acute vigilance and formidable counter-surveillance capabilities. Were it not for the Tiger Bee's relentless pursuit, an ordinary individual would likely have lost track of him by now. Surely, I must be safe now? Chen Kuei cautiously glanced back, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. Despite his consistent disdain for the Destiny Assassins, recent assassination missions had led him to perceive Gu Changqing as an entirely different person. He was uncertain where such capable assassins had been recruited, as their ability to eliminate targets invisibly and escape successfully was remarkable. Regardless of the precautions he had taken, he felt compelled to exercise additional vigilance. What of the underground assassins? As long as I hold leverage over them, they are but puppets in my hands. A glimmer of greed flashed in Chen Kuei's eyes. The formula for the multicolored honey pills was now mine to claim. Unbeknownst to him, the Tiger Bee had silently landed on the brim of his hat, relaying his words verbatim back to Gu Changqing. Leverage? Gu Changqing's gaze turned icy. It was more likely a death warrant. However, Chen Kuei was indeed cunning. Had it not been for the need to draw out his trusted associates, Gu Changqing would have acted long ago. To ensure the plan's success, he could only bide his time for the opportune moment. Thus, the Tiger Bee trailed Chen Kuei out of the city, leading to a concealed manor. Soon after, the two innate warriors also arrived. It appeared they were hiding on the outskirts of the city, indeed shrewd in their calculations. Gu Changqing scrutinized the manor through the Tiger Bee's perspective, nodding to himself in approval. As a black market intermediary, Chen Kuei's choice of such a well-connected suburban location for a stronghold was astute. Even amidst governmental crackdowns, he could swiftly extricate himself. This place is quite suitable. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. If he could transform it into a secret stronghold for the Destiny Assassins and excavate a few underground passages, it would be nothing short of perfection. Tiger Bee, continue to observe, await my command to act. Gu Changqing withdrew his perception, beginning to devise the next phase of his plan. Currently, he possessed 600,000 silver coins, along with 800 spirit stones. Such wealth was sufficient to create a third monster. At this moment, the Shadow Spider was tasked with monitoring the movements of the government, while the Tiger Bee kept a watchful eye on Chen Kuei, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. However, it was indeed necessary to enlist new assistants to eliminate Chen Kuei's confidants one by one. Otherwise, should any escape detection, it would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles. Contemplating this, Gu Changqing turned to Meng Jing and instructed, "Ah Jing, go and catch a mantis for me." Meng Jing, taken aback, responded, "Boss, why do you need an insect?" Gu Changqing replied enigmatically, "You will understand in due time." He emphasized, "Remember, it must be alive." "Understood. I will take care of it right away." Though puzzled, Meng Jing hurried outside to the grassy area to search. Gu Changqing, not remaining idle himself, left the medical hall, intending to scout for suitable materials for editing. The mantis's offensive capability primarily lies in its forelimbs, resembling sickles. If he could procure a uniquely crafted blade as material, the synthesis effect would undoubtedly be superior. With this determination, Gu Changqing made his way directly to a weapon shop at the corner of the street. Upon arriving at the entrance, the rhythmic clang of metal striking metal immediately captured his attention. The sound, steady and powerful, coalesced into a melody that was pleasing to the ear. Following the sound, Gu Changqing discovered that it emanated from the adjacent blacksmith's workshop. The shop, however, appeared dilapidated, with a thick layer of dust accumulated at the threshold, suggesting it was seldom frequented. "Ah, just when I was lamenting my inability to find a skilled blacksmith to forge a reliable longsword," Here lies one, he mused. If you wish to avoid your materials becoming worthless, you best steer clear. At that moment, two men clad in martial attire stood outside the blacksmith's door. What does this mean? Is the blacksmith's skill truly so subpar? It was not the case. Master Mo possessed no less than 30 years of forging experience, even possessing knowledge of rune crafting. However, his temperament had grown increasingly eccentric as he pursued perfection in every creation. If any minor flaw appeared during the forging process, he would refuse to continue and discard it as worthless. Well, that's a no-go for me. Listening to their conversation, Gu Chaqing felt a surge of curiosity. A craftsman knowledgeable in runic arts who could forge flexible equipment would be able to fully arm the Shadow Spider and enhance their combat prowess. Moreover, he could procure materials for the Manus editing in the process. With this thought in mind, Gu Chaqing approached the blacksmith's shop and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him, the temperature significantly higher than outside. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened as he observed an elderly man with a bushy beard standing by the forge, wielding a hammer and tirelessly striking his sword blank. Though the old man's face was lined with wrinkles, his arms were remarkably robust, with bulging veins suggesting an immense latent power. With each resounding clang of the hammer, countless sparks erupted from the glowing sword blank. He was deeply engrossed in his work, and even upon noticing someone entering, he did not cease his labor. This individual must be Master Mo. Gu Chaqing observed quietly for a while, refraining from interrupting, his gaze sweeping over the corner where a mountain of discarded iron lay. Swords, knives, guns, axes, nearly all were unfinished weapons. Judging by their materials and craftsmanship, they were of a quality surpassing that found in any weapon shop. Albeit marred by minor imperfections, be it uneven patterns or slight deviations in curvature. Nonetheless, these unfinished products were currently relegated to the status of scrap, carelessly cast aside in the corner. One could only imagine the extent of this old man's obsession with forging, an eccentricity that bordered on the obsessive. After a moment, the sound of the hammer striking ceased abruptly. He plunged the shaped sword blank into cold water with a sudden force, and with a hissing sound, white steam erupted instantaneously. Damn it, another failure. Master Mo scrutinized the blade intently, then spat in frustration and flung it into the corner, deeming it worthless. He then cast a sidelong glance, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Gu Chaqing, the unwelcome guest. Chapter 38. Secrets within Master Mo. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Gu Chaqing greeted him first with a smile, saying, I wish to forge. Before he could finish, Mo Xing had already adopted a stern expression, his voice booming. First, let me make this clear. I do not craft ordinary weapons here. No bargaining and no rushing. If you find my terms acceptable, provide the materials. If you are dissatisfied, then kindly take your leave. Gu Chaqing swallowed hard. The old man's temperament was not only peculiar, but also quite irritable. With such a foul disposition, it was no wonder his shop saw little business. I arrived in haste and have no materials on hand, Gu Chaqing candidly informed him, inquiring, might you sell materials? You brought nothing? Mo Xing's gaze darkened, and he coldly snorted, out of respect for your earlier silence, I shall offer you one piece. The third shelf on the left wall. Take a look for yourself. Gu Chaqing moved closer to the shelf laden with rust. After a cursory glance, his eyes fell upon a piece of dark red metal, its uniform texture clearly denoting it as a heavenly grade material. That one won't do. Just as he reached for it, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. If you choose such rubbish, I shan't bother to forge it. Mo Xing scoffed, his expression haughty. Gu Chaqing's heart tightened, his movements abruptly freezing. Was even heavenly grade material not acceptable? He glanced back at Mo Xing, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Previously, the poison needle used to edit the tiger bee was crafted from heavenly grade Qi Yin iron, harnessing its fiery toxicity to enhance attack power to the level of the acquired realm. This piece of metal, similarly heavenly grade, should have commendable enhancement effects. Then you choose one for me, Gu Chaqing replied dismissively. As long as you present something better, I shall pay the price without hesitation. After stating this, he stepped aside to observe. Mo Xing, casting aside his hammer, strode over, his calloused hand reaching into the corner of the shelf to seize an unremarkable bluish-gray metal. Han Sui Xian Tai, a mysterious grade quality, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. This caliber of material is worth my effort. Mysterious grade? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chaqing's eyes, for this was a material of a higher grade than heavenly. However, the metal in Mo Xing's hand appeared entirely bluish-gray, its patterns dull and lifeless, resembling a lower-tier, earthly-grade material. You, young man, clearly lack discernment. Mo Xing shook his head solemnly, stating, "What the naked eye perceives is often merely superficial. The true value lies within." Before the last word left his lips, he deftly scraped away the outer layer of the bluish-gray metal with a blade, revealing an inner layer glowing with azure light. Immediately, a chilling aura emanated forth. Gu Chaqing's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary metal held such profound secrets within? "Do you see? This is the Han Sui Xian Tai," Mo Xing solemnly remarked. "During the quenching process, one can independently crystallize frost patterns. Should it be forged into weapons such as swords or blades, it can strike silently, without shedding blood." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing was instantly intrigued. The shadow spider is a creature of darkness, while the tiger bee harbors fiery toxins. The creation of a frost mantis that can kill silently would indeed be an admirable endeavor. "What kind of weapon do you wish to craft?" Without hesitation, Gu Chaqing replied to Mo Xing's inquiry, "A blade inscribed with runes, of any size." Mo Xing readily agreed, stating, "Very well. The cost of materials and forging will amount to 300,000 silver coins. Any losses incurred during the forging process will be your sole responsibility." Having spoken, he extended his right hand to demand payment, leaving no room for negotiation. Gu Changqing pondered briefly, swiftly weighing the merits and risks. A long sword crafted from profound-grade materials, complete with runes, would fetch no less than 500,000 in a weapon shop. Comparatively, forging here was evidently more economical. However, there lingered unpredictable risks. After all, this old man was rather eccentric. Any slight misstep in the forging process could result in a subpar product in his hands. "Before nightfall, I have pressing matters. Can we arrange for the forging now?" Gu Changqing inquired cautiously, aware that his time was limited. If he could not procure the long sword today, he might as well purchase a ready-made one. "My rule is no bargaining and no rushing the work." Mo Xing's voice was gruff, but he suddenly shifted his tone, however. "Today I can make an exception." With a flick of his wrist, a cold light flashed from his storage ring, and a long sword abruptly appeared in his grasp. The blade was a deep azure, slender as a willow leaf, emanating a faint, chilling glow in the dimly lit room. To his astonishment, Gu Changqing realized there was a ready-made blade. His pupils dilated as he beheld intricate, arcane runes etched upon the blade. As the light danced, a bone-chilling aura spread forth, causing the surrounding air to seem to crystallize. "This sword is a prized creation from my earlier years, named the Frost Blade." Mo Xing gently caressed the blade's edge with his rough fingers, chuckling softly. "Recently, I've been eager to forge another. So it is fortuitous to sell this one for some coin. If you desire it, a hand for the payment and a hand for the delivery." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Changqing produced 300,000 in silver notes. Upon completion of the transaction, he took hold of the long sword, feeling its icy chill. Yet its weight was remarkably light. He attempted to infuse a hint of true essence, and the blade immediately glimmered with a ghostly blue light. In the next instant, the temperature around them plummeted, and a thin layer of frost formed upon the ground. "What an exceptional blade!" Gu Changqing exclaimed in genuine admiration. The quality of a weapon forged from profound-grade materials was indeed impeccable. Of course, this was also due to the skill of the forger, who could unleash its potential to the utmost. This blade not only perfectly aligned with the needs of the mantis, but also exceeded expectations with its frost attributes. Immediately, Gu Changqing felt a surge of inspiration and stored it within the system's synthesis space. After the system's scanning and verification, it confirmed that the primary material was indeed cold essence mysterious iron. "The transaction is complete. You may leave now." Mo Xing turned his back, raising the hammer once more, clearly intending to forge a frost blade anew. Even the 300,000 silver notes were carelessly cast aside. "Master Mo, might you be interested in crafting armaments for the insectoid race?" Gu Changqing ventured subtly, such as spiders, hornets, and mantises. Moreover, they possess the ability to metamorphose into humanoid monstrosities, thus the weapons forged must be capable of flexible transformation. Upon hearing this, Mo Xing was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of incredulity washed over his face as he fixed an intense gaze upon Gu Changqing. "Forget it, let us pretend I never mentioned it," Gu Changqing remarked, perceiving the skepticism in Mo Xing's expression, and he turned to leave. "Stop." At that moment, Mo Xing's thunderous voice rang out, resonating like a clap of thunder. Before Gu Changqing could take a step away, he heard a resounding bang as an invisible force abruptly slammed the shop's door shut. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Gu Chaqing felt a tightening in his chest. Just as he contemplated looking back, Mo Xing had already strode forward with purpose, gripping Gu Chaqing's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Is what you said truly genuine? Mo Xing's voice quivered, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Chapter 39. Frost Mantis Speak Quickly. Is the humanoid insect race truly real? As Gu Chaqing remained silent, Mo Xing's initial excitement gradually morphed into agitation. If this young man dared to mock him, he could not guarantee his ability to control the hammer in his hand. Gu Chaqing swallowed hard, surprised by the intensity of the elder's reaction, since he intended to seek the other party's assistance in crafting insectoid weaponry. He saw no need to conceal the truth and nodded silently. Quickly summon one. I must witness its joint structure with my own eyes to tailor the weapon appropriately. Mo Xing's breathing grew rapid, his eyes shimmering with a frenzied light. Having forged for decades, he had long grown weary of the monotony of swords and armor. Having previously delved into the intricacies of ultimate blacksmithing techniques. Thus, upon hearing the unprecedented concept of insectoid weaponry, it was as though he had been reborn. His blood surged with excitement, a sensation more exhilarating than a bachelor encountering a stunningly beautiful woman in the nude. Apologies, I am merely inquiring on behalf of another. I lack the ability to summon the insect race, Gu Chaqing replied with an apologetic smile, discreetly remaining vigilant. What? Mo Xing's countenance darkened instantly, his hammer rising sharply before crashing down onto the anvil, sending sparks flying. You dare to toy with me? His eyes widened in anger as he fixed a fierce glare on Gu Chaqing. After all this time, it turned out he was merely asking questions. How infuriating. If I were to toy with you, what benefit would that bring me? Gu Chaqing responded coolly, adding, however, inquiring does not equate to hopelessness. Upon hearing this, Mo Xing's expression brightened. That statement indeed bears some merit. If Master Mo is able to forge it, and the price is reasonable, I shall consider it further. No need to ponder, it will be free of charge. Mo Xing interjected before Gu Chaqing could finish. You must convey a message for me. With a fervor in his eyes, he declared, in just 10 days, I shall ensure he witnesses what true insectoid weaponry entails. All costs are waived. Simply have him come. Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by such a fortunate offer. Very well. He offered a respectful bow and took his leave. Upon exiting the blacksmith's workshop, he promptly made his way to Tianbao Workshop, acquiring over 2,000 spirit stones. Along with the 800 earned from the mission's rewards, he converted everything into energy points, amassing a total of 3,000. After completing his errands, the sky had already begun to darken with the approach of evening. Upon returning to the medical clinic, he found Meng Jing waiting inside, crouched on the floor, playfully teasing a green mantis with a blade of grass. The mantis wielded its sickle-like forelimbs, skillfully slicing at the grass stem. Boss, do you think this one will do? As Gu Chaqing entered, Meng Jing sprang to his feet, grinning widely. I specifically chose a young and vigorous male mantis. Very well, Gu Chaqing replied with a nod of approval, swiftly grasping the mantis and retreating into the inner chamber. Surely the boss is not about to conduct some sort of medicinal experiment? Meng Jing wore a perplexed expression, utterly unable to decipher Gu Chaqing's enigmatic actions. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has captured a mantis. Would you like to keep it as a pet? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chaqing silently affirmed, yes. He promptly retrieved a vial from his storage ring and poured a single drop of human blood into the editing interface. Once the 3 requisite materials were assembled, the system promptly displayed, scanning complete. The materials for the frost blade are of the profound grade cold essence ice iron. The energy required for editing is 2,000 points. Would you like to confirm this operation? Gu Chaqing took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the system interface. And without a moment's doubt, he confirmed, confirm operation. Ding. Consumed 2,000 energy points. The insectoid creature is now being edited. Congratulations. Editing successful. You have acquired a mantis-shaped monster. Please name it. Blade Mantis. Upon completing the naming process, the information on the luminous panel suddenly transformed. Blade Mantis Master. Gu Chaqing level. High-tier combat assessment. Innate realm attack skills. Extreme cold / mimetic ice armor innate ability. Dual blades imbued with icy energy, inflicting frostbite upon attack. Possessing armor-piercing power, capable of transforming into a humanoid monster. To upgrade to the extraordinary tier, 10,000 energy points are required. Gu Chaqing did not peruse the insectoid encyclopedia. With a mere thought, he summoned the blade mantis. In an instant, a flash of light revealed the creature before him, although its form had not enlarged. Its scythe-like forelimbs were no longer the ordinary green of a typical mantis. Instead, they exhibited a translucent ice blue hue, adorned with intricate crystalline frost patterns. Their edges sharp as blades, glimmering with a chilling radiance. Demonstrating its transformation, the blade mantis swiftly morphed under Gu Changqing's control. Its size rapidly expanded, instantly becoming a humanoid monster approximately 2 meters tall. With elongated limbs and sharp ice crystal barbs at the joints, its head bore a visage that was part human, part insect. Fearsome and menacing, the robust body was encased in a layer of ice blue chest armor, displaying exquisite snowflake-like patterns. Most captivating to Gu Changqing were its scythe-like forelimbs, now transformed into 2 chillingly sharp blades, enveloped in a faint mist of frost. In comparison to the alluring shadow bee and the formidable tiger bee, the blade mantis's monstrous form was decidedly more frigid, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. This chest armor must indeed be the skill-mimetic ice armor. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the ice armor adorning the blade mantis. Unable to resist extending a hand to touch it, the sensation was icy and remarkably hard. Within mere moments, a layer of frost coated his fingertips, the penetrating chill seeping into his skin. In the sweltering heat of summer, he would no longer fret over the absence of air conditioning. Gu Changqing nodded in satisfaction, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Ah Jing, did you leave ice blocks in the shop? It feels so refreshingly cool. I too find it peculiar that the temperature has suddenly dropped significantly." At this moment, the voices of Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu resonated from outside. "Where's the boss? I have an urgent matter to report to him. He just caught a mantis and took it into the inner chamber, seemingly to concoct some medicinal herbs." "A mantis? What can be done with that?" Fang Baiyu expressed his confusion. Although he did not enter to spy, his ears perked up, attempting to eavesdrop on the happenings beyond the wall. Gu Changqing felt a shift in his spirit and stored the mantis within the confines of the system space. As it vanished, the temperature inside the shop abruptly returned to normal. Indeed, it was the boss's influence. Sensing the sudden change in temperature, a glimmer of insight flashed in Fang Baiyu's eyes as he quickly deduced the underlying circumstances. He then turned his gaze towards the inner chamber and saw Gu Changqing stepping out. "Have you taken care of the tasks I assigned you?" Gu Changqing directed his gaze at Fang Baiyu and inquired first. "All matters have been thoroughly investigated, not a single detail overlooked." Fang Baiyu replied with a solemn nod, then retrieved 3 sheets of parchment from his storage ring. Chapter 40. Silent yet bloodless, only 3 individuals, which is hardly a multitude. Gu Changqing took the paper, which contained a meticulous account of Chun Kuei's trusted confidants along with their portraits. Their current whereabouts were identified as a gambling den, a tavern, and the night market on East Street. These locales encircled the government office, bustling with crowds. It was evident that Chun Kuei had orchestrated this arrangement with intent. Should any unforeseen incident occur, these individuals would undoubtedly converge upon the government office from various directions to relay information. "Boss, what shall we do now?" Fang Baiyu inquired gravely, his tone somber. "If one of them fails in an assassination attempt, the situation could turn unfavorable for us. I am well aware of my own measures." Gu Changqing replied with an air of calm detachment. "There is no cause for concern. You may go have dinner and bring me a portion of braised chicken rice." At his words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Fang Baiyu's eyes. How could the boss still have the leisure to dine at such a moment? He stared at Gu Changqing in bewilderment, utterly unable to decipher his intentions. "Boss, this is a barrier talisman that Sister Rome gave me. She said it might be of use to you." Fang Baiyu produced several talismans and handed them to Gu Changqing. "Oh." Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Rong's gesture took him aback. After all, possessing these barrier talismans would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous aid for the impending assassination task. Once Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing had departed, Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he focused on the character profile on his left hand. Zhao Pan, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, possessed initial stage postnatal cultivation and currently resided at the Yongli Gambling Denver. "You shall be the first." Gu Changqing's eyes glinted as they fell upon the portrait at the bottom of the page. The individual depicted was a bald, muscular man, wearing a black eye patch over his left eye, his face a canvas of brutish features, clearly not a harmless sort. "Praying mantis, it's time to get to work." As soon as he uttered these words, the figure of the praying mantis materialized, swiftly darting out of the window in its initial form. Gu Changqing unfolded a map of Qingzhou City to ascertain the location of the Yongli Gambling Den, then directed the praying mantis to soar towards the designated target. However, not far into its flight, a low, piercing caw suddenly reverberated through the air. The praying mantis's keen gaze turned skyward, spotting a crow circling above, which then swooped down, treating it as prey. Unperturbed, the praying mantis instantly accelerated, continuing its trajectory towards the objective. The crow, missing its mark, fixated its crimson eyes on the praying mantis, pursuing relentlessly from behind. Through their shared perception, Gu Changqing witnessed the unfolding scene in its entirety. Although the praying mantis's speed was remarkable enough to easily evade the crow, being pursued so closely could inevitably disrupt their plans. This was the perfect opportunity to test the praying mantis's lethality. Swift and decisive. Upon receiving the command, the praying mantis's eyes turned cold as its previously racing form abruptly reversed direction, charging headlong towards the crow. Caw-caw. The raven emitted a disdainful caw, abruptly opening its sharp beak, poised to deliver a fatal strike. However, the mantis did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, it surged forward with unparalleled speed. Simultaneously, its scythe-like limbs shimmered with a chilling azure light, instantaneously transforming into razor-sharp ice blades, unleashing the attack's skill-frigid slash. Whoosh! The glint of cold swept across, instantly carving a gash into the raven's neck. Yet, rather than blood gushing forth, the wound was rapidly enveloped in a visible layer of frost. The raven trembled violently, attempting to emit a cry of pain, but its throat had succumbed to the freeze, allowing only a faint croaking sound to escape. As the frost swiftly encroached, in mere moments, its body began to crystallize into a frozen sculpture, plummeting from the heights. Thud! The raven crashed heavily onto the street, its ice-encased form shattering into countless fragments. What on earth? The sudden commotion startled passers-by, who gasped in shock upon witnessing the shattered remains of the raven. Their pupils constricted, their gazes wide with astonishment towards the sky above. However, the mantis had vanished from sight, continuing its swift journey towards its destination. Quite impressive. Gu Changqing silently praised, truly witnessing the phenomenon of a throat cut without bloodshed. Once the target is struck, the chilling aura seeps into the body. Although there is no bleeding, the blood vessels and tendons within gradually succumb to frostbite. Such lethality is far more terrifying than mere flesh wounds. Master, hunting such small birds is but a trivial pursuit for me. As if sensing Gu Changqing's inner astonishment, the voice of the tiger wasp suddenly resonated in his mind, tinged with a hint of pride. If you don't believe me, I shall catch one for you to taste another day. The tiger wasp continued its mental communication, infused with a sense of playful rivalry. Enough chatter. Focus on your current prey. Gu Changqing chuckled inwardly, yet did not deny the prowess of the tiger wasp. Despite its body being composed of only celestial-grade red rock iron, one tier inferior to the mantis, its combat strength post-upgrade was entirely comparable to that of the mantis, each excelling in their own right. Subsequently, Gu Changqing closed his eyes, concentrating, and once again linked his consciousness to the mantis's sensory perception. Under the nightfall, at the Yongla Casino, the mantis transformed into a fleeting green shadow, slicing through the air, and as its wings folded, 6 hooked limbs precisely latched onto the wooden frame of the window. Silently, the mantis infiltrated the casino, discreetly observing the surroundings. Inside, the atmosphere was tumultuous, filled with raucous voices and a haze of smoke. The hall featured 6 gambling tables, each flanked by brawny enforcers standing guard. Damn it, if I keep betting high. I refuse to believe this ill fate. A one-eyed brute seated at the dice table, his face flushed with anger, bellowed. The mantis swiftly scanned the area, its cold gaze locking onto its target. Without a doubt, this man was its quarry, Zhao Pan. Bet locked in roll. 1, 2, 3, 6. Bet high, pay low. Zhao Pan gazed at the monetary notes removed from the gambling table, his expression darkened to an extreme. Clearly, he had not anticipated such misfortune tonight, losing every single round. Were it not for Chun Kuei's explicit instruction to remain vigilant at this location, he would have long since stormed out in frustration. Master Zhao, your luck seems rather dismal today, the dealer remarked with a feigned smile, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Shall we continue to place bets on the high side? Enough of this nonsense. Once I expel this ill fortune in the lavatory, I shall return to show you. Zhao Pan, incensed and humiliated, abruptly rose from the gambling table. The attendant, with a sharp glint in his eyes, promptly followed suit. Thud, thud. As the wooden door of the lavatory closed, a resounding cacophony of relief echoed from within. Damn it, I must win back all the money I've lost. Zhao Pan crouched over the pit, gritting his teeth in curses. He remained entirely oblivious to the translucent barrier that had silently enveloped the entire lavatory, activating the isolation spell. Chapter 41. Clearing obstacles. In the moment the sound barrier was established, the cacophony of the outside world abruptly ceased. How peculiar. Why such sudden silence? Zhao Pan furrowed his brow, realizing that the previously bustling sounds of the gambling den had seemingly vanished in an instant. Damn it, could the event have concluded already? Zhao Pan sprang to his feet. Feeling a surge of urgency, he had yet to recover his losses. However, his anxious demeanor quickly regained composure, as an unsettling feeling washed over him. For even if the event had ended, such an abrupt silence was implausible, unless someone had deliberately muted the surroundings. As Zhao Pan wrestled with his suspicions, the temperature in the restroom plummeted, a chilling aura enveloping the space. The mantis materialized behind the door. Its forelimbs transformed into icy blue blades, a bone-chilling coldness surging forth like a tidal wave. This is bad. A sense of dread enveloped Zhao Pan as he finally recognized the ambush, and he kicked the wooden door open. Yet, before his foot could even cross the threshold, a blue specter surged forth from behind the door, striking like lightning. Zhao Pan's pupils contracted, though he caught the movement in his peripheral vision. His body's reflexes were too slow to evade. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block, only to feel a sudden chill at his wrist. Whoosh! The glint of ice flashed, and the mantis' blade severed his right hand at the wrist in an instant. Simultaneously, a piercing cold enveloped the wound, forming a thin layer of ice. The blood vessels and sinews visible within. My hand. Zhao Pan's face turned pale as he stared at the severed hand that had fallen into the cesspool, terror gripping his heart. More horrifying was the realization that a frost was invading his body, slithering through his veins like a venomous snake. Wherever it spread, the flesh on his arm froze inch by inch, excruciating pain coursing through him as his body gradually stiffened. In a state of panic, Zhao Pan hastily summoned his inner energy to resist. Little did he know, the mantis had morphed into a spectral presence, suddenly appearing behind him. With a swift thud, the icy blade plunged into the back of his skull. In the next heartbeat, the frigid air surged within, instantly encasing his head in a frozen sculpture. His features contorted in terror. Though he was already lifeless, a profound fear lingered in his solitary eye. After executing the kill, the mantis flapped its wings and shattered the rune barrier, hastily proceeding to its next target. The entire hunting process was swift, ruthless, and precise, devoid of any hesitation. The second target, the drunken fragrance pavilion. Gu Cha-ching, with an expressionless visage, focused on another piece of paper. Qin Shou, nicknamed Beast, was known for his ruthless and sinister methods. Possessing mid-stage innate strength, currently located at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion on North Street, this individual was stout in stature, with a fearsome appearance, marked by a large black mole on the tip of his nose, making him easily recognizable. Moments later, the mantis had reverted to an ordinary one, arriving at its destination. The Drunken Fragrance Pavilion was, in truth, a brothel disguised as a tavern. Upon the arrival of any guest, the establishment ensures the presence of ladies to provide companionship and fulfill various unconventional desires. Master Qin, is the wine to your liking this evening? The madam approached a table, playfully caressing Qin Shou's shoulder. Not bad. Have the matters I entrusted you with been attended to? Qin Shou pulled the madam close, his large hand greedily kneading her body, his eyes glimmering with lascivious intent. His visit to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion was not solitary. Several henchmen accompanied him. Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui are already waiting in the Tianzi room, ensuring your utmost pleasure. The madam giggled, settling herself on Qin Shou's lap, her alluring figure writhing restlessly. Excellent. Ha. Qin Shou, reeking of alcohol, rose with a coarse voice. If we don't fight until dawn, it would be a disservice to the invigorating wine I've consumed. Make sure my brothers are well accommodated too. With that, he strode purposefully towards the second floor, his desires ablaze. Target confirmed. Gu Cha-ching, through the perspective of the mantis, identified Qin Shou's visage. Follow. The mantis received the command and promptly soared from the tavern's exterior to the second floor. With its keen sense of smell, it quickly tracked Qin Shou's location, circling around the perimeter before swiftly infiltrating through a crack in the private room's window. The scene within unfolded before its eyes. Qin Shou was clad only in his undergarments, embracing two partially disrobed maidens, his rough hands roaming over their bodies. Master Qin, you're quite naughty. We're almost squished from your eagerness, one cooed. Indeed, but your physique is remarkably sturdy, the other teased. The two beauties incessantly tempted him, further igniting his restlessness. Haha. Soon, you'll witness an even sturdier performance. With a swift motion, Qin Shou tore away their crimson undergarments. In an instant, the scene was breathtakingly revealed, a landscape of alabaster. He then forcefully flipped the two maidens onto the bed, initiating the main event. The bed creaked under the strain, emitting distressing sounds. Under the influence of the medicinal wine, Qin Shou appeared frenzied, wholly immersed in pleasure, oblivious to the stealthy approach of the mantis. Like a grim reaper lurking in the shadows, it slowly ascended to Qin Shou's back. Just as Qin Shou's muscles tensed, reaching a pinnacle of exhilaration, the mantis struck. With a swift flash of its icy blue blade, it precisely pierced his heart. In that moment of penetration, a chilling aura erupted, rapidly invading his veins. His previously racing heart was ensconced in frost, ceasing its rhythm. Ah! Qin Shou cried out, his pupils dilating, his body rigidly collapsing atop the two maidens. Why have you stopped, Master Qin? You're so cold. Please, get moving. The two women, still unaware of the anomaly, continued to tease and writhe, seemingly unfulfilled. After the successful assassination, the mantis exhibited no signs of hesitation, swiftly and silently retreating towards the next target with remarkable speed. Another adversary has been dealt with. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the remaining dossier in his hand. Once this final threat is eradicated, he could pursue Chen Kuei without any reservations. If the Destiny assassins seek to rise, they must eliminate all obstacles in their path. Chapter 42. Anger at the incompetent. The East Street night market was ablaze with lights, bustling with life. In the crowded district, the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares created a vibrant market atmosphere. Yet, at this moment, a solitary mantis perched atop the highest point of a building, its razor-like limbs poised as it surveyed the throng below. Its icy gaze swiftly and accurately scanned the faces of every passerby and vendor, seeking to identify its prey. This individual is remarkably adept at concealment. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed as he, through the mantis's multifaceted vision, repeatedly scrutinized the crowd, yet yielded no results. The target, known as Sun Jiao, was a man of profound cunning, renowned for his mastery of poison and disguise, having famously dispatched several martial artists of his level with venom. Moreover, among the trio, he was the strongest, having reached the pinnacle of acquired realm cultivation. Being targeted today likely meant he had attracted the attention of the fated assassin scouts. By the corner of a chaotic stall, a ragged beggar squatted in the shadows, murmuring to himself. He was gaunt, with a sinister countenance, and his triangular eyes slithered like a serpent, fixated on the movements around him. In this guise of a beggar, I shall see how you manage to find me. If I can endure this night, once the boss acquires the formula for the colorful honey pill, it will all be inconsequential. Sun Jiao lowered his tattered straw hat, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, confident in his disguise. Little did he know that his presence had already been locked onto by a frigid gaze. This beggar feels rather peculiar. Gu Changqing, utilizing the mantis's perspective, focused intently on Sun Jiao's figure, observing him closely. Typically, beggars would solicit alms for their survival. Even if crouched in one spot, they would humbly extend their hands to passers-by. Yet this man remained silently curled in the shadows, neither begging nor raising his head. As if he were an amateur. Regardless of the truth, one must test it. Gu Changqing's expression darkened slightly as he commanded, "Mantis, act." No sooner had he spoken than the mantis abruptly struck with its blade-like limbs, a chill coalescing into a sharp, tiny projectile that shot forth with ferocity. Its trajectory was aimed directly at the beggar. Swoosh! The icy projectile hurtled downward, landing with precision half a meter in front of Sun Jiao, producing a faint sound. Has it started to rain? Sun Jiao sensed something amiss, gazing at the water stains on the ground, and instinctively looked up at the night sky. In that fleeting moment of raising his head, Gu Changqing, through the mantis's vision, captured his visage in its entirety. Indeed, it was him. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, finally confirming his target. This is not good. A sense of alarm surged within Sun Jiao. Ever vigilant, he immediately discerned the underlying cues. This tactic was clearly a probe, and raising his head meant exposing his identity. In an instant, Sun Jiao rose from the wonton stall and melded with the crowd on the street. His movements were erratic, sometimes pausing, sometimes weaving, his heightened alertness preventing him from being followed. The mantis soared silently through the night sky, maintaining a vigilant distance, akin to a supreme predator, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Under such scrutiny, Sun Jiao felt an increasing sense of dread. It seemed that no matter how he altered his course, that frigid gaze, hidden somewhere, remained firmly fixed upon him. Damn it, who could it be? Furrowing his brow, Sun Jiao cast a furtive glance at the surrounding crowd, yet he could not discern the source. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, upon nearing a nearby alley. He abruptly turned and dashed into a dimly lit passage, intending to take a shortcut away from the night market. Just as I desired. Yu Chaqing narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Mantis, act when the opportunity arises." The mantis stuffed swiftly, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swept into the alley. Meanwhile, Sun Ji was no longer merely quickening his steps, he was sprinting with all his might. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness of the alley. However, two legs could hardly compete with the flight speed of the mantis. With the distance closing, the mantis surged forward, akin to a chilling ray of light aimed directly at the back of Sun Jiao's head. Seeking death, Sun Jiao, having anticipated this, sensed the creeping cold from behind and abruptly turned, his concealed dagger slipping into his hand, striking accurately toward the mantis. Clang! The moment the icy blade collided with the dagger, a piercing metallic clash resonated. The mantis abruptly halted. Yet Sun Jiao was violently thrust back several feet by the force of the impact, barely managing to regain his footing. What? How can it be just a mantis? Sun Jiao's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze fixated on the mantis, filled with disbelief. He never imagined that the assailant was, in fact, a mere mantis, capable of withstanding his dagger strike. Furthermore, under such direct confrontation, it seemed to have merely been halted, suffering no injury whatsoever. Such terrifying power was akin to that of a monstrous beast. The assassin who had been following me all along turned out to be this. Sun Jiao's gaze remained locked on the mantis as his thoughts raced, finally grasping the underlying reason. No wonder he hadn't noticed the odd behavior of the pedestrians. It was because he had been under the watchful eye of a mere insect all along. Behind it, there must be a beast master manipulating it from the shadows. With this realization, Sun Jiao felt a weight in his heart and scanned his surroundings anxiously. Sensing his distraction, the mantis's chilling aura surged, launching itself with ferocity. Swish, swish, swish. The icy blades sliced through the air, transforming into countless sharp shadows, sweeping towards Sun Jiao. He retreated swiftly, channeling his inner energy into his dagger to defend himself in haste. However, the mantis's combat prowess rivaled that of a human warrior at the innate level. And with his peak postnatal cultivation, Sun Jiao was utterly unable to fend it off. The mantis moved with astonishing speed, and in an instant, Sun Jiao's arms and shoulders bore several bloody gashes, the wounds rapidly freezing over. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it surged, moving like lightning to circle behind Sun Jiao. No, Sun Judai was taken aback. Before he could even turn around, the icy blade had already pierced through his back, the frigid energy swiftly permeating his entire being. With a swift motion, the mantis twisted its blade-like limbs, mercilessly shredding his heart into bits, resulting in instant demise. Subsequently, it quickly rummaged through the corpse for valuables before taking flight. Truly, it was a top-tier predator in the insect realm, swift and ruthless. Within the medical clinic, Yu Chaqing's gaze flickered, internally expressing admiration. In a mere half-hour, all 3 targets within the city had been eliminated, a level of efficiency that far surpassed his expectations. With these threats no longer looming, the path for the upcoming operation was undoubtedly cleared. Chen Kuei, it is now your turn. Yu Chaqing stepped out of the clinic, lifting his gaze toward the outskirts of the city, ready to ensnare his prey. Boss, the braised chicken rice you requested has arrived. At that moment, Meng Jing and Fang Baiyu approached, carrying a food container. Yu Chaqing accepted the container and casually stored it within his storage ring to keep it warm, planning to savor this meal after settling into Chen Kuei's estate. Boss, is there anything else you need? Fang Baiyu, with a tone tinged with urgency, reminded him. Time is of the essence. If we delay any longer, I fear. However, seeing Yu Chaqing remain composed, showing no signs of action, only deepened his confusion. Could it be that the boss truly intended to hand over the recipe for the colorful honey pill to Chen Kuei? If that were the case, it would be exceedingly pathetic. In the midst of his thoughts, Fang Baiyu felt a surge of frustration, angered by the seeming inaction. Do not fret. Follow me to a certain place first, Yu Chaqing replied enigmatically, calmly instructing, Jing, prepare the carriage. Moments later, Meng Jing drove the carriage steadily toward the city gate. Chapter 43, Citywide Manhunt. Beneath the cover of night, Meng Jing navigated his horse-drawn carriage through the streets. As he passed by the Zui Xianglu, he noticed a considerable crowd gathered outside. What could have transpired? Meng Jing pulled the reins to slow his pace, curiosity piqued. A murder has occurred at Zui Xianglu, someone remarked. The victim was assassinated, his body seemingly frozen, the manner of death most bizarre. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing's expression momentarily faltered. And just as he was about to inquire further, another voice interjected, "By the way, I just heard that a body with the same cause of death was found in the restroom of the Yongli gambling house. Additionally, in a nearby alley by the East Street night market, a beggar was discovered dead, and the victim was none other than the notorious Sun Jiao from the black market. That assassin is truly formidable, capable of executing 3 individuals in such a short span across different locations. The string of murders in the city these past few days must have the constables in a frenzy." As the conversation unfolded, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, inciting a wave of agitation. Inside the carriage, Fang Baiyu listened intently to the discussions outside, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. The deceased were none other than Chun Kuei's trusted confidants. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Gu Chongqing, a mixture of shock and incredulity flooding his mind. "Boss." Fang Baiyu swallowed hard, his voice instinctively lowering. "Sun Jiao and the others, were they all you're doing?" Though he had harbored suspicions, the inquiry, once spoken, trembled with a hint of trepidation. Gu Chongqing offered no elaborate response, merely affirming with a casual mm. Upon receiving confirmation, Fang Baiyu inhaled sharply, his face a canvas of astonishment. He had long been aware of Gu Chongqing's cadre of enigmatic assassins, yet he had not anticipated their swiftness. Eliminating 3 threats with such silent efficiency. Such thunderous tactics could easily rival those of premier assassin organizations. "Are we now to leave the city to evade the storm?" Fang Baiyu cautiously inquired as they neared the city gate. Peering through the carriage window, he observed an unusually heightened security presence on the streets that evening. Patrols of peacekeepers roamed the thoroughfares, even conducting house-to-house searches, the atmosphere palpably tense. "We have yet to reveal our identities, so why the alarm? The destination we are heading to will soon be revealed to you," Gu Chongqing replied with a serene smile, reminiscent of a hunter poised to ensnare his prey. Though Fang Baiyu felt a twinge of uncertainty, he refrained from pressing further, his thoughts swirling in a complex silence. As a minor leader within the black market intelligence network, he was intimately acquainted with Gu Chongqing's past. However, since aligning with him, he sensed a capriciousness in his actions, as if the deeds of belonged to another, entirely different individual. The contrast was stark, almost like 2 disparate personas. Gu Chongqing closed his eyes to rest. Yet his consciousness was intricately linked with the shared perceptions of 3 of his pets. The mantis soared through the night sky, quietly trailing, awaiting commands. The hornet remained at a manor on the outskirts of the city, secretly observing Chun Kuei's every move. At this moment, Chun Kuei reclined lazily on the couch like a feudal lord, attended by several maidservants who were massaging his shoulders and legs, evidently still unaware of the demise of his 3 trusted aides. Meanwhile, Shadow Spider remained vigilant at the yamen, noticing no unusual activity. Gu Chongqing's thoughts shifted, praying mantis. "Take Little Spider and rendezvous with Tiger Bee." "Yes, master." Following the command, praying mantis suddenly spread its wings and swooped down towards the yamen like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, Shadow Spider had latched onto praying mantis's back, and they swiftly soared towards the outskirts of the city, vanishing into the night. Halt. During curfew hours, exit from the city requires inspection. As the carriage approached the city gate, a fully armed squad of law enforcement officers abruptly blocked the path. At this moment, Captain Li had also arrived with his men to apprehend suspects. He strode forward, casting a glance at Meng Jing, then sharply scanned the carriage window. "Who is inside the carriage?" Captain Li's right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his voice low and commanding. "Come down immediately." "Captain, inside is Dr. Gu from the Destiny Medical Hall, who is preparing to procure medicinal herbs." Meng Jing replied directly, gripping the reins tightly, his body slightly leaning forward, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Although he did not comprehend why the master insisted on leaving the city at this hour, he was prepared to force his way through if the officers insisted on causing trouble. "Dr. Gu?" Captain Li's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this. The officers behind him, who had previously rested their hands on their sword hilts, instinctively lowered them. After all, they had received considerable benefits from Gu Chongqing, and such a benefactor deserved to be treated well. "Captain Li, you are still searching for the murderer at such a late hour?" The curtain of the carriage fluttered as Gu Chongqing leaned out, revealing his youthful and handsome countenance. There's no choice. 3 individuals were assassinated tonight, likely by the same perpetrator who attempted to eliminate the heir of the Ma family. The city lord has issued a strict order for a citywide search. Captain Lee's brows furrowed deeply as he exclaimed in anger, "You better not let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I shall ensure he faces a most excruciating death." Being summoned to the city gate for a rigorous inspection at this hour had left him immensely frustrated. "You all are working hard for the safety of the citizens, patrolling late into the night." As he spoke, Gu Changqing produced a silver note and extended it towards Captain Lee. "This 500 taels should serve as a modest treat for you gentlemen." He added, however, "My purpose for leaving the city is to procure urgently needed medicinal herbs. I hope for your leniency." Captain Lee accepted the silver note, swiftly stowing it away with a broad smile, nodding in agreement. "Dr. Gu, who heals and saves lives, we could never delay." He turned to the officers behind him and signaled with his eyes, prompting them to allow the gatekeepers to step aside. Without hesitation, Meng Jing pulled the reins, and the carriage rolled out of the city gates. "Boss, this Dr. Gu is quite generous," remarked a young officer, grinning widely as he approached. "Remember this carriage. From now on, any time it's seen, it should be allowed to pass without question." Li Butu chuckled softly, remarking that the multicolored honey pills developed by Dr. Gu were now in high demand among numerous prominent figures. By facilitating his endeavors, they would undoubtedly reap future rewards. The constables and peacekeepers exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their agreement. The coachman from earlier appeared vaguely familiar. Just then, a stern figure emerged from the shadows, striding forth with purpose. His countenance was severe, and he bore a long sword, gazing intently at the receding carriage beyond the city gates, lost in contemplation. This individual was none other than Li Chao, the personal bodyguard of Martin Yu, a master swordsman at the pinnacle of innate martial prowess. Since the assassination attempt on Martin Yu, he had remained in the city, resolutely determined to unearth the mastermind behind the attack and report back. As Meng Jing had not donned a mask, his visage triggered a recollection of the earlier incident on the street, where the carriage had barreled forward. At that time, a dozen guards had pursued the vehicle at full gallop, yet in an instant, all the horses had been struck down by poisoned darts, identical to those found on Martin Yu's lifeless body. Capturing this coachman could potentially lead to the unraveling of the sinister plot. With this thought, Li Chao's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly darted through the city gates. Chapter 44. Someone is following. The night was as dark as ink. Li Chao traced the tracks left by the carriage, his gaze growing increasingly cold. His internal energy flowed like a swift river, allowing him to move with the grace of a swallow, his speed unmatched. "Boss, which direction should we take next?" Meng Jing inquired, his eyes fixated on the fork ahead. "To the left, there lies a manor a dozen miles away." After speaking, Gu Changqing cast a meaningful glance at Fong Baiyu. "With your intelligence capabilities, you must be aware of what that place is." Fong Baiyu paused momentarily. Then, as if a thought struck him, he exclaimed, "Boss, are you heading to Chen Kuei's residence? Your investigation is commendable." Gu Changqing replied with a calm smile. "The base of the Destiny Assassins will be established there." Though unspoken, his intentions were crystal clear. Fong Baiyu took a slow, deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within him. Even if he were somewhat slow on the uptake, he could roughly surmise Gu Changqing's aim. "Master, someone is tailing you." At that moment, a voice echoed in Gu Changqing's mind, belonging to the mantis. His expression shifted slightly, pondering inwardly. How many? One. In the night sky, the mantis hovered above the manor, its icy blue compound eyes peering towards the rear of the carriage. A shadow followed closely behind, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Through the mantis's vision, Gu Changqing witnessed it all. So it is him. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed as he recognized Li Chao. This individual had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, while he had only just broken through to the initial stage. Despite the presence of Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu, their current cultivation levels were merely at the acquired stage. Given such disparity, the odds were evenly matched. "Boss, what is wrong?" Fong Baiyu inquired, noticing the change in Gu Changqing's demeanor. "A rat is following us, one of the Ma family's subordinates." Fong Baiyu was taken aback, about to lean out to take a look, but Gu Changqing raised his hand to halt him. "No need to panic, let him follow." Meng Jing frowned. "Should we change our route to shake him off?" "It's of no consequence. Continue on our path." Gu Changqing's expression remained serene as he commanded, "Increase our speed." "Understood." Meng Jing yanked the reins sharply, urging the carriage onward. Li Chao noticed the sudden change, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Had he been discovered? He had been particularly cautious in his pursuit, yet somehow he had still been sensed. Li Chao's expression hardened, his internal energy surging within him like a raging river, instantly channeling into his legs. In an instant, his speed surged dramatically, disregarding any noise, his murderous intent fixated on the carriage ahead. Mantis, Shadow Spider. You are to deal with him. Gu Chaqing as thoughts commanded. The instant the order was issued, the Shadow Spider riding the Mantis rushed towards Li Chao's location. In mere moments, they reached the area above where Li Chao is situated. What is that? Li Chao sensed a faint sound of air being sliced above him and abruptly looked up. To his astonishment, a shadow of an insectoid creature was diving towards him with astonishing speed. His pupils constricted as he swiftly drew his sword to parry. The clash of the mantis's forelimbs against the blade produced a jarring metallic sound. However, the mantis, possessing only the combat strength of an initial innate realm, found itself at a disadvantage against Li Chao, who had reached peak prowess. The force of the impact sent it hurtling backward. A mantis. Li Chao's gaze sharpened. Though surprised, he did not relent in his assault, leaping into the air with his sword aimed directly at the retreating mantis. Just then, a strand of spider silk shot forth, ensnaring his wrist in an instant. The silk, laden with potent toxins, began to corrode his sleeve, releasing acrid white smoke upon contact. Alarm surged through Li Chao, prompting him to redirect his sword strike. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a surge of true essence that shattered the silk. Once he landed, he swiftly retreated several paces. A mantis and a spider. His gaze fixated on the two bizarre shadows ahead, a tempest of dread swirling within him. The mantis hovered mid-air, its icy blue compound eyes glimmering ominously in the night. The shadow spider lay low to the ground, its 8 legs resembling blades, with threads of silk glowing with toxic purple radiance under the moonlight. What astonished him further was the seamless coordination displayed by these two insect beasts during their attack. One struck while the other ensnared, akin to trained assassins. These were evidently controlled killing machines. Could it be a bug master? A chill ran down Li Chao's spine. In the martial cultivation world, the bug master lineage was a branch of beast tamers, long extinct for a century. If someone could indeed command insectoids in battle, their backing must far exceed imagination. Mere 2 insects could not impede me. Li Chao scoffed, his sword enveloped in swirling threads of energy. Though beast tamers could command their pets in combat, they bore a fatal weakness. Once deprived of their creatures, they became like a man with a severed limb, their strength greatly diminished. In this moment, slaying these 2 venomous insects would easily tip the scales in his favor. He cast his gaze upon the receding carriage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He had already ascertained that the mysterious assailant who sought to assassinate Martin Yu was one of the individuals within that carriage. I, Li, have trained for many years, yet have never faced insectoids in battle. Li Chao flicked his sword, a glimmer of cold light erupting. Today was indeed the perfect occasion to test whether my blade is sharper or your exoskeleton is harder. As his words fell, a fierce sword energy coalesced at the blade's edge, aimed squarely at the mantis and shadow spider. However, just as he was about to strike, the mantis's insectoid form suddenly contorted violently, swelling rapidly until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a humanoid monstrosity. Before him, a pair of translucent insect wings unfurled, while its arms transformed into 2 sharp blades, emanating an icy blue luminescence that exuded a chilling aura. Hiss! Simultaneously, the shadow spider instantaneously morphed into a monstrous arachnid form, its eyes gleaming a blood-red hue, with 8 spider legs clinging to its back, exuding an enchanting yet sinister presence. What manner of creature is this? The sudden spectacle left Li Chao's pupils dilated, his face a canvas of terror. Despite his self-proclaimed breadth of knowledge, he had never encountered such a bizarre being. Even more alarming was the stark realization that both the mantis and the shadow spider had experienced a dramatic surge in their aura after their transformations. Li Chao's grip on his sword trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his earlier confidence evaporating. At the command of its master, the mantis, with a frigid gaze, locked onto its prey. In the next instant, it took flight with a ferocious rush. The 2 icy blades slicing through the air with a fierce velocity aimed directly at Li Chao. Chapter 45. The shadow-splitting blade of the mantis with a resounding crash. The moment the mantis lunged forward, a violent gust of wind erupted. Li Chao's pupils constricted, and with his naked eye, he could barely perceive a fleeting shadow charging towards him, leaving him no time to launch a counterattack. He could only raise his sword to defend. In an instant, two ice-blue mantis blades struck fiercely against his sword's edge. The sound of a tremendous clash echoed, sending sparks flying. Li Chao's wrist trembled violently as an overwhelming force surged into him, causing him to stumble back uncontrollably for several steps. Such formidable strength. A surge of dread coursed through Li Chao's heart, a grave expression flashing across his face. Compared to before, he had the upper hand. However, now, the power of this monstrous mantis had evidently surpassed his own. The mantis lunged once more, its limbs slicing through the air like lightning, mercilessly pressing the attack without affording him a moment to breathe. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound of metal colliding reverberated throughout the arena. Li Chao found himself retreating while trying to defend, his sword technique thoroughly suppressed by the mantis, leaving no opportunity for a counteroffensive. Even more alarming was the fact that the sword in his hand, forged from heavenly-grade iron, had developed numerous cracks. With each block, a layer of frost formed along the blade, the chilling aura creeping up his arm, disrupting his sword's momentum. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the mantis's eyes as it seized an opening, striking down upon Li Chao's left shoulder and severing his entire arm with a brutal swipe. Before the blood could splatter, it froze into crystalline shards amidst the icy atmosphere. Ah! Li Chao let out a horrified scream as he staggered backward, his face ashen. Looking back at the mantis, fear filled his eyes. If this continued, I would surely perish. Gritting his teeth, Li Chao summoned all the true essence within him, pouring it frantically into his longsword. In an instant, the sword radiated a blinding light, vibrating with a resonant hum. The shadow-splitting blade. With a thunderous shout, he flicked his wrist, causing the sword to carve an enigmatic trajectory through the air. In that fleeting moment, a dozen sharp sword shadows materialized, each imbued with the terrifying aura capable of rending stone. Die! Li Chao roared with a ferocious visage, the tip of his sword aimed directly at the mantis's vital points. As his voice fell, the barrage of sword energy surged forward. However, just as the energy was about to make contact, a strange frost pattern suddenly illuminated the mantis's icy exoskeleton. The seemingly fragile surface of the ice crystals rippled like water, dissipating the incoming sword energy into nothingness. This? How is this possible? Li Chao's pupils widened in horror, his face paling. He clearly did not anticipate that the ultimate move he had unleashed with all his might could not even breach the creature's defenses. Instantly, he retreated with great speed, intent on fleeing. Yet, at the moment he turned, a massive web suddenly descended from above, ensnaring him tightly. Li Chao was horrified to discover that the shadow spider, which had not intervened until now, was already positioned behind him to intercept. Its cold gaze seemed to fixate upon its unsuspecting prey. With a hissing sound, under the corrosive venom of the spider's silk, Li Chao's flesh burned as if scorched, emitting a pungent odor. Infuriated, he let out a roar, his inner essence surging wildly as the sword's edge unleashed a fierce blade aura, forcefully slicing through the web. However, in the next moment, the mantis had already appeared before him, its blade striking down with ferocity. With a sickening sound, Li Chao's head was severed in an instant, his body collapsing lifelessly. The mantis cast a cold glance at the corpse to confirm there was no trace of life, before retracting its blade and reverting to its insectoid form. If you have no use for this corpse, consider it a token of our first meeting. As the mantis transformed back, the shadow spider flashed a wicked smile, extending a limb to pierce Li Chao's headless body, commencing the feast on his flesh and blood essence. In mere moments, the body withered at a visible rate, ultimately becoming a desiccated husk. Ding! Your mantis has slain a warrior of the innate realm, rewarding you with 200 energy points. Inside the carriage, Gu Chongqing listened to the system notification echoing in his mind, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Through the visual sharing of the shadow spider, he witnessed the entire battle process of the mantis, its strength in its humanoid form surpassing his expectations. Particularly, those two mantis blades, infused with the properties of cold marrow iron, possessed terrifying lethality, rendering them nearly invincible among warriors of the same realm. Friendly reminder, your shadow spider has collected a storage ring, now placed in the system space. Upon learning of the spoils, Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow and promptly retrieved the storage ring, probing its contents with his mental energy. Though Li Chao served as a guard for the Ma family, his status was not low. He carried over 10,000 silver notes. Additionally, there were over 100 low-grade spirit stones and several bottles of healing elixirs. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Not bad at all. A smile crept onto Gu Chongqing's lips as he continued to assess the materials without any sense of dissatisfaction. He then deftly flipped his wrist, extracting a jade slip from the ring, roughly the size of a palm. The surface, adorned with swirling cloud patterns, prominently bore the inscription Seven Xian Martial Academy, Registered Disciple. This fellow turned out to be a registered disciple of the Seven Xian Martial Academy. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. He anticipated that a guard he had casually slain would hold such a status. It is known that the Seven Xian Martial Academy is a closed sect. Unless one is a disciple of the academy, martial arts are seldom imparted to outsiders. Although a registered disciple has not formally entered the sect, they enjoy some cultivation resources and prestige. Many independent martial artists are willing to spend lavishly to affiliate themselves with various sects, seeking better opportunities. Boss, are you a registered disciple of the Seven Xian Martial Academy? Fang Baiyu's gaze fell upon the jade slip in Gu Changqing's hand, his tone betraying his astonishment. No, I simply acquired it from slaying an innate realm warrior. Gu Changqing replied with a calm demeanor, omitting any mention of Li Chao. What? Fang Baiyu was momentarily dumbfounded, staring at Gu Changqing in disbelief. He couldn't help but privately rejoice that the Seven Xian Martial Academy did not place much importance on their registered disciples. Even when disciples fall victim to external dangers, typically, the matter is not pursued too deeply, lest it attract considerable trouble. It is said that the jade slip held by a named disciple, although a token of trust, contains records of martial techniques. Fang Baiyu steadied his mind and tentatively inquired, have you ever examined it, boss? Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow at the question. Could it be that this jade slip conceals martial arts? The levels of martial techniques in the Songyuan continent are categorized into 9 ranks, with the first being the most elementary and the 9th the pinnacle. Beyond that lies the legendary realm of spiritual martial studies. Contemplating this, Gu Changqing subtly infused his spiritual energy into the jade slip. Indeed, it was inscribed with a sword technique, the Xianjian Lying Slash. This move transforms sword energy into shadows, solidifying the ethereal into the tangible. The more shadows created, the greater the might. Although merely a third-tier technique, when perfected, it could condense over 100 sword shadows instantaneously, yielding formidable destructive power. The sword style employed by Li Chao earlier must have been this one. Gu Changqing nodded silently, a spark of interest igniting within him. After all, he hailed from humble beginnings, and the only technique at his disposal was the dark intent he had previously comprehended. If he could merge this sword technique with the dark intent, it might further enhance its potency. In a moment of inspiration, Gu Changqing conceived the idea of creating his own sword technique. Boss, have you found anything valuable within the jade slip? Fang Baiyu, unable to contain his curiosity after Gu Changqing's prolonged contemplation, finally asked. Indeed, there exists a third-tier sword technique, Gu Changqing replied with a calm smile. Once I have thoroughly grasped it, I shall present it to you and Ming Jing for practice. Thank you, boss. A glimmer of delight flashed in Fang Baiyu's eyes. He understood the rarity of third-tier martial arts. For a colossal entity like the Qichuan martial house, it might be trivial. Yet for wandering cultivators like them, it was an extraordinary opportunity. Boss, up ahead lies Chun Kuei's private estate. At that moment, Meng Jing's voice echoed from outside the carriage. You remain here. If anyone attempts to escape, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Gu Changqing leaped down from the carriage, issuing his command coldly. Are you going in alone? Fang Baiyu's expression shifted slightly, and he stepped forward anxiously. Chen Kuei's estate harbors many enforcers, and there are 2 innate realm fighters nearby. It is far too perilous. I have my own plans, Gu Changqing replied with an indifferent demeanor. You need only secure the perimeter, allow no one to slip through. Before he finished speaking, his figure had vanished into the night like a wraith. As the shadow step was executed, he transformed into a blurred silhouette, racing toward the estate. Ah Jing, what do you think of our boss? Fang Baiyu pondered aloud, watching Gu Changqing's receding figure. Quite admirable, Meng Jing responded without hesitation. He treats us as friends, never putting on airs. In that case, we must strive even harder in our cultivation, Fang Baiyu murmured, his gaze lowering slightly. At the very least, we cannot become a burden to the boss in the future. Never again should I find it so difficult to keep pace with him as I do tonight. With that, he clenched his fist, choosing not to utter another word. A jolt coursed through Meng Jing's heart, as if a wave of searing warmth surged within her chest. Chapter 46. The resolute few speak little halt. As Gu Changqing approached the entrance of the estate, a bellow echoed through the air. Who are you? State your name. The gatekeeper, a burly man with a thick beard, glared at Gu Changqing with suspicion. This is Lord Qin's estate, without an appointment. Silence. Gu Changqing unleashed a powerful punch that struck the man's chest with a resounding crack. The sound of shattering bones filled the air as the bearded guardian was sent flying. Crashing through the gates with a cry, Gu Changqing strode forward, and in a swift motion, he scattered a series of sealing talismans from his hand, igniting them in the void. As the runes illuminated, they converged into a colossal, translucent barrier, resembling an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire estate. Instantly, all sounds and movements within were completely severed from the outside world. A sealing formation? In the hall, two innate martial artists exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they sensed the energy fluctuations from the sealing talismans. What is happening? Chen Kuei inquired, noticing the sudden change in his subordinate's expressions. His cultivation at the qi consolidation stage rendered his perception weak, leaving him oblivious to any anomalies. Lord Chen, someone has employed talismans to seal off the estate. A martial artist clad in black spoke in a hushed tone, turning to gaze outside the hall, where a faint shimmering barrier hung in the air. Who dares to act against me in Qingzhou? Chen Kuei's expression tightened, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "They are courting death. Lord Chen, someone has intruded." A subordinate rushed into the hall, breathless. "It is Gu Changqing from the Destiny Medical Pavilion." Chen Kuei was taken aback momentarily, then chuckled derisively. "I thought it was someone significant. It is merely him." The knowledge that Gu Changqing had audaciously arrived brought him a sense of relief. After all, true assassins infiltrate silently. Who would brazenly storm in through the front door? Moreover, he possessed leverage against the Destiny Medical Pavilion, having stationed 3 trusted aides near the local government, ready to act at a moment's notice. With a mere command, evidence sufficient to condemn Gu Changqing would be delivered to the authorities. Could it be that this boy has come to present the formula for the 7-colored honey pills? Chen Kuei's eyes glimmered with avarice at the thought. "Gather everyone. Assemble in the front courtyard." With that, Chen Kuei strode out of the hall with the confidence of one assured of victory, envisioning Gu Changqing's desperate kneeling for mercy. In the courtyard, Gu Changqing cast a cold gaze at the thugs converging from all directions, his expression unfazed. This operation initially required only the intervention of the tiger wasps. But such a scattered pursuit would be time-consuming and likely to miss some. It was far more efficient to confront them directly, drawing all the henchmen within the estate into a single net for capture. Before long, dozens of henchmen had amassed in the courtyard, brandishing machetes and iron rods. Their faces twisted with malice as they surrounded Gu Changqing. What brazen fool dares to intrude upon Lord Qin's territory at night? They are truly seeking their demise. Today, I find myself in a particularly restless mood. It is imperative that I inflict a few wounds upon him. Indeed, this presents a splendid opportunity to shine before Master Chen. I must strike with all my might. The enforcers cast fierce glares at Gu Changqing, akin to predators eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Unbeknownst to them, the praying mantis, tiger wasp, and shadow spider have long been lying in wait at 3 discrete corners, poised to launch a coordinated attack. In their eyes, these individuals represent the energy required for their ascension. "Dr. Gu, your methods are truly unexpected." At that moment, Chen Kuei's sinister voice emerged from the depths of the crowd. The enforcers swiftly parted to create a passageway, revealing Chen Kuei, who approached with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. 2 innate martial artists flanked him, their expressions cold as they scrutinized Gu Changqing. "What is this? Have you finally come to your senses and are willing to part with the formula for the rainbow honey pill?" Chen Kuei's gaze bore down on Gu Changqing with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. He was supremely confident in his arrangement. Even if Gu Changqing were at the pinnacle of his cultivation, escaping would not be a simple feat indeed. "I have come to a realization," Gu Changqing replied calmly. "It has cost me considerable effort to seek you out." Chen Kuei's lips curled into a smirk, laced with derision. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start. If you had yielded sooner, we would not have reached this point of hostility. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Hand over the formula." With that, he extended his right hand, a hint of scorn dancing upon his lips. However, at that very moment, the praying mantis surged forth from the courtyard wall with astonishing speed, like a flash of cold light. In the next instant, Chen Kuei's outstretched hand was severed, blood spurting forth as the severed limb fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 47. Stop him. "Ah, my hand." Chen Kuei emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his face contorted in agony as he stared at his severed hand. The sudden turn of events left the henchmen in the vicinity utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to gaze at Gu Chongqing. Perched upon his shoulder was a mantis, its scythe-like forelimbs shimmering with an icy blue radiance. Could this fearsome creature be responsible for severing Chen Kuei's hand? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their astonishment palpable. They had never anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant mantis could possess such terrifying lethality. Protect Master Chen. The expressions of the two innate martial artists shifted dramatically as they were the first to react, bellowing in unison as they swiftly shielded Chen Kuei behind them. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Chen Kuei, trembling with terror, cast a fearful glance at the mantis before turning his gaze to Gu Chongqing. His voice laced with venomous fury. Whoever kills him, I will reward with 50,000 silver notes. No, 100,000. And that detestable mantis must be reduced to a mere pile of fragments. Upon hearing the promise of 100,000 in rewards, the henchmen surged forward like a pack of rabid wolves, eager to claim the bounty. Whoosh! The mantis leaped from Gu Chongqing's shoulder, darting through the fray like a bolt of lightning, its dual icy blades slicing through the air with ferocious speed. Any adversary daring to approach Gu Chongqing met with screams of despair as limbs were severed or throats slashed. Though the henchmen boasted numerical superiority, the strongest among them was merely at the postnatal stage, rendering them nearly defenseless against the onslaught of the mantis. What a formidable mantis! What kind of beast is this? Chen Kuei's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the creature guarding Gu Chongqing, his heart gripped by fear. Zhang Hu, eliminate that insect. Upon receiving the command, the black-clad warrior to Chen Kuei's left sneered, Fear not, Master Chen. This insignificant pest will be dispatched with just a few strikes. With that, he moved swiftly, his long sword suddenly radiating a sharp, chilling light. The blade tore through the air, locking onto the mantis's position and thrusting forward with deadly intent. Die. A malevolent grin crept across his lips as his mind conjured images of the sword piercing the creature's body. Buzz. At that moment, a dark, bee-like figure shot out from a corner with astonishing speed. Thud. The sound of blade meeting flesh echoed as the black-clad warrior's sinister smile froze in place. He glanced down at his chest in horror, realizing that a hand resembling a human's but adorned with curved, sharp blades had pierced through his heart. Struggling, he turned his head to identify his assailant. However, the transformed tiger bee, now in a monstrous humanoid form, denied him that opportunity. With a savage grip, it crushed his heart, retracting its arm and splattering blood in its wake. The black-clad warrior convulsed violently, letting out a final scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. What are these mere insectoids? It took but a single strike. The tiger bee's cold, insectal eyes surveyed the corpse disdainfully, its claws still glistening with the fresh blood of its victim. Monster! Monster! Upon witnessing the scene, the surrounding henchmen turned pale with fear, retreating hastily. Could this monster also be summoned by Gu Chongqing? Chen Kuei's pupils dilated in terror, his flesh quivering uncontrollably. The innate warrior beside him was equally shaken, having never encountered such a dreadful creature. Flee! The ferocity of the mantis had already left the henchmen astounded. Now, the appearance of the hornet utterly shattered their composure. There was no longer any courage to continue attacking Gu Chongqing. They scattered in all directions, racing toward the courtyard's exit. You worthless fools! A cacophony of anger erupted from Chen Kuei as he witnessed his subordinates abandoning him instead of coming to his aid. Yet, before his words could fade, 3 of the fleeing henchmen suddenly screamed, ensnared in a massive spider web that had mysteriously formed at the entrance, blocking their escape. This web was remarkably resilient and possessed a potent corrosive quality. The flesh of those trapped began to decay rapidly, emitting a hissing sound. The henchmen rushing from behind were paralyzed with fear, staring in horror at the scene. Then, a voluptuous shadow emerged from the darkness. With a swift motion, several spider legs protruded from her back, piercing the 3 ensnared henchmen and beginning to devour their lifeblood. Under the terrified gazes of onlookers, the 3 men screamed in agony, their bodies rapidly withering away. This is a spider monster. Those henchmen nearby were so frightened they lost control, scrambling away in a panic. Do you wish to escape? It may already be too late. The hornet's bloodthirsty laughter echoed as she invoked the skill of swarm summoning. In an instant, over 100 bee soldiers surged forth, descending upon the fleeing henchmen to enact their slaughter. With the situation firmly under control, Gu Chongqing, who had remained still, fixed his gaze upon the diminutive figure of Chen Kuei. Chen Kuei, shielded by the innate warrior, was desperately retreating into the back hall. Gu Chongqing stepped forward, becoming a shadow as he glided through the chaos. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the grand hall. Gu, my dear physician, let us discuss this calmly. You must not act rashly. I no longer desire the recipe for the 7-colored honey pills. Let us collaborate instead, splitting the profits 50-50. No. 30-70 is acceptable too. Chen Kuei, watching Gu Chongqing draw closer, forced a smile more grotesque than tears. As long as he spared his life, he would agree to any terms, even relinquishing his entire fortune. Spare you, so you can seek revenge later? Gu Chongqing's tone was icy, and with a flick of his wrist, a long sword materialized in his hand. Stop him. Quickly, block his path. Chen Kuei exclaimed in horror, retreating while shoving a nearby black-clad warrior forward. The chaos continued to unfold. The figure clad in black fixed a cold gaze, suddenly turning to bellow and thrusting his sword towards Chen Kuei. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced his chest, instantly penetrating his heart. You. Chen Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his assailant. I have always treated you well. Why? In contrast to Gu Chongqing's vengeance, he felt a sense of guilt, but the betrayal from his subordinate was undeniably intolerable. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. My apologies, Chen. The black-clad warrior spoke with a tone dripping with malice, yanking back the bloodied sword. I curse you. To an unworthy death. Chen Kuei glared at him with venomous eyes, but soon found himself unable to draw breath, his body convulsing twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At this sight, Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated this individual would betray Chen Kuei. Gu, this treacherous and greedy man got what he deserved. The black-clad warrior knelt on one knee, his expression solemn as he declared, I am Zhao Bing, and I wish to follow you, offering my humble service. Gu Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at him, his demeanor calm as he replied, I have no interest in disloyal subordinates. Who's to say that one day you won't betray me as well? Zhao Bing's face paled at these words, hastily defending himself. Chen Kuei was a villain. I have long wished to eliminate him. I merely acted on an opportunity. Gu Chongqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Such words are better saved for your explanation to Chen Kuei. In that case, the glint of murder flashed in Zhao Bing's eyes as he coldly snorted. Then you shall die? Before his words faded, his kneeling form suddenly surged upward, the sword thrusting violently towards Gu Chongqing. With a swift motion, the blade plunged into what he believed to be his target's chest, encountering no resistance. However, Zhao Bing's pupils constricted in shock as he realized that the Gu Chongqing before him was merely an illusion. The sword pierced through it, and the phantom dissipated in an instant. You truly are unreliable, Gu Chongqing remarked, stepping into the shadows a few paces away, his voice icy as he commanded, kill. In the next moment, a flash of dark light appeared as the shadow spider executed a shadowy transit, emerging from the shadows behind Zhao Bing. Instantly, threads like venomous serpents ensnared his arms, legs, and neck. Panic-stricken, Zhao Bing struggled desperately, only to find the threads remarkably resilient. The more he fought, the tighter they constricted, burrowing into his flesh. Blood seeping along the strands in excruciating agony. With a sickening squelch, the shadow spider approached, its spider limbs unfurling to plunge deep into Zhao Bing's body, poised to extract his vital essence. No, please. Zhao Bing finally panicked, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Gu, do not kill me. I can reveal Chen Kuei's secrets, knowledge that will be of immense benefit to you. Chapter 48. The Sound Transmission Jade Symbol Ah? Pray, enlighten me. Gu Chongqing's gaze sharpened, his voice cold and commanding. It better hold some value, otherwise, you know the consequences. The shadow spider, understanding the cue, paused its feeding, yet its leg remained embedded in the flesh of its prey. First, you must promise me that I shall be spared. The cloaked warrior, sensing Gu Chongqing's interest, began to negotiate terms. Very well, speak, Gu Chongqing replied curtly. My patience is limited. The shadow spider, in accord, retracted its leg, awaiting further instructions. Gathering his composure, the cloaked warrior spoke in a low tone. Chen Kuei has secretly served the court for years. Each successful mission has yielded him substantial rewards. He possesses a sound transmission jade symbol within his storage ring, allowing contact with a certain individual. Now that Chen Kuei is dead, you can seamlessly take his place. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing's interest was piqued. When it comes to affluent patrons, it is indeed the officials of the court who spare no expense in their relentless pursuit of power. Establishing a connection with them could prove to be a beneficial opportunity. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Changqing's gaze shifted to Chun Kuei's lifeless body. The dismembered left hand lay bare, devoid of any ring. The mantis had severed Chun Kuei's right hand. The storage ring must be on that severed limb. How about that? Is this information weighty enough? The cloaked warrior, noticing the shift in Gu Changqing's expression, pressed on with a sense of triumph. You must honor your word and release me swiftly. Gu Changqing signaled to the shadow spider, which promptly unraveled the webbing entangling the cloaked warrior. Once freed, the warrior cast a dark glance at Gu Changqing and hastily made for the hall's entrance. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold, a flash of cold light sliced through the air. The mantis, now transformed into a monstrous figure, struck down with its blade, severing the warrior's head and sending it rolling to the ground at Gu Changqing's feet, void of any compassion in his eyes. Tonight, should even a single whisper escape, the Fate Assassins would find no sanctuary within Qingzhou City. To trust one's enemies? That would be tantamount to courting death. My lord, all have been eradicated. Not a soul escaped. The mantis entered the hall with a steely demeanor, reporting respectfully to Gu Changqing. Indeed, with my army of wasps at hand. No matter where they try to hide, we will unearth them. At that moment, the tiger wasp entered, grinning proudly beside the mantis. My lord, this severed hand bears a ring, likely a storage ring. Pray, examine what treasures it contains. He shook the bloodied severed hand, offering it like a prized gift. Gu Changqing accepted the severed hand, carefully removing the blood-stained ring and swiftly probing its contents with his mental energy. The dazzling array of resources within the storage space elicited an instant transformation of expression on Gu Changqing's face. It must be said that Chun Kuei's estate was quite prosperous. He possessed over 1 million in silver notes alone. In a corner of the space, more than 5,000 low-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked, radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy. More astonishingly, various rare medicinal herbs and weaponry were meticulously arranged, each possessing considerable value. It is no wonder that Chun Kuei could maintain such a large entourage, while his wealth may pale in comparison to that of the aristocracy. It certainly rivals that of the affluent landowners. Quite impressive indeed. A satisfied smile graced Gu Changqing's lips. This unexpected fortune would adequately support the subsequent development of the Destiny Assassins. Afterward, Gu Changqing searched through the spatial storage and finally located the sound-transmitting jade talisman. Holding it in his hand, this object felt cool to the touch, resembling jade, yet exuding a peculiar warmth, evidently imbued with spiritual energy. Adorned with intricate runes akin to those of sound-transmitting talismans. Clearly, unlike the disposable paper talismans, this jade talisman could be utilized multiple times, offering considerable convenience. Gu Changqing attempted to infuse it with a hint of mental energy, and the patterns on the talisman immediately glowed with a soft yellow light, intertwining with his mental force. Chun Kuei, how goes the matter? A deep, hoarse male voice emanated from the talisman, tinged with urgency. Gu Changqing's expression momentarily faltered. This jade talisman was capable of real-time communication, reminiscent of a mobile phone from his previous life. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, falling silent. After a brief pause, the voice suddenly let out a cold laugh. Brad, how did Chun Kuei's possessions end up in your hands? Who exactly are you? Gu Changqing's heart tightened. This individual was rather perceptive, quickly discerning the situation. Chun Kuei is deceased, and I have now taken over his business, Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly. You? Worthy. The talisman emitted a disdainful scoff. Do you even know who I am? I care not who you are, Gu Changqing retorted coldly. If you're interested, we can arrange a meeting with my representative. There was an immediate silence on the other end, as if the individual was contemplating something. Gu Changqing refrained from severing the connection, patiently awaiting a response. If I am not mistaken, you must be the mastermind behind the assassins. How intriguing. After a prolonged silence, the voice returned, though its tone had noticeably softened. While I am unaware of the grievances between you and Chun Kuei, killing my intermediary has delayed my affairs. I now present you with two choices. First, complete Chun Kuei's unfinished task, and I shall overlook your actions and may even consider collaborating with you. Second, you may refuse, but you shall bear the consequences. The voice from the talisman exuded an unmistakable threat, laced with a hint of probing. Gu Changqing's gaze darkened as he lightly tapped the sound-transmitting jade talisman, responding noncommittally. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. I am under no obligation to clean up Chun Kuei's mess. If you wish to collaborate, You must demonstrate some sincerity. The other party replied, puzzled, what do you mean? Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, the meaning is quite straightforward. This matter must proceed according to my rules. As long as the payment is in order, everything shall be manageable. What? The voice from Yu Fu was instantly filled with rage. Chen Kuei has just received a 30% deposit from me, and you still dare to demand more money? Enough of your prattle, Gu Changqing declared with unwavering resolve. Within 3 days, send someone with genuine intentions to Zhe, Xiang Luin Qingzhou City, and I may consider taking over your dubious business. Otherwise, this matter shall be concluded right here. With that, Gu Changqing abruptly severed the communication with Yu Fu, quietly contemplating his subsequent plans. After all, he was uncertain whether the counterpart was human or ghost, and it was imperative to prepare adequately in advance. Chapter 49. Is he Sister Rong? In the dead of night, Fang Baiyu and Meng Jing ascended to the top of the carriage, gazing anxiously at the distant manor. It had been quite a while. Could something have happened to the boss? Meng Jing furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. Should we go check on the situation? Fang Baiyu pondered briefly before shaking his head. The boss instructed us to remain here, and he must have his reasons. We should not take matters into our own hands. Hearing this, Meng Jing reluctantly abandoned his thoughts. Buzz, just as the two were growing increasingly restless, Fang Baiyu suddenly sensed a disturbance from the communication talisman within his storage ring. With a thought, the talisman ignited and swiftly burned in the void before him. Gu Changqing's indifferent voice then echoed, this manor will henceforth serve as the stronghold for the Destiny Assassins. Inform Sister Rong that she should come to meet me now. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with astonishment. What did the boss command? Meng Jing could not help but inquire. Regaining his composure, Fang Baiyu relayed Gu Changqing's message verbatim. Meng Jing's expression froze, his gaze incredulously fixed on the direction of the manor. It had scarcely been a moment. Yet they had truly seized Chen Kuei's territory. The boss's true power appears to be far beyond our imagination. Fang Baiyu slowly inhaled, his voice betraying his excitement. With such a formidable leader, the Destiny Assassins are poised to ascend to the forefront of the assassin organizations in no time. Stop dawdling. We must notify Sister Rong immediately. Meng Jing leaped onto his horse. Fang Baiyu quickly regained his focus and dove into the carriage. He then ignited a communication talisman in his hand, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Sister Rong, our boss has eradicated Shin the Short's lair. Meng Jing and I are on our way to fetch you. Inside the manor, what had once been a scene of chaos was now tidied up by the shadow spiders, with all the bodies removed. The night breeze swept through, gradually dissipating the lingering scent of blood from the air. Gu Changqing accessed the system panel and discovered that the energy rewards from tonight's massacre had surged to an impressive 2,000 points. However, the energy required for the Tiger Hornet, Shadow Spider, and Mantis to upgrade had already escalated into 5 figures, 30,000. Even if he converted the more than 6,000 low-grade spirit stones he had just scavenged into energy points, it would still fall short. Since it was insufficient, it would be better to reserve it for his own cultivation. Gu Changqing murmured to himself, having reached a decision. After all, as the hidden leader of the assassins, he could not afford to be weak. Otherwise, in any future conflicts, he would have to rely on the Mantis and others, which would not only make him seem incompetent, but also prematurely reveal his trump cards. Having made up his mind, Gu Changqing directly withdrew all the spirit stones from his storage ring, which gleamed brilliantly as they piled up beside him like a small mountain. The Shadow Spider and the Mantis exchanged a knowing glance before silently exiting the hall, taking their positions in the various corners outside as vigilant sentinels. With such an abundance of spiritual stones, it should suffice to enhance my cultivation. Gu Changqing cast a fleeting glance before settling into a meditative posture, initiating the circulation of his true essence throughout his body, enveloping the pile of spiritual stones with his primordial energy. In an instant, the topmost 100 stones were reduced to mere powder. As the spiritual energy was extracted, it transformed into strands of pure spiritual power, swirling around him and then being absorbed through every pore into his body. Gu Changqing focused his mind, guiding this influx of energy to convert into his own true essence. Thus, time passed, minute by minute, as more than half of the pile of spiritual stones was consumed. The continuous influx of spiritual energy gradually filled Gu Changqing's body, and a subtle humming sound began to resonate through his meridians. This sign was unmistakably indicative of an impending breakthrough. Yet it was not enough. Gu Chongqing suddenly drew upon the remaining spiritual stones in one decisive action. Boom. In that moment, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged violently into his body. The sensation of pressure within his meridians intensified sharply, as if they were on the verge of rupture. Nonetheless, Gu Chongqing did not falter. Instead, he accelerated the flow of energy, ultimately forming a vortex of primordial force in his dantian that surged uncontrollably. Almost simultaneously, his aura began to rise steadily, reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm. Over 6,000 spiritual stones had elevated his cultivation to its zenith, yet to achieve a true breakthrough was no simple feat. Gu Chongqing opened his eyes, the brilliance within them quickly receding, yet his heart was filled with introspection. The path of a martial artist necessitates the condensation of qi, followed by the tempering through the acquired and innate stages, and only once the foundation is thoroughly solidified can one aspire to ascend to the realm of Tao and mortality. Strictly speaking, the Tao and mortality realm is a definitive watershed. Once transcended, a martial artist's true essence transforms from a gaseous state to a liquid state, leading to a metamorphosis akin to rebirth. Not only is lifespan significantly extended, but one can also momentarily traverse the skies, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. However, to break through this realm, one must cultivate techniques of the 6th rank or higher as a foundation. It cannot be effortlessly achieved merely by accumulating spiritual stones. Yet, such advanced techniques are predominantly monopolized by major sects and ancient martial families. Absent a rare opportunity, a common martial artist may find it exceedingly difficult to surpass this watershed throughout their lifetime. Master, your 2 subordinates are awaiting you outside the manor, accompanied by another. At that moment, the voice of the shadow spider echoed in Gu Chongqing's mind, disrupting his contemplation. His expression shifted slightly, and he noticed the transmission talisman within his storage ring had begun to vibrate gently. Boss, we have arrived. Are you available now? As Gu Chongqing beckoned, the talisman flew forth, and the voice of Fong Baiyu followed closely behind. Due to the shadow spider's need for secrecy, they had been left waiting outside. Gu Chongqing promptly rose and executed the shadow step as he exited the hall. Outside, the sky was already brightening. As the door swung open, he was met with the sight of Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu. Behind them stood a mysterious figure. Gu Chongqing's gaze sharpened as it fell upon this person. Clad in a dark red gown, the figure possessed a graceful silhouette, with long, lustrous black hair loosely pinned up by a jade hairpin. However, as his gaze shifted to the individual's face, Gu Chongqing's pupils dilated in shock. It was unmistakably the chiseled visage of a man. Beneath rugged brows, those elongated eyes were now surveying him with an enigmatic smirk. Could this be Sister Rome? Gu Chongqing suppressed his astonishment and turned to Fong Baiyu for clarification. Indeed, it was Zhao Rong. Fong Baiyu, with an odd expression, grinned and remarked, "He is my brother, or rather, my sibling," alongside Meng Jing. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing inhaled deeply. All along, whenever Fong Baiyu and Meng Jing referred to Zhao Rong, they had called him Sister Rong. Never did he anticipate that the so-called Sister Rong would turn out to be a transgender individual. Chapter 50. Unwavering Devotion. Mr. Gu, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Zhao Rong spoke, her crimson lips slightly parted, her voice deep yet imbued with a hint of softness. Ah, equally fortunate, Gu Chongqing replied, swallowing hard, his usually composed demeanor betraying a rare fluctuation. The abrupt contrast momentarily left him at a loss. Subsequently, Gu Chongqing refrained from further conversation and guided them into the estate. As they traveled, Zhao Rong surveyed her surroundings, her keen eyes catching the remnants of bloodstains in the corners. The absence of Chen Kuei's subordinates did not escape her notice, and a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. It seemed that Fong Baiyu's words held truth. Gu Chongqing indeed possessed remarkable prowess, having dismantled Chen's stronghold overnight. To ally with him might prove to be a prudent choice. In the grand hall, Gu Chongqing sat regally at the head of the table, gesturing for them to take their seats. Zhao Rong gracefully settled into her chair, crossing her legs in a manner that accentuated the defined musculature of her calves as her skirt slipped slightly. Gu Chongqing stifled a twitch at the corner of his mouth, swiftly averting his gaze. Truly, Mr. Gu is extraordinary. The disparity between his public persona and the intelligence I have gathered is quite significant. Zhao Rong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she ventured, "Might I inquire about the purpose of your invitation today?" Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Gu Chongqing responded forthrightly, I presume Ming Jing and the others have informed you of my intent to appoint you as the agent for the Destiny Assassins Guild. Naturally, Zhao Rong replied with a sly smile. While Mr. Gu masquerades as a physician, his true identity remains concealed. With the absence of intermediaries, the Destiny Assassins Guild undoubtedly requires an agent capable of maneuvering in the public eye. Given my connections in both the underworld and the legitimate realm, I am undoubtedly well suited for the role. At this juncture, her tone shifted slightly as she continued. However, I wish to ascertain the extent of your true capabilities. Gu Changqing's gaze hardened, recognizing the underlying implication of her words. She sought to probe the depths of his hidden strengths. As the prospective agent of the assassins, it was imperative for her to grasp the power of the guild's assassin cadre. Adjusting her posture, Zhao Rong spoke softly. Otherwise, it would be challenging for me to undertake missions in the black market, let alone assess the associated risks. For instance, could our assassins handle the assassination of a martial arts expert at the Dao Fan level? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Changqing replied slowly. So, you wish to witness the capabilities of our assassins? Precisely, Zhao Rong nodded, her gaze fixed expectantly upon him. Just then, a shadow silently materialized upon his shoulder, a cold blade pressing against his neck. The sudden chill caused Zhao Rong's muscles to tense instinctively, rendering her immobile. Before she could catch a glimpse of the unfolding situation, the blade had already been drawn back into Gu Changqing's system space. What is happening? Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing exchanged bewildered glances, scanning their surroundings. However, the fleeting figure of the mantis eluded even their keen senses, as if it had never existed at all. Zhao Rong felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead, her eyes betraying her disbelief. How could such a mysterious assassin approach without a trace, leaving no shadow behind? Gu Changqing spoke in a calm and measured tone. This is merely one of the assassins under my command. They are known for their discretion and reluctance to reveal themselves. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rong gasped, realizing the terrifying implications of such a mysterious and powerful assassin not being alone. Steeling herself, she managed a faint smile. You are indeed a man of hidden depths, Mr. Gu. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. Gu Changqing nodded slightly. Now that you have acknowledged my capabilities. Regarding the matter of the agency, both of my younger brothers are currently under your wing. How could I not come? Without hesitation, Zhao Rong replied, I agree. However, I must ask one condition. Gu Changqing regarded her in silence, not rushing to acquiesce. My two brothers have been devoted to martial arts since childhood. Yet they have always struggled due to a lack of resources, Zhao Rong said gently. Therefore, I hope you can nurture their talents and not let them go to waste. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing felt warmth in their hearts, deeply touched. They had anticipated that Zhao Rong would discuss terms of profit sharing, but instead, she was advocating for them. This is hardly a condition, Gu Changqing said with a slight smile. In fact, I had the same intention. Thus, you may propose another request. At this, Zhao Rong felt a flutter in her heart, staring at Gu Changqing's generous demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. As she bit her lip and lifted her gaze, the more she looked at him, the more appealing he became. This was troubling. Fang Baiyu and Ming Jing exchanged glances, well acquainted with the expression Zhao Rong wore. Whenever her eyes narrowed slightly and her lips unconsciously grazed against one another, it signified, since you are so generous, I shall dare to make an additional request. Zhao Rong leaned forward, her voice taking on a more sultry tone. I wish to move into this estate and reside with you. It would be more convenient for reporting tasks in the future. At this demand, Gu Changqing's breath caught sharply, a chill running down his spine as he instinctively tensed. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. If Sister Rong wishes to stay here, then let her. Gu Changqing smiled awkwardly yet politely. I often need to attend to patients at the clinic and rarely come here. The estate remains vacant as it is. Thank you, Master. Zhao Rong replied, her lips pressing together, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Oh, you truly possess an irresistible charm, Master. The taunting voice of the wasp echoed abruptly in Gu Changqing's mind. I assure you, this agent will undoubtedly be utterly devoted to your cause. Silence. Gu Changqing silently cursed. He then cleared his throat lightly and swiftly shifted to the main topic. Now that the matter of the assassin acting as an agent has been settled, we should proceed to the real business at hand. In truth, Chen Kuei had long been engaging in clandestine dealings with officials from the court. However, I have now established this secret connection. It is anticipated that they will dispatch representatives to Qingzhou City for negotiations within the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Fong Baiyu and the other's eyes sparkled with excitement, their faces betraying a sense of admiration. To take over this channel from the court would be an inexhaustible source of profit. Such is the situation. Gu Chaqing then turned his gaze towards Zhao Rong, instructing, when the time comes, you will meet with the individual privately and negotiate according to the established practices. If an agreement cannot be reached, leave immediately. Do you understand? Zhao Rong nodded solemnly, assuring, rest assured, boss, I know what to do. Just then, Gu Changqing sensed a disturbance emanating from his storage ring, originating from the sound transmission jade talisman. He retrieved it, and a deep voice immediately resonated. My people are waiting at the Zui Xianglu, in Box 3. Chapter 51. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion within the span of an hour. Should your agent fail to appear, this matter shall be considered concluded. No sooner had the words been spoken than the transmission from the jade talisman was abruptly severed. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Changqing's eyes. He had not anticipated such swift action from the employer behind the scenes. He had expected to wait 2 or 3 days, yet only a single night had elapsed before someone arrived in Qingzhou City. This clearly indicated the individual's considerable investment in this clandestine endeavor. Unfortunately, the task information contained within Qin Kuei's storage ring was overwhelming, and he could not ascertain which specific assignment it pertained to. Otherwise, he could have made ample preparations in advance. Boss, has the employer sent someone? Zhao Rong inquired as Gu Chaqing retracted the jade talisman. Indeed, they are at the Zui Xianglu, room number 3. From here on, you shall assume full responsibility. With that, Gu Changqing turned to Meng Jing and instructed, take Sister Rong there immediately. Yes. Meng Jing nodded respectfully and promptly followed Zhao Rong out of the hall. Boss, what about me? Fong Baiyu, noticing he had not been assigned a task, proactively sought clarification, suggesting, perhaps I could wait outside Zui Xianglu to stand guard, ready to provide support should anything unforeseen occur. You are tasked with the affairs of the intelligence team. Do not involve yourself in this matter, Gu Chaqing replied, shaking his head in refusal. He then inquired, what extent of coverage does your current intelligence network have? After a brief contemplation, Fong Baiyu responded, my informants are present in all the major cities of the Daong dynasty. However, they are merely ruffians who require monetary incentives to procure information. Hearing this, Gu Changqing was slightly taken aback. This was merely a transactional exchange of intelligence, not a display of power under his control. In essence, the information known to the Heavenly Fate Assassins could also be acquired by other factions through financial means. I have always been financially constrained, lacking the resources to recruit subordinates, which is why I can only trade information in the black market to earn a profit, Fong Baiyu explained with a grin, seemingly discerning Gu Chaqing's thoughts. Gu Chaqing found this reasoning entirely reasonable, harboring no trace of disdain in his heart. After all, an orphan from a slum who managed to survive in this world and even cultivate to the level of an acquired realm martial artist was truly exceptional. Given sufficient resources, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Boss, you're not disappointed in me, are you? Seeing Gu Changqing remain silent, Fong Baiyu cautiously asked. Not at all. Gu Changqing replied with a serene smile. Do noble lords and ministers not share the same lineage? I have faith in your abilities. Upon hearing this, Fong Baiyu's lips tightened into a thin line, and he nodded earnestly. This feeling of being valued left him deeply moved. Recruit a batch of intelligence members for the Heavenly Fate Assassins, Gu Changqing commanded, producing 500,000 silver notes and handing them to Fong Baiyu. Use this money to facilitate your operations. As the saying goes, a tall building rises from the ground. While the primary strength of an assassin organization lies in its assassins, an intelligence network is equally vital. Otherwise, if the identity and background of the assassination target cannot be clearly discerned, what is the point? Therefore, in the initial stages, Gu Changqing will spare no expense. 500,000. As Fong Baiyu received the thick stack of banknotes, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. This sum of money would undoubtedly allow him to make significant strides in the black market. Rest assured, boss, within 6 months, I will ensure that the intelligence network covers the entire Daong Empire and even extends to foreign nations. With immense funds in hand, Fong Baiyu confidently pledged. Additionally, a new batch of assassins can be recruited. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Chaqing calmly stated, the code name will be Dark Blade, and the members' abilities must be above the acquired realm. The scale of the Destiny Assassins has now taken shape, and he does not wish to handle every task personally in the future. Unless particularly challenging missions arise, he would let the shadow spiders take action. Fong Baiyu paused in surprise and asked curiously, "Do you not have a mysterious assassin group under your command? Just follow my instructions." Gu Changqing offered no further explanation, his tone commanding and unquestionable. "Yes, I will attend to it immediately," Fong Baiyu replied with a respectful nod before turning to leave. Gu Changqing, however, did not remain idle. Utilizing the shadow spider's shadowy traversal, he suddenly vanished within the manor. When Meng Jing entered the city with the carriage, he had already returned to the clinic ahead of time, resuming his normal practice. Meanwhile, under the shadow spider's control, he swiftly made his way towards the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Upon arriving at the destination, Gu Changqing immediately activated shared perception. Through the compound eyes of the shadow spider, he observed that the windows of Box 3 were tightly closed, preventing him from seeing who was inside. To avoid alerting the enemy, Gu Changqing did not allow the shadow spider to infiltrate, but instead remained quietly hidden in the shadows of the corner. Shortly thereafter, Meng Jing's carriage came to a halt outside the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. According to the customary practice, only the agent could make an appearance. "You stay here," Zhao Rong instructed Meng Jing before entering the pavilion alone. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Rong rapped on the door, her red lips parting. "I'm here." A deep male voice soon resonated from within. "Come in." Zhao Rong pushed the door open, and the shadow spider immediately followed closely behind, quietly climbing to the corner of the wall. Following its gaze, Gu Changqing finally caught a glimpse of the person inside. Zhao Rong's eyes were also appraising her counterpart. Clad in a black cloak, with a dark golden mask obscuring his face, the figure appeared exceptionally robust. The man's gaze remained cold and devoid of any reaction to the masculine features of Zhao Rong's face, which made Gu Changqing secretly admire him. Coupled with the mysterious attire, he resembled a well-trained assassin. "Sit down." The voice of the man in black was low and hoarse, as if deliberately disguised. However, Zhao Rong did not hasten to close the door, cautiously inspecting every corner of the box. "Rest assured, there is only me here." The man clearly perceived Zhao Rong's thoughts and coldly remarked. As the door creaked shut, Zhao Rong took a seat across the table. "Are you the agent?" The man in black inquired directly. "Which assassin organization do you represent?" Just as Zhao Rong was about to respond, an unexpected stirring emanated from the storage ring on her hand. Suddenly, a sound transmission talisman flew forth, and Gu Changqing's voice echoed in her mind. "The Destiny Assassin Guild has been rebranded as the Tianji Pavilion." Startled by the abrupt communication, Zhao Rong felt a jolt of anxiety. Out of the corner of her eye, she discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Was it possible that the movements within the private room were under the scrutiny of the boss? "What? Is it inconvenient to disclose?" The man in black's gaze darkened, his voice cold. "My master has stated that for any collaboration to occur, both parties must exhibit a measure of sincerity." With a soft, alluring smile, Zhao Rong replied, "Do not misunderstand. I was merely relaying some updates from my subordinates. In the black market, our organization is known as the Tianji Pavilion." Upon hearing Zhao Rong's change of wording, Gu Changqing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the names Destiny Assassin Guild and Destiny Medical Pavilion were alarmingly similar. Unlike the original owner, who had naively chosen such a similar name for convenience, Gu Changqing was more astute. If someone were to conduct a discreet investigation, the existence of the medical pavilion would undoubtedly raise the most suspicion. Furthermore, the name Destiny Assassin Guild had already garnered a reputation in the black market, even being labeled as second-rate. Now that they had aligned themselves with this clandestine connection to the court, a rebranding was essential to enhance their mystique. Tianji Pavilion? Indeed. A flicker of contemplation crossed the man in black's eyes upon hearing this name. He had not encountered any rumors regarding this assassin organization in the black market. Could it be a newly emerged group? "Your pavilion master possesses considerable skill," he remarked, his gaze fixed on Zhao Rong, laden with meaning. Although Chen Kuei is merely a middleman, he holds some sway in the black market. Yet, Tianji Pavilion managed to eradicate him overnight without leaving a trace. Even now, no news of Chen Kuei's demise has surfaced in the black market. Zhao Rong chuckled lightly. "Thank you for the compliment. Now that you are aware of the capabilities of Tianji Pavilion, do you have any intention of collaborating during this meeting?" As she spoke, Zhao Rong casually glanced at the black ring on the man's finger, assessing it briefly before quickly averting her gaze. Chapter 52. Who can endure the collaboration? The man in black spoke with a slight pause, then sneered coldly, The crux of the matter is, if I were to divulge the assassination location, you might very well hesitate. Zhao Rong pressed her crimson lips together, smiling without uttering a word. Having traversed the underbelly of the black market for many years, he had encountered countless individuals and was far from naive enough to overlook such trivial tactics. Attempting to provoke her with psychological games? She was far too seasoned. You don't speak, and I want to inquire. Let us see who can endure longer. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the room became tense and stagnant. Observing Zhao Rong's persistent silence, the man in black could no longer remain composed. He had anticipated that she would boast about the prowess of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, thereby inquiring about the assassination location and confidently accepting the task. This would afford him the dominant position, allowing him to negotiate a lower remuneration. However, he had not expected this woman to possess such remarkable composure. To be candid, the assassination site was indeed the Qishuan Wufu, and the strike must occur on the day of the recruitment assessment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rong's heart skipped a beat. It must be noted that the Qishuan Wufu was a colossal entity at the sect level, the only existence within the Daong Empire that remained unbound by the laws. Not only did ordinary factions dare not provoke it, but even the royal family approached it with a degree of caution. Yet, the stipulation was to carry out the assassination on the territory of the Qishuan Wufu, and in broad daylight on the day of the recruitment assessment. No matter how formidable the assassin, venturing there would surely lead to dire consequences, regardless of success or failure. How about it? Are you intimidated? The man in black smiled faintly. If that is the case, I shall have to reassess the capabilities of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Not necessarily. Zhao Rong feigned calmness and inquired, primarily, what is the cultivation level of the assassination target? Without a moment's hesitation, the man in black replied, peak innate realm. This individual will participate in the assessment at the Qishuan Wufu on that day. Upon hearing that the target possessed only this level of power, Gu Chaqing felt a surge of optimism. Although the assassination location was rather precarious, he believed in the abilities of the shadow spiders to achieve a clean getaway. He promptly retrieved the stack of task lists stored by Qin Kuei and began to search rapidly based on the lead of the Qishuan Wufu. In no time, he extracted an assassination list from the pile. The details on it corresponded perfectly. Target: Ma Xiao identity, heir of the Ma family. Son of a current Earl strength, peak innate realm location, Daong Empire. Imperial capital recent movements. Attending the recruitment assessment at the Qishuan Wufu, next month task requirement. Complete the assassination on the day of the assessment remuneration. 250,000 silver notes at the bottom of the paper. An image of the target accompanied the information. Remarkably, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the previous target, Martin Yu. Their identity details revealed that they were brothers from the same family. However, this Ma family heir evidently held a higher status. In a moment of clarity, Gu Chaqing decisively took out a transmission talisman and ignited it in his hand. The task has been accepted, but the reward demands a sum of 500,000. Just as Zhao Rong was grappling with her indecision, Gu Chaqing's transmission talisman arrived at an opportune moment. Upon hearing its contents, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, her eyes instantly sparkling with clarity. If the boss is willing to take on this task, it indicates he possesses ample confidence. Recalling the elusive assassin from their time in the manor, Zhao Rong had no doubt regarding Gu Chaqing's judgment. This task is indeed challenging, Zhao Rong remarked, shaking her head. However, given the capabilities of our Tianji pavilion, we are confident in our ability to accomplish it. Nevertheless, the remuneration must reflect this. At this juncture, she raised a finger, declaring 1 million. What? The black-clad man, despite his usual composure, could not help but raise his voice sharply. The unexpected increase in price caught Gu Chaqing off guard as well. He had not anticipated that Zhao Rong would be so bold as to demand more than he himself had considered. Qin Kuei was only 25,000. And you were asking for so much. The black-clad man's brow furrowed. He scoffed. Your Tianji pavilion certainly has an insatiable appetite. Zhao Rong smirked slightly. Qin Kuei is one matter, but for us at Tianji pavilion, this is indeed worth the price. I can at least guarantee the absolute completion of the task. The expression in the black-clad man's eyes shifted rapidly, and he replied in a low tone, 500,000, not a penny more. Agreed. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Rong readily acquiesced, leaving the other party visibly astonished. Although the price had been halved, he could not shake the feeling of mixed emotions. This was not a pleasant sensation. Well done, Gu Chaqing exclaimed with genuine admiration. In the past, Tasks had always been assigned at prices predetermined by Chen Kuei. Never had they actively set the remuneration themselves, significantly increasing their profit margins this time. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Since our transaction is settled, let us proceed with a half upfront deposit, Zhao Rong said without hesitation, extending her hand nonchalantly. The black-clad man, regaining his composure, flashed a cold glimmer in his eyes. Money is not an issue. However, it is imperative that the task is completed within the stipulated time and location, otherwise, your Tianji pavilion will find it impossible to maintain a foothold in the black market in the future. Before he could finish, he suddenly trembled, unleashing a ferocious wave of elemental force. Boom! The overwhelming aura swept through the room, toppling nearby tables and chairs. Half-step to the Taoist realm. Zhao Rong's expression changed dramatically, her previously carefree demeanor replaced with grave seriousness. If even a mere subordinate could wield such power, how formidable must the employer behind this be? Chapter 53. The conspiracy behind the term half-step Dao signifies that one has nearly set foot on the threshold of the Dao realm. In this realm, the power of the man in black is almost invincible. At this moment, he deliberately reveals his cultivation, exuding an unmistakable aura of threat and intimidation. Oh dear, how frightful! Zhao Rong raised her hands to her chest, adopting an appearance of delicate timidity. This posture, which should have been repugnant, unexpectedly caused a tremor in the heart of the man in black. It is worth noting that even a peak innate martial artist would feel as if burdened by 1,000 weights under his pressure. Yet, Zhao Rong remained unfazed, as if entirely unaffected. The Tianji pavilion is indeed formidable. After a brief appraisal, the man in black gradually retracted his imposing aura and ceased his probing. He then produced a stack of silver notes and presented them to Zhao Rong. Each note bore a denomination of 10,000, a total of 250,000 as a deposit, without a single cent missing. Zhao Rong deftly flicked her fingertips, quickly counting the notes, and with a smile, she remarked, "Pleasure to cooperate. The intelligence held by Chen Kuei has likely already been intercepted by your pavilion master, so I need not take further action. Upon completion of the task, I shall settle the remaining balance." The man in black snorted coldly, turned, and departed. Had it not been for the theft of the task information, there would have been no need to seek the Tianji pavilion's assistance, even if it meant reluctantly accepting a malicious price hike. Otherwise, should the information leak, it would inevitably affect the entire plan. Once the man in black left, Zhao Rong did not immediately head to the Destiny Medical Hall to avoid being followed. Instead, she used a sound transmission talisman to report the matter. Inside the medical hall, Gu Chaqing gazed thoughtfully at the assassination list in his hands. With 2 consecutive assassination contracts targeting the Ma family, it was clear that this was no coincidence. However, he was unconcerned about the undercurrents within the imperial court. As long as the remuneration was sufficient, he would carry out the task without hesitation. After all, those noble families had always exploited the common folk, driven by insatiable greed, and were rarely virtuous. He ordered a thorough investigation into the Ma family heir's complete background, including recent movements, ensuring no errors would occur. Gu Chaqing ignited a sound transmission talisman to inform Feng Baiyu and then quietly pondered his next course of action. The recruitment assessment for the 7 Xian martial house would not officially commence until next month, leaving ample time. However, during this interval, he must make comprehensive preparations. The most crucial aspect was to enhance the combat prowess of the shadow spiders. Master Mo had previously made a promise, allowing him to forge several sets of insectoid armaments to test their effectiveness. With this thought in mind, Gu Changqing wasted no time and stealthily exited through the back door of the medical hall. When he reappeared on the bustling street, he was already masked by a bronze visage and donned a black hat, making his way directly to the blacksmith shop. At nearly the same moment, within the underground chamber of the Ma family estate in the imperial capital, the family head received word. "Sir, we have just received news from Qingzhou City. The task has been entrusted to the Tianji Pavilion." The old steward slightly bowed, respectfully reporting, "However, the remuneration has risen to 500,000 silver notes." From the shadows, a tall figure slowly turned. The flickering candlelight illuminated half of the middle-aged man's face, revealing none other than the head of the Ma family, Ma Tianxiu. "It matters not," he declared with a voice as cold and unyielding as steel. "As long as the objective is achieved, the price is of no consequence." The old steward sighed softly. "My lord, why must you be so harsh? That is your... Do you think I desire this?" Ma Tianxiong abruptly interrupted, his tone darkening. "However, If we do not take such measures, how can we compel the 7 Xian martial house to intervene on the day of the assessment? Should such an incident occur, especially with my son of the Ma family meeting his demise, then the 7 Xian martial house will surely be outraged and will investigate thoroughly. As he spoke, a chilling smile crept upon his lips. Given the current political climate, the faction of the third prince will undoubtedly become the primary suspect. At that point, His Highness the Crown Prince merely needs to provide a slight nudge to leverage the strength of the martial house and sever the third prince's momentum. The old steward's throat constricted, his voice trembling, but the young master is, after all, your biological son. It is precisely for this reason that his life holds such weight. Ma Tianxiong replied coldly with a hint of a smile. Once His Highness the Crown Prince ascends to power, my Ma family shall be the foremost contributors and will certainly be granted titles and positions. Upon hearing this, the old steward fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could hardly fathom that in this struggle for imperial power, the head of the family was willing to treat his own flesh and blood as mere bargaining chips. Ma Tianxiong's expression remained impassive as he solemnly said, "You should prepare accordingly. On the day of the martial house assessment, ensure that we collect Zioa's remains and conduct the funeral according to the family's highest standards." As he concluded, his voice, though still firm, betrayed a slight tremor, revealing an unshakable sorrow beneath his stoic facade. In the blacksmith's workshop, Gu Changqing pushed the door open, and a wave of intense heat rushed to greet him. Under the glow of the furnace, Mo Xing was laboriously hammering a piece of crimson shin iron, sweat pouring down his brow. "Master Mo, I have been introduced by a friend and have heard that you are capable of forging weapons for the insect race." Gu Changqing deliberately lowered his voice, altering his gait as he approached. Mo Xing's work was interrupted by the inquiry, and he was about to express his annoyance. But upon hearing insect race weapons, his eyes sparkled with interest. He then strode confidently towards Gu Changqing, hammer in hand. "You are the beast master who can summon insect creatures?" His gaze was fervent, completely disregarding Gu Changqing's mysterious appearance. "Enough with the small talk. Summon one for me to see." Having concealed his identity for this visit, Gu Changqing felt no need for further caution. With a thought, 3 diminutive insect figures suddenly materialized before him. "Is this it?" Mo Xing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the shadow spider and its companions with skepticism. "These are merely a spider, a mantis, and a hornet. What is so special about them?" However, as he leaned in for a closer look, he noticed that the mantis's forelimbs were as sharp as blades, glimmering with an icy blue luminescence. The chilling aura emanating from its blade-like limbs was strikingly reminiscent of the cold marrow ice iron. In contrast, the shadow spider and the hornet were distinctly more robust than ordinary insects. Just as Mo Xing marveled at this revelation, a flash of brilliance enveloped them, and in an instant, they underwent a remarkable transformation. Boom! In an instant, 3 intensely ferocious presences of the insectoid race surged forth like a tidal wave. Mo Xing's heart jolted as he was astounded to see the diminutive insects before him had transformed into 3 grotesque, humanoid monstrosities. Instinctively, he retreated several steps, gripping the iron hammer in his hand tightly, his expression fraught with tension. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, and he promptly ignited the isolation talisman, enveloping the entire blacksmith shop. Since the creation of these creatures, this marked the first occasion he revealed them under the gaze of others without executing an assassination. Such terrifying insectoid beings. Mo Xing's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the shadow spiders, his heart racing with trepidation. "What now?" Gu Changqing inquired calmly. "Are you capable of forging armaments for them?" Mo Xing, jolted back to reality from his astonishment, replied gravely, "I have been forging for 40 years and have never encountered such peculiar creatures. To be frank, their exoskeletons are as hard as iron, and their blade-like limbs are unparalleled. They are practically natural weapons, rendering any external armament superfluous." He shook his head, his tone imbued with wonder and admiration. "In that case, it matters little," Gu Changqing replied with a faint smile, refraining from imposing demands. "Otherwise, it might result in unnecessary embellishments that could impair their combat effectiveness. Since external armaments are unnecessary, why not inscribe runes directly upon their forms?" Mo Xing mused aloud, suddenly struck by inspiration. If the runic secrets were to be directly branded onto their bodies, it could effectively enhance certain latent potentials. Indeed, that is the way. As the thought crystallized in his mind, fervent light burst forth from his eyes, further solidifying his belief in the viability of this idea. Chapter 54. The awakening of bloodline anomalies, the imprinting of runes? Gu Changqing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of curiosity glimmering in his eyes. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that if the engraving were to fail, the shadow spiders would be rendered useless. Rest assured, I shall only inscribe enhancement runes, ensuring there are no adverse effects. Mo Xing replied, seemingly aware of his apprehensions, his tone exuding confidence. The results will undoubtedly astonish you. Gu Changqing hesitated before inwardly inquiring, System, can my pets be healed if they are injured? Reminder, the host can heal the pet's injuries by consuming energy points. With the system's assurance, Gu Changqing's worries dissipated. He decisively addressed Mo Xing, very well, let us proceed. Splendid! Mo Xing exclaimed, his eagerness palpable, yet he quickly tempered his enthusiasm. Before we begin, I must extract their blood to fuse it with the materials for the rune imprinting. As he spoke, Mo Xing cast a wary glance at the shadow spiders and tiger hornets. Without prior consent from Gu Changqing, he dared not draw blood. The consequences of angering these creatures could be dire. They will not harm anyone without my command, Gu Changqing replied calmly. Proceed as you see fit. Subsequently, Mo Xing cautiously employed a specially crafted silver needle to draw a drop of blood from each of the shadow spider, tiger hornet, and mantis. To his astonishment, the blood, upon leaving their bodies, began to undulate within the jade vial as if imbued with life. Gu Changqing's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated the blood of these insectoid creatures to be so peculiar. Under his watchful gaze, Mo Xing produced a vial of liquid materials, pouring it into the containers holding the insect blood. At that moment, as the material liquid mingled with the blood, an eerie radiance erupted, transforming the liquid's hue. The shadow spider's blood shimmered black, the tiger hornets became a deep crimson, while the mantises morphed into an icy blue. Their blood possessed inherent attributes. Remarkable! Mo Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, his whiskers trembling. With this, the power of the engraved runes will be enhanced by at least 80%. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing was well aware of the attributes of the three insectoid creatures. The shadow spider's original material was a dagger forged from abyssal iron, which had been synthesized with its dark characteristics. The tiger hornet's venomous stinger was made of crimson rock iron, hence the dark red fire poison within its blood. As for the mantis, it undoubtedly bore the properties of frost essence iron, containing frigid ice attributes. Thereafter, Gu Changqing seated himself on the ground, intending to observe Mo Xing's technique. He had witnessed rune drawing from Lu Ruyin, but he was still quite intrigued by the process of imprinting runes onto flesh. Mo Xing merely cast a brief glance at Gu Changqing, saying little more. He then flicked his fingers, causing the 3 vials of material liquid to levitate gracefully. Suddenly, Mo Xing's hands erupted with flickering flames, which swiftly coalesced into a nearly translucent blaze, spiritual fire. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he distinctly sensed an extraordinary concentration of mental energy emanating from the flames. He understood that this was a rare fire born from the ultimate condensation of spiritual power, a skill mastered by weapon-forging masters in the martial arts realm to create divine armaments. Once the spiritual fire was unleashed, Mo Xing deftly divided it into 3 separate flames, each enveloping a vial of material liquid. With a hissing sound, the 3 liquids rapidly boiled under the scorching spiritual fire, swiftly evaporating their impurities. When the time was right, Mo Xing extended his hand, and an invisible force drew forth a black liquid. With the finesse of a skilled artist, he deftly traced intricate and esoteric circular runes in the air, which gradually solidified. Merge, he commanded loudly, and the rune transformed into a beam of light that struck the shadow spider, imprinting it into its flesh. The circular rune manifested autonomously, moving like a living entity across the surface of the shadow spider's skin, ultimately forming 7 black secret patterns. Ding! Detected successful rune fusion with your shadow spider. Activating hidden talent. Activation successful. Congratulations, the shadow spider has unlocked a new skill, concealment. This skill allows complete invisibility in any environment, with duration proportional to energy consumed. As the system's prompt resonated, the 7 black patterns on the shadow spider's surface suddenly contracted, as if being drawn deep within its body. In the next moment, its form gradually blurred under the watchful eyes of Gu Changqing and Mo Xing, until it completely vanished. Invisibility. Gu Changqing's heart stirred, instantly comprehending the situation from the system's notification. This skill not only rendered the body invisible but also suppressed any fluctuations in breath to an extreme degree, truly the hallmark of a born assassin. Although it had not undergone a tier upgrade, Acquiring an additional skill was still a commendable achievement. This, Mo Xing's spiritual fire trembled violently in his hands, nearly slipping from his control. His eyes widened as his mental energy swept frantically over the location where the shadow spider had once been, capturing only the faintest ripple of energy. Had it not been for his extraordinary mental prowess, he might have failed to detect even that. Gazing at the now visible shadow spider, Mo Xing gradually inhaled deeply, regaining his composure from the shock. He had merely intended to imprint a rune to enhance its abilities, yet it had unexpectedly awakened this creature's invisibility. This was no mere monster, it was a prodigy. Master Mo, the effect of this rune enhancement is indeed beyond expectations. Gu Chaqing remarked with a grin, offering his commendation while gesturing for him to proceed with the next. Mo Xing, undeterred, shifted his focus to the tiger bee, and the spiritual fire at his fingertips surged once more. The dark red liquid was drawn forth under his command, and the rune began to take shape. Merge. With a resolute declaration, the rune shot into the chest of the tiger bee like a meteor. In an instant, crimson patterns resembling a spider's web began to appear on the robust physique of the tiger bee. Ding! Your tiger bee has successfully fused with the rune, triggering a mutation of its bloodline. Chapter 55, Awakening the Killing Gene, Mutation of the Tiger Bee Bloodline. Detected the Zerg Queen Bloodline, initiating activation. As the system's prompt resonated, the crimson patterns on the surface of the tiger bee erupted in a dazzling dark red glow, resembling molten lava coursing beneath its skin. Its physique rapidly swelled. Already robust, it grew even more formidable and towering, with barbed spines covering its arm joints. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, insect wings burst forth from its shoulder blades, their membranes swirling with fiery energy waves, presenting a menacing form. Boom! The tiger bee took to the air, its violent aura instantly sweeping across the entire blacksmith shop. Amidst the surging heat waves, the barrier activated by the warding symbol trembled violently. Ding! Royal bloodline successfully activated. Congratulations, your tiger bee has ascended to the extraordinary tier, with a comprehensive enhancement in combat power. New skill unlocked, Explosive Venomous Spike, which attaches fire poison to attacks, triggering a secondary explosion upon hitting the target. Has it truly advanced? Gu Chaqing was taken aback, his eyes glimmering with surprise. The enhancement from the runes had evidently exceeded expectations. Without consuming energy points, it was purely a bloodline evolution and augmentation. At that moment, Gu Chaqing promptly accessed the system panel, discovering that the tiger bee's data was rapidly refreshing. Most notably, the combat power assessment soared to levels comparable to that of a human warrior at the Dao realm. It was utterly astonishing. Mo Xing, standing nearby, felt his pupils constrict suddenly, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. The shadow spider's invisibility had already left him thoroughly impressed, yet he had never anticipated that. Under the enhancement of amplification runes, the tiger bee could directly incite a mutation in its Zerg bloodline. The energy fluctuations it emitted were exponentially more powerful than before. In all his years, he had never encountered a creature with such terrifying potential. Mo Xing murmured to himself, trembling with excitement. Noisy. The tiger bee's gaze turned bloodthirsty and fierce, casting a cold glance at Mo Xing, exuding overwhelming dominance. However, when it shifted its focus to Gu Chaqing, a sycophantic expression immediately adorned its face. Master, do I appear imposing? Gu Chaqing couldn't help but chuckle. Although the tiger bee's appearance post-ascension was significantly more formidable, its boastful nature remained unchanged. Little knife, don't be envious. The tiger bee swaggered, flicking its tail spike at the mantis, grinning, your turn is coming soon. The mantis, with an icy demeanor, paid no heed, standing silently beside Gu Chaqing like a silent guardian. Master Mo, we may proceed, Gu Chaqing concluded, gesturing for the mantis to step forward. A chill approached, causing Mo Xing's heart to shudder. He immediately shifted his gaze to the mantis. What kind of enhancement effects would this mantis creature undergo? His curiosity intensified as he scrutinized it. Old man, stop dawdling. The tiger bee urged impatiently, be swift. We have no time for your days. Unfazed by the rudeness of the tiger wasp, Mo Xing merely smiled and nodded. He had to admit that he had momentarily lost his composure amidst the series of shocking events. After regaining his emotional equilibrium, Mo Xing spread his arms wide, and his palms suddenly released a burst of mental fire. He swiftly withdrew the last vial of material liquid, conjuring runes in the air with remarkable speed. Merge. Mo Xing declared emphatically, unhesitatingly imprinting the runes onto the body of the mantis. Once completed, his gaze intensified, fixated on the impending transformation of the mantis. In an instant, the rune on the icy armor of the mantis spread like a living entity. The icy blue pattern slithered across its exoskeleton, ultimately coalescing into two spiraled ice crystal designs upon its blade-like limbs. Ding! Your mantis has successfully fused with the runes, awakening the slaughter gene of the insect race. The mechanical voice of the system resonated as an icy luminescence surged from the mantis, causing frost to swiftly coat the ground. The once blazing forge in the blacksmith shop was abruptly extinguished by the encroaching chill. Though the mantis's size remained largely unchanged, its blade-like limbs elongated by half a meter, emanating a sharp, icy blue sheen. The chilling aura that radiated from it seemed to exude an inexhaustible sense of lethal intent. Ding! Slaughter gene of the insect race successfully awakened. Congratulations! Your mantis has advanced to the extraordinary tier with a comprehensive enhancement of combat power. New skill unlocked. Cold Abyss Slash. Capable of releasing a field of slaughter that freezes space upon striking. Yu Changqing's eyes sparkled as he beheld the skill description on the system panel. His heart filled with astonishment. This was no mere physical attack. It touched upon terrifying powers at the level of loss. The ability to conjure a freezing domain was utterly extraordinary. Imo Xing inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with surprise as he surveyed his surroundings. The entire blacksmith shop, under the siege of the icy aura, had transformed all its tools into ice sculptures. Even the barrier of light was shrouded in a layer of frost. Not bad. I can barely keep pace with you, the tiger wasp quipped, shaking off the frost. However, before it could finish its sentence, Gu Changqing had already absorbed it into the system space, along with the mantis. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed as the frost-covered barrier shattered completely. In an instant, the frigid air within the shop surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing out onto the street. What on earth? Why has it suddenly become so cold? The pedestrians outside shivered, their faces marked by astonishment. Master Mo, I sincerely thank you for today's actions, Gu Changqing said, clasping his hands in gratitude. The metamorphosis of the three insect creatures undoubtedly heightened their chances for the impending assassination mission at the Seven Xuanwu Mansion. I merely added a touch of embellishment. Imo Xing remarked with a tone of admiration, your ability to cultivate such insect companions has truly opened my eyes. He then shifted his tone, rest assured. I vow upon my honor that today's events shall remain confidential. Gu Changqing smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. From the subtle apprehension reflected in Imo Xing's gaze, he had already deduced that the latter had likely uncovered something. After all, the recent string of homicides within the city, coupled with the unique abilities of the three insectoid creatures, left little to the imagination. For instance, the venom of the tiger wasp and the chilling aura of the mantis were evident in the remnants left upon the corpses. However, Gu Changqing harbored no intention of silencing anyone. He nodded slightly, expressed his gratitude, and decisively turned to depart. As night deepened, the foot traffic on the streets dwindled significantly. Gu Changqing slipped into a shadowy alley, and upon re-emerging, he had donned a pristine white garment, just as he intended to return to the medical clinic. A sudden disturbance emanated from the communication talisman within his storage ring. It ignited, and Fang Baiyu's urgent voice rang out. Boss, I've just received word that the officials have surrounded the Destiny Medical Clinic. It would be wise for you to stay away. Chapter 56. It's all over. The officials surround my medical hall. Gu Changqing furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Logically, with Chun Kuei's threat eliminated, there should be no one to divulge the secret of the celestial assassins. But what had transpired? Gu Changqing immediately ignited a communication talisman to inquire. A search warrant personally issued by the city lord of Qingzhou demanded a stringent investigation of the medical hall for prohibited medicinal materials. Listening to Fang Baiyu's report, Gu Changqing felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He had no prior connection with the city lord. Why this sudden turn of events? Then, a realization dawned upon him. The motive was evidently aimed at the recipe for the 7-colored honey pills. This scheme was executed rather clumsily. Having just dealt with Chen Kuei, now the city lord was involved. Do they truly think me so easy to bully? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Gu Changqing's eyes. Hubung, go take a look, he commanded. With a swift motion, Hubung darted out, rapidly soaring toward the celestial medical hall. After its enhancement, its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, it had reached its destination, circling above the area where the medical hall was situated. As the shared perception activated, Gu Changqing surveyed the scene below in its entirety. A throng of officials had surrounded the medical hall, the front door forcibly smashed open, and a collection of medicinal materials was being rummaged from within. Most of these were mildly toxic herbs, truly nitpicking at the eggs. Dr. Gu had always been dedicated to saving lives. Surely, he would not stoop to such depths? Captainly, someone has sealed the door, one official frowned, stating, "The city lord has given orders. There is nothing I can do." The official who had affixed the seal whispered, "Only in this manner will Dr. Gu personally come to request the city lord to lift the seal. At that point, any conditions will be at the city lord's discretion." Upon hearing this, Captain Li cursed inwardly, "Wretched scoundrel." Witnessing this scene, Gu Changqing's coldness intensified. "Master, shall I kill the city lord?" Hubbing sensed the turmoil in Gu Changqing's emotions and promptly inquired. "There's no need," Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly, "for such trifling gains. Killing a city lord would bring us no advantage. This mere medical hall, with his current assets, is hardly worth mentioning. Besides, the initial purpose of opening the shop was merely to conceal our identity. Relocating to a different place is of no consequence." The assassination mission's location was at the 7 Xian Marshal Mansion, a considerable distance away, with the nearest stop being the imperial capital. Gu Changqing's gaze flickered as he began to contemplate. If I were to reopen the shop, it must be in the most prosperous district. The imperial capital is a nexus of ancient martial families. Perhaps I could conveniently acquire a 6th-grade cultivation technique. With this thought, Gu Changqing felt increasingly pleased with the idea. After all, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, appearing just a step away from the doordinary realm, yet it was akin to a chasm. Without the heart method of a 6th-grade technique to guide him, even with the aid of medicinal substances to forcibly break through, he would ultimately find it difficult to shatter his shackles. In the border town of Qingzhou, it is rare to find even 5th-grade martial arts, let alone those of the 6th grade. Choosing the imperial capital as the destination for this journey is undoubtedly an excellent decision. However, Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze toward the direction of the city lord's mansion. Before setting off, it is imperative to procure some funds from the city lord. He then flicked his fingers, and a sound transmission talisman ignited instantaneously. "By you, within half an hour, I require the detailed layout of the city lord's mansion. Bring it to the estate." As the talisman turned to ash, Gu Changqing moved swiftly, employing the shadow step to vanish into the shadows of the street corner. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Changqing found himself seated at the head of the hall in an estate on the outskirts of the city. Zhao Rong, Feng Baiyu, and Ming Jing stood respectfully below. "Boss, are you truly taking us to the imperial capital?" Upon hearing Gu Changqing's intentions, Feng Baiyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The imperial capital is the epicenter of power for the Daong dynasty, brimming with opportunities. Zhao Rong, with a thoughtful gaze, suggested, "If we could establish a tavern in the imperial capital to discreetly gather intelligence from various regions, it would undoubtedly be much easier." At her words, Feng Baiyu could hardly contain his excitement. "What Sister Rong said resonates perfectly with me." Ming Jing nodded vigorously, grinning. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Gu Changqing smiled faintly. "Since everyone is in agreement, we shall depart tomorrow." With that, he unfurled the paper in his hand. It was indeed the layout of the city lord's mansion that Feng Baiyu had just procured. On the east side lies the storeroom. Gu Changqing scanned the layout briefly, his gaze settling on a particular mark. There, precisely, is the location of the mansion's treasury. "Boss, you aren't planning to take drastic measures against the city lord of Qizhou, are you?" Zhao Rong couldn't help but caution. He has just established the medical clinic. If anything were to happen now, it would certainly attract attention. Moreover, this individual is an official of the court. If a thorough investigation were to ensue, the Tianming Medical Clinic would inevitably be implicated. Even if we later travel far to the imperial capital, it would be difficult to avoid detection. Feng Baiyu and Ming Jing exchanged worried glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern directed at Gu Changqing. "Who said I intend to kill anyone?" Gu Changqing raised his gaze to the three before him. "Speaking meaningfully, this is merely a playful endeavor, seeking a modest return." Upon hearing this, Feng Baiyu and the others were momentarily taken aback, their confusion deepening. None could fathom Gu Changqing's true intentions. Little did they know, at that very moment, the shadow spider had already concealed itself within the city lord's mansion, awaiting instructions. "Little spider, it is your turn to act." Gu Changqing's thoughts stirred as he privately commanded, "Yes, master." Upon receiving the order, the shadow spider promptly employed its stealth abilities and swiftly set to work. Meanwhile, within the mansion's hall, how goes the task? The city lord of Qingzhou lounged languidly against a zetonwood chair, observing the clerk who had come to report. "My lord, as per your instructions, I have dispatched individuals to seal the Tianming Medical Clinic." The clerk bowed slightly, speaking with reverence, however. The physician surnamed Gu has yet to make an appearance. The medical hall has been sealed, yet he has chosen to hide? The lord of Qingzhou furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort. Quite composed indeed. "Continue to wait. I refuse to believe that without his medical hall, he can still sell the colorful honey pills." The secretary's eyes darted as he approached with a sycophantic smile. "My lord is truly wise when he finds himself at a dead end and comes to seek your assistance." A 30-70? No, an 80-20 split would still be a bargain for him. 80-20? The lord of Qizhou scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. "I demand he kneels to surrender the formula." Just the thought of the forthcoming lucrative business made his eyes glimmer with avarice. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall in a flurry. "What news? Has that esteemed physician Gu arrived?" The lord of Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. "No, it is not." The guard's voice trembled. "All the silver and treasures in the treasury have been completely stolen." "What?" The secretary beside him turned pale with shock. The lord of Qingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed, "Repeat that." "My subordinate just conducted a routine inspection of the treasury and found the door intact, yet everything inside has vanished without a trace. Not even a single coin remains," the guard reported, trembling. "Nonsense." The lord's face contorted with rage. He shouted furiously, "Where are the guards? Where have the treasury guards disappeared to? They all claim to have seen no one enter or exit, and there are no traces at the scene." The guard, frightened, lowered his head, his voice dwindling. "The treasury housed 1,000,000 taels of silver due for tribute to the court this year. Everything is ruined now." The lord of Qingzhou's complexion turned ashen, and he sank helplessly to the ground in despair. Chapter 57. The fusion of intent and deed. It seems that taking shortcuts yields quicker profits. Within the estate, Gu Chaqing accepted the storage ring handed over by the shadow spider, a faint smile gracing his lips. Delving into the ring with his mental energy, he found 20 iron camphor-wood chests neatly arranged, all filled with genuine gold and silver, rather than mere paper currency. A total of 1,000,000 taels of silver. This sum equates to the entirety of Qingzhou City's annual tax revenue. This plunder will undoubtedly leave the city lord of Qingzhou in a state of disarray for quite some time. Well done. Gu Chaqing stowed away the storage ring, gently caressing the small head of the shadow spider, and resolved to use this fortune to purchase spirit stones in the capital, aiding its advancement. The tiger wasps and praying mantis, enhanced by the runes, had both ascended to the extraordinary tier. Yet, the shadow spider, despite acquiring the ability to become invisible, had not upgraded in tandem, thus, it deserved a bit more illumination. "Thank you, master," the shadow spider replied softly, its claws curling around Gu Chaqing's fingers. Engaging in a brief interaction. "Boss, the carriage is ready," reported Meng Jing, standing at the entrance of the hall. "Bai Yu and Sister Rong still have some matters to attend to and will join us in the imperial capital shortly." Gu Chaqing nodded slightly, his gaze tranquil. "Very well. We shall set forth first. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion has just been established, and Zhao Rong, as the core agent, must navigate among the various forces of the black market to establish business channels. As for Feng Baiyu, he needs to lay the groundwork for an intelligence network while also recruiting elite assassins. Clearly, he has much to attend to." A moment later, a luxurious carriage slowly emerged from the estate's grand gates. The horse was still the same black steed that Meng Jing had procured previously. However, now that they had wealth, the carriage had been completely refurbished, its gilded carvings gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Dressed in black attire, Meng Jing held the reins at the front of the carriage, exuding vigor and vitality. Since aligning himself with Gu Chaqing, his fate had transformed as dramatically as this carriage. Inside the carriage, Gu Chaqing languidly leaned against the plush cushions, gazing at the scenery outside while snacking on sunflower seeds. Qizhou City lay at the northern frontier, 1,000 miles distant from the imperial capital. Even with relentless travel day and night, it would take at least 10 days to arrive. After finishing the sunflower seeds, Gu Chaqing retrieved the jade slip that symbolized his status as a registered disciple of the Seven Mysteries Martial House. This jade slip bore no inscription of his name. As he toyed with the jade slip, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. If he could comprehend the third-grade technique recorded within the Xian Sword Shadow Splitter, perhaps he could masquerade as a registered disciple of the Seven Mysteries Martial House. This would not only allow him to infiltrate the house, but might also enable him to steal a set of 6th-grade martial arts secrets. With this thought, Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow, increasingly convinced of its feasibility. With his mind settled, his consciousness plunged into the jade slip. Ancient characters instantly materialized in his mind. The Xian sword shadow splitter, transforming essence into form. The sword emerges like a shadow, splitting the void in silence. Though this Xian sword shadow splitter is a third-grade technique, the technique of sword chi splitting shadow embedded within is exceptionally masterful. If one were to master it to perfection, a single sword could instantaneously transform into 100 ethereal sword shadows, indistinguishable between reality and illusion, adept at breaking through protective true essence. Gu Chaqing immediately focused his mind, beginning to comprehend the true essence of the sword technique inscribed in the jade slip. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Gu Chaqing had thoroughly integrated the theoretical aspects of the swordplay. Next, it was time for practical application. In the valley beneath the night sky, Ming Jing was nearby harvesting grass to feed the horses, while Gu Chaqing stood beside the bonfire, gripping an iron sword. The blade shimmered with a chilling light under the fire's glow. With the technique of the Xianjian Liaoying, he sought to shape his qi. Gu Chaqing silently recited the incantation in his heart, as his inner energy swiftly circulated through specific meridians. He then infused his true essence into the long sword and struck fiercely at the void. Swoosh! At the moment the sword's edge sliced through the air. Only a vague afterimage dissipated without a trace. Though his initial attempt was unsuccessful, Gu Chaqing quickly adjusted his state of mind. The crux of the sword energy transforming into shadows lay in the oscillation frequency of the essence within the sword. In essence, the faster the oscillation, the greater the number of sword shadows created. Gu Chaqing's gaze sharpened, as his true essence surged like a tide, generating high-frequency oscillations within his meridians. He flicked his wrist, continuously channeling this oscillatory power into the iron sword. Buzz! A clear, resonant hum emerged, and visible ripples formed around the blade. As he executed another strike, the sword energy, amplified by the oscillations of his true essence, instantaneously coalesced into 6 sword shadows, fiercely cleaving towards the rock. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the rock shattered explosively, debris flying in all directions. Even more astonishing was that each shard was riddled with fine cracks, evidently fractured from within by the oscillatory force. Not bad in terms of power, Gu Chaqing silently nodded, a glimmer of joy passing through his eyes. Startled by the sudden commotion, Ming Jing hurried over. Upon witnessing the iron sword in Gu Chaqing's hand and the shattered rock, his expression froze in astonishment. Such formidable swordplay! Raymond's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, "Boss, what sword technique is this? How did you achieve it?" "This is the third-grade martial art I mentioned earlier, the Xianjian Liaoying Zhan," Gu Chongqing replied, casually flipping his palm to produce the jade slip and handing it to Raymond. "I still have use for this jade slip. Please transcribe the sword technique into 3 copies. I will gift one each to Bai Yu and Zhao Rou." "Wonderful. Thank you, boss," Meng Jing exclaimed with uncontained joy, carefully cradling the jade slip as if it were a treasure, and then leaping onto the cart. Subsequently, this burly young man began to write fervently. Gu Chongqing, meanwhile, did not rest, delving into how to incorporate the essence of darkness into the sword technique. Although the might of the Xianjian Liaoying Zhan was remarkable, it was ultimately just a third-grade martial art. In confrontations within the same realm, it might rival all others. However, when faced with martial experts beyond the Daofan realm, its power would appear insufficient. Therefore, if he could integrate the essence of darkness into the foundational swordplay, it would undoubtedly transcend the constraints of martial arts. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Gu Chaqing continuously contemplated the convergence of intention and sword energy. The essence of darkness lies in its capacity to devour, conceal, and erode. When integrated with swordsmanship, it transcends mere addition. The sword's shadow must embody these attributes. With a deepening understanding, Gu Chongqing's thoughts became increasingly lucid. The mystical sword technique he envisioned, the mystic sword-shattering shadow strike, transformed from a mere oscillation of sword energy into countless sword shadows entwined with black mist. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Gu Chaqing opened his eyes, sword intent swirling within his pupils, a fleeting brilliance flashing momentarily. In that instant, the essence of darkness erupted, and the faint golden true essence within him coalesced into surges of black elemental force, fervently pouring into the long sword in his grasp. With a swift motion, the iron sword cleaved through the air, its blade trembling as it split into 9 black sword shadows, striking fiercely towards the rock wall. Bang! As the shadow swept past, the surface of the wall instantly bore 9 fissures. Surrounding these scars, black mist surged forth, voraciously eroding the stone. And the force of the oscillation generated a terrifying destructive effect. With a thunderous roar, the entire rock wall suddenly caved in, disintegrating into dust. Before the dust could settle, it was consumed by the black mist, leaving no trace behind. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, Meng Jing was left speechless, instinctively gasping in astonishment. Having previously transcribed the sword technique, he had a general understanding of its forms. He never imagined that after the master's modification, its power would be so immense. Even a warrior at the threshold of the Tao would find it challenging to withstand such a strike head-on. The results were satisfactory. Gu Chaqing sheathed his sword, a sense of contentment swelling within him. With such a lethal technique, upon arriving in the chaotic capital in a few days, he would possess a formidable card to play, even without resorting to the shadow spiders. Alert! At that moment, a sharp cry suddenly reverberated through the valley. Gu Chaqing and Meng Jing exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions shifting as they turned towards the source of the sound. Chapter 58. The Sixth Prince, Chu Linyuan. Someone is ahead. Protect the sixth young master. Under the moonlight, a convoy of carriages abruptly halted at the valley's entrance. A dozen sturdy men swiftly unsheathed their weapons, their vigilant gazes piercing the night. Clearly, Gu Chaqing's recent display of the shadow split slash had inadvertently alarmed them. Boss, should I go and explain? Meng Jing suggested as he leapt down from the carriage. No need. If they are frightened, let them continue waiting. Gu Chaqing raised his hand to halt them, speaking calmly. Those fellows are unknown to us. Attempting to explain would only complicate matters. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Jing nodded and settled back down, casually adding a few more logs to the campfire. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Gu Chaqing retrieved several pieces of raw beef from his storage ring, then set an iron plate over the fire, nonchalantly grilling the meat. As the sizzling sound filled the air, the aroma of the cooking beef began to waft through the valley. Meng Jing sat nearby, his gaze never straying from the convoy at the valley's entrance. The group of about 20 individuals donned matching black uniforms and wielded weapons, seemingly wary to act hastily, maintaining a distance in a defensive posture. Their formations were well structured, indicating they were not mere guards of an ordinary merchant caravan. Boss, these individuals are not to be underestimated, Meng Jing remarked, his expression growing serious. They appear to be elite soldiers, well trained. Gu Chaqing responded with composure, it matters not. As long as they do not provoke us, we shall coexist peacefully. He then sprinkled some spices over the meat, and instantly, a rich aroma spread throughout the valley. Sixth Prince, there are only 2 individuals ahead. A burly man at the front of the convoy lowered his voice, his expression grave. However, that sword energy earlier was not something an ordinary warrior could unleash. Its potency was formidable. To be cautious, I suggest we change our course. Inside the carriage, a young and handsome figure clad in black slowly opened his eyes, seemingly disregarding his subordinate's report. Peering out, he caught a whiff of the enticing meat aroma, his eyes immediately sparkling with delight. Can you smell that? The craftsmanship is undoubtedly exceptional. Chu Linyuan inhaled deeply, genuinely impressed. The leader of the guards, still gripping his blade, nearly stumbled at his words. Sixth Prince, it would be wise to exercise caution. Relax, it's not every day we venture out. There's no need for such alarm. And remember, when we're outside, you shall refer to me as Sixth Young Master. As he spoke, he jumped down from the carriage, convinced that anyone capable of cooking such fragrant meat must be a good person. I can't hold back any longer. Chu Linyuan swallowed hard and immediately made his way toward Gu Chaqing. His anxious guards tightened their grips on their weapons, reluctantly following behind him. Boss, they are coming over. Meng Jing's expression tightened, and he abruptly stood up. Gu Chaqing paid them no mind, leisurely turning the beef on the iron plate. However, Yingzhu had already concealed herself nearby, silently observing the unfolding situation. Soon, the guards following Chu Linyuan arrived at the campfire. A robust man with piercing eyes swept a vigilant glance toward Gu Chaqing and Meng Jing, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of a knife, ever prepared for any sudden turn of events. Meng Jing, too, tensed slightly, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the opposing camp. Yet, among all present, the 2 individuals exuding the most relaxed demeanor were undoubtedly Gu Chaqing, who was grilling meat, and Chu Linyuan, who was discreetly swallowing saliva at that moment. Brother, might I trouble you for a meal of grilled meat? Chu Linyuan grinned broadly, unceremoniously taking a seat opposite Gu Chaqing. His eyes were fixated on the sizzling beef in the iron pan. After a long day of travel, he was undeniably famished. Gu Chaqing glanced at him briefly, nonchalantly replying, "Help yourself." Suddenly, the robust man's expression shifted dramatically as he strode forward, producing a silver needle to prick the beef. However, Chu Linyuan did not voice any objections. "Sixth young master, you may eat now." Observing that the silver needle had not darkened, the man respectfully stepped back. "You wish to indulge in meat yet fear my boss might poison it? How ironic," Ming Jing remarked with a displeased snort. Gu Chaqing chose not to elaborate. Their adeptness in testing for poisons suggested they had encountered such matters frequently. "My apologies, my subordinates are rather concerned for my safety. I beg your pardon," Chu Linyuan said with an apologetic smile, before no longer holding back and directly tearing off a piece of fragrant beef to devour. The flavor, the spices, simply exquisite. The moment the grilled meat touched his palate, Chu Linyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he could not help but exclaim, "Brother, from which esteemed restaurant do you hail as a chef? I shall seek you out whenever I crave such delicacies." His gaze was fervent, excitement radiating from his expression. "I wouldn't call myself a chef. I merely indulged my own cravings for some grilled fare," Gu Changqing replied with a placid smile. "Though I do wish I had some chilled beer to accompany it." "Beer?" Chu Linyuan inquired with a puzzled look, then grinned. "While I am unsure of the specific type you mentioned, I happen to possess a treasured brew made from spirit fruits." He reached into his storage compartment and retrieved 2 jade-green wine flasks. As he gently uncorked them, a rich fruit aroma wafted through the air. "Wine brewed from spirit fruits?" Gu Changqing's expression shifted with intrigue. He accepted the flask, feeling a refreshing coolness emanate from it. "Not bad, it's even chilled." Gu Changqing tilted his head back and took a sip. The liquid flowed down his throat, crisp and refreshing like a spring, transforming into a warm current upon reaching his stomach. Soon, this warmth spread through his chest and abdomen, subtly invigorating the circulation of his inner energy. Gu Changqing's eyes brightened, taking a second glance at his companion. To be able to casually produce such ethereal wine for guests, one's family background must be extraordinary. However, as fate would have it, Gu Chaqing cared little about such matters. As long as there were no conflicts, and with wine and meat in abundance, he was content. "Where do you hail from? What brings you here at this late hour?" The burly man suddenly inquired in a deep voice, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. His piercing gaze incessantly roamed over Gu Chaqing, as if attempting to see through him. Chapter 59. Ambush in the Valley, what business do we have with you here? In response to the imposing man's aggressive inquiry, Ming Jing retorted without hesitation. In this desolate wilderness, their late-night barbecue was indeed suspicious. The burly man turned his gaze towards Ming Jing, his tone reminiscent of an interrogator. Ming Jing scoffed coldly, refusing to back down. "What does that have to do with you? Impudent." Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man stepped forward with force. Suddenly, an invisible wave of energy erupted from his feet, surging forth like a constricting serpent, enveloping stones and dust as it bore down on Ming Jing. This was a secret military technique known as the mountain shaking force, designed to target the lower body. Even a typical warrior would suffer grievous injuries from such an attack. Ming Jing's expression changed drastically as he swiftly channeled his inner energy, slamming his right foot down. Bam! With a resounding thud, the ground beneath him exploded, creating a half-meter-wide crater. The powerful shockwave pushed Ming Jing back several steps before he regained his balance. Although he had not sustained any tangible injuries, the turmoil within his body left him feeling quite unwell. "To withstand my strike at the early stage of the postnatal realm is quite commendable," the burly man remarked, his eyes narrowing as he sneered. "But the next move shall not be so lenient." He clenched his fingers, the sound of cracking knuckles revealing the peak aura of the innate realm. "Jiahu, stand down." Chu Linyuan furrowed his brows, casting a stern glare at the man. The burly figure hesitated, his imposing aura retracting upon command. "Is that it?" A chill flickered in Gu Changqing's eyes. To strike without provocation and then withdraw so effortlessly? Such things do not occur in this world without consequence. Gu Chaqing pointed his finger as if it were a sword, his inner energy swirling as he merged with the essence of darkness. Swoosh! As the sword-like gesture was drawn, the nearby campfire flickered ominously for a moment. Then, 9 miniature sword shadows, entwined with black mist, tore through the air, slicing towards Zhao Hu with ferocity. Caught off guard, Zhao Hu's pupils contracted as he hastily drew his blade to defend himself. Bang! 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 The air was filled with a cacophony of violent clashes. It was evident that Zhao Hu possessed extensive combat experience. He deftly swung his sword, managing to parry all the incoming sword shadows. However, with each impact, he felt as if he were being struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. sending excruciating pain through his arms. To his horror, Zhao Hu realized that these sword shadows contained an incredibly terrifying force of shockwaves. The strange black energy swirling around them gnawed at the essence within his blade, akin to maggots clinging to bone. As the relentless assault of the 9 sword shadows continued, he found himself staggering backward, his internal organs churning violently, sustaining various degrees of injury. Just as Zhao Hu steadied himself, he could no longer suppress the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Even the long knife in his hand was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. At the pinnacle of innate strength, one is surprisingly capable of withstanding my strike. Demonstrating a commendable level of skill, Gu Changqing's fingertips were enveloped in swirling black mist, returning Meng Jing's taunts in full measure. Zhao Hu, in disbelief, looked up. This move was unmistakably the Xianyan split shadow slash, yet its power was astonishing. The essence of darkness. Upon noticing the lingering black energy at Gu Changqing's fingertips, Zhao Hu's heart sank. Could it be that he infused the sword technique with the essence of darkness? At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on his back, and shock filled his eyes. Had he employed a true sword rather than merely his fingers, the injuries he sustained would have been far more grievous. Protect the 6th young master. Witnessing Zhao Hu's injury, the 20 or so guards' expressions changed dramatically, hastily surrounding Chu Linyuan. They fixed their vigilant gazes upon Gu Changqing. The atmosphere charged with tension. I was enjoying my barbecue in peace. Why create such unease? Chu Linyuan, visibly displeased, pushed aside the 2 guards standing in his way. His gaze, laden with complexity, turned toward Gu Changqing, and after a brief pause, he clasped his hands in apology, saying, "My subordinate was at fault. I hope for your understanding." Gu Changqing said little, yet his interest in continuing the barbecue had clearly waned. "Ah Jing, prepare the carriage." Upon hearing the command, Meng Jing cautiously cast a glance at Zhao Hu and the others before leading the carriage over. "Are you leaving?" Chu Linyuan stepped forward, seemingly reluctant to part with the barbecue. "Indeed, thank you for the fine wine." Gu Changqing offered a faint smile and promptly leapt onto the carriage. "Go." Meng Jing pulled the reins, and the carriage swiftly departed. "How disappointing." Chu Linyuan frowned and shot a glare at Zhao Hu, his tone laced with evident discontent. Subsequently, he ceased speaking, turning away to enter the carriage with a sense of dissatisfaction. Under the night sky, the mountain path was rugged. The 2 carriages proceeded, one following the other, gradually making their way out of the valley, only to choose the same route at the fork ahead. "Boss, it seems they are traveling the same way as us." Meng Jing glanced back and frowned. "There is no need to pay them any mind. Let us follow our own path." Gu Changqing reclined against the carriage window, gazing into the night with a calm demeanor. No sooner had he spoken than his peripheral vision caught a glint of cold light streaking past. Whoosh! Gu Changqing's expression sharpened as he beheld an arrow hurtling toward the direction of the carriage with lightning speed. It struck fiercely before the carriage, the arrowhead embedding itself into the ground while the fletching quivered violently. "Boss, someone is shooting arrows. Be careful." The sudden assault caused Meng Jing's pupils to constrict, and he quickly tightened the reins, bringing the carriage to an abrupt halt. However, this was merely the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of poisoned arrows erupted from the bamboo thickets on either side. The dense rain of arrows poured down like a torrential storm. The firing range not only enveloped Gu Changqing's carriage, but also completely shrouded Chu Linyuan's convoy behind. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened as he nimbly leapt onto the roof of the carriage. In his hand, the longsword surged with immense energy, and with a sudden thrust, he unleashed a strike. The sword aura swept through the air, intertwining into a web of over a dozen black sword shadows, fiercely racing towards the oncoming rain of arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows above the carriage were instantly shattered into fragments. Although a few stray arrows managed to evade this onslaught, they posed no threat, landing harmlessly on the ground near the carriage. In stark contrast, the arrow storm faced by Chu Linyuan and his companions was evidently more intense. In the blink of an eye, several guards were caught off guard and fell to the ground, struck by arrows. However, just as the arrows were about to pierce the main carriage, intricate runes suddenly illuminated the surface of the carriage. As the golden light surged violently, it abruptly formed a hemispherical protective barrier. The resounding clang of arrows striking the shield echoed continuously, as all the projectiles were forcefully deflected by the luminous barrier. Chapter 60. What can you do if I do not kneel? Boss, it seems this attack is aimed at them. Meng Jing, gripping his long knife, scanned the trajectory of the arrows and quickly discerned the truth. We must flee. Otherwise, it will soon be too late. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he noticed several dark figures approaching like phantoms from the nearby bamboo grove. The assailants swiftly spread through the thicket, forming a synchronized encirclement, intent on blocking all avenues of escape. Without hesitation, Meng Jing yanked the reins and urged the horse-drawn carriage to bolt forward, attempting a desperate breakout. But at that moment, a second wave of arrows rained down upon them. The black horse emitted a mournful cry as a poisoned arrow pierced deeply into its neck. Mortally wounded, the steed managed to halt the carriage with muscle memory before collapsing lifelessly. Little Black. Meng Jing's eyes brimmed with crimson fury as he gazed at the dying horse. Overwhelmed by grief, administer the 7-colored honey pill to it. Gu Chaqing handed Meng Jing a vibrant honey pill, issuing the command. Before his words could finish, he vanished like a specter from the spot. Having been ensnared in this attack, they could not afford to remain passive. As the shadow steps unfolded, Gu Changqing transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting into the depths of the bamboo forest like a leopard. Almost simultaneously, the shadow spiders, tiger wasps, and praying mantises burst forth from their lairs. Concealed by the night, they unleashed a frenzied carnage. Thud, thud. In an instant, the sound of blades piercing flesh resonated through the darkness, followed by a cacophony of terrified screams. Ding! Your shadow spider has slain a post-heaven realm martial artist, rewarding you with 50 energy points. Your tiger wasp has slain a post-heaven realm martial artist, rewarding you with 50 energy points. Your praying mantis has slain a pre-heaven realm martial artist, rewarding you with 200 energy points. Gu Changqing lurked atop a tree, coldly observing the massacre below. The assailants clad in black were predominantly post-heaven realm martial artists, with a few peak, pre-heaven realm experts among them. Their force of over 100 individuals possessed enough strength to rival any small military unit in conventional warfare. Yet, at this moment, they found themselves deep within the dominion of monstrous insect-like beings. In their panicked confrontation, they were utterly oblivious to the identity of their assailants. These beings are monsters. Quickly, retreat. Faced with these ghostly adversaries, the surviving black-clad figures completely lost their composure. Instantly, they erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions like headless flies. In a mere moment, the bamboo grove returned to silence. Such a throng of people, yet not a single storage ring among them. Damn! Gu Chaqing instructed the shadow spiders to search the bodies, but the spoils of war were scant. It was evident that these individuals had come with premeditation. Aside from essential weaponry, they carried no possessions. Even in death, they left behind no trace. It appears that the identity of the 6th young master is far more complex than I had initially anticipated. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, and he murmured thoughtfully. Subsequently, he swept his iron sword across a lifeless body, allowing the blood to stain the blade before stepping out of the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, outside the bamboo forest, Meng Jing anxiously awaited, the black horse beside him rejuvenated by the healing effects of the colorful honey pills. Why has there been no movement? Zhao Hu and a group of bodyguards fixated on the direction of the bamboo grove, their expressions alert and puzzled, yet none dared to venture forth. Those assailants clearly targeted me. How can you still stand idly by and not lend a hand? Observing Gu Changqing's prolonged absence, Chu Linyuan furrowed his brow and admonished coldly. Your Highness, I must ensure your safety at all times, never leaving your side, Zhao Hu replied, his voice lowered and his face troubled. Moreover, we are unfamiliar with that lad. If he chooses to court death, what concern is it of ours? Perhaps we should take this opportunity to leave swiftly. Slap. Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed. Chu Linyuan's right hand had struck Zhao Hu's face with such force that it sent the peak innate realm warrior staggering backward, blood seeping from his lips. Nonsense. Chu Linyuan's eyes turned icy as he spoke coldly. Immediately take your men into the bamboo grove. If he is alive, we must see him. If he is dead, we must see his body. This prince is no coward. Zhao Hu's expression changed drastically and with reverence. He replied, as you command. As he turned, a flicker of alarm crossed his eyes. This 6th prince, known for his carefree demeanor, unexpectedly emanated a pressure at this moment that was even more suffocating than that of the emperor. Your Highness? Meng Jing's ears perked up, although he was at a distance. He still caught the title in their conversation, leaving him quite astonished. Let us go. Follow me into battle. Zhao Hu bellowed, brandishing his long knife as he led a throng of bodyguards forward with great momentum. No need for that. However, just as they were about to set off, a faint voice interrupted. The crowd's hearts jolted, and they turned toward the sound. Gu Chongqing emerged from the dim bamboo grove, the moonlight illuminating his bloodied iron sword, which reflected a crimson glow. "Boss, are you unharmed?" Meng Jing's eyes were not only filled with astonishment, but also a hint of fervor. "Merely a swarm of ants. The survivors have all fled," Gu Chongqing remarked, deftly shaking his wrist. The bloodstains on the blade vanished, leaving a striking impression. "This is all resolved." On the other side, Zhao Hu and the others stood frozen in shock, collectively gasping. It was well known that those assailants numbered at least several dozen and were clearly trained assassins, employing coordinated long-range attacks. Yet this individual had single-handedly not only vanquished them, but emerged unscathed. Such strength is utterly terrifying. Suppressed the shock within him and solemnly clasped his hands, saying, "Today, I inadvertently involved you in this predicament. Had it not been for your timely assistance, our fate would have likely been dire. This kindness, I, Chu Linyuan, shall remember." Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing cast a discerning glance at Chu Linyuan. "Chu, in the Deyong Empire, there exists but one family bearing that surname, the royal family. Boss, I overheard their conversation. This person is the sixth prince," Meng Jing whispered, approaching Gu Chongqing. "So he is of royal blood. No wonder." Gu Chongqing's brow arched slightly. He did not finish his thought but regarded Chu Linyuan with a profound gaze. Historically, the struggle for imperial power has been the most merciless and ruthless, fraught with incessant bloodshed. The bonds of kinship and blood, when confronted with the lofty throne, are as fragile as gossamer. It is evident that Chu Linyuan, having suffered an ambush, must possess considerable influence within the court. Now that you are aware of His Highness the Sixth's identity, why do you not kneel and pay your respects?" Zhao Hu's eyes darkened, his tone exuding authority. "Oh?" A hint of coldness flickered at the corners of Gu Chongqing's mouth. "If I choose not to kneel, what can you possibly do to me?" "You." Zhao Hu's eyes widened in fury, truly believing that having aided them granted him the liberty to behave so audaciously. With an air of indifference, Gu Chongqing replied, "Your master has yet to speak, and yet you, a mere guard, presume to act so imperiously. If the previous lesson was insufficient, I would not hesitate to allow you to experience it once more." With that, Gu Chongqing flicked his sword, and an ominous black mist enveloped the air. Chapter 61. Do you even deserve it? Such arrogance. Zhao Hu, filled with indignation, seethed. "If it weren't for my prior unpreparedness, how could you have harmed me?" His countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Gu Chongqing, suspicion swirling in his mind. "I seriously doubt that tonight's ambush was not orchestrated by you. Otherwise, how could someone of your mere pinnacle innate cultivation possibly fend off so many assailants alone?" Upon hearing these words, the surrounding guards awakened from their stupor, their eyes now laden with skepticism directed at Gu Chongqing. "Zhao Hu, cease your nonsensical accusations." Chu Linyuan's eyes narrowed, asserting, "If he truly intended me harm, why go through such convoluted means? He could simply bring men to eliminate me without any fuss." Gu Chongqing regarded him with renewed interest. Despite the sixth prince's seemingly reckless demeanor, his intellect was evidently not lacking. Indeed, Meng Jing interjected with a scoff, unreservedly deriding, "If you cannot match someone's prowess, do not cast the blame onto my employer as an excuse." Zhao Hu disregarded Meng Jing's mockery and leaned closer to Chu Linyuan, lowering his voice, "Your Highness, it appears someone is deliberately scheming to approach you with ulterior motives. Consider this. During our time in the valley tonight, he deliberately created disturbances to draw our attention. And coincidentally, he traveled the same path as us. Shortly thereafter, we were beset by assassins, yet he singularly managed to repel the attackers, earning your trust. This entire sequence of events seems far too coincidental." "Oh?" Gu Chongqing responded with an enigmatic smile directed at Zhao Hu, his tone laced with intrigue. "What do you propose I do next, according to your perspective?" Zhao Hu cast a glance at Gu Chongqing, sneering, naturally. He seeks to leverage this favor to secure a position, ingratiating himself with the powerful. "Shut your foul mouth." Meng Jing could no longer contain his ire, exclaiming, "What kind of person do you think my employer is? He would never stoop to your level, groveling for petty rewards." With fury in his eyes, he clenched his fists, knuckles cracking ominously. Zhao Hu's expression darkened, his hand pressing firmly against the hilt of his sword, the blade sliding out with a resonant zing. As a royal fifth-grade, sword-bearing bodyguard, his status surpassed that of local officials, yet he was now confronted by a mere commoner, anger igniting a murderous intent within him. "Zhao Hu, stand down." Finally, Chu Linyuan spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. He then turned his gaze toward Gu Chongqing, smiling as he inquired, "Are you a businessman?" Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. I intend to venture to the imperial capital to seek a shop for some trade. Perhaps a tavern?" Chu Lingyuan's expression shifted. Given Gu Changqing's culinary prowess demonstrated earlier, paired with a fine wine, the venture would surely thrive. "If you truly open one, I shall be the first to patronize it." Gu Changqing shook his head gently, smiling. "The imperial capital is a bustling place, where land is as precious as gold. I have yet to finalize my plans." With a broad smile, Chu Linyuan declared, "What could be difficult about this? I shall take charge of the shop matter and ensure you find a prime location." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing felt a surge of joy within. The imperial city is the domain of the royal family, and as the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan's endeavor to establish a few shops would be as effortless as a mere flick of his finger. Indeed, it is essential to rely on connections when venturing into the world outside. The more friends one has, the more avenues one can explore. For this, I extend my gratitude in advance. Gu Changqing performed a respectful salute, adhering to the customs of a warrior towards Chu Linyuan. Meanwhile, Meng Jing, observing from the side, could hardly conceal his excitement. To think that before even arriving at the imperial capital, he had already garnered the support of a noble benefactor. The boss was truly remarkable. "Your Highness, this is inadvisable," Zhao Hu interjected, his brows furrowing as he directed a sharp gaze at Gu Changqing. "This individual's origins are dubious, and his actions raise suspicion. How can you trust him so readily?" Chu Linyuan snorted coldly. "Does this prince require your approval to act?" "I dare not," Zhao Hu replied, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he persisted. "However, it is my duty to voice my concerns. It would be unwise to rashly assist one of unknown background." He continued, "I am willing to vouch for my integrity. This fellow is undoubtedly no good." With that, he suddenly knelt on one knee, beseeching the sixth prince for discernment. Gu Changqing maintained a calm demeanor, observing a hint of ulterior motive in Zhao Hu's intense scrutiny. The man consistently targeted him with his words, seemingly reluctant for Chu Linyuan to grow too close to him. As a bodyguard, such behavior was illogical. After all, if the master wished to befriend someone, it was hardly his place to interfere. The other guards remained silent, unlike this one who obstructed at every turn. This led Gu Changqing to suspect that the man harbored guilty knowledge. "Since you are so certain, why not engage in a wager?" Gu Changqing suggested, bending to pick up a poisoned arrow and casually twirling it between his fingers. "Wager on what?" Zhao Hu's expression darkened as he regarded Gu Changqing with wariness. "Do you not suspect me of ulterior motives?" Gu Changqing replied with a cold smile. "Let us propose this. If I uncover the mastermind behind this scheme, you will kneel and apologize. Conversely, should I fail, I shall submit to your judgment. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding guards exchanged bewildered glances. Chu Linyuan, intrigued, inquired, "Do you know who it is?" "Only conjecture," Gu Changqing responded, his tone inscrutable. Zhao Hu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and calculation. His initial intention was to instill doubt in the sixth prince regarding Gu Changqing, thus preventing any potential association between them. After all, Gu Changqing's enigmatic abilities filled him with trepidation. However, he had not anticipated that this young man would boldly propose a wager. Now, if he declined, it would appear as though he were the one harboring doubts. Yet, should he accept, there was the risk that Gu Changqing might indeed possess some hidden advantage. Those who lay in ambush tonight acted with precision and impeccable timing, clearly having intimate knowledge of your movements, Gu Changqing stated, turning his gaze towards Chu Linyuan. Thus, if it were not for an insider leaking information, how could the adversary have so easily set a trap? Regrettably, they have overlooked my presence as a mere passerby. Upon hearing this, the guards were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with suspicion. "Are you suggesting that there is a traitor among us?" Chu Linyuan furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the subordinates beside him. "How dare you slander us?" Zhao Hu's complexion turned ashen, and he exclaimed in fury, "Your Highness the Sixth. This individual harbors malicious intent and is clearly attempting to sow discord." In the next moment, he swiftly drew his long knife, pointing its blade menacingly at Gu Changqing. "Sowing discord?" A smirk curled at the corners of Gu Changqing's lips. "You have the audacity to accuse me." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly twisted his wrist, redirecting the poisoned arrow in his hand straight at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu's pupils constricted as he hurriedly swung his blade to block. The poisoned arrow was deflected with a resounding clang, yet it left a deep gash on his cheek. Zhao Hu touched the blood on his face, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He watched in horror as the wound rapidly developed a sinister purplish hue, the poison spreading like a web through his veins. Brother Hu, that arrow is poisoned. The guards' expressions froze in unison, their gazes fixed on the wound where Zhao Hu had been struck. No one had anticipated that what had begun as a mere verbal altercation would escalate to Gu Changqing's sudden and lethal assault with a poisoned arrow. Is this your evidence? Chu Linyuan frowned as he regarded Gu Changqing, his voice low and heavy. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Chapter 62. This young man is extraordinary. Is the boss truly serious? As the situation grew increasingly precarious, Meng Jing swallowed hard, secretly astonished. However, he harbored no concern for any unforeseen calamities. After all, the efficacy of the seven-colored honey pill is reputed to cure all poisons. The boss must certainly have a contingency plan, which is why he dared to conduct such a test. If I am not mistaken, the poison on the arrow must be the heart-eroding powder. Gu Changqing lightly inhaled near the arrowhead and remarked, this poison is exceedingly vicious, without an antidote. One is certain to perish within a quarter of an hour. Therefore, to avoid being inadvertently harmed by the poisoned arrow, the traitor must carry the antidote at all times. He gazed steadily at Zhao Hu and countered, do you not find my reasoning sound? Heart-eroding poison. The guards exchanged incredulous glances, staring at Gu Changqing in disbelief. This was clearly a test using a poisoned arrow, a forceful maneuver to compel the traitor to reveal himself. If he cannot produce the antidote, would that not mean certain death? Chu Linyuan's expression shifted slightly, as he began to grasp the intent behind Gu Changqing's actions. Nonsense. How could I possibly possess the antidote? Zhao Hu staggered backward, his face ashen. You are framing me. He glared fiercely at Gu Changqing, bitterness and resentment almost spilling from his eyes. Gu Changqing smiled coldly, unconcerned. If you would rather endure the agony of heart erosion and die, feel free to withhold the antidote. At these words, Zhao Hu trembled violently, his heart gripped by terror. He could not fathom at which point he had revealed a flaw. As the poison surged within him, Zhao Hu was horrified to discover that the essence within his meridians had become chaotic, unable to suppress the toxins any longer. The black poison rampaged through his body like a wild stallion, swiftly spreading to every part of him, bearing down upon his heart. With a sudden burst of pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, he broke into a cold sweat and spat out a mouthful of foul blood. Brother Hu. Several guards, who were on closer terms with him, rushed forward to assist. Gu Changqing observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, though he, too, felt a twinge of uncertainty within. Should his judgment prove incorrect, not only would a precious seven-colored honey pill be wasted, but the lucrative shop in the heart of the capital might also be jeopardized. Chu Linyuan's expression was complex, yet he did not intervene in Gu Changqing's actions, seemingly adopting a gambling mindset. After all, who would want a hidden traitor lurking nearby? You've got some nerve, kid. Zhao Hu glared at Gu Changqing, his teeth clenched. And then he shakily reached into his clothing, retrieving a small blue-green porcelain bottle. However, just as he was about to uncork it, Gu Changqing suddenly kicked, sending the porcelain bottle soaring through the air and landing securely in his grasp. Return the antidote to me. Zhao Hu's face changed dramatically, his voice rising in frantic anger. Gu Changqing scanned the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Chu Linyuan. At this juncture, I trust one need not elaborate further. The guards were momentarily taken aback, particularly those supporting Zhao Hu, who immediately recoiled, staring at him in disbelief. Why? Chu Linyuan furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, do I owe you anything? Zhao Hu's face turned ashen, and he bitterly smiled. You have indeed treated me well, but it is far from sufficient. As a prince of noble birth and exceptional talent, you squander your days in reckless abandon, lacking any grand aspirations. We, your followers, cannot even secure a respectable official position. He staggered to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. The fourth prince promised me that upon success, I would not only be promoted to the rank of a first-class guard, but also be granted the title of Marquis of Wuan. At this point, Zhao Hu felt no fear and laid everything bare. Is it truly him, the fourth brother? Chu Linyuan's gaze darkened as he took a slow, deep breath, lost in thought. Beast, the sixth prince has treated us well, yet you betray him for a title. You deserve death. One of the guards, seething with rage, suddenly kicked him to the ground. Kill this traitor. Ungrateful wretch. The other guards surged forward, furiously raining down blows upon him. Sixth prince, spare me. Zhao Hu struggled, extending his hand, his voice hoarse with desperation. Chu Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Not until Zhao Hu breathed his last did the sixth prince's demeanor waver in the slightest, a stark contrast to his previous carefree demeanor. Gu Chongqing observed discreetly. Shaking his head inwardly, it seemed this sixth prince was not to be underestimated. As for Zhao Hu, he could only be deemed unfortunate. Gu Chongqing had initially wished to remain uninvolved in the power struggles of the elite, but the man had relentlessly targeted him, clearly bringing about his own demise. Today, I am grateful for your keen insight. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. Chu Linyuan turned his gaze toward Gu Chongqing, his tone genuinely appreciative. Devoid of any airs of royalty, it was but a trivial effort. Gu Chongqing smiled lightly, nodding politely. No, I shall remember this favor, Chu Linyuan insisted. And when we reach the imperial capital, I will repay you handsomely. He paused, curiosity piqued. But who exactly are you? A mere merchant cannot possess such skill and discernment. I am Gu Chongqing, and as for the rest, Gu Chongqing replied with a hint of intrigue, you will come to understand when our paths intertwine in business. Chu Linyuan was taken aback, gazing at him for a moment before breaking into a grin. Excellent. I admire your mysterious and somewhat pretentious demeanor. In the blink of an eye, the sixth prince reverted to his previous reckless disposition. Gu Chongqing, though unable to fully fathom him, was unconcerned. As long as there was no malice directed at him, there was no need for excessive contemplation. Sixth prince, we should not linger here. Let us continue our journey. A nearby guard had already prepared the carriage, respectfully reminding them. Brother Gu, since we are headed the same way, why not travel together? Chu Linyuan, clearly eager for camaraderie, smiled and extended the invitation. No, my horse has just sustained an injury. Let it rest for the night before we continue our journey. Gu Chongqing gracefully declined, fully aware of the other party's subtle intentions. Helping you once is sufficient. Do you expect me to act as your escort? Certainly not. Thus, I shall take my leave for now. We shall meet in the imperial capital later. Chu Linyuan cast a meaningful glance at Gu Chongqing before turning to leap onto the carriage. Inside the carriage, Chu Linyuan murmured softly, Old Sure. What is your opinion of this individual? As soon as the words left his lips, the ancient bronze ring on his fingers suddenly emitted a faint glow. Immediately, an aged voice resonated in Chu Linyuan's mind. Calm and composed in the face of adversity, yet fierce and decisive when acting, this young man is exceptional. Chapter 63, Interception on the Way. Old Stone, do you believe he is worth cultivating? Chu Linyuan inquired softly, gazing at the bronze ring in his hand. It is hard to say. After all, this individual's origins are shrouded in mystery, and his methods are both cunning and unpredictable. The faint glow of the ring flickered intermittently, and the aged voice carried a weight of caution. If we were to act impulsively, it could lead to self-destruction. However, there is no need to deliberately distance ourselves. You will encounter him again upon your return to the capital, at which time I can observe him discreetly. Chu Linyuan nodded in silence, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, Old Stone from within the bronze ring suddenly asked, What is your perspective on tonight's events? This matter is peculiar. I sense it is not the handiwork of the fourth prince. Chu Linyuan's brows furrowed as he replied coldly. The fourth prince is always exceedingly calculating. His actions meticulously executed. Such crude tactics seem to suggest someone is attempting to frame him. It appears that your experiences over the years have indeed sharpened your discernment. Old Stone remarked with a hint of approval. Then, do you have a strategy in mind? I have no intention of contending for the throne. Chu Linyuan stated with icy resolve, but since there are those who conspire in the shadows, I shall act in accordance with the circumstances. That individual ought to learn the price of involving me in this game. Indeed, that sounds excellent. After a deep chuckle, the bronze ring dimmed, returning to silence. Under the night sky, Gu Chongqing watched as Chu Linyuan's convoy vanished at the end of the official road, before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Boss, shall we not follow them? Meng Jing raised his eyes thoughtfully. That sixth prince clearly intends to win you over. Perhaps he could. Perhaps what? Become ensnared in the tumult of royal succession? Gu Chongqing shook his head, his tone laden with meaning. If the fourth prince truly sought Chu Linyuan's demise, he would not send such inept individuals. A puzzled expression crossed Meng Jing's face. What do you mean by that? Consider this. The attack earlier, though it seemed perilous, failed to breach the protective rune barrier of Chu Linyuan's carriage. Gu Chongqing smirked slightly. This was not an attempt on his life. It was merely a performance. Meng Jing's expression momentarily faltered. Are you suggesting that the sixth prince is orchestrating this drama himself? Gu Chongqing cast him a sidelong glance. Fool! Who is he performing for in this desolate wilderness? Meng Jing froze momentarily, then quickly understood. I see. Those individuals were deliberately acting for Chu Linyuan's benefit. That is roughly the idea. Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. However, these individuals may not be under the fourth prince's command, but rather have a different mastermind behind them. He paused before continuing. Even Zhao Hu, I suspect, remains oblivious, likely unaware until his last breath that the one he serves is not the true fourth prince at all. Surprise flickered in Meng Jing's eyes as he struggled to comprehend. What is the intention of this hidden mastermind? He looked at Gu Chongqing, utterly lost in the convoluted machinations at play. Naturally, it is to reap the benefits from the chaos. Gu Chongqing spoke with profound insight. After this encounter, Chu Linyuan would inevitably become adversaries with the fourth prince, while the true mastermind could merely observe the ensuing conflict from a safe distance. He had witnessed numerous palace intrigue dramas in his previous life, particularly concerning the struggles among the 9 sons for the throne. Such tactics of using others to eliminate one's foes were mere old tricks. As for the identity of the shadowy figure behind it all, Gu Chongqing could not be bothered to speculate. The succession of the throne was of no concern to him. The key was to live freely and comfortably. Of course, if he could catch a few fat fish in this murky water, he would gladly take on the role of a killer. Understanding dawned upon Meng Jing, who gazed at Gu Chongqing with admiration. Boss, your strategy is such a pity not to be utilized as a military advisor. Enough. Gu Chongqing dismissed the notion with a scoff. Why would I want to be a mere puppet master for those noble lords when I can enjoy my current freedom? Meng Jing pondered and nodded in agreement. Although the position of a military advisor was high, it ultimately entailed serving others and bowing down. Far less gratifying than being one's own master. Subsequently, Gu Chongqing entered the carriage and lazily laid his head down to sleep. With the shadow spiders guarding him in the shadows, he felt no need for vigilance. Meanwhile, Meng Jing tended to some wild grass nearby, carefully looking after the black horse. After a night of rest, the horse not only regained its spirit, but also appeared to have grown sturdier. When it resumed pulling the carriage, its steps were noticeably more stable and powerful than before. This change was evidently the result of the complete efficacy of the 7-colored honey pills, awakening its latent potential. To avoid encountering Chu Linyuan's caravan, Meng Jing deliberately chose a detour. Although the journey was slightly longer, it offered peace of mind, sparing them from the disturbances they faced the previous night. The new route led them near a small mountain range, where the winding paths became increasingly treacherous. Surrounded by dense woodlands, Meng Jing drove the carriage steadily, his gaze frequently scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Thus, they passed 2 days without incident. However, as they navigated the midsection of the mountain range, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Boss, it seems there are people blocking the road ahead. Upon hearing Meng Jing's voice, Gu Chongqing lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered out. He saw a group of young men in uniform martial attire standing boldly at the mountain path's entrance, exuding an air of authority. Their garments were adorned with 7 distinct circular patterns, the emblem of the 7 mysterious martial house. Disciples of the 7 mysterious martial house? Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow, pondering, what brings them to this remote location instead of training at the martial house? As he contemplated, one of the young disciples suddenly moved, employing a mysterious footwork technique. Swiftly arriving beside the carriage, the 7 mysterious martial house is conducting operations. The road ahead is blocked. Unaffiliated individuals must detour immediately. He cast a cursory glance at Gu Chongqing and Meng Jing before coldly commanding them. We are merely passing through. We have no knowledge of the blockade, Meng Jing replied, glancing into the depths of the forest, unable to suppress his curiosity. Enough chatter. If you wish to avoid trouble, leave quickly, the young disciple retorted with a haughty snort. At that moment, a ferocious roar erupted from the depths of the forest. The sound, akin to a tiger's howl, reverberated through the mountains, startling countless birds into flight. Following this, a tumultuous clash ensued in the woods, accompanied by urgent shouts. Quick! Form the formation to block it. Do not allow it to enter the cave. Damn it! This beast is stronger than anticipated. Upon hearing this commotion, the young disciple blocking the path's eyes brightened. They found it. He then turned to the other 3, urging, let us hasten to their aid. But the cart. Forget it. They are merely 2 ordinary individuals. The young disciple cast a disdainful glance at Gu Chongqing and the others before swiftly darting into the depths of the forest. Hunting a ferocious beast? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Chongqing's eyes. To mobilize the disciples of the 7 Xian martial house signifies that this beast is anything but ordinary. The eager excitement of those individuals suggested they were not pursuing a dangerous creature, but rather a treasure within reach. Aging. You go ahead and wait for my message outside the forest, Gu Chongqing instructed, his gaze flickering momentarily before he leapt from the cart. Boss, those guys from the 7 Xian martial house are not to be trifled with, Meng Jing hastily cautioned. If discovered, it could lead to trouble. I know my own limits. Gu Chongqing replied. Before his words had fully settled, he activated his shadow step, quietly advancing toward the source of the commotion in the woods. Since fate had brought him here, he was determined to glean some insight. Seeing this, Meng Jing could only comply with Gu Chongqing's orders and promptly drove the cart away. Chapter 64. Seizing the opportunity in the heart of the forest. Gu Chongqing moved through the trees with the grace of a specter, the sounds of battle growing more distinct in the distance. Before long, he approached the source of the commotion, concealed atop a large tree. He peered through the dense foliage and beheld a group of over a dozen disciples from the Kixuanwu sect forming a sword formation, encircling a massive beast at its center. However, as Gu Chongqing scrutinized the creature, his pupils constricted in shock. The beast resembled a tiger, its body cloaked in an obsidian hue, adorned with 6 wings and menacing fangs. Yet, the most bizarre aspect was its constantly shifting form, at times resembling a serpent, at others an iron-horned bull, as if it possessed no fixed shape at all. Suddenly, it emitted a piercing shriek, its body writhing violently, and astonishingly morphed into the likeness of a Kixuanwu disciple, mimicking even the essence of their presence with uncanny precision. A tremor coursed through Gu Chongqing's heart. He had not anticipated that this beast could possess such an eerie ability, capable of endless transformations and even imitating humans with such fidelity. If the disciples of the Kixuanwu sect were not all stationed at their positions, the consequences of the beast infiltrating their ranks would be unimaginable. Initially believing this illusory beast to be a mere cub, he was taken aback to discover it was merely a disguise. The long-haired youth leading the group wore a grave expression and spoke solemnly. An adult illusory beast possesses the strength of a 5th-tier monster. Everyone must exercise caution. However, the other young disciples, rather than expressing fear, displayed glimmers of greed in their eyes. Was this not fortuitous? The monster's core, if slain, would be worth a fortune. Indeed, if they could vanquish it and return to the sect, they would be rewarded with abundant resources. Let us unite our strength and eliminate it in one decisive strike. In unison, the young disciples channeled their true essence, pouring it into the formation through their long swords. In an instant, the heart of the formation erupted with blinding radiance, weaving a net of fierce sword light that descended upon the illusory beast. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions reverberated through the air. Amidst the smoke and dust, the illusory beast let out a chilling roar, its massive body shredded by the sword formation, 6 wings torn asunder, dark blood spraying. Yet, its crimson eyes suddenly ignited with a sinister glow, and a swirling black mist enveloped it, summoning a tempestuous energy. This is bad. It intends to break through the formation. The long-haired youth's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly gestured to reinforce the sword array. But it was too late. The illusory beast's form suddenly swelled, transforming into a towering giant ape, its palms infused with terrifying energy, crashing down onto the shield of the formation. Boom! The formation shattered instantaneously, and the long-haired youth and his companions were struck by the backlash, staggering backward, blood spilling from their mouths, their faces contorted in horror. Seizing the opportunity, the illusory beast morphed into a black serpent and swiftly slithered into the underbrush, fleeing deeper into the mountains. A chance presented itself. From a distant treetop, Gu Chongqing's eyes gleamed with determination as he shouted without hesitation, "Tiger wasp! Mantis! Cut it off!" The leaves trembled slightly, and 2 insect figures shot forth like lightning. Meanwhile, Gu Chongqing, utilizing the shadowy traversal of the shadow spider, instantaneously vanished from his original position. The illusionary beast, having just endured a grievous assault from the sword formation and forcefully breached the array, was now at the brink of collapse. This was the perfect opportunity to seize. If he could acquire its demon core, he could later find an insect to edit, undoubtedly adding a formidable general to the insect clan. He must pursue. It was imperative not to let it escape. The long-haired youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze anxiously scanning the surroundings, only to be enraged to discover that the illusionary beast had vanished without a trace. He promptly led a dozen of his fellow disciples to scatter and initiate a sweeping search throughout the forest. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Chaqing, relying on the keen senses of the tiger bee and the praying mantis, had firmly locked onto the trail of the illusionary beast. However, he refrained from hastily commanding the tiger bee and its companions to attack, maintaining a safe distance while relentlessly pursuing, thereby exhausting the creature's stamina and exacerbating its injuries. After all, a fifth-tier beast possessed strength comparable to that of a human practitioner at the Taoist mortal realm, and an adult creature could rival a master at the Yuan Dan realm. Moreover, the disciples of the Seven Xian Martial Academy were lurking nearby, and any reckless action would only serve to alert the beast. Thus, after stealthily tracking for several miles, the illusionary beast ultimately succumbed to excessive blood loss and severe injuries. Collapsing onto the grass. Swish. Gu Chaqing stepped forth from the shadows, surveying the ailing illusionary beast. At this moment, it could no longer maintain its transformation. Its true form was revealed to be a grotesque, black mass. The shadow spider silently crept closer, its 8 limbs suddenly unfurling, enveloping the creature in a web of countless threads, binding it tightly. Roar! The dying illusionary beast emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its mass writhing frantically as it attempted to transform once more to escape its bindings. Just then, in a moment of dire urgency, a chilling blade flashed through the air. The icy blue limbs of the praying mantis struck with precision, cleaving the transforming beast in two. As its body split apart, a fist-sized black demon core rolled onto the ground. Success! Gu Chaqing's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly picked it up, examining it with curiosity. This demon core had an exceedingly peculiar shape, shrouded in black mist. The beast patterns on its surface appeared to be a collage of various beast features, sending shivers down one's spine. Master, someone is approaching. At that moment, the voice of the tiger bee echoed in Gu Chaqing's mind. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, 3 figures darted out from the dense forest. The shadow spider, praying mantis, and tiger bee all immediately concealed themselves in the nearby underbrush. It was the corpse of the illusionary beast. Upon seeing the bisected black mass, the eyes of the 3 narrowed in alarm. Leading the trio was the long-haired youth, his expression darkening as his gaze fixed intently on the black demon core in Gu Chaqing's hand. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the illusionary beast, which they had exerted considerable effort to hunt down, would be claimed by another. How dare you intercept our prey? The long-haired youth glared fiercely at Gu Chaqing, his voice laced with cold fury. Gu Chaqing's expression remained indifferent amidst the desolate mountains and wilds, where the demonic beasts roamed freely, and the spoils of the hunt belonged to the victor. How could there be any talk of interception? With a sharp tongue, another disciple retorted angrily. The illusory demon beast has been our target for many days. You seized the opportunity to claim it for yourself and still dare to argue? The long-haired youth raised his hand to silence his companion and coldly replied, If you are wise, surrender the demon core of the illusory demon beast, and we, the Seven Xian Martial House, shall not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Chapter 65. The theft of the demon core. Are the individuals from the Seven Profound Martial House truly so domineering? Gu Chaqing raised his gaze towards the long-haired youth, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The illusory demon beast is, after all, a target for our extermination. Where lies the tyranny in that? The long-haired youth's expression darkened, and he spoke with a grim tone. You would do well to consider your position. Do not let a moment of greed cost you your life. His gaze was fixed firmly upon the demon core in Gu Chaqing's hand, the menace in his words unmistakable. Gu Chaqing responded with a chilling smile. All I know is that the illusory demon beast is a formless entity, and I personally delivered the final blow. Thus, the demon core rightfully belongs to me. Unfazed by their aggressive posturing, he summoned the shadow spider to his side. Rightfully yours? That depends on whether you possess the qualifications. The young disciple scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. He then pointed his sword directly at Gu Chaqing, his expression one of contempt. Hand over the illusory demon beast's core, or you shall not leave this forest alive. Oh? Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. When reason fails, do you intend to resort to outright theft? Enough of your prattle, the disciple barked, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I shall ask you one final time. Will you surrender or not? Feigning ignorance, Gu Chaqing deftly rotated the demon core, swirling with dark mist, in his palm before stowing it in his storage ring. His actions were unequivocally clear. If you have the capability, Then come and take it. So be it. The long-haired youth narrowed his eyes, his voice turning icy. Attack. Kill him. Without affording Gu Changqing another moment to respond, he flicked his wrist, unleashing a blindingly sharp light from his sword. This overwhelming sword energy had already reached the initial stage of the Tao-ordinary realm. Though the other two disciples were only half a step into the Tao-ordinary realm, they moved in perfect synchronization, effectively sealing off any escape routes. How dare a mere peak innate realm insect attempt to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger, seeking death? With a vicious glint in his eyes, the long-haired youth unleashed his sword energy, targeting Gu Changqing's throat. Yet, in the next instant, Gu Changqing's figure vanished without a trace, the sword light slicing through his afterimage. Where did he go? The long-haired youth's pupils contracted in shock. As he registered his failure, he swung his sword with ferocity, the sword energy sweeping the surroundings, only to sever a few branches. A sudden movement. The two young disciples exchanged astonished glances. Such an esoteric and unfathomable technique was something even the lord of the seven profound martial house could not decipher. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary rogue cultivator could wield such divine prowess? This individual must be concealing some treasure. One of them's eyes glimmered with avarice. If we can seize his opportunity, our cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Split up and search. He must be nearby. The long-haired youth's complexion turned ashen. His voice dripping with malice, immediately informed the other brothers and sisters, seal off the forest. The other two disciples immediately understood, and the three of them swiftly fanned out in a triangular formation, rushing towards the surrounding area with great speed. Simultaneously, a series of sound transmission talismans ignited. The demon core of the illusion beast has been stolen. The thief is clad in white. Anyone suspicious should be dealt with ruthlessly. However, just as they were about to launch a fierce pursuit, Gu Changqing had already taken advantage of the shadow spider's ability to traverse shadows and silently departed from the forest. On a narrow path at the edge of the mountain, Meng Jing had just brought the carriage to a halt when he suddenly heard a faint creaking sound from the carriage. Meng Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned to lift the curtain of the carriage. To his astonishment, Gu Changqing was already seated inside, having arrived unnoticed. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Boss, when did you get here?" Meng Jing exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Don't ask so many questions, just go," Gu Changqing urged, offering no further explanation. "If we delay any longer, they will discover us." Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting in astonishment to Gu Changqing, and he quickly understood the urgency. Without another word, he flicked the reins, spurring the horses into a desperate gallop. The risk taken this time was worth it. Inside the carriage, Gu Changqing retrieved the illusion beast's demon core from his storage ring, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though this action had offended those from the Seven Xian martial house, acquiring such a rare treasure made any enmity insignificant. System, catalog this item as editing material. With a thought, the demon core vanished from his hand. Beep, cataloging successful. Detected that the demon core belongs to a 5th-tier illusion beast. Extracting material characteristics, the energy value required for editing is 10,000 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Changqing could not help but swallow hard. 10,000 energy points. This was equivalent to the consumption needed for the shadow spider to ascend to the extraordinary tier. However, the higher the energy value, the more remarkable the potential of the insect race post-editing. If a suitable insect could be found for editing, it might be possible to directly cultivate extraordinary combat power from the initial stages. Most importantly, if the ability to replicate the illusion beast's transformative prowess could be extracted, it would undoubtedly enhance his future assassination endeavors tremendously. Which insect should I select next? Gu Changqing pondered aloud, gazing out at the scenery, lost in thought. Among the existing insect team, the mantis excelled in brute force, the tiger bee was adept at maneuvering, and the shadow spider specialized in stealth reconnaissance. The mimetic characteristic of the illusion beast's demon core clearly leaned towards auxiliary capabilities. Therefore, in his view, the first choice of insect should ideally be one that possesses confusing traits to achieve a perfect fusion. Master, do you even need to think about it? Of course. It should be the ghost-faced moth. Suddenly, the voice of the tiger bee interrupted his musings. The ghost-faced moth? Gu Changqing's interest was piqued. What is special about it? Aside from its rather unappealing appearance, it possesses the ability to perplex. The tiger bee swiftly responded. It secretes a scent akin to that of bees, leading them to erroneously perceive it as one of their own. thus remaining undetected while stealthily pilfering honey. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing was immediately intrigued. This ability to bewilder adversaries through olfactory deception was truly comparable to the mental illusions found within the realm of martial cultivation. However, finding a ghost-faced moth at this moment would not be an easy task. "Master, this matter is trivial. Leave it to me," the tiger bee volunteered. Upon receiving Gu Chongqing's tacit approval, it surged forth from the system space like a wild stallion. Buzzing, the tiger bee soared out of the compartment, transforming into a dark shadow as it ascended into the sky. In the next instant, it abruptly activated the skill swarm summoning. Boom! A dense mass of bee warriors emerged in the air like a tidal wave. After its promotion to the extraordinary tier, the tiger bee's summoning skill had also been enhanced, with the number of bee warriors skyrocketing to 300 and the duration extending to 2 hours. At this moment, the tiger bee hovered high above, surveying a vast swarm like a queen bee, exuding an imposing presence. "Target, ghost-faced moth, my little ones go." With this command, hundreds of bee warriors spread out rapidly amidst a cacophony of buzzing, embarking on a search throughout the mountains and forests. Chapter 66. With capability, why not strive? Before long, the swarm of bees had swiftly traversed the mountainous terrain, darting through the dense forest with remarkable agility. During this time, Gu Chongqing, through shared vision, discerned that several bee soldiers had encountered the disciples of the Seven Xian martial house, including the long-haired youth at the forefront. Each of them wore a countenance filled with indignation, meticulously searching every suspicious trace, displaying an unwavering determination to achieve their objective. After all, witnessing a delectable opportunity slip away would be difficult for anyone to accept, especially for these proud prodigies of the martial house. As they were unable to locate the elusive ghost-faced moth, Gu Chongqing, feeling a bit bored, decided to dispatch a bee soldier to covertly observe. From their exchanges, it became evident that although these individuals were outer disciples of the Seven Xian martial house, their strength was formidable, nearly all at the threshold of the Daofan realm. The long-haired youth leading them, whose name was Li Chanfeng, possessed the highest prowess, having attained the early stages of the Daofan realm. However, at the age of 28, he had long surpassed the assessment criteria for inner disciples, leaving him with a lingering sense of frustration and an acute sensitivity to any remarks, even those intended as kind reminders, which he perceived as mockery. In essence, he was psychologically unbalanced. Not even a congenital realm rogue can be found. What a bunch of useless fools. Li Chongfeng's face turned ashen with fury as he berated his companions upon their failure to uncover any leads regarding Gu Chongqing. "Isn't it the same if senior brother Li hasn't found anything either?" murmured one young disciple, unable to contain himself. Suddenly, before he could finish his words, a sharp sword aura surged forth. "Ah!" The young disciple screamed as the sword aura pierced through his right shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. He staggered back several steps, collapsing to the ground, pallid, and hastily consuming a hemostatic pill from his storage ring. "Senior brother Li Yu." The others gasped in horror, their eyes wide with fear. Li Chongfeng sheathed his sword, casting a cold glare over the group. Who dares to voice dissent? The outer disciples fell silent, not daring to utter a word. "Continue the search," Li Chongfeng commanded, his voice laced with uncontainable rage. "The thief must be nearby. Should we encounter him, execute him on the spot." Yes, the disciples dared not express any grievances, merely pretending to be occupied with their search. After all, this place was not the Seven Xian martial house, and there were ample means to commit murder, should they truly provoke the temperamental Li Chanfengs. They could easily find themselves plummeting from a cliff as a form of mercy. As for harming fellow disciples, there were numerous excuses to evade responsibility. A fabricated encounter with a ferocious beast or a rival faction of the martial house would suffice to deflect blame. Meanwhile, the scene unfolding before them was captured in its entirety by the bee soldiers lying in wait atop the treetops, relaying the imagery to Gu Chongqing's mind. Even fellow disciples are resorting to violence, quite ruthless indeed. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, firmly locking onto Li Chongfeng's figure through the compound eyes of the bee soldier. Such a vengeful individual, if not dealt with, would undoubtedly pose a future threat. Upon contemplating this, Gu Chongqing felt an undeniable surge of murderous intent within him. After all, the imperial capital was adjacent to the Seven Xuanwu mansion. It would be far more prudent to resolve this matter preemptively than to risk encountering complications later. However, the other outer disciples posed a significant obstacle. With the combined efforts of the Shadow Spider, Mantis, and Tiger Bee, victory was assured in a 3-on-1 scenario. Yet, with the addition of a dozen disciples at the Half-Dao realm, engaging in a direct confrontation would yield little chance of success. Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow, rapidly devising countermeasures in his mind. An opportunity like this was singular. Should it be missed, it would be irretrievable. Even if he could not slay them, incapacitating them would suffice to keep them bedridden at the 7 Xuanwu mansion for a time. Master, the ghost-faced moth has been located. Just then, the voice of the Tiger Bee rang out. Gu Chongqing turned his gaze to the window, where a dark figure streaked toward him. In the blink of an eye, the Tiger Bee had entered the carriage, its claws gripping a grayish-brown moth, approximately 2 fingers wide, adorned with bizarre and sinister patterns resembling a skull on its back. Ding! Detected that the host has captured a ghost-faced moth. Would you like to adopt it as a pet? Without hesitation, Gu Chongqing silently affirmed, yes. Ding! Adoption successful. He then retrieved a jade vial and extracted a drop of human blood as editing material. At this point, the 3 required materials for the editing formula were gathered. Only the 10,000 energy points remained. With 500 points accumulated, he was still short by 500. Gu Chongqing accessed the system panel, contemplating the current amount of energy points. Since killing posed a challenge, perhaps robbing would not be too audacious? With this thought, a knowing smile graced his lips. In both the mundane world and the realm of martial cultivation, conflict was a constant. Struggles for reputation, wealth, and resources were inevitable. Thus, Gu Chongqing felt no qualms about this reality. Should one simply wait idly to perish? The so-called moral constraints were merely the pleas of the weak. With capability, why not strive for more? With this conviction, Gu Chongqing decisively commanded, Shadow Spider, Tiger Bee, Mantis, move out. Hige, the master has spirit. I relish this approach. The Tiger Bee cackled wickedly before darting out of the window alongside the Shadow Spider and Mantis, hastening toward the mountains. Boss, traversing the mountain path ahead. We should not be far from the imperial capital, reported Meng Jing, who continued to drive the cart, oblivious to Gu Chongqing's clandestine maneuvers along the way. Let us find a place to rest for a moment, Gu Chongqing instructed. Aiming to control their speed and ensure they did not stray too far from the Shadow Spider and its companions. After all, his shared perception with his pets was not boundless. It had a limit of approximately 2,000 kilometers. Should they exceed this range, the transmission of perception would be lost. Understood. As the dusk descended, Meng Jing did not ponder long and promptly found a spot near the riverbank to halt the carriage. Gu Chongqing remained inside the vehicle, vigilantly monitoring the visual feed from his 3 pets. The previously dispatched bee soldier was still concealed atop the treetops, covertly observing the movements of the 7 Xuanwu mansion as personnel. After their fruitless search, the group gradually lost patience and began to seek refuge in idleness. Only Li Changfeng, driven by fury, remained vigorous, venturing deeper into the mountains until he was the sole figure darting through the woods. Any wild beast he encountered along the way became an outlet for his wrath, mercilessly cleaved into a bloody mess by his chaotic strikes. Cursed be it. You had better not fall into my hands, or I shall flay your skin and turn you into a corpse puppet. Li Changfeng's gaze, filled with malice, swept the surroundings, teetering on the brink of madness. Unbeknownst to him, his every move was quietly monitored by 3 chilling pairs of eyes. Chapter 67. The Burial Ground Once Again. Wild boars. Damnable beasts. In the depths of the forest, an enraged roar erupted. Li Changfeng, appearing almost deranged, wielded his sword with fervor, slicing through a wild boar with a fierce burst of sword energy. Such a tumult naturally caught the attention of the disciples from the martial house, who exchanged glances filled with concern. Brotherly has succumbed to madness again. As Li Changfeng ventured further away, one disciple lowered his voice, remarking, every time he feels slighted, his demeanor shifts dramatically. Indeed, another replied indignantly, just moments ago, junior brother Chun was gravely injured by him. Next time, even if the elders command it, I shall refuse to accompany him. Exactly. Who knows if we might endanger our lives alongside such a lunatic? As the disciples conversed, a lingering dread enveloped them, and they silently resolved to remain cautious. However, their every movement was being closely monitored by Gu Chongqing. With the comprehensive surveillance of 300 bee soldiers, there was little he did not wish to discover. Observing the unfolding scene, Gu Chongqing refrained from issuing commands for capture. Although Li Changfeng had distanced himself from the group, The commotion he created would undoubtedly alert the martial house disciples. The proximity was still too close. They needed to retreat further. Gu Changqing pondered briefly, suppressing the urge to order an attack. In Li Changfeng's current state, his madness was, without doubt, advantageous. Only in this manner could the martial house disciples become accustomed to his erratic behavior, allowing their vigilance to wane. Thus, the shadowy spiders trailed silently, while the manises awaited the command to strike. The tiger wasp lay in ambush along the path, tasked with covering their retreat. After several assassination attempts, they had developed an impeccable synergy, their coordination seamless. However, prolonging this wait was not a viable strategy. What if we sneaked back to the martial house? Listening to the fading sounds, a young disciple could no longer contain himself and abruptly stood up. But how will we explain this to the elder? Another hesitated. Isn't it simple? We can say that Brother Li insisted on continuing his training, and we, unable to dissuade him, had no choice but to return. We must maintain a unified story. The elder should not impose any penalties. Brilliant. Upon hearing this proposal, the other's eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. Since everyone was in accord, it was settled. The first disciple who spoke hammered down the decision, and the group promptly prepared to depart. Before leaving, they instinctively cast a glance into the depths of the forest, where the sound of falling trees resounded, accompanied by Li Changfeng's maniacal laughter. This is what they call being forsaken by all, is it not? Through the vision of the bee soldiers, Gu Changqing observed the rapidly retreating figures and couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. To fail so spectacularly in life was, indeed, a consequence of Li Changfeng's own making. Prepare to strike. As the moment for action approached, Gu Changqing's heart suddenly commanded. He held no sympathy for such a volatile and wrathful individual. If this opportunity is not seized to resolve the matter thoroughly, it is certain to become a future calamity. After all, this individual was capable of grievously injuring even his own junior disciple over a mere complaint. What would become of me, an outsider, if the time came for retribution? Yet, at that moment, Li Changfeng's furious outcry abruptly ceased. Have they all departed? Deep within the dense forest, Li Changqing halted, his voice tinged with a peculiar calmness. Simultaneously, the madness in his eyes receded like a receding tide, replaced by a profound coolness. At last, he had shed these burdensome companions. Li Changfeng swiftly ascended to the treetops, gazing in the direction of the retreating disciples, a cold smirk gradually spreading across his lips. He then sheathed his sword, retrieved a cloth from his robes, and leisurely began to wipe the residual beast's blood from the blade. His movements were elegant and composed, a stark contrast to the frenzy he had exhibited moments prior. Something is amiss. Gu Changqing felt a shiver down his spine. Could it be that this fellow's madness was merely a ruse? Had he deliberately driven those disciples away? This revelation sent a chill through Gu Changqing. If Li Changfeng had been masquerading all along, what could his true intentions be? This sudden twist was entirely beyond Gu Changqing's expectations. In his astonishment, he promptly commanded the shadow spiders to remain motionless for the time being, opting to observe the unfolding situation and discern this individual's ulterior motives. Now, it is time to claim my fortune, Li Changfeng murmured softly to himself, his eyes glinting with avarice. He then deftly flipped his wrist, producing a tattered piece of parchment from his storage ring. The parchment bore a rudimentary map, and upon closer inspection, its geographical outlines corresponded precisely to the very mountain range they occupied. Li Changfeng scanned the map briefly, his gaze settling on a depression in the lower left corner. There, a vague beast's head was marked, accompanied by a line of ancient script. Tomb of the Lin clan ancestor, resting place of the Xianyang Sword King. While he could not ascertain which Lin ancestor had left this mark, nor how many ages had passed since, the mere mention of the Xianyang Sword King was enough to send waves of excitement coursing through Li Changfeng. In the realm of martial arts, the divide between the innate realm and the Tao ordinary realm represents a critical juncture in a warrior's path. Once one breaks through the Tao ordinary realm, the subsequent stages unfold as Yuan Dan, Xianyin, and Xianyang. Li Changfeng understood better than anyone that, given his 25 years of age and moderate talent, achieving Yuan Dan in this lifetime would already be a monumental feat. However, should he acquire the martial lineage of the Xianyang Sword King within the ancient tomb, his cultivation journey would undoubtedly accelerate, even granting him hope of ascending to the ranks of inner disciples. Yet, during this expedition, the elder overseeing the 7 Xian martial house had inexplicably assigned a dozen newly initiated disciples to accompany him. These obtrusive individuals had shadowed him relentlessly, depriving him of any opportunity to explore the ancient tomb alone. In desperation, Li Changfeng had been compelled to rely on the collective strength of the group to eliminate the phantasmal beasts lurking near the tomb. However, Gu Chaqing's sudden emergence was entirely unforeseen. Though Gu Chaqing successfully seized the demon core, it inadvertently presented him with an exquisite opportunity. He deliberately unleashed his fury, compelling the disciples to retreat. What significance does a mere phantom beast's demon core hold? Li Changfeng sneered, declaring, "Once I attain the martial lineage of the Xian Yang Sword King, not only will the inner disciples of the 7 Xian martial house be within my grasp, but even the esteemed position of an elder will be effortlessly mine." Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the shadows of a nearby tree. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Have you seen enough? I am aware of your presence." Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's heart jolted. Discovered. His expression darkened, yet he sensed something peculiar. The shadow spiders had remained concealed throughout. How could they possibly be detected? As Gu Changqing's thoughts raced, the shadow spiders, mantis, and tiger hornets tensed, poised for action. Wait. Gu Changqing suppressed his inner turmoil, calmly observing through the compound eyes of the shadow spider. He beheld Li Changfeng standing with sword in hand, his sharp gaze sweeping through the layers of surrounding shadows. After a brief moment, Li Changfeng scoffed and surged toward the burial site. It turned out that his previous actions were merely a test to ascertain whether he was being followed. What nonsense! I thought him astute, yet he merely feigns mystery. The tiger hornet muttered in disdain at this theatrical display. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changqing commanded, "Follow him." The shadow spider shot forth 2 strands of silk, ensnaring the tiger hornet and mantis, while simultaneously invoking the shadows to traverse. In the next instant, they vanished from their original position, stealthily trailing Li Changfeng's path. Chapter 68. What on earth is this? The pursuit by the shadow spiders persisted for approximately half an hour, culminating in Li Changfeng's figure halting before a steep rocky cliff. This location was overgrown with thorns and brambles, the most striking feature being the cliff's shape, resembling a knife's edge, with the entire stone presenting a flawless triangular outline. This is the place. Li Changfeng gazed at the triangular symbol on the map, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He then flipped the map over, revealing 2 lines of ancient script. Descendant of the Lin family, blood upon the cliff activates the runic formation, revealing the entrance. Those fated to arrive here must kneel at the center, strike the ground 12 times, and let blood flow to open the door. Li Changfeng frowned, clearly displeased with the notion of bowing in such a manner. Yet, as he was not a scion of the Lin lineage, he had no choice but to proceed with this method. To ensure he was not mocked, he bit into his fingertip and tentatively smeared his blood upon the triangular cliff. Buzz. The moment the cliff's surface made contact with the blood, it trembled slightly. The once smooth, mirror-like rock face now revealed a multitude of crimson runes, writhing and flowing. However, once the blood was fully absorbed, the runes suddenly dimmed and vanished, indicating that it had not detected the blood of a true Lin descendant. Indeed, it was effective. Li Changfeng rejoiced inwardly. Though the entrance had not been successfully opened, it signified that the second method should be feasible. After all, who would be so idle as to inscribe runes upon a remote cliff? He stepped back a few paces and knelt at the exact center of the cliff, striking the ground heavily with his forehead. Thud, thud, thud. In a show of sincerity, each strike resonated with power. Gu Chaqing, observing through the vision relayed by the shadow spiders, felt a twinge of confusion. Could merely bowing one's head truly unlock the tomb's entrance? Thud, thud, thud. By now, Li Changfeng's forehead had drawn blood, yet his eyes burned with fervor. As the 12th strike resounded against the ground, blood seeped into the crevices of the rock. In the next instant, the cliff trembled violently, accompanied by a sound akin to mechanisms whirring into action. It worked, Li Changfeng exclaimed, lifting his gaze to see the cliff's surface aglow once more with runes, swiftly slithering like serpents. Then, a dark fissure began to stretch downward from the top of the cliff. The shadow spiders, tiger wasps, and praying mantises tensed, their bodies rigid, fixating on the crack as if it concealed something dreadful within. For what seeped from that fissure was not the decayed aura of an ancient tomb, but an intensely chilling energy. What is happening? Gu Changqing sensed the unease of the shadow spiders and immediately inquired through telepathy. Master, I am uncertain as well. The energy emanating from that fissure instills in us an instinctual fear, came the hesitant voice of the shadow spider. Gu Changqing could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. The shadow spider currently ranks at the lowest level, perhaps fearing some unknown energy, which could be understood. However, even the tiger hornet and the mantis, possessing strength comparable to the Tao ordinary realm, exhibit such reactions. This indicates that if there truly exists a terrifying entity within that rift, its power must be utterly formidable. In contrast, Li Chafeng could no longer suppress the greed swelling within him. He suddenly leaped forward, aiming directly at the slowly opening rock fissure. Yet, just as he approached within 3 feet of the rock wall, an unexpected change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. Countless black tendrils shot forth from the crevice, striking with the swiftness and ferocity of venomous snakes. Taken by surprise, Li Changfeng found his limbs ensnared instantaneously by these sinister appendages. What was happening? His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily channeled his true essence into his sword. In an instant, the blade gleamed with a chilling radiance, unleashing a fierce sword energy to slash at the black tendrils, yet only shallow white marks remained on their surface. This outcome filled Li Changfeng with dread. He frantically urged the true essence within him to break free, but the tendrils tightened their grip instead. Even more terrifying, the sharp barbs on the tendrils pierced his flesh, greedily siphoning his essence and rapidly devouring his true energy. What on earth were these things? Witnessing this scene, Gu Changqing's pupils constricted in shock as he discovered that these black tendrils were not plants, but rather pure dark energy coalesced into form. He watched in horror, realizing that despite Li Changfeng's cultivation in the Tao ordinary realm, he was utterly powerless against these terrifying appendages. Li Changfeng's body was gradually pulled toward the rift, his desperate screams echoing through the forest. No, please no. In that moment, Li Changfeng finally comprehended true fear. He regretted his earlier greed. For had he not driven his junior disciples away, perhaps someone could have come to his aid now. At the critical juncture, he exerted every ounce of his strength, grasping desperately at the edge of the rock wall. He could hardly fathom what fate awaited him if those black tendrils dragged him into their depths. Boom. Just then, the fissure of the rock wall abruptly closed without warning. Splurt. Blood sprayed forth, leaving only 2 severed arms to plummet to the ground below, a shocking sight. The runes on the rock wall dimmed in an instant, returning to silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the 2 severed arms and a pool of blood remained as proof that the preceding horror was not a mere illusion. It was truly brutal. Gu Chaqing took a slow, deep breath. Although he had merely observed the terrifying scene from a distance, he still felt a lingering dread. Had Li Changfeng not triggered the trap first, it would have been the shadow spiders facing the same fate. After a moment, confirming there was no further disturbance, Gu Changqing cautiously directed the shadow spiders to flee. Hiss! A strand of silk ensnared one of the severed hands, retrieving the storage ring upon it. Upon successfully capturing its prey, the shadow spider did not hesitate, immediately employing the technique of shadow shifting, transforming into a wraith-like silhouette and vanishing beneath the rock face. The entire process was executed with fluid grace, seamless and unbroken. After all, even Li Changfeng, a martial artist of the Tao realm, had been instantaneously vanquished by such a bizarre entity. How could Gu Chaqing dare to allow the shadow spiders to take unnecessary risks? A single misstep could lead to the catastrophic demise of the 3 meticulously nurtured insectoid monstrosities he had cultivated. As the shadow spider, with its storage ring in tow, departed from the rocky confines, a sudden chill swept through the air, rustling the leaves with a whispering sound. Almost immediately, a figure cloaked entirely in black stood before the rock face, having seemingly appeared from nowhere. With a mere trick, one could easily lure greedy souls to their demise. The voice of the cloaked figure was hoarse and deep, as skeletal fingers caressed the remnants of blood upon the rock. These beings could serve as nourishment for my blood puppets, thus meeting a fitting end. Gu Changqing's heart raced, his gaze astonished as he observed the cloaked figure through the eyes of the mantis. Throughout the encounter, the shadow spiders had been utterly oblivious to this person's approach. Suddenly, the cloaked figure turned, 2 crimson points igniting beneath the hollow hood. Little friend, are you not going to reveal yourself? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, 3 dark projectiles shot towards the hiding places of the shadow spider, the hornet, and the mantis. This time, he was not merely toying with them like Li Changfeng. He had genuinely discovered the 3 insectoid creatures. Chapter 69. Danger. Retreat. Whoosh. 3 streaks of ebony light instantaneously tore through the air, precisely hurtling towards the shadow spiders. The mantis exhibited the quickest reflexes, leaping fiercely from the grass to cleave at the dark rays. Clang. At the moment of impact, A resounding clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. The hornet, with a quiver of its tail, unleashed a venomous stinger to counter the assault. Upon contact, the stinger erupted violently. The webs of the shadow spiders swiftly wove into a defensive net, intercepting the dark missile. It was only then that Gu Chongqing discerned that the ebony light was, in fact, a black bone nail inscribed with arcane runes. However, the web only managed to hold for a fleeting moment before the runes on the nail blazed to life, corroding the silk and leaving charred holes in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow spiders executed their shadow transference, vanishing from sight. The cloaked figure let out a surprised exclamation, clearly unprepared for the mantis and its allies to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, his sleeves fluttered, and more dark rays cascaded like a torrential downpour. This is bad. Retreat. Gu Chongqing's pupils constricted, his heart racing. The shadow spiders immediately shot forth webs to ensnare the hornet and mantis, utilizing their shadow transference skill to swiftly retreat. At this moment, ascending into the air would undoubtedly result in being riddled with the countless black bone needles. Trying to escape? The cloaked man chuckled darkly, his voice laced with a mocking tone reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. As soon as the words left his lips, he gestured with his hands, and a radiant glow surged forth, forming a black cage that sealed off the entire area. Boom! The shadow spider's shadow transference collided with the luminous barrier, violently rebounding them. This is dire. Gu Chongqing's heart sank, overwhelmed by alarm and urgency. This enigmatic figure in black not only wielded terrifying power, but also employed methods that were inscrutable and unpredictable, given the current strength of the shadow spiders. Engaging in a direct confrontation would surely lead to dire consequences. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the black bone needles rained down like a tempest. Confronted with the threat of death, the mantis, shadow spiders, and hornet shed their concealment, transforming into monstrous humanoid forms. Boom! In an instant, 3 torrents of frenzied insectoid energy surged forth. I shall defend while you breach the barrier, declared the mantis coldly. In the blink of an eye, it darted upwards, its ice-blue blades flashing as they swung with ferocity. Swish, swish, swish. The glimmer of cold light erupted forth, a whirlwind of ice blades spiraling outward, freezing and shattering the approaching black bone needles. The residual force of the ice blades swept across the vicinity, severing trees within a Tinjong radius as if they were mere twigs. Simultaneously, the shadow spiders and hornet relentlessly assaulted the black barrier, their potent toxins intertwining and permeating, producing a hissing sound. Notably, the hornet's explosive stinger proved most effective. As the stinger struck the barrier, it detonated instantaneously and under the relentless assault. The surface of the black barrier began to manifest a web-like network of cracks. A mere insect, capable of morphing into a humanoid form. How intriguing. The figure cloaked in black let out a low chuckle, contemplating that capturing it alive might allow for the creation of a more advanced insect puppet. With that thought, he stepped forward, his withered hand extending from his sleeve, as black mist emanated from his fingertips, swiftly coalescing into 5 writhing tendrils. With a swift motion, the black mist tendrils twisted and elongated as if they were living entities, causing the flora in their wake to wither and decay, imbued with potent corrosive power. At that moment, the wasp and shadow spider had successfully created a breach in the barrier. The mantis, observing the swiftly approaching 5 black tendrils, realized that turning back towards the breach would only result in entrapment. Thus, the only option was to confront it head-on for a chance of escape. Cold prison slash. The mantis crossed its arms, unleashing a piercing chill from its ice-blue blades, executing its most formidable attack. In an instant, the surrounding objects were encased in frost, transforming the area into an extreme cold domain, thick with an aura of relentless slaughter. As the 5 black tendrils entered this frigid domain, they were immediately enveloped in frost, their speed significantly reduced. The mantis's eyes darkened with a thirst for blood, and it swung its blade with ferocity. A massive arc of ice-blue light cleaved through the air, and upon contact with the black mist tendrils, they were instantaneously frozen into jet-black ice columns. With a crack, they shattered into countless fragments. Yet, this was not the end. The intense cold surged forth, rapidly advancing along the path of the black mist towards the cloaked figure. Is this a domain attack? The cloaked figure felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly severed the connection of the black mist at his fingertips. He had never anticipated that such an extraordinary insect creature could comprehend the principles of martial domains employed by humans. Truly astonishing. Move. Gu Changqing issued his command once more. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow spider, mantis, and wasp swiftly darted through the breach in the barrier. The insect puppets I have set my sights on shall not escape. The cloaked figure snapped back to reality, suddenly issuing a sharp command. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a dark swarm of bees descended from all directions. A horde of mere ants. The cloaked figure waved his withered hand, and the black mist surged forth like a tidal wave from his palm, instantly engulfing the swarm. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bee soldiers were annihilated. Due to this brief interruption, the shadow spider and its companions had already vanished into the dense forest. To command such intelligent insect beasts suggests that the one behind them is no ordinary individual. The cloaked figure stood still, a cold glint flickering in his eyes, ultimately dispelling the thought of further pursuit. This location had already been discovered by that insect master. It was imperative to find another place to lure blood prey. In a low murmur to himself, he turned towards the rock wall, gently tracing his fingertip along its surface. With a hiss, runes ignited, revealing cracks in the rock wall once more. Yet this time, no tendrils emerged from within. The cloaked figure stepped inside, and in an instant, his form was swallowed by the darkness. Roar! Before long, a chilling and ferocious roar reverberated from the crevices of the rocks. Under the oppressive weight of this sound wave, the creatures of the forest, both avian and terrestrial, fled in a state of panic. In the air, the tiger hornets, upon hearing this commotion, exhibited no trace of curiosity. Instead, they abruptly quickened their flight, darting towards the direction of the carriage. What was that sound? The disciples of the Kixuanwu sect, who had just emerged from the outskirts of the mountains, abruptly halted in their tracks and turned in unison. That cry did not resemble that of a wild beast. It had an almost otherworldly quality. Was it possible that Brother Li was in trouble alone? We must hasten to investigate. In the brief exchange among themselves, a growing sense of unease took hold, prompting them to swiftly retrace their steps. Chapter 70. Triggering the restriction, it is sufficient to return. Gu Changqing gazed at the three pets that had jumped into the carriage, and the tension in his nerves finally began to ease. Reflecting on the harrowing scene that had just unfolded in the mountains, he still felt a lingering fear. His initial intention had merely been to eliminate the threat posed by Li Changfeng, while simultaneously seizing wealth and treasures. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the dark-robed man's sinister plot, which used the allure of ancient tomb exploration as bait to lure and slay cultivators for the crafting of blood puppets. Moreover, the dark-robed man possessed unfathomable strength. His cultivation at least at the Xianyin realm, and potentially a terrifying entity at the Xianyang realm. Had it not been for the seamless cooperation of the shadow spiders, escaping unscathed would have been nearly impossible. Montaigne, we must depart immediately. Gu Changqing, fully aware that this place was unsuitable for prolonged stay, instructed Montaigne, who was preparing to light a campfire. Montaigne paused, the firewood he held clattering to the ground. Previously instructed to rest here, now they were to hastily continue their journey. What was the master playing at? Though puzzled, Montaigne refrained from questioning and promptly leaped onto the carriage, cracking the whip to set off. Gu Changqing lifted the carriage curtain, his vigilant gaze sweeping towards the distant mountain forest. Confirming that the dark-robed man was not in pursuit, he finally relaxed his guard. Ultimately, he still felt too weak. Slowly inhaling a deep breath, Gu Changqing exhaled the pent-up frustration within him. Despite the somewhat disheveled nature of this encounter, it only intensified his desire to grow stronger. Whether in creating insectoid monsters or in his own cultivation, he must hasten his pace. After calming his thoughts, Gu Changqing picked up the ring belonging to Li Changfeng. As an outer disciple of the Seven Xian martial house, he must possess a considerable amount of resources compared to those merely registered as disciples. With a shift in his mindset, Gu Changqing's spiritual force infiltrated the storage ring. Within, the items were meticulously arranged. The first to catch his eye was a pile of spirit stones, each one glistening and translucent, emanating a faint azure glow, containing purer spiritual energy fluctuations than ordinary spirit stones. Their hue indicated that they were of the medium grade. Upon further inspection, he found there were over 600 of them. Indeed, there was plenty. Gu Changqing felt a surge of joy within. The value of these medium-grade spirit stones was tenfold that of low-grade ones. In addition, there were various pills such as blood chi pills, essence-gathering pills, and healing pills. Though of lower quality, they were practical essentials for martial artists venturing outside. Such pills would fetch a significant sum in the market. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, Gu Changqing retrieved a jade slip. The front was inscribed with the characters 7 Xian Martial House and seal script. The reverse bore the inscription, Outer Disciple, Li Changfeng. Undoubtedly, this was the identity token of an outer disciple of the 7 Xian Martial House. The jade slip he had plundered previously, representing a registered disciple, contained the recorded technique Xian Sword Shadow Split. Without hesitation, Gu Changqing deftly directed his spiritual force into the jade slip. Hiss! At the moment when his mental energy permeated, the jade tablet suddenly burst forth with a blinding radiance of runes. A searing force surged through the mental connection directly into his sea of consciousness. Gu Changqing's mind trembled violently, and he hastily severed the mental link. In a daze, he took a while to regain his composure, the sensation of dizziness gradually dissipating. To his astonishment, this jade tablet was equipped with a rune restriction. It seemed that the 7 Xian Martial House placed far greater importance on its external disciples than on its registered students. Had he not reacted swiftly just now, he might have already sustained damage to his very soul. Almost simultaneously, within the rune hall of the 7 Xian Martial House, thousands of jade tablets hung silently, each engraved with the identity information of the disciples within the house. Suddenly, one of the jade tablets in the external disciple area trembled slightly and erupted in a crimson glow. It appeared that a restriction had just been triggered on the tablet storing the external disciple's information. Quickly, ascertain whose identity token it is. An observing steward, noticing the commotion, immediately instructed a servant disciple to investigate. Upon reporting back, the servant disciple announced, "It belongs to the external disciple Li Changfeng." The steward frowned, recalling that Li Changfeng had recently applied for an external training expedition, with elders arranging for some newly initiated disciples to accompany him. This is bad. The steward's expression shifted dramatically. Years of experience allowed him to instantly grasp the implications. The activation of the rune restriction indicated that the identity token had fallen into the hands of an outsider. This meant that Li Changfeng was likely in grave danger. Moreover, as the leading senior brother, if anything happened to Li Changfeng, the newly accompanying disciples would surely face dire straits as well. Immediately notify the law enforcement hall. The steward's face grew solemn as he activated a communication talisman, stating in a low voice, "External disciple Li Changfeng is suspected to have encountered peril. His identity jade tablet's restriction has been triggered. The situation is urgent." Meanwhile, within the carriage, Gu Changqing repeatedly attempted to breach the jade tablet's restriction. Yet to no avail. It wasn't due to a lack of mental power, but rather the complexity of the restriction itself. Each time he exerted his mental force, the restriction would ripple with layers of golden waves, dissipating his energy entirely. After several forceful attempts, the surface of the jade tablet began to show faint cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Faced with such a situation, he had no choice but to desist. It would be wise not to covet an identity token inscribed with a name. Contemplating the jade tablet in his hand, Gu Changqing weighed the pros and cons. Since he could not utilize it, retaining it posed a risk. It would be better to discard it early to avoid complications. With this thought, Gu Changqing cast the jade tablet out of the window into the rushing river below. With no lingering worries, he silently uttered, "System, convert all spirit stones." Ding. Detected mid-quality spirit stones 650, converting. Congratulations on the successful conversion, acquiring 6,500 energy points. Friendly reminder, the host's current energy points have accumulated to 10,000 points, enabling the activation of 2 options. As the mechanical sound of the system reverberated, Gu Changqing was suddenly presented with a panel before him. Options: Shadow Spider Advancement Enhancement, cost 10,000 points. Completing this option allows the Shadow Spider to ascend to the extraordinary tier, significantly enhancing its combat power. Edit Ghost-Faced Moth, cost 10,000 points. Completing this option will enable genetic modification of the Ghost-Faced Moth, with unknown effects, potentially triggering a special evolution. Gu Changqing pondered for a moment, gazing at the information displayed on the panel. Before he could make a choice, the Shadow Spider unexpectedly spoke. "Master, my advancement can be postponed. Prioritize the editing of the Ghost-Faced Moth." It paused for a moment before adding, "Having more companions means an increase in strength." "Oh, how considerate you are, dear spider. I adore you," the hornet exclaimed, unabashedly expressing its affection. "I have made my decision. The next opportunity for advancement enhancement will be given to the spider." Upon hearing this, the mantis was momentarily taken aback. It quickly regained its composure, casting a cold glance at the hornet, yet chose to remain silent. For regardless of any decision made, it was ultimately the master who held the authority, not this creature. With that in mind, Gu Changqing smiled faintly and silently thought, commence editing. He was already eagerly anticipating the fusion of the illusion demon beast's essence and the ghost-faced moth. Ding! Successfully extracted the characteristics of the illusion demon beast's essence. The editing process of the creature is underway. Chapter 71. The fourth insectoid creature, Beep. Editing successful. Congratulations, host, on creating the fourth insectoid creature. Please give it a name. Ghost Moth. Upon completing the naming, a brand new system panel abruptly materialized. Ghost Moth, Sequence, 004 level. Extraordinary combat assessment. The insectoid form is comparable to human martial artists at the Dao realm. Attack skills, mental illusion. Mimetic transformation, innate abilities, immunity to toxins, ability to cast illusions to confuse enemies and inflict mental damage, capable of mimicking any life form it has encountered. To upgrade to elite, the required energy value is 100,000 points. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with astonishment and delight. The innate abilities of the ghost moth had indeed perfectly inherited the characteristics of the phantom beast's demon core. His gaze then shifted downward to the two illustrations at the bottom. On the left was the insectoid form, a moth enveloped in deep black. Its wings adorned with enigmatic patterns. The skull-like markings on its back appeared more menacing and alluring, as if merely gazing at it could ensnare one's mind. Turning his attention to the right illustration, he beheld a striking yet eerie humanoid creature. It possessed an elongated form, with skin exhibiting a sickly beauty, pale and translucent. Its face was shielded by exquisite black bone armor, resembling a mask of a ghost that seemed to be grinning. 6 slender antennae extended from the edges of the mask, gently quivering with each breath. Most bizarrely, the ghost moth's wings fluttered delicately, dispersing shimmering phosphorescent scales that coalesced into various distorted illusions around it. Furthermore, its ample chest, slender waist, and curvaceous posterior unmistakably indicated its feminine form. Quite impressive. Gu Changqing nodded to himself, then with a flicker of thought, summoned the creature forth. Whoosh! In an instant, a black moth materialized, gracefully alighting on the windowsill, its wings quivering gently, reflecting a dim sheen under the moonlight. Master, how may I serve you? The ghost moth's somewhat ethereal voice resonated in his mind. Show me your mimetic abilities, Gu Changqing commanded, his gaze fixed upon the ghost moth. Yes, master. The ghost moth's dark eye swept over the shadow spider, the mantis, and the tiger wasp. In the next moment, its form twisted and morphed within a black aura, instantly transforming into the shape of the shadow spider. With 8 limbs sharp as blades and a hardened exoskeleton, even the surface patterns were flawlessly replicated. Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before he could express his astonishment, the ghost moth had already transformed into the mantis. Its ice blue blades were raised, exuding a chilling aura, and both appearance and demeanor were strikingly identical. Following that, the ghost moth morphed once more, transforming into a massive tiger wasp. Its body a striking blend of black and yellow, with a menacing stinger glinting ominously. Even the buzzing sound produced by the flapping wings was indistinguishable from that of a genuine tiger wasp. Wow! The tiger wasp's pupils constricted as it circled around the ghost moth, its eyes brimming with astonishment at the sight of itself. You are the female, and I am the male. Can you truly mimic such a creature? It lowered its body, approaching the ghost moth with a rather lewd expression, eager to scrutinize the imposing figure it believed itself to be. However, at that moment, the black aura surged once more, causing the ghost moth's form to twist fluidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the likeness of Gu Changqing, even perfectly replicating his attire. Within the carriage, 2 Gu Changqings sat facing one another. Master, how does this appear? The ghost moth's lips curled slightly, its tone as nonchalant as the real Gu Changqing's. The tiger wasp's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at the impostor before it. To its astonishment, it discovered that the ghost moth had not only mimicked Gu Changqing's appearance, but had also replicated the very essence of his soul's fluctuations. The shadow spider and the mantis instinctively tensed, for the beings before them were no longer mere companions, but 2 imposing sovereigns radiating an air of dominance. Impressive! Gu Changqing exclaimed, genuinely impressed. He reached up to grasp his chin, his fingertips grazing his skin, lightly traversing the contour of his Adam's apple, pausing at the carotid artery, where the warmth of his flesh perfectly mirrored the rhythm of his pulse. The ghost moth obediently tilted its face upward, allowing its master to inspect every detail. It could even simulate body temperature after a meticulous observation. Gu Changqing was profoundly shaken. This was no mere imitation, it was indistinguishable from the living essence of himself. With the ghost moth's mimicking ability, it could serve as a substitute during times of heavy engagement. Besides appearance, can you also replicate the abilities of the original? Gu Changqing inquired curiously, gazing at the ghost moth. The ghost moth shook its head, responding to its master, stating that the mimicry could only replicate the external form and could not imitate one's inner thoughts or potential. For instance, martial arts techniques require profound comprehension and arduous practice to execute. Even if I take on your appearance, I cannot wield the techniques you command. Gu Changqing found this reasoning quite logical. After all, if one could effortlessly replicate another's abilities simply by mimicking them, it would be excessively overpowered. However, upon reflection, if the ghost moth were to cultivate according to the martial arts techniques mastered by Gu Changqing, it could indeed bridge this gap. In other words, this would apply to others as well, making it less likely to be exposed. With this thought, Gu Changqing's mind stirred, and he suddenly activated shared perception, his consciousness connecting instantly with the ghost moth. The essence of the Su Ng In Li Ying Zh technique, along with the profound insights of the dark essence, cascaded forth like a torrent, unreservedly flooding into the ghost moth's spiritual awareness. Thus, the ghost moth, in the guise of Gu Changqing, sat cross-legged within the swaying carriage, closing its eyes in deep concentration, beginning to absorb the endless stream of martial insights. Thanks to the direct sharing of consciousness, its understanding of the Su Ng In Li Ying Zh advanced by leaps and bounds. Every thread of sword intent, every wisp of dark ambience, swiftly melded into the depths of its consciousness like spring rain nourishing the earth. Thus, day after day, 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the carriage, the manifestation of Gu Changqing, transformed from the ghost moth, suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of shadowy sword light flashing within his pupils. He had evidently assimilated all the skills he had learned during this time. Let us venture outside, Gu Changqing remarked with a tranquil smile, curious about the ghost moth's progress. Indeed, master, the ghost moth replied respectfully, nodding before transforming into a ghostly-faced moth that slipped out of the carriage, landing on a secluded patch of grass, and then morphing back into Gu Changqing's likeness. With a subtle motion of his right hand, an iron sword abruptly appeared within his grasp. Whoosh! The ghost moth flicked its wrist, and the sword's edge blazed with intensity, suddenly splitting into 12 afterimages that fiercely sliced toward a nearby boulder. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the dark ambience erupted with a forceful shockwave, shattering the boulder into countless fragments. This technique, the shadow splitter, was unmistakably identical to Gu Changqing's own. It worked. Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. This was no mere mimicry. It was a clone. Without the system's control, the ghost moth was essentially another version of himself. However, Gu Changqing felt no disquieting sense of foreboding. The creatures created by the system were entirely loyal, devoid of any treachery. Subsequently, the ghost moth transformed into its insectoid form and darted swiftly towards the carriage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a powerful sound of rushing wind suddenly resonated from the distant horizon. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened, peering through the eyes of the ghost moth. There, he beheld the silhouettes of numerous colossal avian figures materializing in the sky, rapidly approaching the carriage. The inspectors of the 7 Xuanwu House are patrolling. Halt the carriage immediately. Chapter 72. Are you Gu Changqing, the steward of Qishuan Martial House? Upon hearing the commotion, Meng Jing abruptly lifted his head, his pupils constricting involuntarily. A multitude of dark figures descended from the sky, revealing themselves to be 12 colossal azure eagles, each boasting a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. These were third-tier demon beasts, known as the Qifeng eagles. On the back of each eagle sat a steward clad in robes adorned with intricate patterns. The stewards of Qishuan Martial House were conducting inspections, prompting the carriage below to come to an immediate halt. The middle-aged steward at the forefront commanded with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Boss, what should we do? Meng Jing hastily turned, lowering his voice to seek Gu Changqing's guidance. Stop. Gu Changqing lifted the carriage curtain, his gaze unwavering as it settled upon the figures above. Although he felt a twinge of guilt at the unexpected arrival of the stewards, he reminded himself that he was not responsible for Li Changfeng's demise. So why should he fear? Have you encountered any disciples of Qishuan Martial House on your journey? The leading steward, looking down from his elevated position, cast a sharp glance at Gu Changqing and Meng Jing. It was evident that their inquiry was aimed at uncovering the whereabouts of Li Changfeng and his companions, suggesting they had discovered something amiss. A sense of foreboding enveloped Gu Changqing as he pondered this. Meng Jing instinctively held his breath, stealing a glance at Gu Changqing beside him. With his boss present, he understood the gravity of the situation and opted for silence. The decision rested solely with Gu Changqing. Disciples of Qishuan Martial House. Gu Changqing feigned deep thought, pausing momentarily before seemingly recalling. Indeed, we encountered them 5 days ago, while traversing the northern mountain range. We came across approximately 14 of your esteemed disciples. The leading steward nodded slightly at this revelation, noting that the number corresponded precisely with Li Changfeng's party. Move. With a single command, the 12 Qifeng eagles flapped their wings in unison, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as they soared swiftly into the distant sky. Gu Changqing watched the rapidly retreating silhouettes of the colossal birds, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. The stewards of Qishuan Martial House certainly traveled in style, all uniformly mounted on their majestic flying steeds. He resolved that, in due time, he too would acquire one, sparing himself the troubles of long journeys. Boss, weren't you at odds with those individuals in the mountains? Meng Jing, unable to contain his curiosity once the stewards had departed, inquired. Is it truly prudent to disclose their location so candidly? Gu Changqing smiled lightly. If we remained silent, our current path would only raise suspicion. Do you genuinely believe they were merely inquiring? He continued. In truth, they were probing. A hint of astonishment flickered in Meng Jing's eyes. Are you suggesting they were already aware of the disciples' whereabouts? Gu Changqing remained noncommittal. It is merely speculation. However, one must always be vigilant. At times, the truth must be spoken without reservation. Half-truths and ambiguity only serve to obscure reality. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. Soon, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he gazed at Gu Changqing with profound respect. However, what does it matter to probe further? In the face of that terrifying figure cloaked in black, the outer disciples are likely doomed to perish. Gu Changqing mused inwardly, a faint, intriguing smile playing upon his lips. If that were indeed the case, the enigmatic figure in black would have indirectly assisted him. After all, during the seizure of the illusory demon beast's demon core, several outer disciples had laid eyes upon him. Without witnesses, he would encounter fewer complications. As the carriage continued its journey, dusk approached, and the silhouette of a colossal city finally came into view. Boss, ahead lies the imperial capital, Meng Jing exclaimed, suddenly straightening his back, his voice brimming with excitement. With that, he cracked the whip sharply, and the carriage surged forward at a brisk pace along the official road. After more than 10 days of relentless travel, all he desired was to find a tavern, indulge in hearty meat, and quench his thirst with wine. Are we nearly there? Gu Changqing's gaze flickered, though his heart did not share Meng Jing's exuberance. The imperial capital was a realm entirely distinct from the border town of Qingzhou. Here, the populace was a chaotic mix. Noble clans were intertwined in a complex web, and various forces clashed in the shadows. A single misstep could lead to relentless troubles. A tiger wasp soared from the carriage, spiraling into the sky. Gazing intently at the nearby imperial capital, the entire city loomed in the twilight, resembling a slumbering giant, resting upon the earth. Extending his gaze further, Gu Changqing noticed a striking cluster of buildings nestled against the mountains, resembling an independent small town. That was the abode of the Qishuan Wufu. Since the Qishuan Wufu typically did not open its doors to outsiders, the young aspirants arriving for the assessment could only temporarily reside within the city, awaiting their turn. As the carriage reached the towering Tianzhong city gate, Gu Changqing observed the soldiers' swords, each intricately engraved with runes, their blades faintly pulsating with spiritual energy. Even the ordinary city guards were equipped with such high-quality weaponry. It was evident that the imperial capital's defenses were extraordinary. Gu Changqing discreetly withdrew his gaze, only to hear a sudden commotion at the city gate. The carriages queued to enter the city were all halted. All carriages entering the city must dismount for inspection. Those who refuse will bear the consequences. A commanding voice boomed from a captain clad in silver light armor. Witnessing this display, those in line promptly complied, dismounting to queue for entry. When the inspection reached Gu Changqing's carriage, the captain could not help but regard him with a scrutinizing gaze. From where do you hail? He inquired, his eyes piercing as he appraised Gu Changqing. What brings you here? Qingzhou City, Gu Changqing replied with an impassive demeanor. I have come to the imperial capital to conduct some business. The captain's expression shifted at this, prompting him to pursue further. What is your name? Gu Chaqing's eyes darkened slightly, a sense of caution arising within him. After all, it was unusual for a mere city entry inspection to delve into such detail. Just as he pondered this, the captain suddenly lowered his voice. "Are you Gu Chaqing?" Gu Chaqing was taken aback momentarily, then nodded indifferently, already harboring suspicions in his heart. In this imperial city, the only individual with whom he could possibly intersect is none other than the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan. Chapter 73. An Unwelcome Disturbance. Master Gu, you have finally arrived. The captain of the guard confirmed Gu Chaqing's identity, his demeanor immediately shifting to one of respect. He discreetly surveyed the surroundings and then whispered, "His Highness the Sixth Prince has instructed me to hand this over to you upon your arrival in the city." With that, he carefully retrieved a land deed from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "What is this?" Gu Chaqing's gaze fell upon the contents of the deed, which boldly bore the words Drunken Cloud Pavilion, located in the most bustling market of the southern part of the imperial capital, complete with an official seal. "This is the deed to the restaurant prepared for you by His Highness the Sixth Prince," the captain of the guard said with a beaming smile, flattering him. "As long as you sign and affix your seal, this restaurant will be yours from now on." Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback. Was the Sixth Prince truly so generous as to gift an entire restaurant outright? Gu Chaqing's expression shifted slightly. He had initially thought this was merely a gesture of politeness, but he was surprised by the swift fulfillment of the verbal promise. Casually, he tucked the deed away and smiled. "Please convey my gratitude to His Highness." The captain of the guard regarded Gu Chaqing with incredulity. It must be noted that the Drunken Cloud Pavilion was situated in a prime area of the imperial capital, capable of generating immense wealth daily. Most individuals receiving such a lavish gift from the Sixth Prince would have been overwhelmed with gratitude, likely kneeling in thanks. Yet, the person before him remained composed, as if accepting nothing more than an ordinary deed, displaying no fear or reverence for imperial authority. "May I enter the city now?" Gu Chaqing's calm inquiry jolted the captain back to reality. "Why, yes, of course." He quickly waved his hand, signaling the guards to allow passage. Subsequently, the carriage slowly entered through the city gates, navigating the spacious streets. This imperial capital indeed lives up to its reputation. Gu Chaqing mused as he gazed through the carriage window, unable to suppress his admiration. The city was ablaze with lights under the night sky. With towering buildings lining the streets and a constant flow of traffic, passers-by were clad in exquisite attire, and numerous formidable martial artists moved among them. Such prosperity was truly deserving of being called the foremost grand city of the Daong dynasty. "Boss, shall we head to the Drunken Cloud Pavilion now?" Meng Jing asked excitedly, gripping the reins. "Yes, let us assess the surroundings," Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly, though his eyes lingered on the land deed in his hand. As the saying goes, one cannot be ungrateful when receiving favors. To him, this generous gift from Chu Linyuan held significant implications. In essence, it solidified the bond between them. Regardless, they now had a foothold in this vast imperial capital. After a series of inquiries, Meng Jing skillfully maneuvered the carriage through the streets, and after about an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. "Quite impressive," Gu Chaqing remarked as he descended from the carriage, surveying the six-story building before him with satisfaction. In terms of scale, it far exceeded the Destiny Medical Hall in Qishou, surpassing it by 100-fold, if not more. "Goodness gracious, the Zuayan loft is indeed magnificent." Meng Jing's eyes sparkled with wonder, his tone barely concealing his admiration. However, Gu Chaqing and his companion quickly sensed something amiss. It was mealtime, yet the entrance of the loft was eerily desolate, devoid of even a single patron. In stark contrast, the tavern across the street bustled with activity, its doors welcoming a constant stream of guests. The two establishments were merely a stone's throw apart, yet the disparity in business was akin to a chasm. "Boss, this contrast is staggering," Meng Jing exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. "No matter," Gu Chaqing replied, his demeanor unruffled. "As long as the establishment is ours, it is not an issue." With that, he strode confidently into the Zuyun loft. Drawing upon his past experiences, revitalizing this tavern would not pose a significant challenge for him. Yet, the most crucial aspect at present was to thoroughly eliminate the rubbish within the establishment. It was imperative not only to overhaul the tavern's image, but also to guard against the potential spies of other factions that might be lurking. After all, this location was destined to become a clandestine stronghold for the assassin organization, and all personnel must be trustworthy. Moreover, renovations were necessary to restructure the interior and incorporate several concealed passageways, ensuring that the place remained discreet while being prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As Gu Changqing crossed the threshold of the Ziyun loft, he was met with an emptiness devoid of even a single welcoming attendant. The main hall was a disarray of tilted tables and scattered dishes. A group of workers huddled in a corner, engrossed in a game of dice. Their coarse garments stained and disheveled. Guests have arrived. Meng Jing called out, unable to contain his displeasure at being ignored. The sudden outburst, however, failed to rouse the engrossed gamblers, who continued their activity without a glance. The boss has instructed us not to receive customers today, a sullen worker retorted, carelessly brandishing a greasy rag. You two should head over to the tavern across the street. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the clattering of dice resumed in the porcelain bowl. Now I understand why this establishment has no business, Meng Jing scowled, his anger simmering. This is clearly a den of thieves. It would be a miracle to attract any customers. Gu Changqing, maintaining his impassive expression, slowly approached the counter. Call your manager out, he commanded. His voice, though gentle, resonated with an authority that reverberated like thunder in the ears of those present. The gambling workers jolted, their heads snapping toward Gu Changqing in surprise. Who do you think you are? Our manager Lu is not someone you can just summon. The man at the dice table sneered, glaring at Gu Changqing with hostility. I am the new owner of this tavern, Meng Jing declared, stepping forward with a towering presence that loomed over the man. The new owner, the man and his companions froze, their expressions shifting to incredulity as they scrutinized Gu Changqing. You? After a brief moment of astonishment, they erupted into laughter, wholly dismissing Gu Changqing. Our manager Lu is the cousin of the wet nurse of His Highness the Sixth Prince. He has managed Zueyin Loft all along. Where does this so-called new owner come from? Where do you come from? Get out immediately, or do not blame us for being impolite. The man with the mottled face sneered disdainfully, emboldened by a hint of royal connection. It is you who should leave. With a furious snort, Meng Jing delivered a fierce slap across the man's face. The sharp crack echoed through the air as the mottled man staggered backward. Blood mingled with shattered teeth spewing from his mouth, collapsing onto the ground in agony. You dare strike me? Clutching his swollen cheek, the mottled man, both astonished and enraged, pointed accusingly at Meng Jing. This is the establishment of the Sixth Prince. To hell with your establishment. Meng Jing's fierce eyes widened as he seized the mottled man's collar, lifting him effortlessly like a mere chick. What do you intend to do? Let me go. The mottled man flailed helplessly, his feet dangling above the ground in sheer terror. Yet, his slight frame was no match for Meng Jing, who unceremoniously hurled him out the door. Bang! The mottled man tumbled several times on the street before coming to a halt, groaning pitifully as he lay sprawled on the ground, his body feeling as though it were in pieces. Inside the tavern, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Meng Jing's formidable display of strength left everyone in shock, the remaining staff drenched in cold sweat as the dice they had been holding clattered to the floor. If you're going to gamble, at least keep it down. Do you wish to invite disaster upon yourselves? At that moment, a portly middle-aged man descended the staircase, his face etched with impatience. With one arm slung around a heavily made-up courtesan and a half-full jug of wine in his other hand, his eyes were glazed with intoxication. Manager Lu, there are troublemakers here. One of the staff, as if seeing a beacon of hope, quickly reported. Chapter 74. Be ruthless when necessary. Which insolent wretch dares to cause trouble in my domain? Manager Lu, with his rotund belly, bellowed as he surveyed the hall, his gaze eventually landing upon Gu Changqing and Meng Jing. Just these two brash youngsters? His eyes narrowed, dripping with disdain. Master Lu, did you not claim that the Zueyin Tower was a property bestowed upon you by the Sixth Prince? How is it that someone still dares to act recklessly? A courtesan giggled as she nestled into Manager Lu's embrace, her glances surreptitiously darting towards Gu Changqing, clearly intent on stoking the flames. I shall see just what audacity you possess. With this provocation, Manager Lu felt a surge of indignation, abruptly smashing the wine jug upon the floor, shards scattering in all directions. Zueyin Tower supports you, vermin. No wonder the Sixth Prince transferred the establishment to me. Gu Changqing cast a dispassionate glance at Manager Lu and his associates, refraining from further words, and slowly unfolded the deed upon the counter. Under the flickering candlelight, the vivid red official seal was strikingly conspicuous, accompanied by the Sixth Prince, Chu Linyuan's mark. Open your eyes and behold. This is the deed granted to my employer by the Sixth Prince. Meng Jing bellowed. From this day forth, my employer is the new proprietor of Zueyin Tower. The tavern staff gasped in shock. The deed. Manager Lu's corpulent form stiffened abruptly. His inebriation faded significantly as he stumbled towards the counter, fixated on the deed. This cannot be. Upon seeing the 3 vermilion seals of Chu Lin Yuan, the flesh on Manager Lu's face twitched uncontrollably. How is this possible? Gu Chongqing's lips curled into a sly smile, uninterested in engaging further with this parasite. I have received no prior notification whatsoever. You have the audacity to forge a deed. Manager Lu's face flushed crimson. Bolstered by liquor, he lunged towards the table, seizing the deed with the intent to tear it apart. He had already concocted a plan in his mind. His cousin was the wet nurse of the 6th prince, and even if this matter escalated, he would merely be labeled as drunk and disorderly. Moreover, this new proprietor is but a callow youth. If he does not subdue him today, who will dictate the course of Zueyin Tower henceforth? With a sharp rip, the sound of the deed tearing had barely faded when a thunderous impact erupted. Bang! Meng Jing's iron fist had forcefully struck Manager Lu's face. In an instant, the man flew backward like a meatball, toppling 3 wooden tables before finally coming to a halt, his mouth filled with shattered teeth and blood. Ah, murder! The courtesan, horrified, fled the tavern. Her face drained of color. You dare to lay hands on me? Manager Lu curled on the ground, his voice quaking with fear. My cousin is the wet nurse of the 6th prince. You are committing treason. Gu Chongqing stepped forward, the sound of his boots grinding over the porcelain shards echoing ominously. He bent down to pick up the deed, which had been torn in two, and coldly remarked, A mere wet nurse has emboldened you to such audacity. It is beyond me how you have managed to survive until now. Do you truly believe that your connections grant you the liberty to be arrogant before me? Yu Chongqing's foot pressed firmly against Manager Lu's chest, his tone devoid of warmth, yet laced with an icy menace that sent shivers down the spine. It appears you have chosen the wrong opponent. With that, he exerted a sudden force, his foot descending like a 1,000-pound weight. The sickening crack of bone echoed as Manager Lu barely had time to scream before his chest collapsed in an instant. The force of the blow was perfectly calibrated by Gu Chongqing, sufficient to induce excruciating pain without crossing the threshold of death. At that moment, Manager Lu's face turned ashen, contorted in agony, rendered incapable of even a whimper. The shop assistants, witnessing the scene, collectively gasped in horror, their eyes filled with dread as they looked up at Gu Chongqing. In the imperial capital, anyone with connections to the royal family was typically afforded a measure of respect, and public confrontations were rare. Yet, this new master displayed no hesitation, his strikes both ruthless and decisive. Take this fat pig and immediately remove him from my establishment. Gu Chongqing commanded with a calm demeanor, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The assistants, already paralyzed with fear, understood that they were being ordered to leave. None dared linger in that moment. They hurriedly hoisted Manager Lu, dragging him out in a panic, terrified that any delay would result in a similar fate. Manager Lu, rendered limp as a rag, succumbed to the agony in his chest, lacking the strength to resist as the assistants pulled him from the tavern like a butchered hog. My heavens! Is that not Manager Lu? How has he been so thoroughly beaten? The crowd outside erupted in murmurs, some even reveling in his misfortune. The once quiet entrance of the Zueyin Tower was now teeming with spectators, all astonished and incredulous. Who was this young man? The deed in his hand appeared to belong to the Zueyin Tower. Could it be that the establishment had changed ownership? Among the onlookers were sharp-eyed merchants and nobles, their gazes flickering as they speculated on Gu Chongqing's identity. To act so brazenly in the imperial capital, one must either possess formidable connections or be utterly deranged. What astonished them further was that the torn deed in Gu Chongqing's grasp bore the royal seal of the 6th prince. From this day forth, I am the new proprietor of Zueyin Tower, Gu Chongqing declared, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he added, I hope you will honor us with your presence on the day of our grand opening. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The service at Zueyin Tower had long been subpar, with even their signature dishes failing to impress. Their reputation was already tarnished. Did this young man truly believe he could succeed in business here? It seemed he was destined for losses. Indeed, the paramount concern of a restaurant lies in its reputation. Mere connections and background hold little weight. The gathering crowd engaged in animated discussions before gradually dispersing. Before long, the establishment returned to its usual desolation, with even a stray dog disinterested in lingering. Boss, the refuse in the shop has finally been cleared, Meng Jing remarked, standing behind Gu Chongqing, a grin spreading across his resolute face, which radiated satisfaction. Although the earlier commotion was somewhat excessive, one must be firm upon arrival, otherwise one risks being perceived as a pushover. inviting unwanted attention from every petty character. Thus, Ming Jing held a deep admiration for his boss's decisive approach. This was merely the beginning. Much work lay ahead. Gu Chaqing, with an expression of calm detachment, surveyed the interior of the restaurant, contemplating his plans. To transform this establishment into a clandestine stronghold for assassins, it must first be infused with life. Otherwise, a desolate venue frequented by suspicious figures would inevitably raise eyebrows. Chapter 75. Discovering the target in disarray and filth, Gu Chaqing stood in the center of the lobby, surveying the establishment with a silent shake of his head. Although Zuiyin Tower boasted a spacious area, its interior decor was deplorably outdated, and the air was permeated with an unpleasant musty odor. In such an environment, he would not deign to partake, let alone the discerning nobility who valued grandeur. It was evident that Manager Liu and his cohort of parasites were more concerned with lining their own pockets than with the establishment's management. "Boss, what shall we do next?" "Please give your orders," Meng Jing said, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to tidy up. "No need for that," Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly. "You should go find a group of skilled craftsmen. Money is not an issue, what matters is speed." He then shifted his focus. "Additionally, send word to Fong Baiyu and Zhao Rong, urging them to hurry to the capital for a rendezvous." "Understood. I will handle it at once." Meng Jing nodded earnestly and quickly departed from the tavern. Alone in the vast, empty lobby, Gu Chaqing's gaze was pensive. With merely 20 days remaining until the 7 Xuanwu Mansion assessment, and the capital set to be a hub of activity, Zuiyin Tower needed to seize this influx of visitors to enhance its reputation, thereby swiftly revitalizing its image and reversing its decline. Throughout the night, Gu Chaqing meticulously drafted a renovation plan for the tavern. The first floor would be restructured to include private booths, significantly improving the lighting to create a more airy and luminous atmosphere. The second and third floors would be transformed into private rooms, providing guests with intimacy without sacrificing elegance. The fourth floor and above would serve as a clandestine area for the assassin organization, concealing secret passages for discreet movement among its members. The sixth floor would remain his personal sanctum. By the following day, Meng Jing had assembled a large group of skilled artisans at Zuiyin Tower. Without selecting an auspicious date, they commenced work immediately. Motivated by triple wages, the craftsmen worked with remarkable vigor, leaving no room for idleness, laboring tirelessly to meet the deadline. With Meng Jing overseeing the operations, Gu Chaqing turned his attention to his own matters. At that moment, he stood by the window on the top floor of Zuiyin Tower, gazing at a luxurious estate in the distance. That was the Marquis's Count's residence. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Gu Chaqing retrieved the assassination task order from his storage ring. Target: Ma Xiao. Identity: heir of the Ma family, son of the current count. Strength: peak of the innate realm. Location: Daong Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Recent movements: participating in next month's 7 Xuanwu Mansion recruitment assessment. Task specifications: complete the assassination on the day of the assessment. Compensation: 500,000 silver notes. At the bottom of the document was a portrait of a young man with a sullen expression, exuding an air of arrogance. Although the target's strength was modest, the location for the assassination posed considerable challenges. Gu Chaqing's gaze deepened as he contemplated the information on the task order, lost in thought. After all, the 7 Xuanwu Mansion is no ordinary place. It is a realm teeming with formidable experts. To carry out an assassination there, every step must be meticulously planned, allowing for not the slightest error. The ghost moth, a seeker of prey, was summoned by Gu Chaqing, who had already devised a preliminary strategy. With a swift motion, the ghost moth surged forth upon receiving the command. Enveloped in swirling black mist, it instantly transformed into a diminutive fly, darting swiftly towards the Ma Mansion. Though the time for the assassination had yet to arrive, it was imperative to glean the full extent of Ma Xiao's background to ensure absolute certainty. Moments later, the ghost moth, in its fly form, stealthily infiltrated the interior of the Ma Mansion. It flitted between courtyards and corridors, eavesdropping on the casual conversations of the household staff, and learned that Ma Xiao resided in the northern courtyard. To avoid alarming the unsuspecting, Gu Chaqing instructed the ghost moth to remain hidden in the shadows, silently observing. Through the shared perception of the ghost moth, he faintly sensed several formidable presences concealed within the mansion, indicating the presence of skilled individuals. As night descended, the ghost moth finally took to the air, quietly flying towards the northern courtyard. Upon arrival, it immediately detected something amiss. A gaunt man was furtively carrying an overstuffed burlap sack, sneaking into the master bedroom. Gu Changqing's attention was instantly captivated. The bulging outline of the sack suggested it contained a person, and judging by the size, it appeared to be a child. Subsequently, the emaciated man approached the adjacent training room and gently tapped on the door. "Young master, your toy has been delivered to the master bedroom," he said, bowing low with a sycophantic demeanor. "Very well, you may leave," came a detached male voice from within, the tone leisurely yet tinged with barely concealed excitement. After the gaunt man departed, the door swung open, revealing a young man clad in resplendent attire, his countenance dark and brooding. This was none other than Ma Xiao, the scion of the Ma family. "Master, the target has been identified." The ghost moth swiftly shifted its gaze, locking onto Ma Xiao's figure. "Continue to monitor, remain concealed," Gu Changqing commanded, his eyes flickering with determination. "Yes, master." The ghost moth gently flapped its delicate wings, silently trailing Ma Xiao into the master bedroom, capturing every detail within. The burlap sack, which had earlier been carried by the gaunt man, now lay beside the bed. "Let me go. I want to go home." The sack trembled slightly, emitting the plaintive cries of a youthful voice. Ma Xiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the sound, and sauntered over leisurely. "This toy is rather interesting." He chuckled, yet the implication in his words sent a chill through Gu Changqing's heart. As the last syllable left his lips, Ma Xiao opened the burlap sack, and a girl of approximately 10 years old tumbled out. Her delicate skin and exquisite features were marred by the terror evident in her large, beautiful eyes. "Big brother, please let me go." The little girl, her face streaked with tears, cowered backward until her back pressed against the bed, leaving her with no escape. Ma Xiao surveyed him from a position of superiority, suddenly reaching out to grasp the little girl's chin, compelling her to lift her gaze and meet his eyes. "Release you?" "Certainly," Ma Xiao replied with a playful smirk, tauntingly adding, "as long as you can endure the night, I might consider it." Gu Changqing's eyes darkened instantly, and the sight before him ignited a burgeoning intent to kill within his heart. However, the assassination mission specified that the act must take place at the designated location and time during the 7 Xuanwu Academy's assessment day. If he acted now, it would undoubtedly constitute a breach of agreement. Furrowing his brow, Gu Changqing rapidly contemplated a strategy. "Fear not, dear girl. I am the one who understands how to cherish delicate flowers," Ma Xiao said, casually producing a whip, his eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. He slowly advanced towards the cowering girl in the corner of the bed, just as the whip was about to descend. "Young master, the family head urgently requests your presence." At that moment, a frantic knocking on the door abruptly interrupted Ma Xiao's actions. He frowned. "Father? What could he possibly want?" "It is said that there has been a change in the 7 Xuanwu Academy's assessment, and you are to proceed to the council chamber immediately." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiao suppressed his inner desires, clearly unwilling to neglect the summons. "My little beauty, I shall return to play with you slowly," he remarked, before delivering a blow that rendered the girl unconscious, discarding the whip from his hand. As the door opened, the gaunt man who had just announced him stood hunched over, respectfully awaiting outside. "Keep a close watch, otherwise you shall face the consequences upon my return." Ma Xiao cast a dark glance at him, issuing the command. "Rest assured, young master, I pledge my life to ensure it." The gaunt man nodded, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Yet, as Ma Xiao turned to leave, a flicker of concealed coldness flashed in the depths of the man's eyes. Chapter 76. Is that truly the voice of Ma Tianxiong? Ghost Moth. "Move swiftly and attempt to remain undetected," Gu Changqing commanded, his heart swelling with triumph as the ruse of drawing the tiger from its lair succeeded. Undoubtedly, the gaunt figure before him was a mere counterfeit conjured by the ghost moth. The ghost moth darted into the room, swiftly stuffing the unconscious little girl into a burlap sack. As it emerged from the doorway, its form abruptly contorted and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it had morphed into an eagle, its talons gripping the sack tightly as it soared into the night sky, vanishing into the shadows. Bang! Moments later, Ma Xiao, brimming with fury, kicked open the door. On his way to the conference hall, he had learned from the steward that his father had yet to return home. A revelation that ignited his realization of having been deceived. "Where is everyone?" Ma Xiao glared at the empty room, his complexion darkening. "Zhao Wu, get over here. This air commands you." His bellow echoed throughout the northern courtyard. In less than a moment, a lanky figure stumbled into view, scrambling over in a panic. It was Zhao Wu, the same man who had previously carried the sack. Upon seeing Ma Xiao's rage, the slender man appeared anxious, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Where is the person I instructed you to keep an eye on?" Ma Xiao seized him by the neck, lifting him off the ground as he demanded answers. With his legs dangling helplessly, Zhao Wu's eyes widened in terror. I don't know. I just delivered the goods to you, and then went back to rest. Nonsense. Ma Xiao replied darkly. You clearly misrepresented the master's orders to deceive me into leaving, only to let that little girl escape. Zhao Wu, bewildered, protested in alarm. I swear I am loyal to you. I would never dare. Crack. Before he could finish, the sound of shattering bones resonated through the air. In his furious state, Ma Xiao had exerted too much force, crushing Zhao Wu's windpipe. Instantly, the frail body slumped to the ground, lifeless and silent. As Ma Xiao regained his composure, a frown creased his brow, and he suddenly sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Zhao Wu had always been obedient to him. He would never dare to falsify the master's commands. Furthermore, the little girl had been captured by Zhao Wu himself. If he truly intended to release her, why resort to such elaborate deception? The logic was utterly nonsensical. Yet, the man he had just encountered, regardless of stature, tone, or even the scar on his right cheek, bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Wu. No matter how skilled in disguise, it seemed implausible to achieve such a perfect imitation. Regrettably, he had already killed him. Otherwise, he might have been able to clarify matters. Casting a sidelong glance at the corpse, Ma Xiao felt a sense of unease, yet not a trace of remorse. After all, he was merely a lowly servant. Killing him was no different than slaughtering a mere chicken or duck. At that moment, in the alleyway outside the government office, the burlap sack was gently placed on the ground. The ghost moth, transformed back from its avian form, twisted and shrank into a black fly, circling above. Master, the task you assigned has been accomplished. Shall I continue to monitor the prey? Indeed, maintain constant surveillance, Gu Changqing ordered without hesitation. He stood by the window, gazing at the distant Ma residence, a chill surging in his eyes. Gu Changqing did not consider himself a saint or a paragon of virtue. However, he found it impossible to suppress his instincts tonight. Even if it meant contravening the principle of covert observation, he felt compelled to rescue the little girl. If he were to turn a blind eye, could he still regard himself as human? Moreover, in the practice of martial arts, a flawed state of mind is most detrimental. Should he refrain from taking action tonight, it would inevitably become a burden on his heart, potentially evolving into a malevolent thought that hinders his martial progression. Both righteous and wicked, acting in accordance with one's heart, is the greatest crucible for a cultivator to transcend their limits. Whoosh! The spectral moth transformed into a fly and suddenly flitted back into the high walls of the Ma residence. It silently glided through the corridor, only to sense a formidable aura approaching from the front entrance. The presence was deep and profound, far surpassing the realm of mortals, indicating at least a formidable Yuan Dan realm expert. The spectral moth immediately concealed itself against the wall, following the aura's direction. At the main entrance of the Ma residence, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe strode in, his countenance stern, his gaze piercing. This man was none other than the head of the Ma family, Ma Tianxiong. Master. The old steward hurriedly approached, his expression grave. Ma Tianxiong paused, his voice cold. What is it? The old steward replied in a hushed tone. Just now. The young master was furious, claiming that someone had falsely conveyed your orders, deceiving him into heading to the conference hall. A flash of cold light flickered in Ma Tianxiong's eyes. Who dares to be so audacious in this residence? The old steward sighed heavily. Zhao Wu. He is the young master's personal attendant. In his rage, the young master ended up killing him. Ma Tianxing scoffed disdainfully. A mere servant, dead is dead. Yet soon after, he furrowed his brow, pondering how that servant could deceive Xiaojiao. There must be some ulterior motive. The young master did not elaborate. And this old servant is also unaware. The steward shook his head, then lowered his voice. Could it be the Tianji Pavilion? Silence. Ma Tianxiong interrupted sharply, his expression suddenly darkening. This matter shall be discussed later. Let us speak in the secret chamber. He immediately issued orders to seal off the residence and thoroughly investigate all suspicious individuals. Additionally, he commanded to reinforce surveillance on the young master. With the impending examination of the 7 Xian martial house, there must be no unforeseen complications. With that, Ma Tianxiong abruptly flicked his sleeve and strode away. The plan was about to be set in motion, and he would not tolerate the slightest error. The old steward, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, cautiously surveyed the surroundings before hastily following the head of the family to the secret chamber. Little did they know, their conversation had been entirely observed by the spectral moth. How could those two be aware of the Tianji Pavilion? Gu Changqing's expression froze, his heart filled with doubt. The name Tianji Pavilion, a moniker he had fabricated during his time in Qingzhou City to deal with Zhao Rong and her clandestine employer, seemed to have taken on a life of its own. Logically, while Zhao Rong, in her capacity as an agent, could have spread the name of the Tianji Pavilion in the black market, the speed at which the news had reached this imperial capital was unnaturally swift. Unless there were deeper secrets at play. Upon reaching this realization, Gu Chaqing felt increasingly perplexed. After all, Ma Tianxiong is the father of Ma Xiao. Now that he has become aware of the existence of the Tianji Pavilion, has he also uncovered the news of Ma Xiao's impending assassination? Just as Gu Chaqing pondered this, the communication jade talisman within his storage ring suddenly quivered. As soon as the talisman connected, a grim voice pierced through his eardrum, questioning, "Has your Tianji Pavilion acted on its own accord?" I distinctly emphasized that the assassination must not be executed until the day of the 7 Xuanwu sect's assessment. In that moment, Gu Chaqing's heart jolted violently. It was, astonishingly, the voice of Ma Tianxiong. Chapter 77. All preparations complete, you must give me an explanation today. The aggressive tone emanating from the other side confirmed to Gu Chaqing that it was indeed Ma Tianxiong. In that moment, Gu Chaqing's thoughts surged, and he was profoundly shocked. Although he was unaware of the other party's intentions, the act of hiring an assassin organization to murder one's own child was nothing short of outrageous. "Why are you silent?" Ma Tianxiong's voice was ominously low. Gu Chaqing took a deep breath, his voice icy as he replied, "The target has yet to be assassinated. On what grounds should I provide an explanation? Unless there is concrete evidence, do not cast unfounded accusations upon the Tianji Pavilion. Next time, ascertain the truth before coming to demand accountability and cease this empty posturing." With a resolute tone, Gu Chaqing severed the communication with the jade talisman. Although tonight's operation was astonishing, throughout the process, the ghost moth had not revealed the slightest trace of its whereabouts. It had merely masqueraded as Zhao Wu to deceive Ma Xiao, silently rescuing the little girl. However, since Zhao Wu had been killed by Ma Xiao, there was no evidence left to pursue accountability. To Gu Chaqing, it seemed that Ma Tianxiong was merely concerned that the plan had changed and had come to issue a warning. On the day of the 7 Xian Marshall House assessment, what was this person truly aiming for? Gu Chaqing stared at the jade talisman in his hand, perplexed. If the intent was to sabotage the assessment, sacrificing his own son's life in the process was hardly rational. After pondering for a moment, Gu Chaqing could not untangle the threads of his thoughts. Since clarity eluded him, he was disinclined to waste any more mental energy on speculation, casually placing the talisman into his storage ring. As long as the remuneration was generous, it mattered little whom he was to kill. Gu Chaqing steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged upon his bed, and began to cultivate. Although he lacked the assistance of a 6th-grade cultivation technique, making it temporarily difficult to break through his current limitations, he understood the importance of a solid foundation in the path of cultivation. Only in this way could he achieve twice the result with half the effort when he eventually obtained the proper techniques. As his thoughts settled, the true essence within him flowed tirelessly through his meridians, refining his essence repeatedly, honing his sinews, and condensing every ounce of vital energy to its utmost potential. Thus, day after day, Gu Chaqing immersed himself in his cultivation, his aura becoming increasingly substantial. Meanwhile, the ghost moth continued to lurk in the form of a fly at the Ma residence, closely monitoring Ma Xiao's every move. Perhaps due to Ma Tianxiong dispatching someone to keep a close watch on his routine, the ghost moth had been considerably subdued during this time, no longer searching for those so-called toys. During this period, Fang Baiyu and Zhao Rong also arrived in the imperial capital, bringing with them a batch of intelligence personnel, including several assassins recruited from the black market. However, since the operations of the Tianji Pavilion had not yet fully commenced, these assassins were temporarily arranged to disguise themselves as employees of the Drunken Cloud Tower. As for the intelligence personnel, they infiltrated the major families of the imperial capital under the pretense of seeking employment, quietly establishing an intelligence network. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The renovations of the Drunken Cloud Tower were successfully completed, presenting a completely rejuvenated appearance. On the top floor of the pavilion, Gu Chaqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the bustling marketplace below. As the assessment period of the 7 Xuanwu mansion drew near, the city grew increasingly animated. Young martial artists, brimming with vitality, were visible on every street corner. "Boss, the various arrangements in the shop have been completed as per your instructions," Meng Jing approached, seeking confirmation. "Shall we commence operations today? Since everything is ready, let us begin." Gu Chaqing replied with a serene smile, turning to instruct Meng Jing. "Remember, Our establishment is launching the colorful Honey Ball Lottery event. The first 20 customers to enter will receive priority lottery tickets. Subsequent patrons will need to spend at least 2,000 silver coins to participate. Meng Jing nodded earnestly, understood. As he reached the grand hall on the first floor, Fang Baiyu hurried over, curiosity etched on his face. "Ah Jing, why is there an iron pot on every table?" he inquired, pointing at the bottom of the pot where a furnace inscribed with fire runes was situated. "What kind of dining experience is this?" Zhao Rong, standing nearby, wore a similarly puzzled expression. "It's hot pot," Meng Jing grinned. "We merely provide the ingredients and seasonings. There is no need for a chef. It's not only convenient, but allows diners to control the cooking process themselves, indulging as much as they desire." As he spoke, he casually lifted the lid of an iron pot, steam rising along with the enticing aroma of spices. "Hot pot?" Zhao Rong and Fang Baiyu exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with surprise. Meng Jing had earlier accompanied Gu Changqing and had already savored the delights of this novel cuisine. Yet, for the two of them, it was their first encounter with such a dining style. "By the way, please call me Manager Meng from now on." Meng Jing adjusted his new manager-esque attire and winked at Fang Baiyu. "Come on, the boss has instructed us to open." With that, he beamed as he led several staff members towards the entrance of the shop. "Look at him, so proud, even more so than I am," Fang Baiyu remarked, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Zhao Rong covered her mouth and chuckled, her gaze filled with warmth. After all, who could have imagined that not long ago, Meng Jing was merely an ordinary carter, and now he had transformed into the manager of Drunken Cloud Tower, located in the most prosperous area of the Imperial City. Furthermore, this position was no trivial matter. Overtly, he was the manager of a tavern, while covertly, he served as an essential link between the Tianji Pavilion and Drunken Cloud Tower. Moments later, outside Drunken Cloud Tower, firecrackers erupted in a cacophony. A large piece of crimson silk was unveiled, revealing a glittering golden sign, "Grand Opening of Drunken Cloud Tower." Enjoy Lingyan Hot Pot, draw colorful honey balls, win extraordinary opportunities. Passers-by halted in their tracks, astonished by the transformed Drunken Cloud Tower. "Isn't this the shabby place from before? How did it change so suddenly? I heard it has a new owner." The previous manager Lu and all the staff were dismissed. Outside the door, the crowd gathered thicker, buzzing with chatter. "Colorful honey balls? What are those? This elixir is truly remarkable." Recently, it garnered immense popularity in Chizhou City, praised for its multifaceted benefits: healing, detoxification, and beauty enhancement. It even fetched a high price at the Jinhai Pavilion auction, part of the Lu family's enterprise. Indeed, its beauty-enhancing properties yield immediate results. One would not expect that the new proprietor of Zueyan Tower possesses the enchanting seven-colored honey pill. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Meng Jing exclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, today marks the grand opening of our establishment. The first 20 patrons who make a purchase will be eligible for a lucky draw. Additionally, anyone who spends over 2,000 silver coins will also have the chance to participate in the draw. The seven-colored honey pill is a secret concoction of Zueyan Tower, capable of curing all poisons and enhancing beauty. There are even tales of individuals who have utilized its miraculous effects to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Men and women alike were captivated by the allure of such extraordinary efficacy. Is it truly possible for a single pill to offer so many benefits? It wouldn't hurt to try, especially with the chance to win a prize for the first 20 customers. If this is a deception, we shall dismantle this establishment. In an instant, the throng surged forward, eagerly entering Zueyan Tower. On the top floor, Gu Changqing listened to the murmurs of skepticism below, feeling rather indifferent. The seven-colored honey pill was merely a gimmick to attract customers. The real draw would be the hot pot. He was confident that this novel dining experience, paired with his secret sauce, would undoubtedly stir a wave of excitement in the capital. As Gu Changqing stood by the window, casting a fleeting glance outside, he suddenly spotted a luxurious carriage slowly approaching the street corner. The design of the carriage was familiar to him. It belonged to the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes. He felt little enthusiasm for the arrival of this prince. After all, the closer their ties grew, the more likely they would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. He had no desire to become entangled in the murky waters of royal power struggles. Chapter 78. Master Sure, do you mean to say? Inside the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, as the crowd surged into the establishment, platters of ingredients were brought to the tables. The runes at the bottom of the pot were activated, igniting a ghostly blue flame. The broth bubbled with richness, soon filling the air with an enticing aroma. The first batch of patrons settled into their designated seats. "Why is there a pot of soup on this table?" one curious guest inquired. "This is Spirit Flame Hot Pot," Meng Jing replied with a smile. "It features beast meat and vegetables, accompanied by a specially concocted herbal broth. Not only is it delectable, but it also nourishes the body. You may add any ingredients you desire to the broth." The guests exchanged glances, having never encountered such an innovative dining experience. The first 20 patrons to enter could dine first and draw for prizes after settling their bills. As Meng Jing spoke, he placed the raffle box on the counter. "Don't dawdle, I want to draw now." A wealthy lady with a freckled face huffed. "Hurry it up. Money is no object for me." With that, she casually tossed a stack of silver notes onto the table. Meng Jing's gaze swept over the pile of banknotes, and he grinned. "Madam, your generosity allows for an exception." He turned to lift the raffle box, discreetly pressing a button at the bottom, activating the hidden mechanism within. "Please." Meng Jing offered the raffle box with both hands, while the hidden compartment had already been replaced with specially crafted prize balls. Each of these balls contained the potential to win the grand prize, the colorful honey pill. The affluent lady's hand delved into the box, and after some rummaging, she extracted a golden prize ball. "Congratulations, madam, you have won," Meng Jing announced loudly, as if every step was meticulously orchestrated. "I'm so lucky." The lady's eyes sparkled, her face alight with excitement. However, when she saw the colorful honey pill that Meng Jing retrieved, she was instantly taken aback. The pill boasted a dazzling hue, but was as small as a grain of rice. One could hardly notice it at a glance. This wouldn't even suffice to fill a tooth gap. How can this be called a spiritual pill? Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, clearly amused by what they perceived as a ruse. Fortunately, I was wise enough not to vie for a spot among the first 20 for the raffle. The hall filled with murmurs of discontent, creating an atmosphere of chaos. At that moment, the figure of Chu Linyuan quietly appeared at the entrance. Brother Gu's skills are commendable, but his business acumen. He observed the tumultuous scene, shaking his head gently, as though sensing a misstep. "Young man, one must not judge solely by appearances." A weathered voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Chu Linyuan instinctively lowered his gaze to the black ring on his hand. "Master Shi, do you mean to say?" He pondered, directing his gaze towards the ridiculed honey pill. Could it be that this tiny pill possessed some miraculous efficacy? Indeed, I just probed with my spiritual energy. Though diminutive, its medicinal properties are remarkably pure, at least on par with a 5th-grade spiritual pill. The voice of Master Shi emanated from the ring, tinged with a hint of astonishment. To condense the potency to such an extent showcases the skill of its creator. It appears that the esteemed Gu Changqing is indeed quite remarkable. Upon hearing this remark, Chu Linyuan's expression subtly shifted, growing increasingly intrigued. The affluent lady, having received the colorful honey pill, finally regained her composure. Ignoring the skepticism that surrounded her, she became exhilarated, her breath quickening. For the legendary honey pill was indeed as diminutive as a grain of rice. Trembling, the wealthy woman grasped the colorful honey pill and unhesitatingly placed it into her mouth. The hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed upon her visage. The moment the pill touched her tongue, an astonishing transformation occurred. The once lax skin of her face began to tighten, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes gradually smoothing out, and even the spots on her face faded away at an observable rate. "I have grown younger. I truly have become more beautiful." As the affluent lady let out a surprised shriek before the copper mirror, the crowd in the hall erupted into a frenzy. This pill indeed possesses miraculous effects. Witnessing this scene, Chu Linyuan sincerely expressed his admiration. The results, it seems, are already evident to all present. Meng Jing, standing beside the affluent lady, timely interjected, "For those wishing to partake in the lottery, you may draw a prize ball after consumption, with winning contingent upon luck." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the crowd outside the shop, announcing that any customer spending 2,000 silver coins within the establishment could also participate in the lottery. The opportunity is limited, first come, first served. Next, please indulge in our signature hot pot. No sooner had he finished speaking than his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. The sixth prince. Meng Jing felt a momentary jolt, his gaze abruptly landing on Chu Linyuan. Just as he was about to approach, Chu Linyuan, with a gentle smile, turned and departed, showing no intention of entering the establishment. My goodness, this is simply exquisite. Soon, the first batch of customers finally picked up their chopsticks. As the tender slices of meat were swished in the bubbling broth and dipped into the special sauce before entering their mouths, their eyes widened in astonishment. Refreshingly delicious. And with this sauce, it's utterly divine. Indeed, the broth is both savory and spicy, becoming increasingly addictive with each bite. As praises filled the air, the initially skeptical onlookers were suddenly stirred, rushing into the establishment, eager not to miss out on a seat. In a mere moment, the hall of Zuyun Tower was packed to capacity, every table filled. The proprietor's business acumen is truly remarkable. Fong Baiyu stood on the third-floor corridor, a look of admiration on his face. Yet, considering the high cost of the medicinal broth for the hot pot, could they truly recoup their expenses? Upon learning of the ingredients for the broth, he silently shook his head. Zhao Rong smiled with an air of subtlety. With such a narrow viewpoint, you fall short of the proprietor's foresight. How so? Fong Baiyu inquired, puzzled. Isn't business solely about making a profit? Zhao Rong lowered her voice. Consider this. Once the reputation of Zuyun Tower is established, dignitaries and influential figures from all walks of life within the city will inevitably frequent this establishment for their meals, and their every move will become a source of intelligence for Tianji Pavilion. Fong Baiyu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, his admiration for Gu Chongqing's strategic ingenuity deepening immensely. Chapter 79. What are you? On the second day of the grand opening of Zuyun Tower, the renown of Chicai honey balls and Lingyan hot pot had swept through the entire imperial city like wildfire. The once desolate establishment now saw a long queue outside, even in the depths of night. Such intense labor would likely overwhelm ordinary staff. Yet the dozen employees of Zuyun Tower were no ordinary workers. They were assassins, each possessing innate strength. For them, this labor was as effortless as quenching their thirst. Amidst the bustling activities, a flicker of confusion arose within these assassins. Did I not become an assassin? How did I end up as a mere shopkeeper? At this moment, in the grand hall atop the tower, Gu Chaqing sat at the head of the table, his gaze calmly fixed upon Fong Baiyu, Meng Jing, and Zhao Rong, who had come to report. From now on, the operations of Zuyun Tower will be entrusted to Meng Jing, while the two of you will assist him discreetly in your spare time, Gu Chongqing stated in a measured tone. As for the newly recruited assassins, I shall remain in the shadows. Zhao Rong will select loyal and reliable members to form the Dark Blade for full deployment. With that, he turned his attention to Fong Baiyu, instructing, the intelligence network must be expedited and perfected. No detail in the gathered task information must be overlooked. Additionally, aside from the current assignment involving the 7 Xuanwu Manor, you are to make decisions on regular matters autonomously. However, should any complicated issues arise, you must report immediately. Meng Jing and the others nodded respectfully, acknowledging their understanding that their employer intended to take a step back. After all, the Tianji Pavilion had begun to take shape. Officially, Zuyun Tower served as the central hub for information dissemination. Behind the scenes, Fong Baiyu's intelligence network and Zhao Rong's Dark Blade operated in tandem, one for reconnaissance and the other for execution. Unless faced with particularly troublesome assignments, Gu Chongqing, the clandestine leader, could easily adopt a position of leisure. Very well, that will suffice. You may return to your duties. He gestured dismissively, offering no further words. Once the three departed, he rose and stepped into the inner chamber, pressing a specific brick on the wall gently. As the mechanism activated with a series of clicks, the wall slowly parted, revealing a shadowy passage. Gu Chaqing stepped inside, and the wall seamlessly closed behind him. Moments later, he emerged into the back alley of Zuyun Tower. Master, there are numerous individuals in the vicinity observing your establishment. A voice resonated in Gu Chongqing's mind as he reached the main street. Upon hearing this alert, he discreetly scanned his surroundings and indeed detected anomalies. Across the street, a gaunt man appeared to be savoring tea at a tea house, yet his cup remained untouched, his gaze frequently drifting toward the entrance of Zuyun Tower. Furthermore, several strolling pedestrians lingered near the establishment, their intentions clearly suspect. So many eyes. Gu Chongqing's expression hardened as he mused. The overwhelming popularity of Zuyun Tower has evidently attracted considerable attention. However, he remained unfazed by it. These individuals are likely mere spies sent by rival factions, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Moreover, the employees of Zuyun Tower are all ruthless assassins. Should any foolhardy individual dare to cause a disturbance, they can only rely on their own fortunes. Subsequently, Gu Chaqing withdrew his gaze, seamlessly blending into the bustling crowd of the street, intending to procure some spirit stones to convert into energy value. Among his 4 pets, Only the shadow spider's strength was the weakest, with merely 3 days remaining before the 7 Xuanwu Academy's assessment. It was imperative to enhance their overall combat prowess to improve their chances of success. Just then, a middle-aged man with a mustache appeared at the very spot where Gu Changqing had just stood. An outsider dares to encroach upon our Juxiang Pavilion's business? The mustached man's countenance darkened as he glared towards the direction of Zuiyin Tower, his teeth grinding in fury. He turned to his subordinate beside him and coldly commanded, "Investigate the background of the new owner of Zuiyin Tower. I am keen to discover what secrets that young man possesses." The subordinate promptly bowed in response. "Yes, Steward Wang. If he is merely an ignorant fool, then he shall not blame me for my ruthless actions." The tone of Steward Wang dripped with malice, a sinister curve forming at the corner of his mouth. With that, he dramatically flicked his sleeve and strode purposefully towards Juxiang Pavilion. To his dismay, the usually bustling Juxiang Pavilion was unusually desolate that night. As Steward Wang approached his establishment, the stark contrast to the lively scene at Zuiyin Tower nearly ignited a fire in his eyes. "Within 3 days, I shall ensure Zuiyin Tower is shut down." As night deepened, the capital remained vibrant. Gu Changqing navigated through the throngs of the street, arriving at a shop named Wanbao Tower. This establishment was the largest spirit material trading venue in the city, offering a plethora of spirit stones, armaments, and talismans. For those willing to pay, even rare treasures could be acquired. Upon stepping over the threshold of Wanbao Tower, he was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy. The interior was brilliantly illuminated, displaying a variety of spirit materials on sandalwood shelves, each shimmering with a soft glow. However, when his gaze swept over the price tags, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The prices of the spirit materials here were astonishingly exorbitant, with the lowest starting at 6 figures and many exceeding 1,000,000. Gu Changqing instinctively weighed the funds in his storage ring. Over 1,000,000 silver notes, sufficient for an ordinary person's lifetime of comfort. Yet, within Wanbao Tower, he feared that even a single piece of high-quality spirit material might elude him. The path of martial cultivation was indeed a costly endeavor. Reflecting on this, Gu Changqing couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at Wanbao Tower's profound foundation. The value of the treasures displayed within was enough to purchase an entire commercial street in the golden district of the capital. "May I inquire what you require, esteemed guest?" As these thoughts crossed Gu Changqing's mind, a female attendant swiftly approached, her face adorned with a professional smile. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Gu Changqing replied, his gaze steady and direct. As for the other exceptional treasures, he had no desire to even glance at them, choosing instead to wait until he was more financially comfortable to select a few suitable materials for crafting new insectoid monsters. "Please hold on," the attendant said politely, slightly bowing before turning to walk towards the counter at the back. While Gu Changqing awaited, several young warriors entered the shop, their eyes gleaming with astonishment as they surveyed the dazzling array of spiritual materials and armaments. The Lu family truly deserved their reputation as the foremost aristocracy of the Daong dynasty. Even the Wanbao Tower was but a trifling aspect of the Lu family's vast enterprise. It was rumored that the Lu family's daughter, Lu Shuang'er, had been preordained for recruitment by the Seven Mysteries Martial House, a situation that sparked envy among many. "If we can pass this assessment, we will become brothers and sisters in arms," they chuckled. Their idle chatter inadvertently reached Gu Changqing's ears. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that the Wanbao Tower was also a part of the Lu family's holdings. Would this VIP card be of any use here? He fished a golden card from his storage ring, contemplating its potential. This VIP card had been a special gift from Lu Rian during their collaboration to auction off the colorful honey pills. If he could leverage this card for a discount, it would certainly be advantageous, for 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones held a value of approximately 1,000,000, a sum not to be trifled with. Make way, make way. Can't you see?" Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. A long-haired youth, flanked by 2 attendants, rudely shoved aside several young warriors who were blocking the door. "You insolent fool, who do you think you are?" "Hush, that is Ma Xian, the scion of the Ma family. It's best not to provoke him." A robust young man, brimming with youthful vigor, widened his eyes in anger, only to be hastily restrained by his companion, the commander of the city guards in the capital, a hereditary Count the Ma family. The robust man's expression shifted abruptly, his earlier bravado dissipating. Sensing the fearful glances directed at him from behind, Ma Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk, radiating an air of superiority. He then strode forward, moving directly towards Gu Changqing's position. as if there were only a straight line ahead, with all obstacles merely insignificant insects in his path. Good dogs don't block the way. Seeing Gu Changqing refuse to step aside, one of the attendants barked sharply, "Are you so clueless that you cannot recognize the situation and move aside?" Chapter 80. What you fear most will come to pass. In the face of the servant's harsh rebuke, Gu Changqing remained steadfast, not moving an inch, merely casting a calm glance at Ma Xiao. This fellow, truly a nemesis in narrow paths. Were it not for the constraints of the assassination mission regarding time and place, Gu Changqing would not have allowed him to survive thus far. An eyesore, why not hasten your departure? Seeing Gu Changqing's indifference, the servant bellowed in anger, raising his hand to shove him. Yet, just as his palm was about to graze Gu Changqing's garment, he felt a surge of overwhelming energy approach. The swirling force of Gu Changqing's essence instantly manifested as visible ripples that violently erupted outward. Bang! The servant staggered back several steps, his face a mask of shock. A pinnacle of innate realm? Ma Zhao's gaze sharpened, finally taking a proper look at Gu Changqing. Their eyes met, and Gu Changqing's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any tremor. Who are you? Ma Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, compelled to be more vigilant. In his view, were it not for some backing, an ordinary person would never exhibit such calmness. Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly, "A customer purchasing goods. Playing the enigmatic game, are we?" Ma Xiao scoffed inwardly, eager to discover what financial prowess you possess. He scrutinized Gu Changqing with an air of arrogance, refraining from any rash actions until he had gauged the situation. "Sir, here are the 1,000 spirit stones you requested." A server approached, carrying a bag of spirit stones. "You are fortunate. This establishment has just this last batch of mid-grade spirit stones remaining. The total price is 1,000,000 silver notes." Ma Xiao, taken aback, realized that the ability to produce such a sum to procure spirit stones was indeed impressive. "Can this VIP card from Jinhai Pavilion be utilized here?" Gu Changqing casually produced the gold card gifted by Lu Ruyan and handed it to the server. "The Jinhai Pavilion of Qingzhou City?" The server gazed at the unique design and location marker on the card, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. "I sincerely apologize. But although Jinhai Pavilion is part of the Lu family's enterprises, that VIP card is for the auction house and cannot be used at Wanbao Pavilion." She respectfully returned the VIP card, her posture instinctively bowing slightly. After all, those who possessed such a card were undoubtedly affluent or of noble birth, their status far from ordinary. "Qingzhou City." Ma Xiao suddenly chuckled, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I thought you had some significance. Turns out you are merely a rustic from a remote borderland." Gu Changqing paid no mind to Ma Xiao's mocking gaze, retrieving a stack of silver notes from his storage ring. Since the VIP card was unusable, he would have to pay the price. "Wait." Ma Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Gu Changqing. "I will take this batch of spirit stones." With that, he too produced a stack of silver notes, tossing them to the server. Upon witnessing this development, the server's expression turned troubled. She was well aware of Ma Zhao's identity as account's heir, and it was imperative not to offend him. However, the esteemed guest has already made an advance reservation for the spirit stones, and according to the regulations of the Wanbao Pavilion, it is a first-come, first-served arrangement. Unless the patron voluntarily relinquishes their claim, the store's rules must be adhered to. How dare you refuse to sell what I, the son of this realm, have set my eyes upon? Ma Zhao's gaze was cold as he fixed his stare on the attendant, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. The attendant's expression stiffened, casting a troubled glance towards Gu Changqing. "No matter, I shall procure 10,000 low-grade spirit stones instead." Gu Changqing's eyes darkened slightly. In order to avoid provoking a confrontation with his quarry in plain sight, he could only endure for the moment. Though low-grade spirit stones contain a higher level of impurities, their price is reasonable, and the system's energy conversion model would remain unaffected. As for high-grade spirit stones, they are rare materials monopolized by the royal family and sects, typically not available for public sale. A peak innate realm? Merely trifling. Witnessing Gu Changqing's concession, Ma Xiao sneered disdainfully but chose not to escalate the matter. He then turned to the dazzling array of shelves, scanning the various weapons and armors. With the 7 Xian Martial Academy's assessment imminent, he needed to meticulously select suitable armaments for his preparation. "Esteemed guest, the amount of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is quite substantial. Please proceed to the counter for collection." The attendant looked gratefully at Gu Changqing and respectfully led the way. Gu Changqing's peripheral vision caught Ma Zhao's actions, and a thought crossed his mind. Ghost moth. Keep a close watch on the equipment he selects. If this fellow purchases defensive gear, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Let us hope it is not so. Yes, master. The ghost moth, which had been covertly monitoring Ma Xiao, continued to hover in the form of a fly within the store, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. After Gu Changqing completed his purchase of the spirit stones, he exited the Wanbao pavilion and promptly activated shared perception. Instantly, an image of the ghost moth's current view materialized in his mind. He observed Ma Xiao standing before the shelves, his eyes flickering over several weapons. The attendant stood beside him, patiently explaining the capabilities of the armaments. This one will do. Ma Xiao's gaze sharpened as it finally settled on a piece of shimmering silver defensive armor. The armor, akin to condensed moonlight, boasted scales as fine as fish. With faintly flowing spirit patterns, even to the naked eye, one could sense its extraordinary defensive prowess. Damn! The very thing one fears is precisely what comes to pass. Gu Changqing felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. With that armor protecting him, attempting to strike at Ma Xiao in full view would require achieving a fatal blow. A task rendered exponentially more difficult. Chapter 81. If you seek trouble, I shall accompany you to the end. Master Ma, you truly possess keen insight. The attendant, noticing that Ma Xiao had selected the silver armor, immediately adorned his face with a broad smile and respectfully introduced it. This armor is forged from profound tier, meteorite iron, and silver essence, boasting remarkable durability. Each plate is inscribed with defensive runes. Upon being attacked, this precious armor can instantaneously activate triple protection, sufficient to withstand the full force of a martial artist at the mortal realm. And even a master in the Yuandan realm would find it challenging to breach within a short span of time. A glimmer of light flashed in Ma Xiao's eyes. What is the price? 5 million silver coins. The attendant replied with a beaming smile, envisioning the substantial commission he would earn from selling such a defensive treasure. 5 million. Hearing this figure, Ma Xiao could not help but draw in a sharp breath. His entire private fortune amounted to only around 3 million. And he had just lavishly spent 1 million on spirit stones to suppress Gu Changqing. Now, the remaining silver on hand was insufficient to even cover half the price of this precious armor. It seems I am rather financially constrained. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, his vision enhanced by the ghostly moth, capturing the expression on Ma Xiao's face that resembled someone in distress. However, considering the Ma family's resources and Ma Xiao's status as the heir, it would not be overly difficult for him to procure the silver needed to purchase the armor later. Unfortunately, his own funds were also limited. Otherwise, he would have certainly obstructed him. Standing at the street corner, Gu Changqing could not help but sigh softly. Dr. Gu? Just then, a gentle and melodious voice floated from behind Gu Changqing. He turned to see Lu Ruyun, adorned in a red dress, standing not far away, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight. Manager Lu, it has been a while. Gu Changqing replied with a slight smile, feeling no surprise at this chance encounter. After all, the Lu family's enterprises are widespread, and the imperial capital serves as an economic hub. It is quite customary for Lu Ruyun, as the manager, to patrol the area frequently. Dr. Gu, it truly is you. Lu Ruyun approached, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Changqing. Ever since the Tianming Medical Hall was sealed by the Lord of Qishou, I have been seeking news of you. I never expected to meet you here. At her words, Gu Changqing felt a twinge of surprise. The esteemed manager of the Lu business would take special interest in his whereabouts? Yet, upon reflection, he quickly grasped her motive. This inquiry was undoubtedly driven by her interest in the 7-colored honey pills. As anticipated, just as Gu Changqing pondered this, Lu Ruyun chuckled lightly. I recently heard that the Zueyun building in the southern part of the city opened with the 7-colored honey pills as a prize for a lottery. I initially thought it was merely a gimmick and planned to see for myself, but now that I find you here in the imperial capital, it seems the rumors hold truth. Her enchanting gaze bore both the shrewdness of a merchant and an ineffable depth of meaning. Gu Changqing's eyes flickered slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. Manager Lu, I recently found a piece of defensive armor at the Wanbao building, but alas, my finances are lacking. Gu Changqing maintained a calm demeanor and smiled as he inquired, might you currently be in a position of financial ease? Upon hearing that it pertained to her own family's enterprise, Lu Ruyun's crimson lips curved into a subtle smile. Dr. Gu need not be so formal. I shall advance the 5 million for you. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she produced a violet crystal card, a prestigious item from the Lu family business, capable of overdrawing up to 10 million. Consider it a deposit for my pre-order of the colorful honey pills, shall we? Her beautiful eyes blinked playfully. a glint of cunning dancing at their corners, as she reveled in the opportunity to collaborate with him. Deal. Gu Changqing decisively accepted the violet crystal card and promptly turned to stride towards Wanbao Tower. What kind of armor could compel Dr. Gu to be in such a hurry to make a purchase? Lu Ruyin, intrigued by Gu Changqing's urgent pace, followed closely behind. Inside Wanbao Tower, Ma Xiao had already reached a resolution after much deliberation. I shall take this piece of armor, he declared, placing a stack of banknotes on the counter. Here's a deposit of 200,000. The remaining balance will be settled within 3 days. The attendant, taken aback, hesitated and asked, young Master Ma means to purchase on credit? Precisely. This heir has not brought sufficient funds today, but I will ensure the balance is delivered, Ma Xiao replied nonchalantly. As if such a request was merely a trifling matter for someone of his stature. The attendant's expression grew troubled. Young master, the rules of Wanbao Tower have always been cash on delivery. This credit arrangement might be inappropriate. Preposterous. A nearby attendant interjected angrily. My young master is the direct heir of the Ma family, a distinguished count's son. How could he possibly default on such a trivial sum? To allow credit to your establishment would be a privilege for you. His words carried weight, and Ma Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. A flicker of approval evident in his gaze, clearly resonating with his sentiments. If you cannot afford it, then refrain from pretending otherwise. Gu Changqing remarked as he entered the shop, his tone laced with unabashed sarcasm. It's you. Ma Xiao turned and his expression darkened. I had thought it was someone else. Turns out to be this country bumpkin. He regarded Gu Changqing with disdain, sneering, do you think you can afford it? Gu Changqing cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to engage in meaningless banter, and directly handed the violet crystal card to the attendant. I shall take this piece of armor. The attendant's face paled, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the violet crystal card in her hand. Excitement coursing through her. This is the crystal card from the Lu family, capable of overdrawing millions. This is unbelievable. Ma Zhao's pupils dilated, his arrogance instantly faltering. Even I do not possess a crystal card from the Lu family. How could this country bumpkin have one? It must be a forgery. He fixed his gaze on the shimmering violet card, lunging to seize it. However, in that fleeting moment, Gu Changqing flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted forth. Sensing the impending force, Ma Zhao's countenance shifted drastically as he hurriedly countered with his hand. Bang! In the moment of the powerful collision, Ma Xiao let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps before finally regaining his composure. How could this be possible? His opponent, clearly a peak innate realm practitioner, possessed a level of essence that was even more formidable than his own. Ma Xiao was filled with astonishment, feeling a tingling in his right arm and a faint ache in his bones. Was young Master Ma attempting to commit robbery in plain sight? Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly, arching an eyebrow with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. If there were doubts about the authenticity of this card, one could certainly request the shopkeeper of Wanbao Tower to verify it personally, since there was a deliberate attempt to obstruct the purchase of the protective armor. A conflict was now inevitable. At this moment, Gu Changqing was no longer the patient figure he had been before. If they sought trouble, he was prepared to engage to the very end. Chapter 82. Remember to bring enough money next time, how dare you? Exclaimed the attendant, astonished and enraged at the audacity of assaulting the heir of a count. However, despite his bluster, he dared not approach Gu Changqing even a single step. Who was causing such a ruckus here? At that moment, an elderly man in a purple robe emerged from the inner hall. Master Wu. The attendant hurried forward, whispering the circumstances. I understand. Please attend to the other guests first. Master Wu nodded slightly and took the purple crystal card, scrutinizing it closely. As he raised his gaze once more, the look in his eyes towards Gu Changqing had shifted to one of profound respect. For within the Lu merchant house, the authority to issue such a card rested solely with two individuals, the head of the Lu family and the chief steward. This card not only signified a noble status but also allowed one to overdraw millions in silver across all Lu enterprises. It was clear that such a privilege would never be casually bestowed upon anyone who did not have significant ties with the merchant house. Thus, it was evident that this seemingly unassuming young man before him must be a prominent figure of considerable stature. Young Master Ma, I sincerely apologize for today's incident, Wu Steward said, his mind racing. However, the rules of the establishment are absolute, and we do not extend credit. If you find yourself short of funds today, you are welcome to return another time. Upon hearing this, Ma Zhao's expression darkened, as if a storm was brewing within. How could the heir of account be deemed less significant than mere rules? Old fool, do you dare to look down upon our esteemed young master? The attendant sneered, attempting to wield his master's influence as a weapon against Master Wu. Just a single word from my young master could render your Wanbao Tower incapable of standing in the imperial capital. Oh, Master Wu responded with unruffled composure, a smile gracing his lips. Such bravado from a young man, yet. He cast a meaningful glance at Ma Zhao. In all my years, it is the first time I have witnessed a servant attempting to speak on behalf of his master. Those words struck like a heavy blow, causing Ma Zhao's expression to waver between anger and humiliation. It was more mortifying than a public slap across the face. I did not mean it that way. The attendant stammered, panicked. Before he could finish, Ma Zhao delivered a sharp slap across the attendant's face, barking, "Get out of my sight." Gu Chaqing observed this with a raised eyebrow, finding amusement in the old steward's cleverness, who had deftly turned the tables with just a few words. "Young man, you possess quite the talent." Ma Zhao, gritting his teeth, glared fiercely at Gu Chaqing. "This humiliation shall not be forgotten." With that, he turned on his heel, utterly humiliated, his desire to purchase equipment evaporating. The attendant, clutching his swollen cheek, followed in disarray, no longer daring to utter a word. "Remember to bring enough money next time," Gu Chaqing remarked lightly, causing Ma Zhao to halt abruptly at the threshold, fury practically radiating from his eyes. "Esteemed guest, the precious armor is now yours. Would you like it to be wrapped?" Master Wu respectfully returned the amethyst card to Gu Chaqing with a smile. Gu Chaqing replied nonchalantly, "No need. I can take it as is." Master Wu nodded in acknowledgement, and a server promptly brought forth the shimmering silver defensive armor. Gu Chaqing gently caressed the armor plates, feeling the power of the runes within, and nodded in satisfaction. This profound great-scale armor would indeed be an excellent choice if one could find a suitable beetle for enhancement. No wonder Mr. Gu was so eager. It is a piece of profound great-scale armor. At that moment, Lu Riyun gracefully entered the shop, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the scale armor in Gu Chaqing's hands, accompanied by a gentle smile. Manager Lu. Upon seeing her, Master Wu and the servers were momentarily taken aback, quickly stepping forward to pay their respects. The patrons within the establishment could not help but glance over, their gazes lingering on Lu Riyun's elegant figure. Gu Chaqing casually stored the scale armor in his storage ring and smiled. "I must thank Manager Lu for your timely assistance." Lu Riyun nodded gently, but refrained from engaging in lengthy conversation with Gu Chaqing in the main hall, instead inviting him to a private room for further discussion. As the two took their seats, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Lu Riyun personally poured a cup of tea for Gu Chaqing, softly reminding him, "Mr. Gu, do not forget about the 7-colored honey pills we spoke of earlier." "Rest assured," Gu Chaqing replied with a calm smile. "I will ensure a batch is sent to Wanbao Tower in due time." He naturally wished to reciprocate this kindness. Mutual benefit bore no ill will. After all, more friends meant more avenues for opportunity. "Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful," Lu Riyun agreed with a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. The 7-colored honey pills had already caused quite a stir in Qingzhou City, and if they could be introduced into the bustling imperial capital, the economic benefits for Wanbao Tower would be substantial. However, with your purchase of this scale armor today, it seems you may have made an enemy of Ma Xiao. After discussing business, Lu Riyun softly cautioned, "This person harbors a grudge. You should be particularly cautious when you venture out." "Thank you for the warning," Gu Chaqing replied, his expression unperturbed, offering no further comment. He paid little heed to the threats of a dying man, as long as that fellow lacked protective armor. The day of the 7 Xian Martial Academy assessment would be his demise. "By the way, I have heard that Zuiyun Tower has changed ownership." Lu Riyun suddenly shifted the topic, her beautiful eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze on Gu Chaqing. "The new owner wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Her gaze danced with intrigue, the smile deepening. "This is not mere conjecture. After all, only you could concoct the 7-colored honey pills. On the opening day of Zuiyun Tower, those pills were used as prizes for a lottery." In the face of Lu Riyun's probing, Gu Chaqing's lips curled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Yet, in his silence, Lu Riyun, with her keen intellect, would undoubtedly discern the underlying meaning. "Since Mr. Gu is unwilling to elaborate, I understand." Lu Riyun lightly pursed her crimson lips, yet. Gu Chaqing noncommittally remarked, "Director Lu, please feel free to speak your mind." Lu Riyun cast a meaningful glance at Gu Chaqing, continuing, "The recent prominence of Zuiyun Tower has inevitably sparked envy, particularly from Juxiang Pavilion. which has suffered the most in business due to this rivalry. She paused momentarily before elaborating. Juxiang Pavilion is backed by the Wang family, whose influence in the imperial capital is profound, and they wield considerable power within the imperial guard. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts with them. Gu Chongqing maintained an impassive demeanor, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Rivalries among peers have always been a part of commerce, a truth he fully understood. If one were to cower in fear of business competitors, Zuiyun Tower might as well close its doors for good. Moreover, the essence of trade lies in one's capabilities. Does Juxiang Pavilion hold a monopoly on power due to the Wang family, while Zuiyun Tower lacks its own? The so-called underground assassins are not entities that can be compared to those visible powers. Should matters escalate, one could simply eliminate all competitors and relocate to commence anew, unrestricted. Of course, if Mr. Gu is not the proprietor of Zuiyun Tower, then I have spoken out of turn and it need not weigh on your mind. Observing Gu Chongqing's calm composure, Lu Ruyun felt a sense of speculation, yet she could not truly decipher him. It seemed that whatever was about to unfold would ultimately defy expectations. Chapter 83. The Shadow Spider Unlocks New Skills. Mr. Gu, will you continue to manage the medical clinic? In the reception room, Lu Ruyun filled Gu Chongqing's cup with tea and suddenly inquired softly. Probably not. Gu Chongqing replied without hesitation. Consulting patients daily and facing a myriad of ailments is truly exhausting. If I were to take on a challenging under-the-table job, it would be even more taxing. In contrast, being a behind-the-scenes owner at Zuiyun Tower, where I merely need to provide some business strategies, is far more leisurely and comfortable. Moreover, a medical clinic is ultimately unsuitable as a secret stronghold for assassins. Sometimes, I feel that your identity is truly enigmatic, Lu Ruyun remarked, her lips curling slightly. Her beautiful eyes sparkling as they focused on Gu Chongqing. Life is a constant evolution of identity, Gu Chongqing replied nonchalantly. My identity depends on engaging in what I love. Oh? Lu Ruyun's gaze flickered with curiosity. What do you enjoy doing? Quite simply, making money, Gu Chongqing said with a subtle smile, his tone casual yet laden with meaning. As long as there is profit to be made, my identity can shift. This seemingly casual statement was akin to a stone cast into the heart of a lake, stirring ripples within Lu Ruyun's mind. For a moment, she gazed at Gu Chongqing, momentarily lost in thought. She found herself staring at him, abruptly realizing her intense desire to unravel the mystery surrounding this enigmatic man. It felt as though they were separated by a thin veil. The more elusive it became, the more it compelled her to uncover the truth. Yet, whenever she believed she was on the verge of clarity, deeper mist would arise behind that veil, obscuring the reality. On this topic, Gu Chongqing chose not to elaborate further, due to the nature of his circumstances. He indeed needed to earn money to continually create insect-like monsters and enhance his own power. As long as there were profits to be made, he could assume various roles: a wandering warrior, a physician, the owner of Zuiyun Tower. Nevertheless, regardless of how many identities he possessed, Gu Chongqing was always acutely aware of his true position. He was, at his core, the clandestine master of the Assassin's Guild. Every action he undertook revolved around this identity. Manager Lu, the fourth master, has sent someone to invite you to dine with him tonight. At that moment, Manager Wu hunched as he entered the reception room, a respectful smile adorning his face. Decline on my behalf, Lu Ruyun replied, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Inform him that I am unwell today and cannot attend. Manager Wu's expression faltered, his gaze involuntarily darting towards Gu Chongqing. It was well known that the fourth master was none other than the esteemed fourth prince. Could such a noble identity truly be overshadowed by the gentleman before him? I've heard that the fourth master has reserved the entire Zuiyun Tower for you. Manager Wu sighed softly. Since the manager is unwell, I shall relay your message. Wait. Upon hearing Zuiyun Tower, Lu Ruyun's eyes brightened, and she immediately called out to him. Manager Lu, do you have any further instructions? Master Wu slightly bowed, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired. Inform the messenger that I shall keep our appointment tonight. Upon finishing her words, Lu Ruyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she cast a meaningful gaze towards Gu Chongqing. In the face of this probing look, Gu Chongqing maintained an expression of calm composure. Since Manager Lu has matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. With a slight smile, Gu Chongqing rose decisively to take his leave. Presently, the Zuiyun building is a veritable gold mine. To reserve the entire establishment would require at least 300,000. Such an exorbitant expense would be challenging even for the wealthiest science. Yet that so-called fourth master can squander money with abandon, clearly indicating a remarkable background. Fourth Master? Gu Changqing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recalling his previous encounter with the Sixth Prince, Chu Linyuan, whose attendant had respectfully referred to him as Sixth Master. This association strongly suggested that this Fourth Master might also hail from royal lineage. I seem to have indirectly drawn him into business, leaving without even uttering a word of thanks. Lu Riyun gazed at Gu Changqing's departing figure, her lips curving into a slight smile. What a peculiar fellow. Before his departure, Gu Changqing exhausted the remaining overdraft limit on his amethyst card, extravagantly acquiring spiritual plant pollen and spirit stones before contentedly leaving the 1-hour building. System, convert energy points. Subsequently, Gu Changqing navigated through the bustling streets, silently reciting in his mind. In the next instant, the spirit stones within his storage ring vanished in an instant. Ding! Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 30,000 energy points, which can be used for pet enhancement. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a semi-transparent interface materialized before him. With a swift glance, Gu Changqing unhesitatingly selected the Shadow Spider, activating the enhancement mode. Do you confirm the selection of the Shadow Spider for enhancement? Confirm. With a mere thought, a series of system notifications echoed in rapid succession. Ding! Enhancement successful. Your Shadow Spider has ascended to the extraordinary tier. Its combat power is surged. New skill unlocked. Shadow Binding Spider Prison. Gu Changqing's gaze sharpened as he quickly accessed the skill panel for details. Shadow Binding Spider Prison can release shadow silk within a designated area, instantly ensnaring the target's shadow to form a powerful restraint, even enabling control over its limbs. This skill is truly an advanced version of web binding. Gu Changqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. The previous web binding was akin to a visible physical attack. However, this new skill not only retained the control characteristics of web binding, but also directly affected the shadow of the target, achieving an even more bizarre and powerful binding effect. Remarkable. Gu Changqing inhaled deeply, striving to calm the astonishment within. Shadow Traversing, Stealthy Concealment, Shadow Binding Spider Prison. Each skill is a manifestation of profound abilities that rival the highest martial arts. It must be said, each time the Shadow Spider undergoes enhancement, it never fails to deliver unexpected surprises. Regrettably, the system stipulates that only one creature of each insect type may be edited. Gu Changqing sighed inwardly. Otherwise, the prospect of forging an army of shadow spiders would be a formidable force indeed. The mechanical voice of the system soon echoed in his mind. Current energy reserves are insufficient to further enhance existing pets. It then suggested, gather editing materials to create new insect monsters to bolster strength. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gu Changqing pondered thoughtfully. At present, the shadow spider, tiger wasp, mantis, and ghost moth had all ascended to the extraordinary tier. To advance even a single creature to the elite tier, a staggering energy cost of 100,000 points was required. 100,000 points. Gu Changqing gazed at the mere 20,000 points left on his panel, shaking his head in resignation. This immense sum was, without a doubt, an insurmountable burden given his current assets, since elevating the quality of his existing insect monsters was not feasible for the time being. Increasing their numbers would serve as a viable strategy. This time, he resolved to edit a creature with formidable defensive capabilities. A clear direction had emerged in his mind. Fortunately, he possessed a piece of mystical-grade armor as editing material. He merely needed to capture an insect to proceed. My lord, the most defensively robust would naturally be the beetle. The tiger wasp chirped, its mental voice weaving around him, suggesting that if conditions allowed, a female insect should be prioritized. The mention of female insect made its intentions glaringly obvious. Gu Changqing chuckled softly. Although he refrained from elaborating, he was certainly aware of the tiger wasp's ulterior motives. My lord, do not be swayed by its charm, the shadow spider interjected resolutely, asserting that male beetles possessed greater potential in terms of shell defense. Oh, could it be that you were feeling a twinge of jealousy? The tiger wasp teased playfully before adding with a more serious tone, all right. I concede that male beetles are indeed somewhat stronger. However, your system's upgrade function does not discriminate by gender. Both males and females can ascend and grow stronger. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. In that case, I entrust you with the task of capturing a beetle. Remember, I require a male. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the tiger wasp wasted no time and swiftly darted out of the system space, flying off to the wilderness with a hint of reluctance. Chapter 84. the fifth insectoid monster. Thanos in the upper echelons of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. Gu Changqing had just emerged from the secret passage when Meng Jing approached him, brimming with excitement. Boss, joyous news. Tonight, someone intends to reserve the entire Drunken Cloud Pavilion, netting us over 200,000. Having been privy to this information beforehand, Gu Changqing remained as tranquil as a still pond. Should this fourth master truly be the fourth prince, this transaction could swiftly become a double-edged sword. The whims of the royal family are notoriously unpredictable. A single misstep could invite calamity. Boss, you seem less than pleased? Meng Jing inquired, sensing the unusual demeanor. Not to worry, just ensure that we cater to the guest requests to the best of our ability, Gu Changqing replied with an expression of calm. Remember, every detail must be executed with precision. After a brief pause, he added, additionally, one of tonight's guests is Lu Riyun. When you encounter her, exercise discretion and refrain from mentioning anything related to me. Lu's supervisor? Meng Jing was momentarily taken aback, realization dawning upon him. It was clear now why the boss had maintained such composure. He pondered for a moment, digesting Gu Changqing's words. The request for heart-shaped meat slices was unmistakably a gesture of affection, and it became evident that the object of this affection was indeed Lu Riyun. If he were to speak of their boss in her presence, it could arouse the suitor's suspicion and disrupt the atmosphere. Understood, boss, Meng Jing replied, nodding with a semblance of comprehension before turning to attend to his duties. Gu Changqing settled into his chair, his gaze serene. He was reluctant to engage too deeply with the royal family, as the current strength of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion necessitated a period of concealment. It could not withstand any turbulent storms. A minor miscalculation could lead to their total annihilation. The unexpected arrival of the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan, was indeed a surprise. As for the fourth master visiting the Drunken Cloud Pavilion tonight, regardless of his true identity, Gu Changqing preferred to avoid entanglement and hoped to avert any complications. Master, I have arrived. Just then, a shadow darted through the window, interrupting Gu Changqing's contemplation. A tiger wasp, gripping a jet-black stag beetle with its 6 legs, landed gracefully on the table. This is a finely selected mature male insect, the tiger wasp boasted, releasing its grip and raising its head to gaze at Gu Changqing. The stag beetle, however, did not flee. Instead, it flared its Y-shaped horns, charging aggressively at the tiger wasp. Get lost. The tiger wasp swatted, effortlessly flipping the stag beetle onto the ground. Had it not been for its restraint, its extraordinary strength could have easily torn the beetle asunder. Gu Changqing reached out to grasp the struggling stag beetle, feeling its robust texture beneath his fingers. This sturdy physique indeed distinguished it among its kind. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of mysterious-grade armor and a small vial containing his own blood. System, activate material editing. As the thought settled, the 3 types of materials before him were swiftly absorbed into the system panel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gathered materials, and the Zerg monster editing template has been unlocked for you. It has detected that the armor material is composed of Shin-level meteorite iron. The energy required for editing is 2,000 points. Do you wish to confirm this operation? Yes. Gu Changqing silently affirmed without hesitation. Congratulations on confirming. The 5th Zerg monster is now being edited. Ding. Editing successful. Please name the new Zerg monster. Thanos. Gu Changqing pondered briefly and casually chose a name. In an instant, an entirely new pet panel appeared before him. Thanos, Sequence, 005 level, high-tier combat power assessment, innate realm skills, iron wall barrier, can create a defensive field with a radius of 3 zhong. Talent, strength type Zerg. Exceptionally strong in defense, retaining the basic Zerg form while capable of morphing into a stag beetle humanoid monster. To upgrade to the extraordinary tier, an energy value of 10,000 points is required. Gu Changqing gazed at the system panel, his fingertips lightly tapping the Thanos option to confirm the advancement enhancement. Ding! The crisp sound of the system prompt rang out, and golden light swirled across the panel. Advancement successful. Your Thanos has ascended to the extraordinary tier, and its combat power has experienced a substantial increase. New skill unlocked, Shockwave Impact. Skill description, when the horns strike, it can instantly generate a terrifying shockwave, causing area damage with a 60 critical hit rate. No sooner had the words left his lips than the monster illustration on the system panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Its Zerg form, no longer diminutive like an insect, suddenly expanded to the size of a large bull, its entire body covered in a jet-black iron shell. adorned with dark golden patterns. 6 robust appendages bore serrated hooks at their ends, and the Y-shaped horns atop its head glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the candlelight, sharp as curved blades. Notably, the carapace on its back slightly bulged, forming a shield-like structure capable of instantaneously deploying a defensive field. Gu Changqing's gaze shifted to the humanoid monster illustration on the right. There stood Thanos, towering like an iron tower, yet still retaining some Zerg characteristics. Its head was shrouded by a half-shell mask, revealing only a pair of dark golden vertical pupils. Razor-sharp shell blades extended from the outer sides of its arms. Its back covered in thick, metal-like armor, and its skin displayed a dark copper hue, with muscular lines forged like fine iron, embodying terrifying explosive power. Truly, as a strength-type Zerg, its mere appearance exuded an air of formidable strength. Gu Changqing regarded the oppressive form of Thanos on the system panel, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Come forth. With a thought, a ripple of dark golden waves surged through the air. Moments later, a shadow nearly 3 meters tall emerged from the void, its heavy footsteps causing the floor to tremble slightly. Chapter 85. Master, it's cheating. Master, what are your commands? In the Grand Hall, Thanos appeared in the form of a monstrous being, his voice resonating like thunder, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Gu Changqing surveyed Thanos before him, feeling a significant sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the defensive warrior of the insectoid race he had envisioned. My goodness, such a physique. The hornet soared into the air, circling Thanos a few times, its compound eyes shimmering with astonishment. Thanos' gaze sharpened, glaring fiercely at the hornet. Despite having undergone a significant evolution, it retained memories from its insect face. This meant that it had not forgotten the brutal beating it received when captured by the hornet. Don't look at me with those eyes. The hornet flashed, suddenly transforming into a horned humanoid monster, defiantly sneering. If it weren't for my efforts to bring you to the master, would you have undergone such a remarkable transformation? From his elevated position, Thanos regarded the hornet with disdain, coldly stating, I appreciate my master's nurturing, but I have strong objections towards you. Oh, do you wish to fight? The hornet's eyes glinted with cold light as it brandished its long stinger. Don't think being larger makes you impressive, newcomer. I am also of the extraordinary tier. Thanos' deep voice suppressed his anger. As long as the master permits, I would gladly accept the challenge. Why would I hesitate? The hornet stood tall. Stinger pointed directly at Thanos, baring its fangs in a menacing grin. The tension between them thickened, teetering on the brink of conflict. Had it not been for Gu Changqing's intervention, they would have likely clashed already. Observing the situation, Gu Changqing could only shake his head and smile. By reviewing the footage from the hornet's previous capture, he understood why Thanos harbored such resentment towards it. Thanos had been preparing to mate with a female stag beetle when the hornet had rudely interrupted, yanking him away. Anyone in such a position would surely feel a sense of humiliation. Since you both wish to fight, let us take this outside, Gu Changqing declared, raising his hand to draw the hornet and Thanos into the system's space. This was the perfect opportunity to test the limits of Thanos' defenses. However, conducting the test within the capital city was clearly inappropriate. A more secluded location was required. After all, the capital was home to numerous hidden martial artists, and any misstep could provoke various factions. Shadow Spider, take me outside the city. As soon as Gu Changqing's words fell, a strand of spider silk had already wrapped around his wrist. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows. Under the cover of night, the Shadow Spider executed its shadowy traversal, the surrounding scenery blurring past like a rushing stream. Having ascended to the extraordinary tier, this ability had markedly improved. Both its stealth and speed surpassed its previous capabilities. A moment later, when Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bamboo grove on the outskirts of the capital. The dim light and tranquil environment suited his needs perfectly. This will do. As Gu Changqing's thoughts stirred, the moment the system space opened, 2 shadowy figures surged forth, landing steadily in the clearing amidst the bamboo grove. The Shadow Spider crawled to the periphery of the bamboo forest, meticulously monitoring the surroundings to prevent any outsiders from approaching. Remember, just a gentle touch, Gu Changqing commanded, his gaze sweeping over the tiger bee and Thanos. Come on, let the bee master teach you the rules. The tiger bee ascended into the air, its scarlet eyes radiating defiance, while the venomous stinger at its rear trembled slightly, glinting with a chilling brilliance. Young bee, if you can breach my defenses, I shall concede your victory. Thanos suddenly stepped forward, an invisible force emanating from him, causing the surrounding bamboo leaves to tremble and rustle ominously. Boom! In an instant, a dark golden energy barrier erupted. Centered around Thanos, it rapidly expanded outward, swiftly forming a spherical defensive domain with a diameter of 10 meters. The surface of the barrier shimmered with arcane patterns, each pulse of energy causing the surrounding space to warp subtly. An ironclad barrier? Gu Changqing's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this. Clearly, it was Thanos' initial skill. Within this protective field, he could withstand any assault. Big guy, don't come crying to your master for mercy later. The tiger bee swooped down, its tail vibrating as it unleashed a flurry of black afterimages like a whip. Thanos remained unmoved, allowing the tiger bee's strikes to collide against the surface of his defensive barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic sounds echoed in rapid succession. Despite the relentless assault, the barrier trembled violently, generating ripples, yet remained as steadfast as iron. What is this? Is that all the strength you possess? Have you not eaten? Thanos' tone dripped with mockery, igniting the tiger bee's fury. It had always been unruly, yielding to no one but Gu Changqing. I'll make you regret your insolence. The tiger bee's eyes blazed with ferocity as its stinger erupted with a fierce dark red glow, the tip coalescing into a sphere of compressed fiery venom energy. This was its newly acquired skill, Explosive Venom Needle, gained after ascending to the extraordinary tier. Upon impact, it would trigger an explosion, inflicting secondary damage. Without further ado, the tiger bee surged forth, its stinger piercing the air like a spear aimed directly at Thanos' defensive barrier. Sizzle boom. The instant the tip made contact with the barrier, the fiery venom energy detonated. The dark golden shield rippled with crimson waves, as violent flames mixed with corrosive venomous mist spread wildly. Crack! Thanos' defensive barrier was marred with spiderweb-like fractures. The dark red venom energy surged through the crevices, emitting an alarming sizzling sound. Yet, despite such a terrifying onslaught, the barrier, aside from the fissures, remained unbroken. This shell is indeed resilient. The tiger bee's pupils dilated, a flicker of disbelief flashing in its depths. Gu Changqing stood silently to the side, silently observing the astonishing defensive prowess exhibited by Thanos. Feeling a profound shock within. Such a defense, even a master of the Yuan Dan realm would likely find insurmountable. Another strike would surely break through. The tail of the wasp tightened suddenly, launching the explosive venom needle once more. Boom. As the venomous needle struck the defensive barrier with great force, the tempestuous energy erupted explosively. Countless cracks formed, teetering on the brink of collapse. Buzz. Just then, a surge of energy emanated from the horns atop Thanos' head, and the cracks began to heal in an inexplicably rapid manner. Subsequently, this energy flowed into the barrier, creating a visible circular shockwave that resonated violently from within the barrier. What? Bang! The sudden shockwave caught the wasp off guard, hurling it violently away with tremendous force. It crashed through several bamboo stalks before finally stabilizing its form in a disheveled state. You have lost. Thanos cast a cold glance, declaring with pride. Cheating. Master. It is cheating. The wasp's composure shattered completely, filled with rage. It was clearly stated that only defense would be employed, yet it suddenly attacked. Thanos replied nonchalantly. My ability is inherently a fusion of offense and defense, capable of intermingling. Gu Changqing paid no heed to the wasp, gazing thoughtfully at Thanos and inquired, Can the shockwave be unleashed while in a defensive state? Indeed, Master. Thanos nodded respectfully. The defensive barrier, when subjected to intense attacks, can not only repair damage through shockwaves but also convert the excess energy into counterattack power. Upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration ignited in Gu Changqing's mind. The technique he practiced, the Xianjian Liaoying Slash, utilized shockwaves to induce the splitting of sword shadows, amplifying the force of the attack. If this shockwave power could be transformed into a defensive shield, would it not embody both offense and defense? This unexpected revelation instantly illuminated Gu Changqing's thoughts. Master. Someone is rapidly approaching from this direction. At that moment, the voice of the shadow spider echoed. The opponent's movement is exceedingly swift. They must be a martial arts expert. Gu Changqing's heart tightened, and he immediately summoned the shadow spider, the wasp, and Thanos into the system space. Almost simultaneously, a powerful sound of tearing air resonated from outside the bamboo grove. Swish. Bamboo leaves fluttered to the ground as a shadow, like a specter, swept into the bamboo forest and promptly appeared before Gu Changqing. Chapter 86. The lure of the fragment as the shadow came to a halt, Gu Chang's gaze sharpened, and he discerned the figure before him in the moonlight. It was an elderly man clad in a purple robe, his gray-white hair casually tied with a black wooden hairpin, and his visage was as sharp as if chiseled by a knife. However, what drew the most attention was the emblem embroidered on his robe's chest, the insignia of the Seven Xian martial house. Strangely, there had been a powerful surge of energy in this vicinity moments ago, yet it had suddenly dissipated. The purple-robed elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes scanning the surroundings with electric intensity, ultimately locking onto Gu Chaqing. Could it be that this young man had caused the disturbance? A flicker of doubt crossed the elder's eyes, and suddenly, his sleeves stirred as if moved by an unseen wind, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged toward Gu Chaqing like a tidal wave. As Gu Chaqing processed this, he felt an immediate tightening around him, as if countless invisible tendrils were probing his body, even attempting to penetrate within, just as the intangible tendrils of energy were about to invade his meridians. Gu Changqing's internal vital energy surged forth, creating a dense ripple of vibrations that erupted outward. Boom! Amidst the trembling of the elemental force, the air around Gu Changqing distorted bizarrely. The invisible tendrils collided against layers of shimmering sword screens, each time they attempted to penetrate. They were forcefully repelled by the high-frequency vibrations of his elemental energy. The purple-robed elder was slightly taken aback, surveying Gu Chaqing with incredulity. From his earlier probing, he had clearly sensed that this young man had not employed any defensive techniques. Rather, it appeared he had ingeniously reversed some form of offensive martial arts vibrational characteristics. Those seemingly erratic elemental energy waves were, in fact, harmonizing with an arcane rhythm, forming a defensive net of both offense and defense around him. This oscillatory power bore a striking resemblance to the third-tier sword technique of his own school, the Xian sword shadow splitter. As the purple-robed elder pondered, he quickly discerned the intricacies at play. Young friend, you possess remarkable skills. The elder stroked his beard with a smile. I am Sun Tong, the transmission elder of the Seven Xian martial house. Gu Changqing did not respond, his gaze fixated on Sun Tong with vigilance. Master, this old man is not simple. The voice of the shadow spider echoed in his mind. His strength is comparable to that mysterious figure in the black robe we encountered in our mountains. Gu Chaqing nodded inwardly. Should a confrontation arise, even with the assistance of 5 insectoid creatures, the outcome would be uncertain. I am quite curious. Is your vibrational defense derived from the Xian sword shadow splitter? Sun Tong regarded Gu Changqing with profound significance. This sword technique is a transmission skill of the registered disciples of the Seven Xian martial house. I wonder where you acquired it. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's heart sank. He had anticipated the elder's keen observation. He had seen through his altered martial technique with ease, truly deserving of his title as the transmission elder of the Seven Xian martial house. After a brief moment of contemplation, to avoid arousing Sun Tong's suspicions, Gu Chaqing produced the jade slip that identified him as a registered disciple of the Seven Xian martial house. Disciple pays respects to Elder Sunday. Gu Changqing clasped his fists in a gesture of martial courtesy, addressing Sun Tong with neither subservience nor arrogance. At this moment, he could only disguise himself as a named disciple. Otherwise, he feared that too much talk would lead to mistakes. It was thus. Sun Tong's eyes flickered, and he nodded with a knowing smile. This made sense, after all. A mere named disciple, yet capable of applying the characteristics of martial arts in a versatile manner, was indeed a remarkably perceptive individual. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Sun Tong's eyes as he noted, though your defensive technique was not fully formed, it already exhibited the rudiments of a unique approach. Should you refine it further, it may very well lead to the creation of an entirely new defensive martial art. Gu Chaqing felt a slight easing of tension, yet remained vigilant, smiling as he replied, Disciple understands. However, Sun Tong shifted his tone, imbued with a deeper significance. Did you just engage in combat here? As he spoke, his gaze swept towards the bamboo that had been broken by the tiger wasp, clearly bearing the marks of a fight. Gu Chaqing maintained his composure and replied calmly, I was merely practicing alone, attempting new techniques, and did not engage in any conflict. Sun Tong narrowed his eyes, but did not press further. He then deftly flipped his wrist and retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, unexpectedly handing it over. Gu Changqing was taken aback and immediately reached out to grasp it. A technique jade slip? He discreetly directed his mental energy into the slip, and instantly, his mind was flooded with an intricate array of golden characters. Each symbol vibrated at a high frequency, constantly reshaping and reordering like living entities. This was a dynamic technique manual? Gu Changqing's heart raced as he gazed in astonishment at the jade slip in his hand. Common technique, jade slips below the 6th rank typically contained fixed text and illustrations. Yet, the characters within this slip evolved according to one's comprehension. As his consciousness endeavored to grasp a particular character, it suddenly transformed into countless golden threads, weaving a three-dimensional array in the void. This was the introductory chapter of the ninefold resonance technique, belonging to the 7th rank techniques. Sun Tong chuckled softly. Your use of primal energy to deflect my probing method bears a striking resemblance to the principle of resonance force dissipation contained within. I perceive your exceptional insight. Although this technique is merely a fragment, it should still prove beneficial to you. A 7th rank technique manual? Gu Changqing's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was currently at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and the core issue he faced was the absence of techniques above the 6th rank. Though it was just a fragment, if he could comprehend its essence, it would undoubtedly allow him to break through into the realm of half-step Taoist. If he wished to obtain a complete 7th rank technique, Sun Tong gazed deeply at Gu Changqing, speaking with a hint of intrigue. As a mere named disciple, you are not yet qualified to acquire it. Should you pass the martial arts assessment at the martial house in 3 days, you may return to me to receive the complete technique. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing felt a wave of surprise. He could clearly perceive the underlying intention. This was overtly an attempt to lure him into participating in the 7 Xian martial house assessment with the bait of a fragmentary technique. Gu Changqing raised his gaze, fixating on Sun Tong, who was smiling brightly at him. Could this old man have possibly caught a glimpse of something unusual? Chapter 87. Business Interception. Gu Changqing gazed thoughtfully at the fragmented jade slip in his hand. The complete 7th rank cultivation technique was indeed a tremendous temptation for him to break through his current cultivation bottleneck. However, as the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, he inherently possessed a sense of pride. The idea of entering the Qishuan martial house to serve as a disciple for the sake of a single technique, bowing and scraping to others, was simply unappealing to him. Nevertheless, when a benefit was at hand, he saw no reason to refuse. Such a gift would undoubtedly be repaid in due time. A hint of an enigmatic smile graced Gu Changqing's lips as he casually stored the jade slip in his spatial ring. Farewell. Before his words faded, he flickered, employing the shadow step, and swiftly departed towards the bamboo forest's edge. He's leaving just like that? Sun Tong's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the fleeting dark figure weaving through the bamboo. He stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom Gu Changqing's abrupt and decisive exit. Typically, those registered disciples would approach him, their transmission elder, with trepidation, eager to curry favor. In stark contrast, Gu Changqing's demeanor was astonishingly unfathomable. Alas! Sun Tong shook his head with a smile, muttering to himself, this young man possesses extraordinary insight. If he could become an official disciple of the Qishuan martial house, he would be a talent worth nurturing. I hope that fragmentary technique does not betray my goodwill. Little did he know, this seemingly generous gesture towards the disciple would later save his own life. Upon leaving the bamboo grove, Gu Changqing summoned the shadow spider and executed the art of shadow traversal, vanishing into the vast night. Master, that old man seems to hold you in high regard. The tiger bee chuckled mischievously. Why not seize this opportunity to blend into the Qishuan martial house? Moreover, should you be present on the day of the assessment, our assassination operations would undoubtedly be facilitated. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's expression grew solemn as he weighed the pros and cons. He was well aware of what the tiger bee meant by facilitated, the absolute secrecy of the system's space. Regardless of the assassination's success or failure, a mere thought could retract them into the system space, leaving no trace behind. After all, the Qishuan martial house was teeming with experts. Even if the shadow spiders succeeded in their mission, discovery would likely lead to dire consequences. By being present on site, he could maintain control over the situation, ensuring a truly inconspicuous operation. It seemed that attending the assessment day in person was imperative. Gu Changqing's thoughts began to crystallize, and decisions were made. The 5 insectoid creatures were all crafted by his own hands and possessed independent consciousness, akin to companions. While earning money was undeniably important, he could not bear to let them face danger. Master is formidable. The tiger bee cheered, then slyly added, if only I could have the chance to thrash Thanos. That would be even more perfect. Gu Changqing laughed and scolded. Keep talking like that, and I'll have them all deal with you. Agreed. The shadow spider, Mantis, and Thanos echoed in unison. All right, I shall remain silent. Faced with such an overwhelming presence, the hornet instantly shrank back, hastily silencing itself. Master, an assassin has set their sights on our prey. At that moment, far within the Imperial City, the ghost moth, tasked with monitoring Ma Xiao, suddenly conveyed a message. An assassin? Gu Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to encroach upon his business. With a flicker of thought, he activated his shared perception with the ghost moth, and the scenery before him abruptly transformed. The surrounding environment revealed itself to be a shadowy alley within the district. Ma Xiao was traversing it alone, suspiciously making his way deeper into the shadows. The ghost moth, in its fly form, circled lazily above. Through its vision, Gu Changqing discerned a dark figure lurking not far behind, trailing like a specter, a dagger glinting ominously in hand. Clad entirely in black, the person exuded a concealed aura. Unmistakably a well-trained professional assassin. Had it not been for the ghost moth's keen senses, the presence would have gone unnoticed. At the witching hour, where could Ma Xiao be sneaking off to in such a furtive manner? Gu Changqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that he was up to his sordid deeds once again? The thought of the earlier incident involving the abduction of a young girl sent a chill through his eyes. Master, should we intercept? The ghost moth's icy gaze had already locked onto the black-clad assassin, transmitting its query sharply. After a brief contemplation, Gu Changqing replied coldly, no need, continue monitoring. Although his business was being usurped, he bore no obligation to rescue anyone. However, to provide an explanation to his employer, it was prudent to issue a prior warning. Otherwise, being questioned afterwards would result in an unjust loss. With this thought, Gu Changqing retrieved a communication jade talisman. As the light shimmered, a low voice soon emanated from the other end. What is it? Aside from our Tianji pavilion, have you employed any other assassin organizations? Gu Changqing inquired directly. No. What do you mean by that? Ma Tianxiong's voice noticeably altered, his tone suddenly tinged with tension. My informant has just relayed intelligence that Ma Xiao is being covertly followed by an assassin in a dark alley in the northern district of the city. Gu Changqing stated calmly, prior to executing an assassination mission, Tianji Pavilion is under no obligation to protect the prey. You shall handle it as you see fit. With that, he severed the connection to the communication talisman, saying no more. What? In the dim chamber, Ma Tianxiong clenched the talisman tightly, his eyes brimming with incredulity. He had clearly not anticipated that, besides himself, there were others who had employed assassins to eliminate Ma Xiao, although he was unaware of whom Ma Xiao had offended. At this critical juncture, if Ma Xiao were to be killed, all previous arrangements would surely fall apart. Except for me. No one is permitted to harm him. Ma Tianxiong's gaze sharpened, his tone dripping with ruthlessness. He then strode purposefully out of the chamber, gathering the many masters of the Ma family, and headed fiercely towards the northern district of the city. Chapter 88. All can endure at the top hall of Drunken Cloud Tower, in the shadows of the corner. Gu Changqing, utilizing the shrouded skills of the shadow spider, suddenly emerged with a swift flicker. His consciousness remained intertwined with the vision of the ghost moth, perpetually attentive to the movements of Ma Xiao. It must be said that Ma Xiao's vigilance was indeed worrisome. The assassin had trailed him for quite some time. Yet he remained utterly oblivious. Gu Changqing, however, held no concern for Ma Xiao's fate, nor did he harbor any intention of intervening. After all, he had already received half of the reward for the task, and any unforeseen events that transpired would not constitute a breach of contract on his part. In this vigilant observation, the assassin exhibited remarkable patience, silently continuing the pursuit, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Soon after, Ma Xiao stealthily turned into a narrow alley, pushing open a decrepit wooden door and slipping into a lowly flat-roofed house. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast shadows. In a corner, a little girl bound with hemp ropes trembled in fear, her mouth gagged with cloth, allowing only faint whimpers to escape. The ghost moth quietly settled on the window, taking in the entirety of the scene within. It was her again. Gu Changqing's pupils constricted as he recognized the little girl's visage. To his astonishment, in just a few fleeting days, she had once more fallen into the clutches of the perverse Ma Xiao, brought here clandestinely. Instantly, a frigid wave of murderous intent surged from the depths of Gu Changqing's heart, engulfing his entire being. Dear little one, I apologize for the wait, Ma Xiao said, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with a morbid excitement. Though I am unaware of how you escaped last time, it matters not. A toy I have my sights on cannot flee from me. The little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, wore a countenance of terror and despair. Do not fear. Dear sister, I shall ensure your comfort, Ma Xiao declared, drawing forth a whip that sliced through the air with a chilling cackle. Suddenly, a gleam of cold light burst through the window, aiming directly at Ma Xiao's head. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Ma Xiao finally sensed the danger. In a moment of shock, he instinctively swung the whip to defend himself. The sound of a crisp snap resonated as the whip was severed by the icy flash, driving deep into the back of his hand. Ah! Ma Xiao shrieked, staggering backward as blood gushed from his wound. In the next instant, the assassin gracefully leaped through the window, landing firmly within the room. His face was obscured by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes that glinted with predatory sharpness, fixed coldly on Ma Xiao. Rumors had circulated about the heir of the Ma family and his proclivity for pedophilia, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed the truth. The assassin cast a brief glance at the little girl before turning his steely gaze back to Ma Xiao, his voice laced with chilling malice. Who sent you? Ma Xiao's face turned ashen as he trembled, clutching his wound. My father is Ma Tianxiong. If you dare to harm me, you shall pay dearly. The assassin coldly replied, to kill you would soil my hands. Yet, what you have done today has paved your path to death. Before his words had fully left his lips, he approached like a specter, dagger in hand, infused with a fierce energy, lunging forward with deadly intent. Ma Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, his inner essence surging wildly as he attempted to summon his protective aura. Yet, the assassin's dagger struck with the swiftness of a viper's strike, its cold gleam flashing as it tore through his protective energy and threatened his throat. With a sudden twist, Ma Xiao narrowly evaded the fatal blow, but the dagger still left a gruesome gash across his neck. With such meager skills, you dare to commit evil? Sneered the cloaked assassin contemptuously. Who sent you? Ma Xiao, pallid and trembling, replied in fear. Whatever they paid you, I will double it. Money is as worthless to me as dirt, the black-clad assassin retorted. His gaze fixed on Ma Xiao, malice intensifying in his eyes. He closed distance once more, the dagger shadowing his every movement, each strike aimed to kill. Ma Xiao, in a desperate scramble, evaded with great trepidation. Though he stood at the pinnacle of his innate realm, the disparity before him, facing a half-step into the Dao realm assassin, was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. After a fierce exchange, Ma Xiao's wounds multiplied, blood-staining his garments. Gu Chaqing, observing through the perspective of the phantom moth, regarded the unfolding scene with astonishment. From their prior exchange, it was evident that this man was not a mere assassin. If that were the case, he was likely an overly inquisitive wanderer of the martial world. Gu Chaqing raised an eyebrow, considering this possibility more plausible. After all, true assassins typically remain silent and stealthy, seeking to conceal their identities, unlike this loquacious black-clad figure. Bang! Just as Gu Chaqing pondered, the black-clad man delivered a crushing blow to Ma Xiao's chest. Ah! Ma Xiao screamed, spitting blood as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall, which cracked upon impact. I was wrong. Please spare me. Ma Xiao pleaded, struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with terror, his voice trembling with desperation. Such a scoundrel, lower than a beast, is hardly worth sparing, the black-clad man scoffed, his dagger glinting ominously. In that critical moment, Ma Xiao seized the dagger from the ground and hurled it fiercely. As the black-clad man sidestepped to evade, Ma Xiao seized the opportunity to burst through the door. Escaping in disarray, the assassin's gaze sharpened, poised to pursue, when he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps from outside. He halted at the threshold. From the shadows, the phantom moth also turned towards the sound. Leading the charge was Ma Tianxiong, flanked by numerous skilled members of the Ma family, who arrived just in time to witness the bloodied Ma Xiao fleeing from the building. Father, save me, Ma Xiao cried, clutching at the lifeline of his father as he stumbled forward. Ma Tianxiong's countenance was as dark as stormy waters, ignoring his son's plight entirely. His fierce gaze locked onto the black-clad man. You dare to harm my family? You seek death, he bellowed. Seize him. With that command, 10 or more adept members of the Ma family surged forward. The figure clad in black swiftly retreated into the confines of the house, simultaneously producing a black sphere which he hurled to the ground. A resounding bang reverberated through the air, and an inky mist began to swirl ominously. When the smoke finally dissipated, both he and the young girl had vanished without a trace. My lord, The assassin has escaped, reported a skilled member of the Ma family. Shall we pursue? No need for that. Ma Tianxiong's expression fluctuated between dark and stormy as he coldly commanded, "What transpired tonight must not be divulged to anyone." Understood. The 10 or so experts from the Ma family nodded in reverence. Are you unscathed? Ma Tianxiong's gaze shifted to Ma Xiao, revealing a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the sordid deeds his son had committed. Should the investigation continue, it would inevitably attract undue attention from various forces, leading to ridicule for the Earl's residence. And no, I'm fine. Thankfully, father arrived in time, Ma Xiao stammered, shaken, having only sustained minor injuries. His eyes darted away, unable to meet Ma Tianxiong's penetrating gaze. Then all is well. Let us return immediately for your recuperation. Ma Tianxiong inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous anger within. As long as it did not jeopardize the plan, he could endure. The younger generation of the Ma family was plentiful. Losing a mere heir was inconsequential, for they could always be cultivated anew. However, he could not afford even the slightest misstep in a scheme he had meticulously orchestrated over the years. The head of the Tiangong Pavilion was indeed all-seeing. Having learned so swiftly of Shao's assassination attempt, Ma Tianxiong silently rejoiced at having secured the information promptly. Otherwise, given the strength of that black-clad assassin, Shao would undoubtedly have perished this night. If that were to happen, would that esteemed leader not already be aware of my existence? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden chill gripped Ma Tianxiong's heart, and he cast a sharp gaze around him. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny fly was currently hovering in the night sky, fixated intently upon him. Interesting, it seems he has begun to sense something, Gu Chaqing mused with a cold smirk, observing Ma Tianxiong's reaction through the eyes of the ghost moth. Even a tiger's venom does not extend to its own offspring. Yet Ma Tianxiong schemes against his own flesh and blood. Such ruthless indifference indicates a formidable adversary, while the full extent of his machinations remains unclear. The upcoming assessment at the 7 Xian Martial House in 3 days will undoubtedly reveal all. As for me, I shall simply focus on the task of eliminating targets for payment. Gu Changqing's gaze darkened slightly as he summoned back the ghost moth. Following this night, Ma Xiao would surely be placed under close watch within the Ma residence, rendering further surveillance unnecessary. Boss, we are in grave danger. Just as Gu Changqing was regaining his composure, a panicked voice from outside called out urgently, "The fourth master, who has booked the entire venue of our Drunken Cloud Pavilion tonight, wishes to meet you." Chapter 89. The fourth prince, Chuyin, why does he wish to see me? Gu Chaqing regarded the entering Meng Jing with a hint of perplexity. The man stated that the Drunken Cloud Tower was originally the private estate of his sixth brother, and now that it has a new owner, he must see it for himself. As Meng Jing spoke, he suddenly realized something, his pupils contracting in shock. Chu Linyuan is the sixth prince, which means this fourth master is none other than the fourth prince? At this thought, Meng Jing's throat tightened. He had not expected that the one who had reserved the entire Drunken Cloud Tower for the evening would be such a figure. Gu Chaqing maintained a calm demeanor, having already anticipated this. "Boss, will you meet him, or not?" Meng Jing inquired cautiously, lowering his voice. "No need to panic." Gu Changqing pondered briefly before replying nonchalantly, "He is merely a prince, not the emperor." After saying this, he strode down the stairs with an air of composure, heading towards the main hall. As he walked, Gu Changqing donned a mask adorned with dark patterns, concealing his entire visage. Meng Jing steadied himself and hurried to catch up. The main hall on the first floor was brightly lit. Within the expansive room, alongside more than a dozen disguised assassins posing as waitstaff, stood several robust men in casual attire. These individuals exuded a restrained yet palpable aura of strength, clearly skilled fighters from the court. They appeared to stand casually scattered, yet they formed a tight protective circle around the central dining table. At that moment, 2 individuals were seated beside the table. One of them was Lu Ruyun. The other was a handsome man clad in a dark brocade robe. His striking features were overshadowed by a profound gaze, and though he bore some resemblance to Chu Linyuan, his demeanor was far more austere. This man was none other than the youngest prince of the current dynasty, the fourth prince, Chu Yin. "Miss Lu, the hot pot here at Drunken Cloud Tower is truly as delicious as the rumors suggest," Chu Yin remarked, his gaze fixed upon Lu Ruyun, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to dinner again next time?" His expression revealed his affections without reservation. "Your Highness is jesting." "It would be my honor to accept your invitation," Lu Ruyun replied with a slight nod. "If there is a next time, allow me to host." Given the peculiarities of his status, her demeanor maintained a balance of courtesy and warmth, skillfully navigating the social nuances. That would be delightful. Chu Yin responded with a carefree smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, the smile on his face, combined with his cold demeanor, imbued a sense of unease. As Lu Ruyun delicately picked up a slice of meat and savored it slowly, she remained silent. She was well aware of the underlying motives behind the fourth prince's cordial overtures. What appeared as courtship was, in truth, a strategic maneuver. He sought to leverage the Lu family's substantial wealth to bolster his position in the royal succession struggle. Fourth master, he has arrived. A burly guard announced in a low voice. Chu Yan's hand, which held the chopsticks, paused momentarily as he lifted his gaze, only to see Gu Chaqing approaching with measured steps, his face obscured by the dark patterned mask. Lu Ruyun's eyes glimmered as she discreetly appraised Gu Chaqing from head to toe. With a slight pursing of her crimson lips, she had already formed a conviction in her heart. Halt! Just as Gu Chaqing descended the staircase, he was intercepted by a guard who sternly commanded, "To see our fourth master, you must remove your mask." Oh! Gu Chaqing cast a nonchalant glance at the guard and replied coolly, "If that is the case, then I shall not meet him." With that, he turned dismissively to leave. Such an unexpected reaction left the guard momentarily dumbfounded. Rendered speechless, Lu Ruyun, witnessing this, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, clearly amused. She had not anticipated that Gu Chaqing would prove to be so entertaining. Effortlessly putting the guard in an awkward position with just a few words. "Wait." Chu Yin set down his silver chopsticks, producing a crisp sound against the porcelain plate. "You are the new owner of Drunken Cloud Tower? It seems you carry quite the air, unwilling even to reveal your true face." His tone was steady, yet it instantly thickened the atmosphere in the room. Lu Ruyun's smile faded as she discerned the dissatisfaction in Chu Yan's voice. To her mind, it would indeed be unwise for Gu Chaqing to offend the fourth prince, for Chu Yin was not only a noble prince but also the powerful king of Yin. Heir? Gu Chaqing paused momentarily, facing away from Chu Yin, and offered a faint smile. Is it not true that his fourth highness has also donned a mask in his presence? At this declaration, the hall erupted in astonishment. Meng Jing's expression tightened, staring incredulously at Gu Chaqing. Entirely unprepared for the proprietor's audacity in exposing the fourth prince's identity so casually. Such behavior was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. A cold glint flickered in Chu Yan's eyes as he scrutinized Gu Chaqing's back. "Presumptuous," barked the leading guard, "since you are aware of his fourth highness's identity. Kneel and pay your respects." The remaining disguised guards immediately shifted positions, encircling Gu Chaqing and cutting off all avenues of escape. The assassins from the Tianji pavilion, their expressions shifting, discreetly drew daggers from their sleeves. Gu Chaqing paid no mind to the guard's reprimand. As he turned, he executed a shadowy step, and when his figure twisted, the afterimage vanished, leaving him seated across from Chu Yin at the dining table. "Interesting," Chu Yin remarked, his gaze glinting with intrigue. "Indeed. You are a remarkable individual. It is no wonder my sixth brother would bestow this Drunken Cloud Tower upon you. However," he gestured for the guards to stand down, "I have not come today to pursue this matter." Gu Changqing's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. "What brings his fourth highness here?" Chu Yin raised his wine cup, swirling it gently as he spoke slowly. "I have heard that my sixth brother encountered an ambush on his journey back to the imperial capital, fortunately rescued by someone who also apprehended a spy. Is this matter related to you?" Gu Changqing's gaze flickered slightly. The implication was clear. Chu Yin sought to test the depth of his connection with Chu Linyuan. After all, there were numerous guards surrounding the sixth prince at that time, and there were bound to be leaks. Chu Yin sought to uncover the underlying reasons, which was not a formidable task. Gu Chaqing, with an air of calmness, met Chu Yan's piercing gaze. Responding in a nonchalant tone, "I happened to pass by at that moment. It was merely a trifling act. Ingratitude. His Highness the Sixth Prince bestowed upon me the deed to this establishment." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun could not help but express her surprise. She had not anticipated that Gu Changqing shared such a rapport with the Sixth Prince. It was no wonder that upon his arrival in the imperial capital, he could secure such a prime location. How enlightening. Chu Yin feigned a sudden understanding, casually setting down his wine cup. This aligned perfectly with the intelligence he had gathered. "One could not deny, you truly possess remarkable capabilities." Chu Yin regarded Gu Chaqing intently. With a profound tone, he remarked, "You have managed to elevate the Zuiyun Tower to this scale in just over 20 days. If given more time, the taverns of the entire capital may find themselves overshadowed by your establishment." Gu Chongqing responded with a serene smile, neither submissive nor arrogant. Your Highness, you flatter me. This establishment is merely a means of sustenance. Yet, in this imperial capital, not everyone can partake in every meal. Suddenly, Chu Yin shifted the conversation's direction. What if someone were to sever your means of livelihood? How would you respond? Lu Riyun's expression faltered, her gaze discreetly darting towards Gu Chongqing. She understood that this was a customary tactic of the fourth prince, a method of probing. However, the other party's depth of character rendered it exceedingly difficult to discern his true intentions. Chapter 90. Do not mistake kindness for weakness. To obstruct one's financial avenues is akin to taking a life. Gu Chongqing raised an eyebrow, the eyes beneath his mask narrowing slightly. Though he was uncertain of the implications behind Chu Yan's words, he responded without hesitation. I shall return the favor in kind. Well said. A flicker of approval crossed Chu Yan's eyes, as if he had awaited this very response. With a half-smile, he regarded Gu Chongqing, your establishment. The Drunken Cloud Pavilion has only been open for 2 days, yet it has already caused a significant decline in business for nearby restaurants and taverns. Particularly for the Gathering Fragrance Pavilion, had I not reserved the Drunken Cloud Pavilion for tonight, it would likely have found itself bereft of patrons. Gu Chongqing remained unperturbed, responding non-committally. Your Highness's words seem somewhat taken out of context. While competition exists in the marketplace, the Drunken Cloud Pavilion has never resorted to unscrupulous methods to attract customers. They simply choose to come. Chu Yin shook his head, a deeper meaning evident in his tone. The business arena is akin to a battlefield. Without formidable strength, one cannot hope to sustain success for long. The Drunken Cloud Pavilion is no exception. Without support, it will ultimately be but a fleeting moment. Gu Chongqing's gaze darkened slightly, his mind already discerning the other's intentions. This man had circled around, only to reveal he was eyeing the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. To put it bluntly, he sought to claim it as his own without any investment. I have always admired those of keen intellect. Chu Yan's smile faded. You are a wise individual. You should comprehend the necessity of making choices. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Riyun, seemingly intent on making a point, akin to a warning. Should you refuse to submit, the fate of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion will be a reflection of your Lu family's future. Lu Riyun's lovely eyes darkened. Had she known Chu Yin harbored such intentions, she would never have accepted the invitation to the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. Now, it seemed, Gu Chongqing had been unwittingly implicated. Regrettably, I am rather dull and lack the wisdom to make such choices. Gu Chongqing rose calmly, his gaze steady as it met Chu Yan's. Did he truly believe that by leveraging his status as a prince, he could seize the fruits of Gu Chongqing's labor with mere words? This was not support, but rather an attempt to sever a livelihood. Alternatively, Gu Chongqing's peripheral vision caught Lu Riyun's somewhat unnatural expression, and he began to speculate. Was it possible that this performance by Chu Yin was meant to establish dominance before Lu Riyun, while simultaneously sending a message to the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan? A clever two birds with one stone maneuver, yet he found himself becoming collateral damage. However, Gu Chongqing had never been a soft target for others to manipulate. Dull, you say? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint emerging within them, clearly hearing the refusal embedded in Gu Chongqing's words. Young man, those who know how to adapt are the true elites. The lead guard cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chongqing, sneering. To have the fourth prince as your backing for the Drunken Cloud Pavilion is a blessing you must have earned over 8 lifetimes. Do not mistake kindness for weakness. You may end up with a self-inflicted wound. Meng Jing frowned at these words. At this moment, even with a sluggish mind, he could discern the situation before him. However, as the boss had yet to speak, he refrained from rashly voicing his thoughts, merely casting a subtle glance towards the shop assistants within. The assistants, their expressions turning cold, silently nodded in understanding. As assassins, they held no regard for those so-called dignitaries. Upon the master's command, they would not hesitate to carry out an assassination. Even against the emperor himself. The fourth brother truly possessed an exquisite taste, having reserved the entire Zuayan building for a hot pot feast. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Everyone turned their attention towards the sound. A young man in white, wielding a folding fan, strode into the hall. He bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yan, yet exuded an additional charm and elegance. Without a doubt, this was the sixth prince, Chu Linyuan. Gu Chongqing's gaze flickered. This fellow had arrived at just the right moment. Weren't you supposed to be punished by the emperor to transcribe the classic of filial piety 500 times? Chu Yin glanced up, his expression indifferent. What? Does the sixth brother dare to defy the emperor's decree? Chu Linyuan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. The emperor did not specify a deadline. What is there to rush? He approached with a smile, his gaze lingering on Gu Chongqing's mask for a brief moment before shifting to Lu Riyun. Miss Lu is here as well? How fortuitous. Lu Riyun rose to bow, acknowledging the sixth prince. Chu Linyuan casually pulled up a chair and grinned at Chu Yan. I came uninvited. You wouldn't mind, would you? Not at all, Chu Yan replied coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I just didn't expect you to take such an interest in this establishment. After all, it is my property, Chu Linyuan remarked, pouring himself a drink with an air of casualness, as though discussing the weather. Although it had now been transferred to Boss Gu, he felt it necessary to show some concern. This statement immediately darkened Chu Yan's expression. He had initially believed that Zueyan building was merely a casual token of gratitude from Chu Linyuan. However, it now publicly signified his stance. Gu Chaqing quietly chuckled to himself, realizing that with Chu Linyuan present, both parties stood on equal footing, allowing him to remain an observer. No wonder Boss Gu appeared so confident. Chu Yan quickly regained his composure, turning his gaze towards Gu Chaqing, stating coolly, So, it appears you have already secured a backing. Gu Chaqing remained silent, disinterested in engaging in conversation. Remaining silent at this moment was indeed the wisest course of action, allowing them to spar verbally amongst themselves. Boss Gu was solely intent on conducting business, wishing to avoid any entanglement in conflicts, and hoped the fourth brother would understand. Chu Linyuan set down his cup, clearly laying his cards on the table. In that case, I need not say more. Chu Yan rose, his cold gaze sweeping over Meng Jing and the shop assistants, before settling on Gu Chaqing. For some reason, he had felt that the eyes of these individuals had revealed an underlying intent to kill, particularly Gu Chaqing, who had never shown his true face, rendering him the most inscrutable of all. After all, the mere fact that he was unafraid of imperial oppression was enough to provoke deep contemplation. Apart from the formidable support of Chu Linyuan, it seems there lurks an inscrutable and potent trump card behind the scenes. Could it be the seven mysterious martial manner? A flicker of apprehension crossed Chu Yan's eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned to depart. His ability to stand toe-to-toe with the crown prince in the court hinges entirely upon the intricate web of power he has painstakingly constructed over the years. However, this foundation rests upon the neutrality of the seven mysterious martial manner, which has steadfastly refrained from meddling in the struggles for imperial power. Should certain circumstances arise that compel the seven mysterious martial manner to intervene in court affairs, the hard-won faction he has established to vie for the throne would likely crumble in an instant. With this thought, Chu Yan instinctively quickened his pace, striving to mask the turmoil within his heart. Chapter 91. The Unpredictability of Life. A bit of caution never hurts, Brother Gu. Your mask possesses quite the character. Within the grand hall, Chu Linyuan cast a glance at Gu Chaqing, unable to refrain from teasing him. Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes also fell upon Gu Chaqing's mask, noting the air of mystery that clearly indicated a reluctance to reveal his true visage before others. As she contemplatively surveyed her surroundings, she observed the store attendants with their stern expressions and restrained demeanor, appearing far from ordinary. Let us ascend and converse further. Gu Chaqing's succinct remark was accompanied by a sweeping gaze towards the two, as he led the way towards the staircase. With the establishment of the Tianjudge, aside from his trusted confidants Fang Baiyu, Meng Jing, and Zhao Rong, he harbored a degree of wariness towards the other members. After all, within this organization, one could not rule out the presence of spies from rival factions or assassins seeking to profit from the chaos. The unpredictability of life necessitated a measure of caution. In the elegant chamber on the top floor, Gu Chongqing casually removed his mask. Make yourselves comfortable, he said as he settled into the main seat, languidly crossing his legs. Lu Riyun's eyes flickered with surprise at his nonchalance. Especially considering that the sixth prince was present, Gu Chongqing seemed to disregard even the slightest decorum. While Chu Linyuan held no real power in court, the hierarchy still demanded respect. Your Highness, please take a seat first. Lu Riyun inclined her body slightly as she spoke softly. Haha, there is no need for formality, Miss Lu. Chu Linyuan chuckled heartily, unabashed as he took his seat. You see, Brother Gu, I truly admire his easygoing nature. Among friends, such trifles of etiquette are unnecessary. Friends? Lu Riyun momentarily paused, then gracefully took her seat. Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize for tonight's events. Had I known the fourth prince would target you, I would not have attended the meeting at the Ziyun Tower. Not at all. Gu Chongqing replied with an unperturbed expression. Even had you not come, he would have sought me out to test the waters. He then turned his gaze towards Chu Linyuan. Considering that this establishment had been generously gifted by the sixth prince. Indeed, Brother Gu is truly perceptive. Chu Linyuan, apparently foreseeing such an outcome, sighed lightly. My fourth brother has always been suspicious by nature. He has never relaxed his vigilance, even towards me, his own sibling. As he spoke, he subtly shook his head, seemingly resigned to the current power struggles within the court. Gu Changqing chose not to delve further into this topic. Although Lu Ruyun was a woman, she possessed the acumen of a seasoned merchant and fully grasped the implications at play. The Lu family indeed boasted substantial financial resources but had always aligned themselves with the legitimate heir, the true crown prince. As long as the prince remained, regardless of the talents exhibited by other princes, the Lu family would remain steadfast. Moreover, with Lu Shuang'er, the prodigy designated by the Qishuan martial house, as long as she did not commit any grave missteps, no faction within the court would dare to provoke the Lu family. Brother Gu has managed to turn this troubled establishment into a thriving business in just half a month. Truly impressive skills. Noticing the sudden silence between Gu Changqing and Lu Ruyun, Chu Linyuan intuitively shifted the topic. Just some minor tricks, really. Gu Changqing smiled calmly and deftly shifted the conversation, since His Highness the Sixth Prince and Miss Lu have graced us with their presence. Why not sample our newly developed 9-Palace hot pot? Upon hearing this, Chu Linyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. That sounds perfect. Lu Ruyun chuckled softly. Having previously dined with Chu Yin while being preoccupied, hardly touching her food. In contrast, she felt particularly at ease in the company of Gu Changqing and the others, igniting a newfound enthusiasm for savoring the culinary delights. Soon after, Meng Jing entered with several attendants, carrying a gilded copper pot. The bubbling broth, a mesmerizing blend of red and white, filled the air with the enticing aromas of Sichuan pepper and beef fat. So fragrant, Chu Linyuan exclaimed, inhaling deeply and unable to contain his admiration. The mere scent of this 9-Palace hot pot is enough to whet one's appetite. He eagerly picked up a slice of beef, briefly immersing it in the boiling red broth, watching as it curled and changed color, dipping it in a special sauce before tasting the spicy, numbing flavors erupted on his palate. This exquisite taste is simply unparalleled, Chu Linyuan said, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Such flavor would make even the imperial kitchen pale in comparison. Lu Ruyun, too, was enticed by the aroma, elegantly selecting a slice of tender white fish to dip in the clear broth. The fish melted in her mouth, delightfully sweet, leaving her in awe. This clear broth is surprisingly delicious. Mr. Gu truly possesses a clever mind. Chu Linyuan was too engrossed in his meal to speak, his chopsticks dancing between the compartments of the hot pot, immersing tripe one moment, then blanching duck blood the next, relishing every bite. Such delightful flavors. He resolved to bring his father to experience at a later date. As he savored his meal, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps if his father were pleased, he might be spared the punishment of reciting the classic of filial piety 500 times. Meanwhile, outside the Juxianggu, the lights were ablaze. Steward Wang stood at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, squinting as he surveyed the bustling diners within, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. He glanced towards the Zueyun Tower across the street, observing its stark emptiness in contrast to the lively atmosphere of his own establishment. Once the novelty wore off, it was evident that the long-standing reputation of Juxianggu was more reliable. Steward Wang smirked, pride evident on his plump face. However, just then, a few diners exited Juxianggu, lamenting as they walked. What bad luck. Tonight, the Zueyun Tower has been entirely booked by a prominent figure, and they won't even let anyone in. Indeed, they had come specifically to try the 9-Palace hot pot, only to be left disappointed and forced to settle for Juxianggu instead. Upon hearing this, the smile on Steward Wang's face faltered. It dawned on him that the Zueyun Tower was not deserted, but rather reserved for esteemed guests. In an instant, his heart churned with turmoil, feeling as though Juxianggu had become a mere roadside stall, reduced to a second choice. Frowning deeply, he instructed a nearby waiter, "Go find out who exactly has booked the Zueyun Tower tonight." Manager Wang stood before the entrance of the establishment, his expression fluctuating between dark and light, fixated on the distant Zueyun Tower. To his astonishment, within merely 2 days of its opening, it had managed to attract such affluent patrons to reserve the entire venue. If Zueyun Tower were to open several branches in the imperial capital, how could the Gathering Fragrance Pavilion maintain its foothold? This simply could not be permitted. A scheme must be devised. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Manager Wang's eyes as he muttered to himself, it would be best to find someone to poison the hot pot at Zuiyin Tower, tarnishing their reputation. At that point, I shall see who would still dare to patronize Zuiyin Tower. Upon contemplating this, he let out a sinister chuckle. Increasingly convinced that this plan would yield the most effective results, Manager Wang gathered the information thoroughly. Before long, the waiter rushed back, breathless and with an anxious demeanor. Whispering, the individual who reserved the entire venue tonight appears to be His Royal Highness, the 4th Prince. Furthermore, the 6th Prince and Lu Ruyun of the Lu Merchants Guild are also present at Zuiyin Tower. What? Manager Wang's countenance changed drastically, leaving him frozen in place as if struck by lightning. The 4th Prince personally reserved Zuiyin Tower, and Lu Ruyun of the Lu Merchants Guild, though not on par with the 2 princes, is nonetheless a significant figure in the business world. Who, then, is the owner of Zuiyin Tower? Turning abruptly, Manager Wang gazed once more at Zuiyin Tower, his eyes now filled with trepidation. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, relieved that his earlier nefarious scheme had not yet been put into action. Otherwise, even if he had 9 heads, that would not suffice to escape punishment. Chapter 92. Mercilessly collecting money and taking lives. As the night deepened, Lu Riyun and Chu Linyuan finished their repast and departed in succession. Gu Chongqing approached the window, instinctively surveying the street below. To his astonishment, he noted the absence of the usual furtive spies that typically lingered in the shadows. Could it be that the 4th Prince had reserved the entire Zuiyin Tower for himself? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chongqing grasped the situation. Though Chu Yin had intended to target him tonight, his presence at Zuiyin Tower serendipitously alleviated many of Gu Chongqing's troubles. An unintentional twist of fate, indeed. With a subtle lift of his brow, Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze with a faint smile. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the inner wall of the hall. As the wall began to split open, Fang Baiyu emerged from the secret passage clad in black. "Boss, I have uncovered the matter you inquired about," he reported briskly. Ma Tianxiong is indeed affiliated with the Crown Prince. On the surface, he holds the title of Commander of the City Guard, but in truth, he serves as a covert piece on the Crown Prince's chessboard, one of his most trusted confidants. Gu Chongqing regarded Fang Baiyu with a composed demeanor and inquired, "What factions align themselves with the 4th Prince, Chu Yin?" Fang Baiyu lowered his voice. The 4th Prince has operated under the title of King Yin for many years, and the influence he wields in the court is deeply entrenched and complex. However, his supporters are now capable of contesting the Crown Prince's authority. Should this situation continue to unfold, Fang Baiyu grinned nonchalantly, unless a formidable external force intervenes, it will not be an easy feat for the current Crown Prince to ascend the throne smoothly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing's expression grew solemn, and he comprehended the implications. In other words, the assassination of Ma Xiaojun on the day of the 7th Xianyun martial examination would leave a traceable path. Fang Baiyu pondered aloud. Ma Xiaojun is the heir of the Ma family and will inevitably assume control of the family's power. His position is of great significance. Logically speaking, I suspect that the employer behind this task is likely affiliated with the 4th Prince. What do you think, boss? He raised his gaze towards Gu Chongqing. Convinced that his deduction was sound, Gu Chongqing shook his head, were it not for my prior knowledge of the circumstances. I too would have directed my suspicions towards the 4th Prince. Fang Baiyu's expression shifted in surprise. Boss, do you mean to say? His voice lowered, eyes flickering with confusion. The true mastermind lies elsewhere? You may find it hard to believe, Gu Chongqing replied calmly. The one who commissioned us at the Tiangong Pavilion to assassinate Ma Xiaojun is none other than Ma Tianxiong himself. What? Fang Baiyu's pupils dilated in shock, his voice almost betraying him. Ma Tianxiong intends to kill his own flesh and blood? Gu Chongqing nodded silently. Fang Baiyu, regaining his composure from the initial shock, incredulously queried, has Ma Xiaojun been involved with his father's concubine? Or has he committed some unspeakable act? Gu Chongqing spoke with profound significance. As for Ma Xiao's identity, if he were to perish on the examination grounds of the 7 Xuanwu mansion, who do you think would be the prime suspect? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Baiyu replied, of course, it would be those aligned with the 4th Prince. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a tremor coursed through his heart, and he finally grasped the truth. The current power struggle within the court undoubtedly lay between the Crown Prince and the 4th Prince. The 4th Prince, being the King of Yin, had surrounded himself with various extraordinary talents, posing the greatest obstacle to the Crown Prince's future ascension to the throne. To break the deadlock, intervention from external forces was imperative. The 7 Xuanwu mansion, located near the imperial city, was clearly the optimal choice. Although the mansion never interfered in the struggles for imperial power, the death of Ma Xiao on their territory would undoubtedly be a disgrace for them. Thus, the Seven Xuanwu mansion would seize the opportunity to intimidate the various factions within the court. The Ma family was not only a staunch ally of the crown prince but also a victim in this incident, leaving the Seven Xuanwu mansion with no reason to act against them. Conversely, the fourth prince's faction would become the primary suspects, unable to escape the impending storm of retribution. Using one's own child as bait to draw the Seven Xuanwu mansion into the fray, what a cunning stratagem. Upon realizing the intricacies of the situation, Fang Baiyu could not help but take a sharp breath. He had never anticipated that Ma Tianxiong would play such a ruthless game, willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood to entice the Seven Xuanwu mansion into action. Boss, shall we continue with this illicit task? Fang Baiyu asked with a grave expression. Of course, Gu Chaqing replied with a slight arch of his brow. According to the rules of the Tianji Pavilion, once a task was accepted, it must be completed. The fourth prince, Chu Yan's targeting tonight had already put him on high alert. If this incident could weaken his influence, it would certainly spare Zuiyun Tower a considerable amount of trouble in the future. Fang Baiyu furrowed his brow, but given that Ma Tianxiong could turn against his own son, if they were to truly kill Ma Xiao, they would inevitably be seen as scapegoats. Gu Chaqing dismissed this concern lightly, saying, in our line of work, we are merely tools wielded by others. If you were to be assassinated, would you not pursue the mastermind behind the act rather than chase after the assassin? Fang Baiyu's eyes sparkled with understanding as he grinned. I see. What plans do you have for this operation? If necessary, I can select a few top-tier assassins from the Dark Blade organization. No need for that. Gu Chaqing pondered briefly before responding. On the day of the Seven Xuanwu Mansion's examination, I will personally make an appearance. You all need to safeguard Zuiyun Tower. Upon hearing this, Fang Baiyu's expression shifted abruptly. Yet he ultimately refrained from saying more. He knew better than anyone that Gu Chaqing commanded a mysterious organization of assassins, not to mention the previous covert assassinations. Even the stronghold of the intermediary Chen Kuei had been obliterated without a trace. Considering that Ma Xiao's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm, it should pose little difficulty. In Fang Baiyu's view, Gu Chaqing's visit to the Seven Xuanwu mansion might well harbor ulterior motives. Recently, you should discreetly place some informants within the Ma residence, keeping a vigilant watch at all times, instructed Gu Chaqing. Should there be any developments, report immediately. Understood. I shall attend to it at once, replied Fang Baiyu with a solemn nod before promptly departing. Gu Chaqing lifted his gaze towards the night sky beyond the window, his expression serene and devoid of any turbulence. Although he was already aware of the prince's sinister machinations, the present circumstances were delicate. Thus, it was prudent to act in accordance with the prevailing winds. The 10,000 Secrets Pavilion's principle was straightforward: to accept payment for taking lives, remaining indifferent to all else. Chapter 93. Are you a dragon or a worm? Today is the day. 3 days later, in the early morning. Boom. A sound like a muffled thunder suddenly erupted from the top floor of the Drunken Cloud Tower, shaking the entire structure. At last, he had broken through to the half-step Dao realm. Gu Chaqing opened his eyes, the ripples of yuan qi swirling around him gradually receding. He surveyed the surroundings, only to find the hall in complete disarray, with tables and chairs shattered and strewn across the floor. This chaos was the result of his previous cultivation of the ninefold shock sky technique, during which the internal surge of yuan qi had violently leaked out, shattering everything in its vicinity. Truly, it was a 7th-grade technique. Even in its incomplete form, it wielded such formidable power. A smile crept onto Gu Chaqing's lips, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of satisfaction. He believed that if he could obtain the complete technique, he would undoubtedly shatter his shackles and descend to the true Dao realm. Boss, are you all right? Ming Jing hurried over, his expression tense with concern. Fang Baiyu and Zhao Rong followed closely behind, emerging hastily from the secret passage. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene before them, their pupils constricted, and they scanned the surroundings warily. I'm fine, just engaged in some cultivation, Gu Chaqing replied, rising to his feet with a faint smile directed at the three. But I would appreciate your assistance in tidying up. The boss's aura seems even stronger, Fang Baiyu observed, his gaze assessing Gu Chaqing with surprise. Could it be half-step Dao realm? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rong and Ming Jing's eyes instantly sparkled with an unusual light. In the current Tianji Pavilion, Gu Chaqing was their pillar of support. His strength directly influenced the rise and fall of the entire organization. Yes, I have completed the training of this incomplete technique. You may take it and ponder over it. Gu Changqing said, casually handing the jade slip containing the technique to Meng Jing. Incomplete, Meng Jing accepted the jade slip, feeling a twinge of confusion. But he still summoned his mental energy to carefully probe its contents. Moments later, his eyes widened in shock. Boss, this is a 7th grade technique. What? Fong Baiyu exclaimed, snatching the jade slip from him, eagerly inspecting it. My heavens, it truly is a 7th grade technique. As he sensed the profound essence contained within the slip, his eyes gleamed with excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. Hearing this, Zhao Rong was momentarily taken aback before a look of joy emerged in her eyes. It is worth noting that martial arts above the 6th grade, particularly the heart techniques, are exceedingly rare and precious resources in the martial cultivation world. These resources are almost entirely monopolized by major sects, royal families, and ancient martial clans, leaving ordinary independent cultivators with little chance to even encounter them, let alone cultivate them. And now, Gu Changqing had casually produced a 7th grade heart technique. Although merely an incomplete version, it was enough to drive many martial artists into a frenzy. Boss, this is far too precious. Meng Jing's voice trembled slightly. His eyes filled with both desire and hesitation. Gu Changqing's gaze swept over the three of them, and he replied with a gentle smile. We are all comrades here. Why speak of value? Since you have chosen to follow me, rest assured that as long as I have sustenance, you shall not go hungry. His tone was casual, yet it radiated a gentle warmth akin to the caress of spring. Thank you for your guidance, boss. Meng Jing and Fong Baiyu clasped their fists in salute, their eyes brimming with gratitude and resolve. They understood that as the Tiangong Pavilion continued to flourish, their own cultivation must not falter lest they be left behind. This technique does not suit me. It is too crude. Zhao Rong chuckled softly, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her lips. When I come across a more suitable technique for women, I shall practice it in due course. Her enchanting demeanor caused Gu Changqing's expression to stiffen, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, for it was truly difficult to behold. At that moment, the transmission jade slip within his storage ring trembled suddenly. Gu Changqing's thoughts stirred, and a sinister voice infiltrated his ears. The prey has set off for the Qishuan Martial Mansion. Immediately dispatch assassins from the Tiangong Pavilion to execute the assassination. Gu Changqing stowed away the jade slip, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Ma Tianxiong, in his eagerness to ensure the prince's ascension, was prepared to eliminate even his own son, which exceeded Gu's expectations. However, to accompany a ruler is to tread upon a tiger's tail. It remains to be seen whether that fellow will ultimately achieve his desires. Today is indeed the assessment day at the Qishuan Martial Mansion. Do you truly intend to go in person? Fong Baiyu regarded Gu Changqing with a furrowed brow. Worry etched across his features. Merely joining in the excitement. Gu Changqing replied nonchalantly, as if he were simply attending a performance. In that case, I shall prepare the carriage. No need. Gu Changqing raised his hand, halting Meng Jing, who was about to turn away. I can manage alone. You two need not involve yourselves. The boss has his own plans, and too many will only be a burden. Zhao Rong smiled languidly, evidently harboring great faith in Gu Changqing. Subsequently, he ceased further conversation and turned to enter the secret passage, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Every 3 years on the day of the autumn equinox, the Qishuan Martial Mansion holds its recruitment assessment. This day is of paramount importance to the young warriors of the Daong dynasty, particularly for those small fry without familial connections for them. The Martial Mansion's assessment is akin to a dragon gate. Success would allow them to soar upwards, breaking the shackles of various social strata. Gu Changqing did not dispute this notion. Much like the Gaokao in his past life, it represented a leap into greatness for ordinary students. However, for those wealthy second-generation heirs and individuals of status, it merely served as an experience. Academic credentials do not equate to ability, for as long as they possess wealth. Even a poor performance in the assessment would not diminish their quality of life. At this moment, Gu Changqing had already emerged onto the bustling street. He observed as numerous young figures streamed forth from the nearby inn. Their steps were hurried, and their gazes resolute, all seemingly heading in the same direction. As the crowd thickened, these figures gradually coalesced into a dense flow of humanity, surging like a tide. Although they were all vigorous young warriors, each striving to suppress their emotions for the sake of the crucial assessment ahead, even the slightest accidental collision was met with silent forbearance. Guei. First locate the prey's movements and await further instructions. Gu Chongqing instructed, seamlessly blending into the throng as a candidate, following the grand procession toward the city gates. Gu Yi soared into the air, abruptly transforming into a hawk, and darted away. Upon reaching the city gates, the guards had already opened them wide, presenting no hindrance to Gu Chongqing's group. In an instant, a multitude of young warriors surged forth from the city, racing madly toward the hills beyond. There lay the esteemed 7 Xian martial house. For an ordinary person, the distance of several dozen miles might seem daunting. However, those who had come to partake in the examination were predominantly young prodigies who had attained the postnatal realm. Throughout this rapid journey, hardly anyone paused to rest. Their endurance remarkable. Gu Chongqing melded within the crowd, adeptly employing his shadow steps to maintain a steady pace. Although his motives for this journey were far from simple, it was, since his arrival in this world, the first time he had genuinely felt such vibrant vitality. The animated figures of the surrounding young warriors stirred his blood, igniting within him an impulse to leap over the Dragon Gate. After approximately half an hour, the distant mountains gradually came into clearer view. The imposing structures of the 7 Xian martial house loomed in the morning mist, resembling a colossal beast perched upon the earth. This magnificent sight ignited an instant fervor among many young warriors, their eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. Today, they would determine who was a dragon and who was but a mere worm. Chapter 94. The target is locked. Is it the 7 Xuanwu mansion? Gu Chongqing gazed at the massive architectural complex in the distance, feeling a profound sense of awe. The 7 Xuanwu mansion was built against the mountains, its grand architectural layout resembling a small city. The towering outer walls stretched majestically into the horizon. The entire mansion emanated an overwhelming aura, evoking a sense of reverence. If my heavenly mechanism pavilion could one day grow to such a scale, it would be sufficient. Gu Chongqing's eyes sparkled with an unquenchable longing as he continued to the foot of the mountain, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. This area was already teeming with people, a throng of dark silhouettes accompanied by a relentless cacophony. Gu Chongqing refrained from pushing forward, opting instead to observe from the periphery. Meanwhile, the ghost moth transformed into an inconspicuous fly, hovering above the crowd, each face flashing by in its view. Searching for the target in such a dense mass of humanity was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, the ghost moth had been monitoring Ma Xiao closely and had already memorized his scent. After a brief search, it quickly discerned the direction. Immediately,